This guy woke up groggy, his ears ringing from someone calling out to him over and over. Before Lu Sheng could even process what the hell was happening, the teacher at the front started screaming right in his face. His classmates turned around, snickering as they teased him. "Man, what the hell is wrong with you? Seriously, Lu Sheng, you've been sleeping all day." The teacher was absolutely furious with Lu Sheng's attitude. There were only 200 days left until the national exams. Yet here was Lu Sheng in class, curled up and sleeping like a little pig. This pushed the teacher over the edge. The man kept yelling, getting louder and louder until his voice went hoarse. He warned Lu Sheng that if he kept this up, after graduation, not even a construction site would hire him to haul bricks. To test him, the teacher asked if he even knew the minimum blood chi requirement to be a cement worker. Everyone thought Lu Sheng wouldn't have a clue, but to their surprise, he sheepishly mumbled the correct answer, 0.8. Hearing this only made the teacher angrier, and he demanded to know if Lu Sheng had even reached that level. His classmates jumped in to mock him too, laughing and saying that Lu Sheng's blood chi was barely 0.7. Besides sleeping, what are you even good for? The teacher shook his head and sighed in disappointment. He just had no drive to compete. The moment class was over, his friend Lu Chiming ran over to Lu Sheng's desk with a grin to check on him. He was one of Lu Sheng's few actual friends. Lu Sheng could only give a weary nod. Closing his eyes, Lu Sheng thought back to the horrific scenes from his dreams. A desolate, ruined wasteland with absolutely no signs of life, crawling with bizarre, terrifying monsters. Groaning, he told Lu Chiming to stop bringing it up. Those nightly nightmares were taking a serious toll on him. His energy was completely shot, and his blood chi had even dropped by 0.02. He'd had to choke down tons of expensive supplements and train like crazy just to recover that tiny bit. Yet he still couldn't escape daily lectures. Lu Chiming, on the other hand, didn't really care about all this blood chi stuff. He patted Lu Sheng's shoulder and said, "Don't let the old man get to you. There's nothing wrong with being ordinary. Let the geniuses play the heroes and save the world." He thought his best friend was offering hope, but it was actually just pure, unadulterated despair. Right after saying that, Lu Chiming invited Lu Sheng to the internet cafe like they did every day. But Lu Sheng just wasn't in the mood. All he wanted was to go home, so he turned his friend down. Lu Chiming was totally shocked. After all, the two of them were usually joined at the hip. He even generously offered to cover all the PC fees and drinks today, but Lu Sheng just kept shaking his head. Lu Chiming wanted to keep pushing, but his other friends started calling his name. In the end, he promised they'd hang out next time, waved goodbye to Lu Sheng, and ran off to join the group. On the walk home, Lu Sheng couldn't find any peace of mind, still haunted by those nightmares. He couldn't believe that even after transmigrating to a whole new world, he still had to stress over exams. He sighed, dreading the thought of math, physics, chemistry, and having to keep up with the daily news. Honestly, this new world didn't seem all that different from his old one. While he was lost in thought, a passerby suddenly snapped at him for standing right in the middle of the street like an idiot. The guy who yelled at him was carrying a massive, incredibly heavy load of cargo right on his head. Lu Sheng couldn't help but look on in envy. He wondered when he'd ever be that strong, especially since the body he'd transmigrated into was such a fragile piece of work. Over 300 years ago, this world went through a massive cataclysm. Massive rifts tore open across the sky and the earth, and hideous beasts poured out, completely altering the course of human history. Modern weaponry became completely useless, but humanity suddenly discovered a new power when the genetic locks in their bodies shattered. Physical strength could now be pushed to unimaginable heights. Because of this, humanity stepped onto the path of martial arts. Yet even with that power, in this brutal struggle for survival against the beasts, humanity was still at a massive disadvantage. It felt like towns and cities were falling every single day, with humanity suffering defeat after defeat. Facing this harsh reality, the principal had stood before the entire school to declare, "You were born in an era of chaos, and you must shoulder the weight of this era. You train in martial arts for the survival of mankind. Every single one of you is a spark of hope for our future." Lu Sheng collapsed against his closet, panting heavily. He had pushed himself through his martial techniques 3 times in a row, yet his blood chi hadn't budged at all. Meanwhile, his little sister's blood chi had already soared to 0.9, yet here he was, unable to recover even a fraction of the blood chi he'd lost from those nightmares. It broke Lu Sheng's heart to think about how hard his parents worked just to afford those supplements for him. Fate had given him a second chance in this martial arts world. Was he really going to let things end up this pathetic? Gritting his teeth, he vowed to push himself even harder. If 3 times wasn't enough, he'd do it a 4th, a 5th, or a 6th time. But suddenly, his vision blurred, and everything went pitch black. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself pulled into another world. The scene here was absolutely horrific, with dead bodies scattered as far as the eye could see. Lu Sheng pinched his cheeks a few times, hoping to wake up, but nothing happened. He just sat there looking around, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Right at that moment, a monster crept up behind him, baring its razor-sharp fangs. The dark figure lunged forward, throwing itself right at him. Fortunately, Lu Sheng wasn't completely spacing out anymore. He managed to block the creature just in time, otherwise, he would have lost his first kiss to this hideous monstrosity. Only then did he get a clear look at his attacker. It was a zombie. He couldn't help but panic as those sharp, decaying fangs snapped closer and closer to his face. Damn it, I've been running away for so many nights, and now I'm getting pinned by this thing? The zombie lunged down for a bite, but Lu Sheng reacted fast, slipping his head to the side and letting the creature faceplant into the dirt. Lu Sheng gritted his teeth, warning the thing not to underestimate him. Sure, his combat grades were garbage, but he still had a blood key of 0.7, even if everyone else saw him as a loser. He still had one foot in the world of martial arts. With a roar, he delivered a devastating kick straight to the zombie's chest. The impact sent the creature flying backward, crashing hard onto the ground. Before it could even sit up, Lu Sheng snatched up a massive rock, rushed over, and gave that zombie a one-way ticket to a facial reconstruction. After a few heavy thuds, the zombie lay completely still. Lu Sheng sat there panting heavily, exhausted from the fierce battle that had drained so much of his strength. Looking down at the zombie at his feet, Lu Sheng spoke. Phew, I guess this thing is history. A zombie's weak point must be its head. Suddenly, strange black particles began to float up from the dead zombie, being drawn right into Lu Sheng, leaving him totally bewildered. What the hell is this? As more and more of these strange things clung to him, Lu Sheng cried out helplessly. Suddenly, foreign memories flashed in his mind, showing a conversation between two men. One man talked about his dream of joining the defense force. Hearing this, the man opposite him warned that the training there was brutal and incredibly dangerous, but the muscular man with a six-pack didn't hesitate for a second. Then came images of grueling training sessions, along with memories of a devastating outbreak where monsters relentlessly attacked humans, and strange beasts were everywhere. Lu Sheng realized that these were the memories of the zombie he had just defeated, but he couldn't understand why killing it would grant him those memories. His body began to undergo strange changes, and his limbs trembled uncontrollably. While he was struggling to control himself, another zombie lunged out of nowhere, charging straight at him. Incredibly, Lu Sheng suddenly became unbelievably strong. With just a few punches, he easily crushed the zombie. Compared to Lu Sheng's current strength, even the Hulk would look like a joke. The poor zombie fell lifelessly. Only then did Lu Sheng snap out of it. Once again, those strange black particles wrapped around his body. He could feel a surging power coursing through his veins. With his years of experience reading webtoons, Lu Sheng figured that whenever he killed a zombie here, he not only gained its memories but also inherited its strength. Lu Sheng looked at his hands, finding this hard to believe. Gaining a lifetime of someone else's experience with just a few punches, it was a massive cheat, and honestly, felt a bit shameless. Still, thinking about it, if this wasn't just a dream, it certainly had its perks. But there was something off about this dreamscape. Even if it was just a dream, did it really have to feel so incredibly real? After walking for a while, a glowing corpse caught Lu Sheng's attention. The corpse's skeleton was dissolving, and its memories began to merge into Lu Sheng. In those memories, Base 1359 appeared. Lu Sheng recalled that this base had also appeared in his previous memories. It seemed he needed to find Base 1359 to uncover the truth behind this bizarre dream. Absorbing this zombie's memories didn't feel as intense as the first time. Lu Sheng realized that to inherit their actual strength, he had to actively fight and defeat them first. Suddenly, glowing blue ripples appeared in the sky. Lu Sheng's head began to spin, and he felt extremely lightheaded. Just like what happened earlier at home, everything went pitch black. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in his familiar bedroom. There was a persistent knocking on his door. Lu Sheng woke up drenched in sweat. Lu Sheng! Come out and eat! How long are you going to keep nesting in your room? Lu Sheng dragged himself to open the door. The one calling him was Qing He, his only sister. His pretty sister immediately started complaining. Don't tell me you were training and just fell fast asleep, completely losing track of time. But when she looked up and saw her brother dripping with sweat, her eyes widened in shock, especially when she noticed his body, which had somehow developed a perfectly defined six-pack. Lu Sheng, equally dazed, explained that he had lost focus for a moment and must have dozed off without realizing it. Qing He turned around and reminded him to come eat now that he was awake, warning him not to keep their parents waiting. But even as she walked away, she couldn't stop thinking about her brother's suddenly ripped physique. Her face instantly flushed red. After she left, Lu Sheng found himself reminiscing about when they were kids. Back then, Qing He used to cling to him like glue, but ever since they entered the academy and got their first test results, her attitude had changed completely. Lu Sheng didn't blame her though. Her blood chi had already surpassed 1.0, and her combat power index had shattered records. At this rate, she would soon qualify for a top-tier martial arts university. To put it simply, Qing He was nothing short of a genius. Thinking of himself, Lu Sheng felt a bit helpless. It was the classic, frustrating dynamic of a useless older brother and a prodigy younger sister. Suddenly, Lu Sheng caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror. He couldn't believe when his body had gotten so toned. He actually looked way more handsome now. Lu Sheng stretched to warm up. Even though he had just woken up from a nightmare, he didn't feel sluggish or drained at all. On the contrary, he felt more energized than ever. Not only that, but the memories from those zombies were crystal clear in his mind. He now possessed all their inherited combat skills. It was absolutely mind-blowing. Even his blood chi had noticeably strengthened. It made Lu Sheng wonder if he could actually bring the power from his dreams into the real world. While others worked themselves to the bone training, all he had to do was take a nap to get insanely strong. Talk about a cheat code. Lu Sheng walked out to the dining table, where his parents greeted him with warm smiles. The table was packed to the brim with dishes his mother had prepared, leaving barely any empty space. If he didn't pass his exams with this kind of support, he'd have no excuse. Oddly enough, Lu Sheng began devouring the food like a starving beast. He shoveled spoonful after spoonful of rice into his mouth. As he ate, he wondered if his mom's cooking skills had suddenly leveled up, because the food tasted unbelievably delicious today, and he just couldn't stop. He held out his bowl to ask his mom for another serving, but there was absolutely nothing left on the table. A massive stack of empty bowls stood beside him. Lu Sheng had truly left his family completely speechless today. Realizing everything was gone, he chuckled awkwardly and pulled his bowl back. Never mind, I'm full. Even he had no idea when he had developed such a monstrous appetite. But his father snatched the bowl from his hand and said, "What nonsense is that? You think we'd ever let you go hungry in this house?" He immediately urged his wife to cook another pot of rice and whip up a few more dishes. It was a rare sight to see his son with such an appetite, so how could he let him starve? He happily patted Lu Sheng on the shoulder. That's just how boys are during a growth spurt. No matter how much they eat, they never seem full. But hey, that means they're gonna grow nice and tall. He even said he'd go out tomorrow to buy some more food, since this growth spurt is the perfect chance to boost his blood chi. He couldn't let a golden opportunity like this go to waste. Qinghe, who was eating nearby, chimed in mockingly, saying Lu Sheng is already 18, and his last test showed his blood chi was only 0.8. It's not like it can just shoot up out of nowhere. Hearing his daughter's snarky comment, the dad looked incredibly annoyed. Hey, stop discouraging your brother, you brat. Even a small boost is still a boost. Besides, down the road, the difference between getting into an undergraduate martial arts university and a junior vocational college is like night and day. He didn't care at all about what her dad said, just huffing and turning her head away, leaving Lu Sheng sitting there feeling completely helpless. She kept teasing her dad until the old man was practically steaming with rage. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng couldn't stop thinking about the possibility that his blood chi had actually gotten stronger from that dream, though he was still worried it might just be wishful thinking. No matter what, he needed to get to a martial arts gym to test it out. By nightfall, he arrived at the Hongchuan dojo. The gym's owner was Ni Hongchuan, a master of family heritage fist techniques who once ranked in the top 10 at the 23rd Baihe City Martial Arts Exchange Tournament. He was a genuine level 4 martial artist. According to the standards of the Global Martial Alliance, being a level 1 martial artist requires a blood chi of 1.5 and a combat power index of 150. For a level 2 martial artist, the standard is 15 for blood chi and a standard combat power index of 1,500. Just moving from level 1 to level 2 requires a 10-fold increase in standards. As for level 3 martial artists, the required blood chi starts at 100, with the combat power index skyrocketing to 10,000. To become a level 4 martial artist like Ni Hongchuan, one's peak blood chi must exceed 200, and their combat power has to reach 100,000. Lu Sheng thought to himself that Ni Hongchuan's blood chi of over 200 was equivalent to nearly 300 times his own. The gap between martial artist ranks is massive. It's a fundamental difference in life forms. High-level martial artists are literally real-life superhumans. What's more, only kids from wealthy families can afford to enroll in this kind of advanced training. If Qinghe wanted to join this training class, his parents would probably scrape the money together to support her, but for him, no such luck. On the bright side, since he could just absorb zombies in his dreams, he didn't really need a training class anyway. The moment Lu Sheng stepped through the entrance, the receptionist greeted him with a bright smile. "Welcome to the Hongchuan dojo. Are you here to sign up for our advanced martial arts class, young man?" Lu Sheng replied that he wasn't. He was only there to test his blood chi. The receptionist kept her smile, but in her mind, she was already silently judging him. Since he came here alone without a personal trainer, she figured he couldn't be from a wealthy family. She politely pointed him down the hallway towards room number 8. The testing equipment was inside. She politely asked if he needed her to accompany him and help, but Lu Sheng declined. Once inside, Lu Sheng prepared himself for a moment before placing his hand onto the spherical scanner of the machine to test his blood chi. Soon the screen lit up, displaying his current blood chi value as 0.963. Seeing the numbers pop up, Lu Sheng was absolutely thrilled. His dream wasn't playing tricks on him after all. Defeating those zombies really did increase his blood chi. With just 1 hour of sleep, He had boosted his value by 0.2. At this rate, he might actually catch up to his sister, even though Ching He was a natural-born prodigy. Putting that aside, Lu Sheng was finally moving forward on his path of martial arts. Next, he wondered what his combat power index would look like. Lu Sheng walked over to the combat power tester. Raising his fist, he tried to calm his nerves, telling himself that everything would be fine. After all, the combat skills and experience of that zombie in the jumpsuit were deeply engraved in his mind. Lu Sheng unleashed a powerful punch onto the testing machine, and a second later, the screen flashed. Unbelievably, his combat index had shot up to 113. His jaw literally dropped. This massive leap went way beyond his blood chi increase, meaning he was actually close to becoming a real martial artist. It felt completely surreal. He had only slept for 1 hour, yet both his blood, chi, and combat power had surged this much. What if he slept for 8, 9, or even 10 hours? At this rate, he could completely transform his entire body overnight. But as the night dragged on, Lu Sheng found himself wide awake, unable to fall asleep. He threw his pillow onto the bed in frustration. Damn it! Now that he actually wanted to sleep, he couldn't. Maybe that afternoon nap was just a fluke, or maybe he needed to be sitting in a boring class to fall asleep that easily. Lu Sheng got up and turned on the lights. Checking the clock, he saw it was only 9 in the evening. Going to sleep now would have been way too early anyway. It's probably best to squeeze in a little training first. Once he tired himself out, he'd naturally pass out. Taking a deep breath, Lu Sheng decided to capitalize on his surging blood chi and reinforce it. He began executing the 30th set of broadcast gymnastics. He started with the first form, but suddenly, his limbs refused to cooperate. Instead of executing the first move, his body started flailing around in a bizarre way that even Lu Sheng couldn't make head or tail of. He had practiced those 24 forms since elementary school, so there was absolutely no way he was messing up the moves. Suddenly, the memories of that zombie flashed through his mind once more. That's when it clicked. Because he had inherited the zombie's memories, his body was instinctively performing the advanced body tempering technique the zombie had learned in its past life. While most of the neighboring apartments had gone dark for the night, a young boy's silhouette was still visible, tirelessly moving in his room. Lu Sheng threw a powerful punch, gasping heavily from exhaustion. He could gradually feel that this technique required over 200 more movements than his previous training routines. As Lu Sheng thrust his hand forward, a faint blue current crackled around his knuckles. He could feel it with absolute clarity. What's more, with every repetition, he could feel power surging through his body, matching the sweat pouring down his face. Gasping for breath, Lu Sheng realized something else was off. It wasn't just about the physical movements of the body tempering technique, it was also his breathing pattern. The memories resurfaced, accompanied by a voice constantly whispering how to breathe, how to train, and how even eating and sleeping had to be integrated into this practice. Anytime, anywhere. This was mind-blowing. Just practicing these few movements felt more effective than a whole year of his usual training. Heck, it probably beat years of his old progress combined. It turned out his dream was the ultimate classroom for geniuses. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and began channeling his inner energy. He allowed the abundant power to circulate in a perfect, continuous loop, but the intense atmosphere instantly shattered as a loud growl rumbled from Lu Sheng's stomach. Clutching his belly, he collapsed to the floor in agony, his face turning pale and gaunt as if he had been starved for 1,000 years. And that wasn't even an exaggeration. He was so incredibly hungry, and this hunger felt terrifyingly intense. With his hollow cheeks, Lu Sheng looked just like a zombie. He thought back to dinner, and the memory alone made him drool. It was likely because his surging blood chi had drained all his energy reserves, and normal food simply didn't have the high-level nutrients his body now craved. Lu Sheng realized he needed some nutritional supplements. His body was already trembling from intense hunger. But with his family's income, they could never afford those high-priced supplements. If this kept up, his progress would definitely take a hit. Looking around his room, Lu Sheng suddenly remembered something. He had to make some money for those supplements. Then, it hit him every semester. The school gave out rewards for top academic performers. If I remember correctly, the Class A scholarship at Baihei High School is 50,000 yuan. But to get my hands on that cash, I'll have to show them some serious strength and talent. Lu Sheng's eyes filled with unprecedented determination. He was absolutely going to win that scholarship just to feed himself. The next morning, inside the school locker room, Lu Sheng and the others were changing. Lu Qiming zipped up his jacket and struck up a cheerful conversation. It's a miracle the teacher isn't testing us on old material today. Plus, it's been ages since our last practical combat class. He was about to say more when he suddenly froze, staring in utter shock at Lu Sheng's incredible six-pack. Huh? Old Lu, when on earth did you build such insane muscles? Qiming reached out, wanting to feel them, but Lu Sheng quickly pulled his shirt on. Ignoring that, Qiming kept showering him with praise. We haven't seen each other for just a few days, and you've gotten so big I barely recognize you. Look at those chest muscles. Lu Sheng casually replied, "Yeah, I've been working out hard lately, but don't go touching me just because I look good." Lu Sheng brushed away the bangs, covering his eyes, and added, "Now that you mention it, my hair has grown pretty long. I should probably get a haircut." Qiming pouted. "Right, as if. I bet you just want to show off in today's combat class to impress the girls. I saw right through your shallow scheme a long time ago." Lu Sheng shook his head at his friend's wild imagination, but didn't bother arguing. The two of them slung their arms around each other's shoulders and walked out. As they walked, Lu Sheng quietly pondered how he should demonstrate his abilities. Maybe the martial arts hall is my perfect opportunity, he thought. Just then, their practical combat teacher, Zheng Zhengguo, raised his voice. Today's practical class will still focus on reinforcing the basic combat techniques we covered last time. Meanwhile, Lu Qiming leaned in and whispered in Lu Sheng's ear. He mentioned that Teacher Zhang was an official level 2 martial artist who had fought on the front lines against alien beasts. Then he nudged Lu Sheng, telling him to look at the teacher's arm. Sure enough, a massive, eye-catching scar was clearly visible on Zheng Zhengguo's arm. Lu Sheng observed him closely, thinking to himself, a level 2 martial artist? Honestly, his combat techniques look way too simple and crude. What he had learned from his dreams was far more advanced than any of this. At that moment, Zheng Zhengguo finished warming up and began demonstrating the moves. A moment later, Zheng Zhengguo unleashed a few powerful kicks, hya, hya, before pulling his leg back to finish the stance. Alright, those are the main key points we just discussed. Then, Zheng Zhengguo called out a student from the crowd. "Yang Yifei, come up and spar with me so we can show the rest of the class." The students watching from below grew incredibly excited at his arrival, especially the girls. Yang Yifei quickly stood up and replied, "Yes, sir." He strutted forward under admiring gazes and high praise. One girl, her eyes practically sparkling with adoration, kept gushing about how insanely cool Yifei was. "And he's so strong too," her friend chimed in, "right? He's the smart, hot guy of our class. I'd absolutely love to partner up and train with him." As the crowd buzzed over Yifei being called up, some girls teased each other, whispering, "Oh, please, you don't want to train with him, you just want to eat him alive." Meanwhile, the boys, including Qiming, snorted in disdain. "Ugh, not this guy again," they grumbled. "He gets every single chance to show off. Sure, he's good-looking, but he's also filthy rich. Even the blood chi supplements he gets for each stage are always the absolute best." During the last test, Yifei's blood chi was already at 1.2. No wonder the school teachers play favorites and give him special guidance. Lu Qiming grumbled about how regular folks like them were supposed to survive. While he was busy complaining out of jealousy, Yifei had already stepped up and executed several powerful demonstration kicks. Watching this, Lu Sheng thought to himself that if he were his old self, he probably could only sigh and complain about how unfair life was. But now, everything was different. Lu Sheng's eyes gleamed with resolve. He had to seize what he wanted with his own two hands. Up on the stage, the two continued their demonstration, finishing with a final hand strike. Zheng Zhengguo dusted off his uniform and praised Yifei. "Good. Your movements are decent, though there's a slight issue with how you shift your center of gravity. I'll correct that for you in a bit. Keep training hard, and your future will be boundless." Next is actual sparring. Go ahead and pick some of your classmates to come up and duel with you. Yang Yifei cupped his hands respectfully. "Yes, thank you for your guidance, teacher." Outwardly polite, Yang Yifei was actually filled with utter contempt. To him, this mere level 2 martial artist couldn't even compare to his private family instructors. Zheng Zhengguo, of course, didn't notice the silent mockery. He looked around, searching for any student willing to spar with Yang Yifei. "Is there anyone who wants to come up?" The students below quickly avoided Zheng Zhengguo's gaze, trying their best to look away. Lu Qiming snorted in disdain. Who could actually beat him? Going up there is just acting as his stepping stone. Seeing this reaction from the students, Zheng Zhengguo knit his brows in disappointment. Every time they brought up sparring, these students buried their heads in the sand like ostriches. How on earth was he supposed to teach them? Although the school guided students in blood chi cultivation and physical training, once they graduated and joined the military, only the true elites would truly progress on the path of martial arts. Zheng Zhengguo scanned the crowd once more, thinking bitterly. Everyone complains that I favor the top students, but these kids don't realize that aside from Yang Yifei, barely anyone actually dares to step up. As Zheng Zhengguo's sweeping gaze scanned the room, it suddenly collided with Lu Sheng's intense, sharp eyes. Zheng Zhengguo was taken aback. The boy's eyes held an intense aura, carrying a fierce edge as if he had actually been through life and death battles. Since eyes are the window to the soul, Zheng Zhengguo immediately pointed out Lu Sheng. "Alright, you there. Come up and spar with student Yang Yifei." Lu Sheng stood up calmly and replied with a simple, "Yes, sir." Beside him, Lu Qiming grabbed his arm in a panic. "Old Lu, just throw in the towel immediately. The exams are right around the corner, and getting hurt now will ruin your chances. Don't go hurting yourself just to save face, okay?" Lu Sheng flexed his arm, showing off his beautifully defined bicep, and told Qiming with a confident smirk that he wasn't just showing off, he really had been training hard lately. He confidently stepped onto the sparring area. The teacher began outlining the rules. The time limit is 10 minutes. Standard combat rules apply. Safety is our top priority, especially the key points we covered in the previous class. As they stood face to face, Lu Sheng suddenly recalled the vital rule of combat. One must remain absolutely calm. It seems so simple. Why didn't I ever think of this before? Well, I suppose if I had, I wouldn't have ended up starting over like this. The teacher asked Lu Sheng about his latest blood qi test score. Even though he had scored 0.963 just yesterday, standing before his teacher and classmates, Lu Sheng humbly claimed he was only at 0.8. Hearing this number, Zhang Zhengguo was a bit puzzled. He didn't expect Lu Sheng's blood qi score to be so low, as his current appearance didn't look like someone with a blood qi of 0.8 at all. In the end, he just reminded the students to control their strength, emphasizing that this was just a friendly spar, and then called for the match to begin. Yang Yifei openly showed his contempt for Lu Sheng, asking if he was ready. He even smugly warned Lu Sheng not to use his hands to break his fall when he hit the floor. Otherwise, you'll break your bones. The most important thing is to protect your vital spots, especially your head. Showing absolutely no emotion, Lu Sheng politely thanked Yifei. I'm ready too, please guide me. Without warning, Yifei rushed forward, throwing a fist right at Lu Sheng's face. As he lunged, he thought with utter disdain, Lu Sheng, do you even know what matters most in a real fight? You have to control the distance between you and your opponent, watch their movements, and predict their next move. His mind was filled with a bunch of theories, but it all boiled down to one thing, the gap in blood, qi. Watching from the sidelines, their classmates couldn't help but gape at Yifei's incredible speed. Fueled by his momentum, Yifei charged like a raging storm, completely convinced that the outcome was already decided and that victory was absolute. But to his shock, the strike he put all his strength into hit nothing but thin air. Yifei's face instantly froze in disbelief as Lu Sheng effortlessly dodged the blow and prepared to counterattack. While Yifei was still looking around for his opponent, Lu Sheng delivered a lightning-fast punch right to his cheek, sending him flying across the room. Knocked out cold, Yifei crashed straight into the crowd of students sitting nearby, leaving everyone around in utter shock and panic. Everyone was stunned by Lu Sheng's terrifying strength. With just a single punch, he had sent Yifei straight to the hospital, no questions asked. Seeing that Yang Yifei was out cold, the teacher barked at the stunned students to snap out of it and call for medical help immediately. One of the students quickly nodded and ran off to do as told. When the medical team arrived, they even had to bring a stretcher to carry Yang Yifei away. He looked incredibly pathetic now, all because of his own arrogance. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng walked over to teacher Zhang to explain that he hadn't done it on purpose. It was just that he hadn't controlled his strength in a long time, leading to this mishap. Zhang Zhengguo stared deeply at Lu Sheng, lost in thought. He placed a hand on Lu Sheng's shoulder, reassuring him that getting hurt was inevitable in real combat. He told him not to worry, as Yang Yifei's injuries weren't too severe. But then, he invited him to his office for a cup of tea. Lu Sheng agreed and quickly followed behind his teacher, asking Kaiming to cover for his attendance in the next class before leaving. Kaiming stared at Lu Sheng's retreating back with a head full of questions. He wondered if Lu Sheng had taken some crazy enhancement drugs or something to suddenly get this strong. With just a single dodge, he had knocked Yang Yifei flat on the ground, leaving him completely motionless. Was this really the Lu Sheng he knew? Cut to Zhang Zhengguo's office. Lu Sheng was surprised to find a bonsai plant sitting in his teacher's workspace. He had no idea Teacher Zhang had such a hobby. Teacher Zhang let out a dry laugh and said, "Everyone has their own little interests. Besides, doesn't everyone have their own secrets too?" Every word from the teacher carried a veiled hint as he pointedly asked, "Don't you agree, student Lu Sheng? The one with a blood qi of 0.8. Lu Sheng wasn't surprised by the teacher's remark. He calmly explained that since the teacher had only asked for his previous test score, that was the only reason he said 0.8. The teacher's expression turned serious as he demanded confirmation that Lu Sheng hadn't used any blood qi stimulating drugs. He sternly reminded him that such substances were strictly banned in school due to the extreme danger they pose to the body. If you get caught, the school will absolutely not let you off easy. Lu Sheng looked surprised at the mention of drugs. He swore to his teacher that he had never touched any of those banned substances. Hearing Lu Sheng's firm reply, the teacher immediately opened a box containing a glowing blue orb to test Lu Sheng's current blood qi value. Placing a hand on it would make testing easy. If drugs were used, his blood qi would go haywire, causing the readings to fluctuate violently. Once we check your blood qi, we'll test your combat power index using that robot behind me. If Lu Sheng's combat power matched his blood qi value, it would fully prove his true strength. Without any hesitation, Lu Sheng accepted the teacher's challenge. He placed his hand on the orb. The device began to glow with blue light, quickly generating a result. To everyone's shock, Lu Sheng's blood qi value shot all the way up to 1.5, making the teacher's jaw drop so hard he almost lost his teeth. The teacher stared blankly at the screen, thinking to himself that a score of 1.5 officially put him at a level 1 martial artist. A level 1 martial artist at just 18 years old. He would be considered an absolute genius, not just in this school, but in the entire Baihe city. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng walked over to the robot, ready to finish the test and blow his teacher's mind completely. And boy did he deliver. With just a casual tap from Lu Sheng, the robot's head went flying. The teacher could no longer sit still. He slammed his desk, jumped to his feet, and roared, "What? What happened?" Not only had Lu Sheng destroyed his test robot, but he had also completely obliterated Zhang Zhengguo's beloved bonsai tree. What was once a lush, thriving plant with dense green leaves was now nothing but a pitiful naked twig. Tears streamed down Zhang Zhengguo's face as he mourned his plant's demise. Shaking with grief, he wailed, clutching his beloved tree. "Oh, my violent green pine, why did you leave me like this? Boo-hoo." Lu Sheng, looking panicked, pulled the robot's head off the wall. "I'm sorry, teacher. I went a little too far. But you were the one who insisted on checking my stats. If they had just left things alone, wouldn't the bonsai still be intact?" Clutching his ruined plant, Zhang Zhengguo couldn't help but marvel at Lu Sheng's power. Even though that robot was only a student model, it should have been able to hold its own against a certified martial artist. The more he looked at him, the more he realized this kid's combat power was definitely far beyond a mere level 1 martial artist. With the chaos settled, the two men stood there, silently staring at each other. Lu Sheng shyly pulled his legs together, bracing himself for his teacher's reaction. After all, he had just caused quite a scene. His teacher was the first to speak. "Didn't you say earlier that your blood chi was 0.8 during your last test? So how long ago was that last test?" Lu Sheng calmly replied that it was just half a month ago. This answer shocked his teacher even more. "Are you telling me that in just half a month, you went from a blood chi of 0.8 to exceeding that of an official martial artist? That was simply mind-blowing." Zhang Zhengguo asked Lu Sheng which great family's descendant he was, or which grandmaster he was training under to make such skyrocketing progress. Lu Sheng let out a forced laugh and said his family background was actually very ordinary, and there was no great family behind him. He didn't have any grandmaster guiding him either. As for why his strength had improved so quickly, well, that was a secret he couldn't reveal. Zhang Zhengguo fell into deep thought. In less than a month, his blood chi had almost doubled. What was more, his combat strength far exceeded the standard of a level 1 martial artist. During his own student days, his grades had been quite decent. He had trained tirelessly for years, broke through to become a level 2 martial artist, and then joined the military. Only after stepping onto the battlefield did he realize a harsh truth. Humans have no way of defeating monsters. When faced with such absurd power, one realizes just how helpless and ordinary humans are, and if anyone could defeat those monsters, it would only be individuals who were just as unbelievably monstrous themselves. They were incomprehensible human beings. In other words, they were monsters in human skin. Thinking too much only gave him a headache, so Zhang Zhengguo decided to let it go. He leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. "I see. With your achievements, you should absolutely join the school's elite class so that the best teachers can guide you. I'll get in touch with the academic affairs office." Lu Sheng was startled when he heard his teacher mention the elite class. He thanked his teacher for the kind offer but politely declined to join. After all, even with direct guidance and study, it still wouldn't be as fast as training in his dreams. Zhang Zhengguo was quite surprised by his refusal. "You don't need it? But for a talented student like you, the school will definitely do everything in its power to support you. If you run into any difficulties during your training and need help from the school, don't hesitate to speak up." Hearing his teacher say this, Lu Sheng threw all hesitation out the window and straightforwardly made his demands. "In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. I have 2 requests. First, I'd like to receive a martial arts scholarship. And second, I hope the school will allow me some flexibility with my class attendance." Zhang Zhengguo agreed to Lu Sheng's requests. He promised to apply for the most special scholarship for Lu Sheng, which was worth around 30,000 yuan. As for class attendance, he would speak with academic affairs later, though it would take 2 days for the scholarship to be approved. But he couldn't let that delay Lu Sheng's training. Zhang Zhengguo pulled out a black card, handed it to Lu Sheng, and said, "I'll give you this card first. Just pay me back when you're financially comfortable." Lu Sheng happily took the card. This was a martial arts black card, which had at least 100,000 yuan inside, way better than any scholarship. "Thank you so much, Teacher Zhang. Haha, don't slack off on your training. I hope you'll bring glory to our school. All right, hurry back to class." With that, Lu Sheng turned and left Zhang Zhengguo's office. Once Lu Sheng was completely gone, the teacher suddenly burst into laughter. "My Baihe High School suddenly has a Lu Sheng who is not even 18 years old yet, already possesses the strength of a level 2 martial artist. Before the college entrance exam begins, I must hide him well, turn him into the school's secret weapon, and then give the other academies a lesson they'll never forget." It turned out the teacher was just as fond of showing off as anyone else. After celebrating for a while, he finally remembered to quickly report this news to his superiors. But it seemed Zhang Zhengguo's goals didn't stop there. He hoped for even more. This means after all these years, we finally have someone who might be able to reach that place. The scene shifted to a supermarket. At this moment, an employee was promoting the newly released Langshan Blood Qi Nourishing Powder from Rengson Hall. They claimed that once one's blood qi reached 0.8, using it to consolidate blood qi was the best choice. Furthermore, it was specifically designed for female martial artists and was currently on sale for just 30,000 yuan a bottle. A woman immediately told the employee to pack one up for her. Her daughter happily wrapped her arms around her mother's arm, promising that she would definitely take the first place in her grade in the upcoming mock exam. Lu Sheng stared at their retreating figures and fell into deep thought. That single bottle of medicine cost a staggering 30,000 yuan. His parents worked themselves to the bone day and night, yet they could only afford 3,000 yuan blood qi powder. The stronger a martial artist was, the more money they could earn, and with more money, they could further cultivate their martial strength. It really showed just how difficult it was for children from poor families to practice martial arts. Lu Sheng thought of his younger sister, Qinghe. She was the true genius, possessing the talent to change her own destiny. Yet, dragged down by an older brother like him, she had to share her already pitiful amount of resources. He recalled his past life when he was unwilling to accept his mediocrity, yet lacked the drive to fully change his fate, ending up living a dull, pointless, and mindless existence day after day. Just then, two students walked past, chatting about a video game they played earlier today. The one with the round head boasted loudly, "Today I'm carrying you to gold. Watch me tear things up with my newbie swordsman." The boy beside him, likely a good kid hanging out with a net cafe delinquent for the first time, looked at him with absolute admiration. Watching the two of them chat, Lu Sheng fell into deep contemplation, suddenly having an epiphany. Indeed, the pursuit of knowledge was a driving force in the martial world, yet he had been hiding in games, desperately clinging to a faint connection to his past life. It was just like miserable fish that dreamed of swimming in the vast, boundless ocean, yet stubbornly clung to the comfort and safety of their tiny puddle. However, that was all in the past. Now, everything had changed. The current Lu Sheng had leaped out of the water and witnessed the world outside. Once again, he had been given a chance to rewrite his destiny. In this life, whatever he wanted to do or needed to do, he would certainly never make the wrong choice again. Lu Sheng looked up at the sky, his heart filled with hope and grand ambitions. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, his eyes widened, and familiar physical sensations began to surge through his body. Lu Sheng realized that he had absorbed a massive amount of combat memories in a short span of time, allowing him to comprehend countless things in an instant. The bottleneck of his fist technique had finally been shattered. From this moment on, he would truly make these martial arts techniques his own. Lu Sheng clenched his fists, determined to make it happen. On this new path of his, he had just taken another massive step forward. Thinking of his family, his little sister, Qinghe, and his parents, Lu Sheng vowed to himself that he would never stop growing stronger, until he could seize everything he had ever wanted. The scene shifts to Lu Sheng's next training session inside his dream. A zombie with a mouthful of broken teeth lunges at him, but its attack completely misses the mark. Lu Sheng has now reached a level where a simple flick of his wrist is enough to send these low-level zombies flying hundreds of meters away. With just one punch, this zombie is face-planted on the ground, unable to even lift its head to fight back. Knocking it out, Lu Sheng can't help but sigh and grumble. It was just a zombie that used to be a martial artist in its past life. Even after turning into a walking corpse, it could still use martial arts techniques. The moment Lu Sheng takes it down, its memories instantly flood into his mind. According to this zombie's memories, base 1359, the very place Lu Sheng has been searching for, is right in front of him. He casts his gaze into the distance, searching for it. This base must have been wiped out by the black fog and that endless wave of beasts from before. Even the monsters he runs into around here are a bit strange. Well, speak to the devil, and he shall appear. The words had barely left his mouth when several beasts burst out, baring their pearly white teeth as they charged straight at Lu Sheng. But before they can even take a step, they get beaten so badly they can't even cry out. Once they are cleared out, his view opens up. As they collapse to the ground, base 1359 finally reveals itself right before Lu Sheng's eyes. He has finally found it. The ruins of a city that was once breathtakingly beautiful now lie completely devastated before him. The city is surrounded by a massive, incredibly solid wall. Lu Sheng slides down through a breach in the wall to make his way inside. Only when he stands at the bottom does he realize just how colossal the wall is. Standing next to it, Lu Sheng looks like a tiny ant beside a giant elephant. He can't help but marvel in awe. What an incredibly massive wall. But this is just the outer city. Where on earth is the actual base? He thinks to himself that even if some giant, bizarre monster crawled out right now, he probably wouldn't even be surprised. Lu Sheng keeps exploring. The deeper he goes, the more mind-boggling things he uncovers. The walls here are about 20 meters thick. It is hard to imagine what kind of devastating war could have breached a fortress of this scale. The more he ponders, the more baffling it gets. Whether in terms of martial arts or civilization, this world was light years ahead of his current one. And yet, a civilization this powerful was completely wiped out by the claws of those beasts. What does that mean for his own world's future? Suddenly, Lu Sheng notices a building with architecture that stands out from the rest. This has to be a military base or a command center. There is a massive, gaping hole in the middle of the building from some past attack. Peering closely inside, he spots someone sitting completely still in a corner, looking like a mummified corpse. Before Lu Sheng can take a closer look or even process what is happening, a mysterious surge of power blasts toward him, catching him completely off guard. Lu Sheng crashes to the ground, utterly bewildered. He has no idea what just hit him. Whoever that was, they just used a psychic shockwave to directly strike his spiritual energy. Just who on earth is this person to possess such terrifying power? Man, if he could somehow defeat this guy, the power-up would be absolutely insane. But to stay alive, he needs to keep his distance. He puts that daydream aside for now and focuses on his primary objective. First, he needs to scout the surrounding area. The area is crawled with mindless zombies wandering aimlessly. The city doesn't look all that threatening. These guys have the strength of a toddler. A simple nudge would knock them over. Lu Sheng walks down and treats each of them to a swift kick, sending them tumbling. When they were alive, they got bitten by zombies. Now that they are zombies, they can't bite anyone and just get kicked around by humans all day. Honestly, the ones suffering the most here are probably these mindless zombies who have absolutely no idea what is going on. Having dealt with them, Lu Sheng leaps onto a wall. Stepping into an apartment, he is surprised to find absolutely no trace of zombies. However, the place has been turned into a total trash heap. Looking around, Lu Sheng deduces that the apocalypse must have caught this family completely off guard right in the middle of dinner. The bowls and utensils are still sitting on the table, and there are no signs of forced entry on the windows. Lu Sheng wonders, when the black fog struck, did every single ordinary person get turned into a zombie with none left behind? Turning around, a circular device glowing with a soft blue light catches his eye. Intrigued, he places his hand on it to see if it still works. The moment he touches it, beams of light flicker to life, and a gorgeous, scantily clad girl appears before him. Lu Sheng stares wide-eyed, guessing that this must be a 3D holographic projection. Text begins to flash on the screen, and to his surprise, he recognizes the language. Wait, is this a trap? Lu Sheng panics a little, realizing the language used here is identical to his own world's. He wonders if this advanced technology simply has an automatic translation feature for its users. Right then, the machine begins its introduction. It is a high-tech product of Tianheng, an integrated artificial intelligence powered by the 16th generation optical brain named Yi. She is in charge of managing the server network for Base 1359. Lu Sheng marvels at the futuristic technology. He calls out her name, Yi, and requests the system to pull up the latest news from the past week. The device processes the command, scanning the data connection. Once connected, it displays a stream of critical information. Out of all the headlines, the one that catches Lu Sheng's eye is a mention of a level 10 martial artist in the year 11,024. He ponders, if the ranking system of this world is identical to his, then the peak of their martial arts must have reached levels beyond his wildest imagination. Suddenly, a recording of a colossal, terrifying dragon lunging forward flashes before his eyes. Even though it is just recorded footage, it sends a shiver of fear straight down Lu Sheng's spine. No matter how you look at it, the martial arts and technology of this world are utterly terrifying. They have advanced at a speed he can barely comprehend. And yet, whether it was level 10 martial arts or these towering solid walls, none of it could protect them from the dark shadow and claws of the invading beasts. Some even chose to abandon their home planet entirely, launching an interstellar expedition to search for a second habitable world. But up until the very day human civilization crumbled, not a single shred of hopeful news was ever left behind. Lu Sheng walked over to the seat and thought to himself that, sure enough, Earth still couldn't escape its tragic end. He felt sorry that such a powerful and magnificent civilization couldn't keep growing. Once he was comfortably seated, Lu Sheng asked Yi to show him the history of the world. Yi acknowledged the command and began retrieving the world's history. Within moments, Lu Sheng had all the information he wanted right in front of him. As he looked it over, he couldn't help but ponder how such a powerful world still couldn't escape its ultimate destruction. He wanted to study this world's history, hoping to learn from their mistakes and save his own world from a similar fate. The display began narrating the history of the world. In year 1 of the martial era, massive rifts tore open across the globe, unleashing countless alien beasts. In the 34th year of the martial era, the ancient nation of Gulong produced the world's first internal force martial artist, and the World Martial Alliance was founded that very same year. The more Lu Sheng heard, the more he broke into a cold sweat. Wasn't this exact database the history of the very world he was living in? Lu Sheng lowered his head, lost in thought. So, that's what was going on. Sharing the same language and martial arts ranking system was no coincidence. What he had just witnessed wasn't the downfall of some alien world, it was the future of his own world, 10,000 years from now. But then, a sudden realization hit him. He understood that his assumptions might not be entirely correct. They might not actually be the same world. It could easily be a bizarre coincidence, or perhaps a parallel universe. Lu Sheng quickly called out to Yi, asking if he could search the database for a specific person. The person he wanted to find was himself. Yi quickly brought up the search results. The screen displayed 36 matches for Lu Sheng. To his surprise, his name was actually in the database. But shocking as it was, the record stated that he only lived to the age of 28, remaining an ordinary civilian his entire life. His marital status listed him as single and unattached. As for his historical rating, there was absolutely nothing. Having finished searching for himself, Lu Sheng couldn't sit still. He remembered his sister and needed to check up on her too. He commanded Yi to search for a person named Lu Sheng. He born in March of the year 299. To his surprise, Yi lacked the clearance to access Qinghe's profile. A system notification popped up, stating that guest users were not authorized to query this martial artist's records. The system requested a genetic blood sample to register a user. Lu Sheng stared blankly at his hand. How on earth was he supposed to provide a blood sample in a dream? Surely there had to be a syringe or some kind of device in that strange machine, right? Before he could figure it out, Yi quietly leaned in close. She shut her eyes tight and gently bit down on his finger. The sensation was incredibly vivid, and being touched like that by such a pretty girl made Lu Sheng's face turn bright red. After a brief moment of effort from Yi, the necessary drops of blood welled up on Lu Sheng's finger. The system announced that the blood collection was complete and the analysis was underway. Even though it was over, Lu Sheng still couldn't shake off the embarrassment from a moment ago. He thought to himself that future tech was truly mind-blowing. Even if she was just an AI hologram, why did it feel so incredibly real? Suddenly, Yi's holographic form flickered, and her expression completely changed. The data screens floating in front of him flashed from cool blue to a warning red. A system alert blared. Human genetic sample detected. Tinder project officially initiated. Connecting to Tinder library resource number 1359. Once the connection succeeded, Lu Sheng's clearance level was unlocked. He couldn't help but wonder what exactly this Tinder project was. Could it be some desperate plan to escape Earth and search for a new home? The screen suddenly updated with his personal profile, but the details were vastly different from the ones he had seen earlier. Now, a complete record of his life was fully laid out. Lu Sheng suddenly realized that his future had already begun to shift. The profile was no longer empty. It now listed his future martial strength as a level 4 martial artist, and his user clearance had risen to level 2. His life accomplishments had also expanded significantly. He had graduated as the valedictorian of Baihe High School, ranking 23rd in the entire city. Following that, he received early admission to the prestigious Baihe Martial Arts University. After graduating, he joined the military and went on to serve in the Tianan military region. Yet, one tragic detail remained mostly the same. He still met an early grave. The only difference was that this time he died at the age of 37, still completely single. What caught his eye was his historical evaluation, which had jumped from 0 to 2 stars. Lu Sheng was stunned. Could his future actually rewrite itself as he grew stronger in the present? Still unable to believe his eyes, he double-checked the data provided by the AI. But the database was absolute. Even his life path before the age of 18 perfectly matched his reality. It had even recorded his sudden surge in strength right before the college entrance exam. Yet, in the grand scheme of this bleak history, his minor personal shock was barely a ripple. In the vast database of human existence, his achievements were nothing special. Lu Sheng let out a wry smile. After all, across more than 10,000 years of history, countless geniuses had come and gone. Only a tiny fraction of them ever managed to leave a lasting mark. Even so, he noticed some discrepancies in the records. The profile stated that his blood chi value for the college entrance exam was 2.012, and his combat strength index was 257. Sure, if he excluded his dream training space and relied solely on normal training, physical workouts, breathing techniques, and current resources, it would indeed take him over 200 days to hit those numbers. But with his cultivation and progress inside the dream world factored in, his actual results should be way higher than that. Just thinking about ranking 23rd in the city was unacceptable, let alone not even making it onto the national leaderboard. He refused to let this stand. He was going to make sure everyone knew his name. A fierce resolve burned in Lu Sheng's eyes. His future was absolutely not going to end like this. If he kept getting stronger, he could rewrite his fate. Human civilization couldn't be allowed to just slide into complete annihilation. Lu Sheng clenched his fists, determined to rewrite history and turn the tide. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Lu Sheng's mother was setting the table, preparing breakfast for her kids. Seeing him still lounging around in his pajamas, she asked in confusion, "Xiao Sheng, why haven't you changed yet? Don't you have school today?" Unwrapping the bun in his hand, Lu Sheng said, "The teacher gave me permission to self-study at home from now on, so I don't have to go to class anymore." Both his mom and Qinghe found this a bit bizarre, especially Qinghe. Since they went to the same school, she had never heard of anyone having the option to self-study at home before. Her older brother was definitely getting harder and harder to read. By this time, Lu Sheng had eaten his fill, so he stood up to leave. "Mom, I'm going back to my room to practice now." Seeing her son working so hard lately, his mother was absolutely thrilled by the change. She even urged him to get back to his room and practice right away. "Go on, keep up that fire, Qing." He frowned, staring at Lu Sheng's back as he walked away. Lately, she also felt like he was changing more and more. He no longer looked like the clueless guy he used to be. Instead, he was becoming increasingly quiet and mysterious. Just as Lu Sheng got back to his room, the phone on the desk started ringing. It wasn't hard to guess who it was at this hour. It had to be Mr. Zhang. Lu Sheng picked up, and sure enough, he was right. His teacher was calling to let him know that his scholarship was ready, and he could come to school this afternoon to pick it up. Lu Sheng politely thanked him. The teacher didn't forget to bring up his attendance today, asking, "By the way, why didn't you show up to school today? Weren't we supposed to discuss your schedule?" Before the teacher could even finish, Lu Sheng cut him off, saying he was running out of time and couldn't afford to waste another second. It wasn't easy to explain everything to his teacher right now, so he told him they could get in touch later if anything came up, then hung up immediately. Lu Sheng realized he no longer had the luxury to worry about being too outstanding or making others jealous. He had to train hard and unleash his potential to blow everyone away. To get more resources, he had to prove just how incredibly talented he was. Lu Sheng imagined himself standing at the foot of a mountain. He had to reach the summit as fast as possible, and then find a way to change that future. The scene shifts to Lu Sheng's dream, where he was commanding Alice to access his clearance level, then search for all cultivation methods, insights, and records related to martial arts. Receiving the command, Alice immediately went to work, searching for the information for Lu Sheng as fast as she could. Once the search was complete, it pulled up a total of 465,715 results. Facing such a massive wall of information, Lu Sheng felt completely overwhelmed. He then asked Alice to filter for the techniques best suited for level 1 practitioners, while pulling out only the most valuable content. Alice ran the filter again. Restricting the search to level 1 practitioners as requested narrowed it down to 34,521 results. After sorting and selecting the most compatible results, she finally narrowed it down to just 3. These were the absolute best techniques from the past 10,000 years. First was the stellar body refining technique, created by Wang He, the strongest level 10 warrior of the Martial Alliance, which was included in the Fireseed project. Next was the natural breathing method, created by Yang Yidan, the strongest level 11 warrior of the Martial Alliance, also part of the project. And finally, the crystal visualization method, created by Duan Yifeng, the strongest level 11 warrior of the Martial Alliance. Lu Sheng was stunned to realize that the creators of these techniques were all at level 11. Right now, the strongest person in the world hadn't even surpassed level 9, so having things from level 11 here was just mind-blowing. Even though these were just introductory versions, their value was beyond words, especially since they were all included in the Fireseed project. It seemed the powerhouses of the Martial Alliance had long foreseen this fate, but knowing they weren't strong enough, they could only pass down the essence of their life's work, hoping future generations would keep the Fireseed project alive. But unfortunately, they could have never guessed that the person who would inherit this Fireseed wouldn't be their descendant, but Lu Sheng. Putting that aside, his main goal in coming here was to train. He started with the stellar body refining technique, turning his body into a miniature universe. Clenching one hand into a fist, Lu Sheng placed the other against his chest. The first movement: clear the mind, discard thoughts, and keep the spirit locked within. This process of refining blood, strengthening the body, and condensing the mind would reach every single cell. Every single cell would become a planet of invincible power, and the blood flowing in his veins would turn into galaxies, transforming his body's interior into a vast star domain. When a martial artist trains their body to the peak, their physical density, strength, and defense reach unimaginable heights. Their blood and chi become as powerful as stars and as vast as galaxies. After a session of intense practice, Lu Sheng was dripping with sweat. He thought back to the exercises he used to do. If his old body refining technique had an effectiveness of 1, then the stellar body refining technique easily had an effectiveness of 1,000, or maybe even higher. Even though when he first started, it felt no different from regular morning exercises. If that was the case, he had to quickly move on to the next one, the natural breathing method. Lu Sheng closed his eyes and tried it for the first time. He took a deep breath, and thousands of flames seemed to flare up around him. When he finished, Lu Sheng felt as if countless fires were burning inside his body, with a steady warmth spreading from within. And this was just the first breathing pattern. There were many more powerful ones with different attributes ahead. Next up was the crystal visualization method, a technique designed to calm the mind and strengthen the will. This involved the most mysterious form of energy in martial arts cultivation. Lu Sheng sat down and crossed his legs to give it a try. This technique was likely used for mental energy cultivation. A soft blue light began to emanate around him, wrapping around his body. In an instant, Lu Sheng slipped into his own private space. This was likely his mental world. Inside, he saw another version of himself, wearing only a pair of pants, sitting curled up with his eyes tightly shut. Mental willpower was incredibly crucial in martial arts. A martial artist needed an unwavering mind, free of stray thoughts. Whether it was combat power or cultivation speed, they would far surpass those with weak wills and too many desires. But after looking around and examining everything for a long time, Lu Sheng still had no idea how to actually practice this. In the end, he let out a frustrated sigh, stared at his motionless crystal figure, and decided to give up. It looked like he'd just have to take his time and practice it slowly later. With today's training session over, Lu Sheng gradually opened his eyes. As soon as he woke up, he was panting heavily from sheer exhaustion. Even though the training took place in a dream, the intense fatigue clinging to him felt incredibly real, not like a dream at all. Suddenly, a foul, stinky smell hit his nose. Lu Sheng looked down at his arms and saw they were covered in thick, disgusting grime. If some pretty girl happened to walk into his room right now, he would absolutely die of embarrassment. He held his hands out as if admiring the results of his recent training, thinking this grime must be the impurities sweat out from his body. Sure enough, the training in his dreams directly affected his physical body in the real world. This was honestly beyond his wildest imagination. But first, he desperately needed a shower. Who would have thought that the stellar body refining art and the natural breathing method could actually purge the deep impurities from his body? Lu Sheng walked over to the table, picked up a bottle, and smiled. His cultivation was progressing rapidly. Once he collected his scholarship money tomorrow, he could push his training even further. The bottle in his hand contained a rare, priceless formula from 10,000 years in the future. This potion wouldn't just boost the user's strength, it had the power to completely reshape the pharmaceutical landscape of the entire world. The mere thought of it made him smirk. Cut to Baihe Academy, where Lu Sheng had arrived to collect his scholarship money. He might not be this enthusiastic about attending class, but when it comes to free money, the guy is faster than lightning. Teacher Zheng Zhengguo couldn't help but grumble when Lu Sheng suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Next time, the least you could do is give me a heads up. Lu Sheng politely replied with a respectful smile. I understand, sir. Sorry to trouble you, Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang let it slide and told him he could go if he had things to do, but he warned Lu Sheng that he had to show up at school at least once a week instead of disappearing and causing him mini heart attacks. Lu Sheng nodded as obediently as a puppy and immediately made his exit. Watching Lu Sheng walk away, Teacher Zhang couldn't help but feel that even though it had only been 2 days, the boy had become a complete mystery. There was an elusive aura around him that made it impossible to read his mind. On his way home, Lu Sheng knew he had to quickly resolve his low blood qi problem. Now that he had cash in hand along with a futuristic formula, brewing the tonic himself was definitely the best way to go. Lu Sheng recalled the formulas he had retrieved from the Tinder resource database. For his current stage in this era, the most suitable options were the qi-vitalizing blood decoction and the marrow-nourishing pill. But reality was harsh. No matter how simple the formula was, it still required professional equipment. Even a slight variation in temperature or dosage could lead to a completely different result. What he needed was a professional prep lab, but setting one up himself was out of the question. His current budget was nowhere near enough to cover that kind of expense. Looking up at the pharmacy ahead, Lu Sheng thought that since he couldn't build his own lab, maybe he could rent a pharmacy's equipment instead. But reality hit hard. The pharmacy owner flatly rejected him. Are you out of your mind? Our prep room is the heart of this pharmacy. You're probably trying to steal our secret formulas, aren't you? I'm not that stupid. Get lost. With that, he slammed the door shut, telling Lu Sheng to beat it. That was the 7th pharmacy to kick him out. Clearly, this approach wasn't working at all. Lu Sheng looked down at his backpack. He had already bought all the herbs for the qi-vitalizing blood decoction, even stocking up on some extra ingredients. He looked at the bank card in his hand. Instead of the 30,000 yuan Teacher Zhang had mentioned, it actually had 80,000 yuan in it. He figured his teacher thought 30,000 was too stingy and quietly added some of his own money. Lost in thought, Lu Sheng kept walking until he somehow ended up in a completely deserted, rundown alley. Just as he was considering buying some cheap equipment online to experiment at home, another pharmacy caught his eye. Despite living in this city for 18 years, he never knew a pharmacy existed in a sketchy, abandoned area like this. Lu Sheng pushed the door open and walked in, but the guy running the place barely spared him a glance, completely engrossed in his music. Customers could come and go for all he cared. The blonde clerk, who had 3 stripes shaved into his hair, just casually told Lu Sheng to grab whatever he needed and bring it over to the counter to pay. Lu Sheng tried to explain that he wasn't there to buy medicine, but before he could even finish, the clerk just ignored him and repeated his careless routine. And don't even think about stealing. I've got high-definition security cameras watching your every move. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes, staring at this absolute clown. In all the pharmacies he had visited, no matter how bad the service was, the staff would at least politely ask what he was looking for. But this guy was on a whole nother level, acting like he couldn't care less about running a business, which was starting to get on Lu Sheng's nerves. The clerk was still glued to his screen, drooling over girls dancing on TikTok with a goofy grin, completely unaware that the customer in front of him was about to teach him a lesson he'd never forget. Fed up with his attitude, Lu Sheng slammed his hand down over the screen, cutting off the blonde guy's drooling session. The clerk jumped up, furious, snapping, "You want to die, kid?" But before he could act tough for even a second, Lu Sheng leaned forward, releasing a cold pressure that instantly shut him up. Not unless you want to eat baby food through a straw for the rest of your life. Cold sweat began to bead on the clerk's face as survival instincts kicked in, and he nervously asked what Lu Sheng was looking for. Keeping his intimidating posture, Lu Sheng slammed his hand on the counter. "I'm here to ask you a simple question. Does this place have a preparation lab?" Though pale with fear, the clerk tried to save face, stammering, And what if we do? What if we don't?" Instantly, Lu Sheng's demeanor did a complete 180-degree turn. He flashed a friendly smile and said, "If you do, then I'd like to do some business with you." The guy quickly gave in and led Lu Sheng toward the back of the shop. But right before opening the prep room door, he blocked the entrance to make one thing absolutely clear. "You only get 3 hours max," he warned. Before he could mention his next condition, Lu Sheng smoothly pulled out his bank card and cut him off. "You want payment up front, right?" The moment the blonde clerk saw the card, his eyes lit up with greed. "Please, go right in. Make yourself at home." He practically bowed, treating Lu Sheng like royalty. Once inside, Lu Sheng put on his gloves and donned a professional lab coat, ready to begin his very first brewing session. This was his first time actually refining medicine. He took a deep breath and began with the first step, preparing the raw ingredients. Lu Sheng held a mutated green lizard in his hand. The first step was to skin the scales off this lizard while it was still alive. Then pour in the neutralizer to brew the potion at a 35% concentration while keeping the temperature stable. Next, he had to condense the moonstone by using a laser to adjust the visible light radiation. The ingredients were split into two forms, fluid and liquid. After collecting them, they were cooled down. Finally, he cut 30 grams of petrified Chinese tune root and some extremely hard mutated root. But he also had to control the dosage carefully. Once the ingredients were processed and conditioned, they were mixed in a specific order based on their chemical ratios and reaction sequences to adjust their medicinal properties. After all those steps, he finally obtained the spirit-refining, blood-strengthening decoction. Lu Sheng held up a liquid that shimmered like a galaxy-pink nebula. This was his masterpiece. He actually did it. He never expected to succeed on his very first try. This was a legendary tonic from 1,000 years in the future. But whether it was truly a success or not, he'd only know after testing it. Lu Sheng downed the entire concoction he had just created in one big gulp. Right after drinking it, he didn't feel anything. Nor was there any special taste. Lu Sheng began to doubt if his experiment had failed, but just as the thought crossed his mind, a sudden change tore through his body. Lu Sheng collapsed onto the floor, letting out a sharp scream before falling completely limp, utterly exhausted. He had no idea the medicinal power would be this intense. In an instant, it completely replenished the deficit in his qi and blood caused by rushing his level-ups for so long, and there was even plenty to spare. Lu Sheng thought to himself that having such incredible results without causing any harm to his body was truly mind-blowing. And that wasn't all. This blood-strengthening tonic was so potent it even had skin-beautifying benefits, like boosting elasticity and tightening pores. This was clearly the crystallization of 10,000 years of martial arts wisdom. While he was still basking in the euphoria of his success, a sudden, frantic knocking sounded at the door. Lu Sheng went to open it, grumbling at the blonde guy. "It's not even time yet. Why the hell are you banging on the door?" The blonde guy, his face pale with panic, cried out, "No time to explain. You need to get out of here right now. Go through the back door. Our boss is back." Outside at this moment, a gorgeous, wealthy, and incredibly stylish woman was casually walking into the shop. That blonde guy had definitely brought a heap of trouble on himself this time. The woman carried in a case of test tubes filled with all kinds of colorful liquids: blue, red, purple, yellow, pink, orange, gray, and white. She picked up a blue tube to test it out, but after taking a sip, her face fell in sheer disappointment. "No, this is completely useless. The chemical reaction is way too weak. It doesn't bring out any of the medicinal properties at all." She felt utterly helpless. These days, martial arts were advancing at a breakneck pace, and the pharmaceutical industry was rapidly evolving alongside it. Every single day, superior new formulas were being developed while the old ones were tossed aside. This young lady belonged to the prestigious He family. Unfortunately, the He family was on the decline because of their stubborn, conservative ways, clinging to outdated methods and refusing to adopt modern ideas. The formulas used at their pharmacy, Heng Thien Duong, were centuries old and completely lacked any competitive edge in today's market. If they couldn't find a breakthrough formula soon, the entire business her father had personally entrusted to her would end up completely ruined. The more Miss He thought about it, the more frustrated she became, gritting her teeth in despair. Since she didn't have the skills to conduct the research herself, her only option was to partner with an experienced alchemist. She absolutely had to get her hands on the new formula developed by old Mr. Zhang next door. Whether the He family could turn things around depended entirely on this deal. Just as Miss He stepped inside, the blonde guy finally managed to usher Lu Sheng out of the building. He rushed over to greet his boss, trying to act natural. "Oh, Miss He, weren't you supposed to head over to the neighboring market today?" Miss He completely ignored him, marching straight into the preparation lab with a frustrated scowl. Even though the blonde guy was sweating bullets, his heart was practically melting just looking at her. He was hopelessly head over heels. In his eyes, Miss He was always a vision of elegance and grace, with a flawless beauty that was beyond compare. She would forever be his goddess, so much so that he was already fantasizing about getting married and starting a family with her. Just as his daydreams were reaching their peak, a sharp shout snapped him right back to reality. "Ma Fei, did you sneak someone into my lab?" Still half lost in his daze, he blurted out that even when she was angry, she looked breathtaking. This only made Miss He's blood boil even more. Ma Fei tried to stammer out an excuse, but Miss He had absolutely no time to bicker with him. Pinching the bridge of her nose, she dismissed him on the spot. "Forget it. Don't bother coming in tomorrow. You're fired." Miss He stood in the lab, practically vibrating with rage. She threw the lab coat Lu Sheng had just worn straight into the trash, muttering curses under her breath as she began to clean up the mess. Every single test tube had to be re-washed and then meticulously sterilized all over again. But as she cleaned, she noticed the container that had held the mutated green lizard. Her eyes widened. They actually used activating gas to prep a green lizard? Whoever did this definitely knew what they were doing. This isn't cheap. Still, she shook her head, thinking she was probably just overanalyzing. Whoever it was likely just trying to concoct some basic medicine on their own. After all, developing medicine required a profound understanding of pharmacology. To her, someone who didn't even have their own lab was probably just some daydreamer hoping to strike it rich overnight. Then again, she couldn't really judge. Here she was, clinging to desperate, futile hopes of her own. Once she finished cleaning the table, she looked down and spotted a shattered test tube on the floor. Sighing in frustration, she couldn't help but complain. Sneaking into someone else's lab and messing with their equipment is bad enough, but did they really have to break my stuff too? But as she knelt to sweep up the shards, she suddenly froze. Something wasn't right. The residue of the liquid, and that distinct aroma. Could it be moonstone and petrified Chinese tune root? It was her very first time seeing these two ingredients combined. She dabbed her finger into a drop of the spilled liquid and tasted it. Instantly, her eyes went wide. The reaction was absolutely mind-blowing. Meanwhile, Ma Fei was dragging his suitcase down the street, heartbroken after being fired by his goddess. He sighed deeply, cursing his luck. "That jerk completely ruined me. If I had known, I would never have agreed to let him in just for some pocket change." He never imagined his connection with his goddess would end so abruptly over this. Looking back at the pharmacy with pure regret, Ma Fei looked up at the sky and pleaded, "Please, God, just let me lay eyes on my goddess one last time. Even just once. Speak of the devil," and she appeared. To his absolute shock, Ma Fei saw Miss He running frantically toward him, desperately waving her hand to grab his attention. Ma Fei, don't go, wait up." Hearing his goddess call his name, tears of pure joy welled up in Ma Fei's eyes. He threw his suitcase aside and ran back toward her as fast as his legs could carry him. "I knew you had feelings for me. I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay right by your side. You are my forever home." Ma Fei spread his arms wide, ready to jump in and hug his beloved, but out of nowhere, Lady He grabbed him by his collar and screamed in pure rage. "Who on earth was just in my lab? I need to see them right now, Lady." He shook Ma Fei so violently that his soul almost left his body. Lady He made a deal with him. If he could track down Lu Sheng, he could keep his job, and she'd even double his usual pay. Gasping for air, Ma Fei managed to choke out that he had Lu Sheng's contact info. Hearing this, Lady He felt like she'd struck gold. She snatched his phone and ruthlessly tossed him into a corner. Only heaven knew how desperately she needed to find Lu Sheng. The formula he had just created was 10 times more effective at replenishing blood than the products currently selling for 100,000 yuan on the market. On top of that, after testing it, she realized it also had beautifying, skin whitening, and muscle-building effects. The main ingredients were just common, everyday materials. The production cost was under 5,000 yuan. This might literally be a revolutionary new drug for the entire world. She picked up her phone and dialed Lu Sheng. Finally, she was about to get in touch with the person she'd been desperately searching for. This was the golden opportunity for the He family. Lu Sheng was currently practicing diligently after replenishing his energy. Truly, the stellar body refining art lives up to its reputation as a level 10 or 11 cultivation technique from 10,000 years in the future. It's hard to believe what a massive breakthrough it is for the potential of the human body. If he keeps this up, his body might actually generate a miniature star. Not only that, the natural breathing method is also miraculous, possessing an incredibly powerful effect. Without combining it with this breathing technique, the body refining art wouldn't have been nearly as effective. His blood chi had increased significantly, and the effects of the spiritual blood-strengthening decoction were also proving to be exceptional. Just now, he managed to brew 12 vials. With his current physique, drinking 2 vials a day is enough, which means 6 days from now, he'll have to find a way to brew some more. His phone kept ringing. It was his ringtone. Tien Li Oi, can you stay here? By the national husband Jack 5 million. Lu Sheng walked over, picked up the phone, and hit answer. The moment the call connected, Lady He rushed to speak as if terrified he would hang up on her immediately. Hello, Grandmaster. I'm so sorry to disturb you. I'm He Susu, the manager of Hang Thien Hall. I've seen the medicine you left behind. It's truly a revolutionary product for a new era. He Susu then proposed a partnership with Lu Sheng. He agreed immediately but scheduled the meeting for 1 week later, then hung up right after, leaving the girl completely stunned, her face frozen. Talk about a major buzzkill. He Susu was dying to meet this mysterious person, but he was still acting incredibly aloof with her. Suddenly remembering something, she shook Ma Fi awake and demanded he go find Lu Sheng right away. Starting right now, you are in charge of tracking down the Grandmaster for me, as fast as possible. If you find that Grandmaster before 6 days are up, you'll get a bonus of 10,000 yuan for every day early. Do the math. Hearing this generous bonus, Ma Fi's spirits instantly skyrocketed. Boss, you better keep your word on that. But remembering Lu Sheng's appearance, Ma Fi asked He Susu if she was making some kind of mistake. The guy who came to borrow his lab looked like he was only in his teens. Judging by his looks, he was probably just a student, which suddenly threw He Susu into confusion. She imagined a smart-looking, bespectacled male student sitting and studying medicinal herbs to produce high-quality medicine. He Susu was starting to doubt humanity itself. If Lu Sheng was indeed just a student and had already brewed that kind of medicine, then what kind of godlike genius was he? Meanwhile, Lu Sheng continued to train diligently every single day. His routine of fighting zombies in his dreams repeated. Every day, another zombie would get knocked out by Lu Sheng with a swift blow to the chin, an excruciating pain that defied description. But that wasn't Lu Sheng's main target today. His goal today was that giant, colossal zombie over there. Comparing their sizes, when Lu Sheng stood next to this zombie, he barely reached its knees. But he wanted to see if a level 1 martial artist like himself could go toe-to-toe with a level 4 martial artist zombie like that. Before he could even make a move, the zombie rushed him and delivered a loving punch, leaving Lu Sheng slightly injured. This zombie was incredibly strong. Its power was at least double Lu Sheng's. The zombie rushed in again to attack. But this time, Lu Sheng easily dodged the blow and turned the tables to show it what real pain felt like. Before anyone knew it, Lu Sheng had slipped behind its back and delivered a heavy kick to its spine, making it squeal like a stuck pig. Attacked from behind, the zombie whipped its head around, intending to glare at Lu Sheng, but the boy was much faster. He raised his leg high and brought it down with full force on its head, knocking it out cold instantly. He had finally taken it down. He thought it would be an easy fight, and indeed it was. When it was alive, this zombie was a soldier who had died on the battlefield. Since zombies like this weren't monsters, Lu Sheng could easily absorb their experience. They were simply deceased humans. As with his daily routine, the zombie's memories of when it was alive began to flood into Lu Sheng's mind. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, absorbing the zombie's memories and strength like a machine. With the fight over, the absorption was complete. Only then did Lu Sheng realize this zombie had actually been a level 5 martial artist. No wonder that punch earlier had nearly beaten the life out of him. In hindsight, if it hadn't been missing an arm, lacked a brain, and only fought using the residual muscle memory left in its body, Lu Sheng obviously wouldn't have stood a chance against it. He had been practicing the stellar body refining art, the natural breathing method, and the crystal visualization method for almost 1 week now. Along with the rapid increase in his blood chi from the spiritual blood-strengthening decoction, absorbing these memories had also allowed him to achieve complete mastery of fist techniques. If he could combine the secret art and the stellar body refining art with his breathing technique, his strength could explode up to 10 times, or even 100 times its normal limit. At this moment, other zombies caught the scent of a living human and began creeping closer, completely unaware that their doom was right before them. Truly a bunch of brainless fools, they just lunged right at Lu Sheng. Meanwhile, he was channeling his newly gained energy, preparing to release it and teach this crowd a lesson they'll never forget. With just one punch slammed into the ground, Lu Sheng made all the nearby zombies wail in agony. He'd warned them not to get close, but since none of them listened, they had to suffer the consequences. And just like that, it was back to his daily life. Today, Lu Sheng headed back to the martial arts hall to see if his recent dreams had helped him make any progress. As soon as he walked in, the receptionist recognized him right away. Resting her chin on her hand, she playfully teased, "Hey there, kiddo. What brings you back so soon? Is it because of the upcoming exams? You know, blood vitality isn't something you can just boost overnight." Yeah, thanks, Captain Obvious." Lu Sheng knew this better than anyone, but that only applied to ordinary people. Definitely not him. Scratching his head, Lu Sheng politely replied, "Haha, true. I just wanted to see if I've made any quick progress." Seeing how handsome he was, the receptionist beamed with joy, thinking to herself that she had already run into this good-looking kid, Lu Sheng, twice just this month. Normal people would wait at least half a month, or even half a year, to get tested. No matter how much schools cared about their students' performance, they only did monthly exams anyway. Haha, room 208 is empty right now. Go on in. Good luck. Walking into the room, Lu Sheng muttered to himself, "If my strength wasn't skyrocketing like crazy, there's no way I'd want to come here for testing this often." First, a blood test. To his surprise, his score reached 1.56. Even Lu Sheng was shocked. He didn't expect his score to jump so high, easily surpassing the standard for a level 2 martial artist. Lu Sheng smiled to himself, thinking it made perfect sense. Combining ultimate martial arts from 10,000 years in the future with advanced nutrients from the future world, it would be weirder if his strength didn't shoot up. After finishing the blood test, he moved on to the combat power test to see his progress. Lu Sheng rolled up his sleeves, gearing up to deliver a brutal punch straight to that poor test robot's face. He threw a punch right at the robot's head, looking like the gym would have to buy a new one soon. The screen flashed a score of 3,137. This number was insane, easily tripling the standard requirement. Even Lu Sheng was taken aback by his own raw power. This could be due to his fist technique. But that wasn't all. Because if that were the case, his peak combat power would be completely off the charts. Lu Sheng decided to give it another shot to see if he could do even better. This time, he went all out, and the results were bound to be absolutely terrifying. Once he was done, he walked out to head home. Spotting him, the receptionist quickly struck up a conversation. After all, he was such a hottie. If she missed this chance to chat, she'd definitely lose sleep tonight over it. "All done with your tests, handsome? You look like you got some pretty satisfying results, huh?" Lu Sheng smiled back. "Yeah, very satisfying." They then bid each other farewell. Her smile was so radiant that even the sun paled in comparison. As Lu Sheng walked away, the receptionist giggled, thinking that while he always tried to act all cool, his smile was absolutely gorgeous. Little did she know, her entire lovesick display had been caught by a pair of siblings nearby. This pink-haired girl was Ni Shuang, the eldest daughter of the Hongchuan Martial Arts Academy's master. Following Ni Shuang was her younger brother, Ni Yang. Ni Shuang teased the receptionist, saying, "I just brought this kid back from his medicinal bath, and what do I see? You totally swooning over some guy." Caught red-handed, the receptionist quickly tried to deny it. She hastily said, "Oh, come on. He's just a regular high school student, and I definitely don't swoon over boys. But I have to admit, Lu Sheng really is quite the charmer." Hearing the two women gushing over a handsome guy, her younger brother behind her shook his head in disappointment. Being handsome doesn't do anything. It's not like you can put good looks on a plate and eat it. In this society, martial arts is everything. The boy even showed clear contempt for Lu Sheng. He added that just by looking at Lu Sheng, it was obvious he came from an ordinary family. No matter how many tests he took, it was all completely pointless. Ni Shuang glanced over at Ni Yang. Ever since he was a kid, this little brat had been nourished with all kinds of rare medicinal herbs. Even though he hadn't officially started his cultivation yet, his blood vitality was already twice that of an average person. On top of that, he was currently practicing various martial arts, constantly widening the gap between himself and his peers. With a background like that, it wasn't hard to see why he was so incredibly arrogant. Getting annoyed by her brother's attitude, Ni Shuang gave him a quick smack on the head and scolded, "Hey, stop comparing yourself to kids from ordinary families like that." Then, with a serious face, she warned little Yang, "With better resources, you should be working even harder, not walking around all day acting arrogant over such minor achievements." With a swollen bump on his head from Ni Shuang's hit, the pink-haired kid could only sit down and sniffle, not daring to talk back to his big sister. But while still wiping away his tears, his competitive side suddenly kicked in. He quickly put on a bright smile, grabbed Ni Shuang's arm, and begged, "Hee, sis, can I ask you for a favor? I want to see the test results of that guy who just left." When Ni Shuang wondered why her brother wanted to see Lu Sheng's results, the kid explained that Lu Sheng looked a few years older than him. Since he was likely just a student too, Ni Yang wanted to see if his own hard training actually put him ahead of others his age. Unable to resist her brother's begging, Ni Shuang gave in. But before opening the file, she reminded the kid that Lu Sheng was just an ordinary guy. She warned him not to get too full of himself. The receptionist then handed over the tablet, mentioning that since only one person had come in for testing today, they could easily view it right from her screen. Ni Shuang took the tablet and read Lu Sheng's name aloud. He was indeed a student, but her expression instantly froze. Once all three of them saw Lu Sheng's scores, their faces went pale with shock. Especially the arrogant little brat from earlier. He was so utterly stunned that his legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the floor. Is this machine broken? The receptionist quickly assured them that a broken machine was impossible at this academy, as they were serviced regularly. In fact, it had just been calibrated yesterday, so there was absolutely no way there was a mistake. Ni Shuang's face grew incredibly tense. If that was the case, then Lu Sheng's score was absolutely real. She immediately shouted, "Xiao Ling, do you have his address or phone number?" Unfortunately, because Lu Sheng wasn't a registered member, they didn't have his contact info. He only came to the academy occasionally to test his abilities. The receptionist hurried to search, guessing that Lu Sheng must live nearby. Ni Shuang quickly ordered her to contact any staff members who were free to gather information on all students living in the area. They absolutely had to find Lu Sheng's whereabouts as fast as possible. Staring at the tablet screen once more, Ni Shuang muttered, "Lu Sheng, I will definitely find you." Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was already sitting comfortably in a taxi heading somewhere else. Before he got out, even the driver seemed to have taken a real liking to him. He gave me a thumbs up and laughed. "Haha, talking to you has been a real pleasure, kid. Next time we meet, I'm definitely introducing you to my daughter." Lu Sheng got out of the car, shaking his head with a sigh. Man, that uncle was way too enthusiastic. If I'd known, I would have just told him from the start that I was heading to the association for the Rank 2 martial artist assessment. If I did that, he'd probably think I was completely out of my mind and stop talking to me altogether. He arrived at the entrance of a building and was just about to walk in when someone rushed out, sounding like they were on the verge of tears. "This is impossible! My combat power at home was clearly over 150. How could this happen?" The guy stood there at the entrance like he'd been cursed, before suddenly dropping to his knees and raising his hands to the sky in despair. Bystanders watching the scene began to whisper, "Well, the association's equipment is official. Of course, it's way more accurate than those cheap machines outside. He probably got hyped up too much by everyone at home, so coming here was a reality check. He just can't face the truth." Hearing that the testing equipment here was highly accurate, Lu Sheng felt a surge of excitement. Finally, he had found a place where he could accurately measure his true strength. Lu Sheng walked into the lobby and approached the front desk. "Excuse me, could you tell me how to get to the martial artist assessment room?" Without even glancing up at him, the receptionist kept her eyes glued to her paperwork, signing page after page, before sliding a form over to Lu Sheng. She told him to fill it out first, then head to room 203 for the assessment. Lu Sheng did as he was told, but when he reached the room and pushed the door open, he was stunned by the sight. There were easily hundreds of people already waiting inside. This line was insanely long, no joke. He had thought he was one of the few, but it turned out everyone was rushing to get tested. Lu Sheng sighed and walked in, feeling a bit demoralized. He really didn't have any time to waste, and coming here was already eating up too much of his day. He honestly didn't know what to do at this point. As he was wallowing in his frustration, he overheard two guys nearby gossiping about a beautiful girl who was also waiting in the room. Lu Sheng glanced over and saw that she was indeed extremely young, but her skills were clearly nothing to sneeze at. She looked like a real powerhouse. Looking around, Lu Sheng noticed most of the people in line were around 15 years old. He had thought he was on the younger side, but surprisingly, that girl looked even younger than him. Out of nowhere, a massive, towering giant of a man walked in, drawing everyone's eyes instantly. "Out of the way, excuse me." Up at the testing station, it was currently a young man's turn. He was brimming with confidence, determined to get the best result to show off in front of his girlfriend. His girlfriend was standing right beside him, cheering him on with absolute enthusiasm. But just as they were lost in their own little world, the giant from earlier shoved them aside with a single finger, leaving them completely bewildered. The guy turned around to see who had shoved him, and when he saw the absolute unit of a man standing there, his eyes nearly popped out of his skull in shock. He wasn't the only one. Everyone nearby gasped in awe at the sheer amount of muscle packed onto the giant's frame. Seeing how arrogant the guy was being, the girlfriend lost her temper. She marched right up to demand justice for her boyfriend. "Hey, who do you think you are? Don't you know how to wait your turn? Get in line like everyone else." The giant gave her a bored look, not even bothering to reply. Her boyfriend behind her was too slow to stop her, knowing full well he stood absolutely no chance against this monster of a man. He figured it was better to just swallow his pride and stay safe. But his girlfriend couldn't let it go and yelled, "Don't think just because you're big, you can break the rules." Right in the middle of her rant, the staff member stepped in and coldly declared that yes, actually, he could. He had just laid eyes on the giant's registration sheet. He gets priority testing because he is a rank 3 martial artist. Hearing this, the girlfriend froze in terror, while her boyfriend was so scared he looked ready to cough up blood. A rank 3 martial artist assessment was an incredibly rare event. In the entire city of Baihe, barely more than 10 people had ever reached this level. Lu Sheng thought to himself, in the world of martial arts, might makes right. It's only natural that the strong get special privileges. The giant then stepped up to the testing platform. Still feeling bitter on her boyfriend's behalf, the girl muttered under her breath, so what if he's a rank 3 martial artist? Big deal. It's not like just showing up makes you a rank 3. What's he acting so smug about? But the moment the results flashed, she was struck dumb once again. The giant's blood chi value had reached a staggering 107. The testing officer was sweating bullets as he logged the data, but maintaining his professional composure, he announced, moving on to the second phase of the test. This second phase was far more brutal and violent than the first. The sheer shockwave from his single punch was powerful enough to knock nearly everyone in the room flat on their backs. The floor dissolved into utter chaos. Yet, through it all, Lu Sheng stood completely unshaken, rooted to the spot. All that brutal training is finally paying off. Combat Power Index, 10,831. The officer congratulated him. Congratulations, Zhao Changfeng. As of today, you are officially a rank 3 martial artist of Baihe City, certified by the Martial Artist Association. You will receive a monthly stipend of 30,000 credits. Having finished his test, the giant turned around and glanced at the crowd. To his surprise, while almost everyone had collapsed, 2 people were still standing perfectly upright. The beautiful girl from earlier couldn't help but quietly praise the giant's raw power. But then, Lu Sheng, standing right behind her, murmured, so, this is all it takes to be a rank 3 martial artist? Overhearing him, the girl was taken aback, thinking to herself, wow, this guy is incredibly arrogant. He only managed to withstand the shockwave of someone else's punch. What's he acting so smug about? Lu Sheng stepped forward and asked a nearby staff member, excuse me, can I go next? No one else is in line anyway. Indeed, everyone else was still groaning on the floor, heavily dazed by the shockwave of the previous punch. Seeing how remarkably calm Lu Sheng was, the officer became intrigued. He smiled and praised the boy's composure. All right, you're up next, the officer smiled. Lu Sheng stepped forward and began his assessment, placing his hand onto the glowing test orb. Standing behind him, the officer kindly advised, just relax, kid, keep your breathing steady. Suddenly, the screen flashed, displaying Lu Sheng's blood chi value, 15.7. The officer, who had just been giving him gentle advice, felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Down below, the crowd gasped in disbelief. The snide girl's eyes widened and her jaw literally dropped to the floor. What? He only looks 17 or 18. What kind of monster is he? Even Zhao Changfeng, watching from the corner, was deeply shaken. A kid who's barely 17 or 18 is already a rank 2 martial artist? Is this some kind of joke? To have blood chi this powerful at his age is insane. Next up was the combat power test. The staff member told him not to let Zhao Changfeng's earlier punch get to him, and to just punch freely until he was happy with the result. But to the staff's complete bewilderment, Lu Sheng replied, haha, thanks, but that won't be necessary. One strike is plenty. With that, Lu Sheng channeled every bit of his strength into his most devastating, thunderous punch. Right before everyone's stunned eyes, the entire room was suddenly bathed in a purple glow. Just how high would the score of Lu Sheng's punch be to leave everyone staring in such utter awe? The moment Lu Sheng's fist slammed into the testing machine, the device shattered into pieces. A terrifying roar erupted alongside a massive shockwave of energy, instantly knocking the level 1 martial artists right off their feet. Terrified screams filled the room as absolute chaos broke out. Even Zhao Changfeng, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but frown at the sheer terrifying force of Lu Sheng's power. Yang Yan, who hadn't given him a second thought moments ago, was now struggling just to withstand the pressure. Right then, the display board lit up to show the combat power rating. The Martial Arts Association staff member stared at the screen, jaw dropped in sheer disbelief, and stammered, 15,709. Seeing the score, Lu Sheng smiled to himself in satisfaction. Phew. Combining my breakthrough fist technique with stellar force and the natural breathing technique, my combat power has jumped to 10 times my blood Q standard. So this is the true charm of martial arts mastery? Finally snapping out of his daze, the trembling staff member said, student Lu. Congratulations on passing the level 1 martial artist exam. No, wait. Your strength is easily beyond a level 2, maybe even a level 3 martial artist. Becoming more worked up by the second, the man said in a rush of excitement, I'm so sorry, but I can't grade you right now, but please don't worry. I'm going to report this to the association's higher-ups immediately. The Martial Arts Association would never overlook a talent like you. No, wait, a genius, especially someone as gifted as you. I'll submit the report right away. I'll stake my entire career on making sure you get the recognition you deserve, I promise. Lu Sheng stood there completely bewildered, watching the staff member snatch the results and bolt out the door. Wait, what? Watching the man disappear into the distance, Lu Sheng muttered, So, can I go home now? Suddenly, a massive, imposing figure radiating an intense aura of bloodlust materialized right behind him. Sensing the threat, he spun around warily and asked, Do you want something? It was Zhao Changfeng. With a dark, unreadable expression, the man reached out his hand. Lu Sheng watched the outstretched hand, thoroughly confused. With a fierce scowl, the man introduced himself. Zhao Changfeng. Lu Sheng stared back silently, meeting his gaze with a cool, defiant look. Extending his own hand, he casually replied, Lu Sheng. To his surprise, the moment their hands met, the fierce-looking Zhao Changfeng broke into a massive, friendly grin. Instantly, the crowd in the stands swarmed down, fighting over themselves to shake Lu Sheng's hand and snap photos with him. Hello, Mr. Lu, I'm Wang Daiming. Please shake my hand. Mr. Lu, over here. I'm Hu Changming. Can I have just a minute of your time? Mr. Lu, look over here. Please wait. Mr. Lu. Terrified by the hysterical crowd mobbing him, Lu Sheng took off running for his life, but the relentless mob refused to give up and chased right after him. Damn it! That bastard Zhao Changfeng beat us to it. A level 3 martial artist's reflexes really are on another level. They yelled as they hot pursued Lu Sheng, their voices echoing through the halls. Outside the Martial Arts Association building, Lu Qing, he and her two friends were waiting for their senior to finish her exam. Senior Yang still isn't out yet? She asked anxiously. I hope everything went well. Feng Fanfan replied confidently, Haha, don't worry about her. For a genius like Senior Yang, getting a level 1 martial artist certification is an absolute breeze. Yeah, you're right, Lu Qing, he agreed. Just then, she spotted Lu Sheng walking out of the building, leaving her utterly shocked. Huh? Brother? Qing He called out. Hearing his sister's voice, Lu Sheng turned around and saw her standing with her friends. He quickly walked over and asked, Qing He, what are you doing here? Qing He put her hands on her hips and scowled. I should be asking you that. You've been skipping school and sleeping in your room all day, so what on earth are you doing at the association? Lu Sheng thought to himself. Okay, skipping school is one thing, but how does she even know I spend most of my time asleep in my room? Feeling a bit self-conscious, Lu Sheng cleared his throat and covered his mouth. Ahem. I just had some important business to take care of. What about you guys? What brings you here? Feng Fanfan beamed and introduced herself. Hello, Mr. Lu. I'm Qing, he's friend. Feng Fanfan, you can just call me Fanfan. This is Su Ruo. We're here today to support our senior Yang Yan for her exam. Totally charmed by Lu Sheng's handsome looks, Fanfan showered him with compliments. You're seriously so handsome, Mr. Lu. Nothing like what Qing He usually says about you. Seeing her best friend swooning and completely throwing her under the bus, Qing He spun around and snapped, Hey, you two! Lu Sheng beamed, thoroughly enjoying the compliment. Thank you. Meanwhile, Lu Qing, he glared at her friends, muttering under her breath, Oh, you guys are dead to me. Did you already forget who covers for you guys at school every single day? Fanfan quickly tried to placate her, saying, Of course not. You are our absolute savior, Qing He. Amused by their bickering, Lu Sheng patted his sister's head. All right, I'm heading home first. See you later. Qing He's friends waved. Goodbye, Mr. Lu. As soon as Lu Sheng was out of earshot, Fanfan nudged her. You two actually get along pretty well, Lu Qing. He, seeing her best friend taking her brother's side, practically had steam coming out of her ears. Are you guys blind? You two are absolute traitors. Just then, Shu Ruo cried out, Ah, look, Senior Yang is back. They immediately stopped arguing and rushed over to her. Senior Yang, how did it go? Did you pass? Yang Yan let out a heavy, defeated sigh. Don't even ask. There was a massive incident, and they had to suspend all the testing. We probably won't be able to resume until this afternoon. Hearing this, worry washed over everyone's faces. Fanfan gasped. What? An incident? What kind of disaster could make them halt the entire exam? Yang Yan's mind immediately flashed back to the young man from earlier. His raw strength and combat prowess. They were terrifying. He's a monster, no, a freak of nature. He's clearly my age, but his blood chi was 15.7 and his combat power was over 15,000. That easily surpasses a level 3 martial artist. I can't help but laugh at myself. I always thought I was quite talented, but seeing him today, it made me realize how laughable my so-called talent really is. Hearing Yang Yan's explanation, the girls stood frozen, their jaws dropping in absolute shock. Fanfan quickly asked, Senior, what was his name? Do you know who he is? Yang Yan paused for a moment, her brow furrowing as she recalled. Yeah, his name is Lu Sheng. Hearing the name Lu Sheng made Lu Qing, he and the others freeze in absolute shock. She just couldn't believe it. Huh? Recalling her brother's lazy, slacker attitude, she wondered to herself, My brother? Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was on his way home, munching on a piping hot steamed bun as he walked. Suddenly, he saw a group of men in black searching for something around the city, causing quite a stir. Did you ask over there? Going right now? A few aunties heading back from the market saw this and gathered to gossip. Who could be causing such a huge scene? I heard the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall is looking for someone. Who on earth dared to mess with them? How incredibly unlucky. Those martial artists are absolutely brutal. If they find whoever it is, they'll probably break their legs. Munching on his bun, Lu Sheng thought to himself, it looks like the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall is searching for the person from the previous test. Those guys really are vicious. Oh well, whatever. It has nothing to do with me anyway. Just then, his phone started ringing off the hook with a ridiculous ringtone. If they don't answer, what's the point of beating them? The caller was Ma Fei, a clerk from the Benevolence Hall. Lu Sheng thought to himself, Benevolence Hall is calling again. I should play hard to get and ignore them for a bit. After all, any single medicine from the future could easily be traded for a massive fortune. But whether they're even worthy of it is something he'd have to investigate first. Back home, he went straight to his room and decided to boot up the future AI to run some checks. Lu Sheng booted up the device. A beam of blue light flickered to life as the optical brain started up. He immediately issued a command to the AI, look up my life history. The AI quickly pulled up a display showing Lu Sheng's basic profile. Understood. Accessing your basic profile now. Name, Lu Sheng. Gender, male. Lifespan, from June of the martial year 297 to July of the martial year 383. Martial arts strength, level, 6 martial artist. Access authorization, level 2. Life history. At 18 years old became a level 2 martial artist, shaking Baihe City. Subsequently, recommended by the Baihe City Martial Arts Association, participated in the Dongning Province Genius Training Camp, placing in the top 20. That same year, ranked first in the entire city, 32nd in the province, and ranked 145th nationwide in the college entrance exam. Entered Dongning Martial Arts University, graduating 3 years later. 5 years later, commissioned as a lieutenant and founded a martial arts hall in Baihe City. At 45 years old, promoted to a level 6 martial artist. At 50, attempted to break through to a level 7 grandmaster but failed. In July of the martial year 338, died in a beast invasion in Baihe City. Lifespan, 87 years. Marital status, married with 2 daughters and 1 son. Highest military rank, first lieutenant. No outstanding contributions. Historical evaluation, 2 stars. Lu Sheng was quite surprised after reading his life summary. Seeing his own future like this, he couldn't help but review it in his mind. At 18, became a level 2 martial artist, shaking Baihe City. Then, recommended by the Baihe City Martial Arts Association, participated in the Dongning Province Genius Training Camp. Placing in the top 20 of the camp, graduated from Dongning Martial Arts University 3 years later, and then entered active military service. 5 years later, commissioned as a lieutenant and founded a martial arts hall in Baihe City. At 45, promoted to a level 6 martial artist. At 50, attempted to break through to a level 7 grandmaster but failed. In July of the martial year 338, died in a beast invasion in Baihe City, living to a total of 87 years. After skimming through his life story, he silently concluded, just as I thought. The future can be changed, at least. My own future can be altered. Just a week ago, I was still a level 4 martial artist, who would only live to 37 years old. But now, I've become a level 6 martial artist who lives into his 80s. In the end, there's even a glimmer of hope to reach the level 7 grandmaster realm, though it's still a long way off. But this tiny change means absolutely nothing to the world, or to the future as a whole. To change the destiny of humanity and alter the trajectory of the entire world 10,000 years into the future requires an immense amount of power. A level 6 quasi-grandmaster is completely insignificant. Even a level 7 grandmaster, a level 8 grandmaster, or even a level 9 martial saint, while incredibly powerful in that future. If I want to shake destiny itself and rewrite such a grim ending, the only way is to reach the absolute peak of martial arts, breaking through to level 10, or even level 11. Only then will there be a sliver of hope. Even if that hope is microscopic, since I've chosen this path, I'll never look back. Over in the office of Xiao Yuhei, the president of the Baihe City Martial Arts Association, he was focused on practicing calligraphy. In front of him was a video chat screen with his old superior. The old leader praised him, saying, "A clean and bright radiance, soaring movements, the energy flows as the form follows, the mind moves and the spirit remains firm, the spirit guides while the form moves with the energy. Truly beautiful calligraphy." It's clear that Xiao Yuhei's mental strength is exceptionally profound. Reaching the level 7 Grandmaster realm is likely only a matter of time. Sigh, If only Xiao Yuhei could put this much effort into cultivating local talent. Hearing the old leader's subtle jab, Xiao Yuhei's hand slipped, ruining his brushstroke. He gave a soft chuckle and said, "Haha, please don't tease me, old leader. It's not that I don't want Baihe City to produce more martial arts geniuses, but as you know, Baihe has been devoid of any martial arts heritage families for many years now. We also lack the massive resources to support them. Any kid with even a bit of talent will find a way to leave. I'm truly powerless here." The old leader's tone suddenly grew serious. After a brief silence, he said, "Xiao Yuhei, the training camp is about to open soon. We haven't sent anyone to participate in many years. For a city as large as Baihe, we can't afford to have zero achievements. Not sending a single representative is our biggest embarrassment. No matter what, this time you must preserve the dignity of our Baihe city. Understood?" The old leader coldly issued his directive to Xiao Yuhei and immediately hung up, giving him no chance to reply. Once the call ended, Xiao Yuhei angrily crumpled the paper in his hand and yelled, "Damn it! Do they think I don't want to cultivate talent and make some actual progress?" He sat back down at his desk, clenching his trembling hands in anger as he thought to himself, "If I could secure a higher position and get access to those resources, why would I waste my time writing calligraphy? There's no hope of breaking through." In the midst of his frustration, his secretary suddenly burst into the room. "Bam!" she frantically called out. "President, something happened over at the Martial Artist Testing Center." Xiao Yuhei frowned and snapped. "What's with all the rushing? Don't you even know how to knock? What's going on?" The secretary, hurriedly holding a stack of documents, walked over and handed Xiao Yuhei a test report. "I'm so sorry, but this is incredibly urgent. The examiner just brought in some massive news. He's appeared. An 18-year-old, level 2 martial artist with a combat strength of over 10,000. Xiao Yuhei's eyes widened in utter shock. He quickly snatched the tablet from his secretary's hands and yelled, "Quick! Show me the video right now!" The secretary, a bit startled by the president's sudden reaction, quickly stammered, "Oh, yes." Meanwhile, Xiao Yuhei stared in utter shock at the surveillance footage, which showed Lu Sheng taking his martial artist certification test. After double-checking carefully, he gasped in disbelief. This is the perfect realm of fist techniques." The secretary standing beside him, completely lost, hurriedly asked, "What does that mean?" Staring intently at Lu Sheng's movements, Xiao Yuhei explained impatiently, "It's a martial arts term. Since you're not a martial artist, you only need to know one thing. There are fewer than 10 people in the entire world who have trained their fist techniques to the perfect realm like he has." Suddenly, Xiao Yuhei paused as if realizing something. He thought to himself, "Wait, that's not right. Even with a perfect realm technique, there's no way his blood chi could reach 15.7 and his combat power hit 15,000. Even at the perfect realm, the combat power boost is at most double. At 18 years old, his blood chi is 10 times the standard combat power, and he's from an ordinary family." Seeming to connect the dots, Xiao Yuhei's face lit up. "That must be it. It has to be. Otherwise, there's absolutely no other explanation." "Ha ha ha!" The secretary looked on, utterly baffled as he muttered to himself and then burst into loud laughter. She tentatively called out, "President?" Suddenly, she was swept off her feet. Overjoyed, Xiao Yuhei grabbed her, spun her around a few times, and roared with laughter. "Ha-ha, this kid, he's a once-in-a-lifetime genius. To think such a monstrous talent would appear right here in our Baihe city. Ha-ha!" Spun around until she was dizzy, the poor secretary shrieked in desperation. "President! Ah! What exactly is a gifted martial artist?" Having finally discovered such a talent after so many years, Xiao Yuhei couldn't wipe the massive grin off his face. In the path of martial arts, some people are blessed with a unique, heaven-sent talent. Upon awakening, they gain immense power, far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. After awakening, their blood chi skyrockets, and they possess unique abilities with mind-blowing explosive power, sometimes moving as fast as lightning. They are known as gifted martial artists. Xiao Yuhei hastily threw on his coat and rushed out the door. "Ha ha ha, hurry! I want to personally visit Lu Sheng's home and pay my respects to his parents. I must thank them for raising such an incredible son. Ha 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 ha!" Still a bit lightheaded from being spun around, the secretary stumbled as she rushed to keep up. "Yes, sir! I'll notify the driver to have the car ready immediately." Meanwhile, over at the Red River Martial Arts Academy, Miss Ni Shuang was also rallying her staff to search for Lu Sheng. Just then, her junior disciple came running in, panting and shouting, "We found him! We found him, senior sister Ni!" Ni Shuang asked urgently, "And? What did you find?" Gasping for breath, the junior disciple sputtered, "Whew. His name is Lu Sheng. He's a student at Baihe High School. His father is a delivery worker at Shenheng Logistics. His mother is a cashier at Jiajia Supermarket, and he has a younger sister in her freshman year. Their family lives in Balan Community, Building 15. Ni Shuang gave a firm nod and got ready to leave. "Good. Seeing her about to head out, the junior disciple asked in a panic, "Why are you looking for him? Did he offend you, senior sister? I mean, he's just a regular kid from a poor family. There's really no need to go this far." Realizing he had completely misread the situation, Ni Shuang snapped, "Shut up, it's not what you think." She then turned away to answer her ringing phone, looking rather tense. "Hello? Yes, I know. I figured they'd be fast, but I didn't expect them to move this quickly." Standing nearby, the junior disciple grumbled to himself, "If it's not what I think, then what is it? Is she looking for a husband?" Hanging up the phone, Ni Shuang turned back and quickly ordered, "Go right now and buy some expensive gifts. Get something suitable for elders, parents, and a young girl." The junior disciple stood frozen in confusion for a few seconds before scrambling to obey. "Huh? Oh, yes, of course." As he ran, he thought to himself, "Wait, is she seriously picking out a husband?" Clutching the phone in her hand, Ni Shuang thought, "I finally found you, Lu Sheng." Meanwhile, as Lu Sheng was training in his room, his younger sister, Lu Qing, he called out urgently, Big brother, come out quickly. Someone is here looking for you." Standing up, Lu Sheng replied calmly, "Got it, I'm coming." He threw on a jacket and headed out. "It's really been a while since I heard Qing. He called me Big Brother. Someone's looking for me? Could it be?" Stepping out of his room, he saw his family chatting with some unfamiliar faces. Seeing him appear, Lu Sheng's mother gestured and introduced, "Sheng, come over here. This is..." But before she could finish, the visitor politely cut in to introduce himself. "Hello, student Lu." Xiao Yuhei stood up and politely extended his hand. "I'm Xiao Yuhei, the president of the Baihei City Martial Arts Association. I came here specifically because of your assessment." Lu Sheng thought to himself, "The president of the Martial Arts Association. He must be at least a level 6 quasi-grandmaster." Lu Sheng extended his hand in return. "Hello, Xiao Yuhei. I'm Lu Sheng." Impressed by Lu Sheng's composure, Xiao Yuhei thought, "Not bad, extremely calm. Just this mindset alone is already rare." Lu Sheng then pointed at the young woman sitting nearby and asked, "And this is?" Lu Sheng's mother quickly introduced her. "This is Miss Ni Shuang from the Red River Martial Arts Academy." Ni Shuang introduced herself with a smile. "Hello, Lu Sheng. We actually crossed paths at the academy before. I wonder if you still remember me." Lu Sheng nodded politely. "Yes. Hello, Miss Ni." Once they all sat down, Lu Sheng got straight to the point. He looked at Xiao Yuhei and asked, "But there's no such thing as a free lunch. Since the association is offering us so much, I should give something in return. Is there something you need me to do, Xiao Yuhei?" Xiao Yuhei was quite surprised by how straightforward Lu Sheng was, then gave a soft sigh. "You really are a breath of fresh air." He pulled a card from his coat pocket and said, "Then I'll get straight to the point. We hope you can join the Dongning Province Genius Training Camp." Hearing this, Ni Shuang suddenly stood up in shock. "Xiao Yuhei, did you say the Genius Training Camp?" She said helplessly. "While it is indeed a gathering place for the most gifted martial arts geniuses, it's also a place that breaks them. An older disciple from our academy once joined that camp. He left full of high spirits, but came back a broken man, completely fading into obscurity." Ni Shuang quickly tried to dissuade him. "Lu Sheng, you have an incredibly bright future ahead of you. There's absolutely no need to take such a risk." Xiao Yuhei quickly interjected to explain, "That's true, there is indeed a risk, but it's also a proving ground for the absolute elite. A top genius in one city might just end up as a stepping stone for someone else there. But you are different. Looking at the strength and potential you've shown, your future heights are definitely not limited to this place. Still, Lu Sheng, I will respect your decision. What is your answer?" Lu Sheng fell silent for a moment, then reached out and took the card. "You're absolutely right, Xiao Yuhei. I also believe this isn't my limit." Xiao Yuhei let out a sigh and said, "All right, I'll come pick you up in 2 days. I won't bother you any longer." He stood up to say goodbye. "See you in 2 days, Lu Sheng." After Xiao Yuhei left, Lu Sheng turned to Ni Shuang and asked, "So, Miss Ni, why don't you tell me why you're here now?" Ni Shuang turned and blushed when she saw how handsome Lu Sheng was. She thought to herself, he looks way more handsome in person than in his photos. Ni Shuang raised her hand to cover her mouth and cleared her throat. "Ahem. I came here today to invite you, Lu Sheng, to become an honorary disciple of our Hongchuan Martial Arts Academy." Lu Sheng asked flatly, "What does an honorary disciple mean?" Ni Shuang quickly explained, "It means you don't actually have to show up for regular classes. Of course, you can come whenever you want. All classes and equipment are completely free, and my father can even tutor you personally. You'll get the absolute best training, but in reality, it's just a title. You won't have any obligations at all." Ni Shuang calculated in her mind. If we advertise an 18-year-old level 2 or even level 3 martial artist, our academy will blow up in Baihei City, right? I can't even imagine how many parents will be fighting to send their kids here. But right then, Lu Sheng ruthlessly shattered her daydream with a direct refusal. "No way!" Ni Shuang jumped to her feet and added in a panic, "We can negotiate the benefits. Please don't reject me so quickly." Lu Sheng said. An honorary member is fine. You can advertise that I train at your academy, which is actually true. But anything else is a no. I'm not your disciple, and I don't want the title even if it's just on paper, because I don't need it. If you can accept that, then we have a deal. If not, then I'm sorry. Of course, I'll still go to your place for testing since it's pretty close to my house. Ni Shuang thought about it for a moment and eventually compromised. All right, but our Hongchuan Martial Arts Academy has exclusive rights to this honorary title. I'll send your monthly salary of around 100,000 directly to your house later. After settling everything, Ni Shuang stood up to leave. I won't bother you all any longer. Goodbye. The door shut. Thud. Once Ni Shuang had gone, the whole family looked at Lu Sheng with immense pride. Sheng, this isn't a dream, is it? A 1 million bonus and a 100,000 monthly salary? Lu Sheng's father couldn't believe his eyes either. He asked, was that really the president of the Martial Arts Association? He actually came all the way to our door to visit? Sheng, when did you become a level 2 martial artist? What on earth is going on here? Lu Sheng quickly held his mother's hand and spoke softly. It's all real, Mom. I've really become a level 2 martial artist. You don't have to work night shifts anymore. At your age, staying up late is really bad for your health. And Dad, you don't need to do heavy labor anymore either. Your back has been hurting you for so long. Now that I can earn money, you don't have to work so hard anymore. The whole family happily hugged Lu Sheng. It was such a warm and sweet scene. Meanwhile, at Xingshantang, He Lingsu was biting her fingernail in frustration. It's been a week. Forget about meeting him. I don't even know his name. She scratched her head and flipped through book after book, feeling utterly helpless as piles of books covered her desk. Sigh. I've searched through all the recent pharmacist registration records, but there's absolutely nothing. Where on earth did this potion-making genius come from? How can there be absolutely no trace of him? Lingsu gritted her teeth as she remembered the potion Lu Sheng had brewed. The tonic he had brewed became more shocking the more she analyzed the data. Not only was it several times more potent than a level 1 tonic, used by the Pharmacists Association standards, it even surpassed most level 3 tonic. It boasted dozens of beneficial effects with almost zero side effects, and its active duration was terrifyingly long, yet it cost less than 3,000 yuan. The price of a level 3 medicine can easily reach 100,000 yuan. This is a revolutionary new medicine that will usher in a new era. He Lingsu slammed her desk in anger and screamed, Damn it, where on earth is this guy? Has he vanished into thin air? Ma Fei stood beside her, trembling in fear. Suddenly, Ma Fei gasped in shock. Miss He, I found that master. He Lingsu jumped up. What? Where is he? Ma Fei quickly pointed to the TV and stammered. It's him. On the news, they were showing an 18-year-old youth. Yesterday, an incredibly outstanding martial arts genius emerged in our city. At only 18 years old, he passed the official level 2 martial artist exam. His combat power index even exceeded the standard of a level 3 martial artist. This achievement has far exceeded and completely broken the record for his age group in our city's martial arts association. Let us congratulate and cheer for him. And this genius is student Lu Sheng from Baihe Academy. Seeing Lu Sheng, He Lingsu was completely dumbfounded, stuttering for a long moment before she could speak. He's just a student? Meanwhile, on Mount Guhu in Shuhai City, the high peak and dense trees were covered in a blanket of white mist, creating a dreamy scenery with a peaceful, clear stream. Suddenly, a snow-white bird resting on a branch sensed danger approaching and quickly flapped its wings to fly away. Suddenly, a flash of light shot by, many times faster than the bird. Looking closely, it was actually a running figure. That person was Lu Sheng, running like the wind. Shooting forward like an arrow, he executed his martial arts movement techniques flawlessly, swiftly darting through the dense forest toward the mountain peak. While running, Lu Sheng thought to himself, I didn't expect stellar power generation could be applied to movement techniques. Combining 4 times the stellar power with what I absorbed in the dream world, my movement technique has reached a whole new level. It's 5 times faster than a regular level 2 martial artist. Let's call it the cloud tread step. Now, standing on the mountain peak, Lu Sheng looked into the distance. Surrounded by swirling mist lit by 5-colored sunlight, the air was crisp and rich with energy. Lu Sheng took a deep breath, tuned into all his senses, and unleashed a punch with all his might. Lu Sheng's inner power shook the surroundings, blowing away the dense mist and revealing the magnificent natural landscape below. Lu Sheng breathed a sigh of satisfaction. I've broken through. My blood vitality has clearly increased, and my stellar power has improved. I might be able to unleash 6 times the power now. Lu Sheng quickly gathered some herbs. He thought, this is a real pleasant surprise. I originally came to Mount Guhu just to collect herbs for the marrow cleansing pill. Who knew training would lead to such a major breakthrough? I even devoured all the spiritual body blood-strengthening soup in one go. The effects of the medicine are getting weaker as time goes on. I need to start refining marrow-nourishing pills. In this era, People haven't even discovered the value and usage of this pill yet. If the system hadn't told me, I would have never found it. The other herbs I ordered should be waiting for me at the foot of the mountain by now. They're probably ready by now. It's the perfect chance to test my descent speed. Activating cloud-chasing steps, Lu Sheng channeled his technique and dashed straight down the mountain at a mind-blowing speed. As soon as he reached the foot of the mountain, Lu Sheng saw the herb dealer waiting there. He quickly went over to greet him. "Hello, I'm the one who placed the order earlier. Are they ready yet?" Holding a pipe in his hand, the herb merchant smiled and said, "Ah, young man, there you are. Haha, don't worry, everything's ready. It's all right here." Lu Sheng inspected the batch. Sun lotus herb, dew bone leaf. Everything's here. They're very fresh, and the age is just right. Lu Sheng stood up, pulled out some money, and said, "Great. I need 10 of each herb, at 500 yuan per plant." "Just as we agreed, here is 5,000 yuan. The merchant waved his hand. "Whoa, not so fast." He sneered wickedly at Lu Sheng and said, "It's not 500 a plant anymore, it's 1,000 yuan. And what's more, you have to buy every single herb we have here." With that, he pointed threateningly at several baskets of herbs around them. Realizing the merchant was trying to rob him in broad daylight, Lu Sheng asked coldly, "What's that supposed to mean?" The merchant let out a devious laugh and said, "It means exactly what it sounds like, kid. You're not a Shuhai local, are you? Since you're on our turf, you've got to play by our rules." Suddenly, nearly 10 thugs rushed out from their hiding spots. Brandishing knives with menacing looks, they closed in. "Didn't your parents ever teach you? When you're out in the world, you need to know when to be afraid." Lu Sheng's expression turned serious. He let out a contemptuous smirk as he began to release his inner strength. "Ah, so you guys plan on forcing a sale on me?" The leader smugly walked closer, completely oblivious to the looming danger. Stepping forward aggressively, he grinned. "Heh, I'd advise you not to try any funny business. We are all certified first-rank martial artists. Go ahead and call the cops. There are no cameras here, and they'll never believe an outsider like you. So, if you don't play nice, don't blame us for giving you a taste of pain." The leader gestured for his crew to charge, but they suddenly slammed on the brakes halfway. Their faces turned pale as they trembled in terror. With just a single punch to a massive boulder, Lu Sheng shattered it, causing deep cracks to spread all over. The bandits, who were so eager to bully him just moments ago, froze in sheer panic upon seeing his insane power, cold sweat pouring down their faces. Pulling his hand back, he asked them calmly, "So, let me ask you all, is my current situation one where I should be afraid?" He then crushed a piece of the rock like tofu, leaving them utterly speechless and terrified. It took them a moment to snap out of it before they immediately fell to their knees, begging, "We are sorry! We are so sorry, big brother! We were completely blind! Please forgive us!" Lu Sheng leaned down, picked up the basket of herbs and asked, "Are we not doing this anymore? Then I'll be taking my things." Seeing that he didn't plan on beating them up, they quickly tried to flatter him. "Of course, big brother, please take all of it. You don't have to pay a single cent." Slinging the basket over his shoulder, Lu Sheng said as he walked away, "Let me teach you something on behalf of your parents. When doing business, you must be honest, no cheating." Feeling like they had just escaped death, they bowed submissively and thanked him. "Thank you for your guidance, sir. We will definitely turn over a new leaf and start anew." Seeing how sincere they looked, Lu Sheng thought to himself, "I was actually planning to pay, but they insisted otherwise. Oh well, now that the herbs are ready, time to head to the training camp." Once Lu Sheng was far away, the leader's eyes widened in terror. What kind of world is this? Are students nowadays all freaking monsters? Seriously, we need to find a new job. Crushing stone to powder with his bare hands. He's at least a third-rank martial artist. Isn't that just insane? A day later, Lu Sheng arrived at the Dongning Province Genius Training Camp. Seeing the military checking IDs at the entrance, he thought, "So, this is the training camp? It looks just like a military base." Lu Sheng noticed that all the other students around him were wearing badges, making him feel a little self-conscious. A martial artist badge. Is it a rule to wear them here? My mom put mine away and I forgot to bring it with me. Is it going to be a problem? He helplessly recalled the badge displayed in a glass case back home. Just then, an officer walked up and asked, "Which city are you from? Why are you all by yourself?" Lu Sheng replied, "Baihe City. I got held up by something, so I'm a bit late." Hearing the name Baihe City, a group of youngsters nearby started whispering, "Baihe City? Didn't they already go in yesterday? Why is there one left behind? Probably a backdoor entrance. He doesn't even have a badge on him. Weird. Baihe City hasn't sent anyone here in years, yet this year they've got 2 guys showing up." Checking the roster, an officer said, "A late arrival. Are you the Lu Sheng mentioned by the president of the Baihe Martial Arts Association?" Hearing this, a nearby gossiper sneered. "Haha, no wonder. So he's someone the president of the Baihe Martial Arts Association specially endorsed. Impressive. Having connections with the association president is even better than being a third-rank martial artist. Who knows how many gifts were slipped under the table. Seeing that the youngsters were getting out of hand, the officer pointed at them and barked, "All of you, shut up!" After shutting down the gossipers, the officer gestured to Lu Sheng. He walked in alongside the group from Qingyuan City. Once inside, it was time for the entry ceremony. "Leave all your luggage on the ground. Someone will come by shortly to collect it for you." Lu Sheng quickly agreed. "Understood." Stepping into the barracks, Lu Sheng thought to himself, "We have to enter in separate groups. This entry ceremony is definitely not normal." Suddenly, the heavy door slammed shut, catching everyone off guard. "What the heck? What's going on? What are they doing? Are they seriously locking us in?" The crowd immediately descended into chaos. The officer barked to restore order. "All right, quiet down and listen up. Your task is to reach the exit on the opposite end of this corridor. If you succeed, you pass the entry test. Fail, and you're sent straight home. Good luck." With that, the officer left, ignoring their frantic protests. "What? I thought this was just an entry ceremony. Why is there a corridor test? What kind of corridor is this anyway? Give us some explanation." Before the group could even recover from their shock, they suddenly plummeted down a secret passage. "What the hell is this?" Luckily, Lu Sheng was prepared beforehand, so he landed safely. But some of the others weren't so fortunate. Some landed right on their butts, while others face-planted hard. His chin slammed hard against the ground after the free fall. Holding his jaw in pain, he screamed angrily, "Ow! What is this place? It hurts like hell! What kind of crazy trap is this?" Lu Sheng looked toward the end of the base, using his spiritual consciousness to scan the area for traps. The result didn't surprise him at all. As expected, this was no ordinary corridor. What are these dark shadows? The power of spiritual energy was truly miraculous, almost like having superpowers in a novel. As he was observing the corridor, Lu Sheng heard Lin Xiaoyu say confidently, and here I thought they had some special trick up their sleeves. Is this it? How boring." Just then, the guy who had landed on his chin snapped at him angrily. "Lin Xiaoyu, you knew all along that this entrance exam was rigged, didn't you? Damn it, you didn't even warn us, causing me to take that nasty fall." Lin Xiaoyu sneered smugly. "If you can't even handle a sudden situation like this, how do you have the nerve to call yourself an official martial artist? When you go out, don't tell anyone you're a genius from Qingyuan City attending this training camp. It's embarrassing." Furious at the mockery, the man was about to lunge at Lin Xiaoyu to pick a fight, but the people around him quickly held him back. "Damn it, Lin Xiaoyu." The others hurriedly intervened, saying, all right, stop fighting. We all came from the same city, and it wasn't easy for any of us to get into this training camp. We should be sticking together. Right now, the most important thing is to quickly figure out a way to pass this exam." Lin Xiaoyu chimed in. You've got a point. We from Qingyuan City should stick together. Losing anyone would be a shame. After all, the entrance exam for this prestigious genius training camp won't be that simple. And since we happen to have a spare hand here, I wonder if this kind gentleman would be so good as to go ahead and scout the path for us. Lin Xiaoyu immediately targeted Lu Sheng, hoping to send him in as cannon fodder. A kind-hearted girl spoke up. "That's not right." However, the others actually liked Lin Xiaoyu's idea. "Haha, great idea. It'll be fun to watch a guinea pig test out the traps." Lu Sheng just snorted and remained silent. Seeing Lu Sheng remain silent, Lin Xiaoyu sneered, "If you're too scared to go, then get out of the way." Lu Sheng quickly brushed his hand aside and stepped forward. Seeing Lu Sheng take the initiative, Lin Xiaoyu smirked disdainfully. "Oh, look who's volunteering. Kid from Baihe City, make sure you put on a good show. If you do well, we might actually consider carrying you along." Lu Sheng stepped into the tunnel, then turned back with a dark smile. Beasts always walk alone. Only cattle herd together. Insulted by Lu Sheng's words, Lin Xiaoyu froze on the spot, completely dumbfounded. He snapped back. "What did you say?" Lu Sheng turned to give Lin Xiaoyu a provocative look, flashing a mocking smile. Being provoked like this drove Lin Xiaoyu absolutely wild with rage. Pointing his finger directly at Lu Sheng, he roared, "You brat! How dare you call me cattle? I'm going to destroy you!" But before he could even finish his threat, the tunnel's mechanism was triggered, and dozens of bronze spheres came rolling out all at once. Lu Sheng remained completely calm in the face of danger, while Lin Xiaoyu panicked, stumbling backward as he shrieked, "What? What is that?" Upon hitting the ground, those bronze spheres automatically transformed into dozens of robotic puppets. Their power far exceeded that of level 1 martial artists. Seeing the robot's true form sent a shiver down Lin Xiaoyu's spine. Even the weakest among these mechanical puppets possessed strength that surpassed a level 1 official martial artist. There are so many of them. Does the training camp want us dead? The rest of the group started panicking and crying out in fear as well. "This place is too narrow. We can't even run. What do we do?" I heard these puppets can simulate advanced martial arts techniques. The strongest ones can even rival a level 4 martial artist. Though they cost way more to build than training an actual level 4 martial artist, this is the first time I've ever seen one of these things in person. Lin Xiaoyu glanced at Lu Sheng and sneered. Is this country bumpkin from Baihe City an idiot? Once these mechanical puppets are activated, they will automatically attack any living thing they sense. These level 1 puppets are made of a special alloy. Taking just one punch from them is a one-way ticket to the grave. The guys watching from behind got excited, eager to see Lu Sheng get crushed. That kid isn't even a level 1 martial artist. One punch from that thing is probably going to turn him into a pile of minced meat. Seeing a robot closing in on him, the kind-hearted girl screamed a warning. Watch out! Sensing a target, the robot launched a devastating 1,000-pound punch, aiming to smash Lu Sheng to pieces. Yet, Lu Sheng just stood there dead still in front of the incoming fist, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. The punch slammed down hard, whipping up a massive cloud of dust and sending shockwaves through the narrow passage. Everyone covered their faces as the intense force blew past them. Witnessing the sheer power of the punch, Lin Xiaoyu smirked triumphantly, absolutely certain that Lu Sheng had just been squashed like an ant. But to their utter shock, as the dust cleared, everyone stared wide-eyed at Lu Sheng. He had stopped the robot's massive fist dead in its tracks, using only one hand. Gritting their teeth in disbelief, their faces darkened as they muttered, He actually blocked it. But Lu Sheng didn't just block it, he confidently tightened his grip, crushing the robot's metal fist with ease. Is that all? With a sudden motion, Lu Sheng hoisted the entire robot high into the air with a single hand before slamming it ruthlessly into the ground. The robot was completely obliterated, its metal body shattered into pieces as gears and components scattered across the floor. Witnessing such overwhelming strength, the candidates from the other cities didn't dare utter another mocking word. They quietly muttered to themselves, Holy crap! Is he even human? What do we do now? He seems insanely strong. Suddenly, the idiot Lin Xiaoyu burst into laughter, scratching his head as he scoffed. I almost let this guy fool me. What level 1 mechanical puppet? It's just a pile of scrap metal. Its actual combat power is probably no different from a wooden training dummy. It just looks a bit intimidating. Otherwise, with so many of these things here, how could anyone possibly pass the exam? Besides, if they were actually strong, how could a connected loser who isn't even a level 1 martial artist withstand their attacks? At this point, in the eyes of everyone else, Lin Xiaoyu was nothing but a delusional clown. It was honestly impressive how he managed to make up such wild theories. Someone finally spoke up. I don't think so. That puppet definitely looked. Seeing that no one believed him, Lam Thiuvu scoffed disdainfully. Forget it. Explaining things to a bunch of idiots like you is just a waste of breath. Since you don't get it, keep your eyes wide open and watch how I beat this level. Full of confidence, Lam Thiuvu built up momentum and leaped high into the air, delivering a powerful kick to the switch on the robot's body. Awesome! Nice! Everyone gasped in awe at his swift movements. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This puppet is a fake. Lam Thiuvu stood in front of the puppet he thought he'd defeated, spreading his arms wide and speaking with absolute confidence. Haha, I was right, wasn't I? But before he could even finish his sentence, the robot behind him swung its fist. Still gloating, Lam Thiuvu was instantly blasted away by a single punch. As a result, the punch sent Lam Thiuvu flying back, slamming hard and sticking to the wall, leaving countless cracks all over it. His face was beaten to a pulp, and a few of his teeth were knocked out, yet he still managed to squeeze out a few words. What the? This is definitely not a level 1 puppet, it's a damn level 2. Right after saying that, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Someone from the group rushed over. Hey, Lam Thiuvu, wake up, are you okay? Lam Thiuvu was now knocked out cold. His once handsome face was swollen and badly bruised on one side as the others dragged him to a corner. Some were so worried they were breaking out in a cold sweat. A level 2 puppet. Just how strong is he? Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was still casually and effortlessly taking down the rest of the robot puppets. Lu Sheng sighed as he fought. Sigh. Every single puppet has a core. A light tap can take them down, but there are just too many of them. This is so boring. After a while, Lu Sheng had finally cleared out every single robot puppet in the tunnel. In front of him stood the final door. The officer commanding the robots looked at the notification on the control panel, his jaw dropping in sheer shock. What the hell? What's going on? All the puppets have malfunctioned? Aren't they all brand new? Alert tones kept chiming in quick succession. Number 99 has lost connection. Holding the control panel, the officer panicked. They're all destroyed? Can a bunch of rookies who just reached level 1 actually smash level 2 puppets to pieces? The officer was now in a complete panic when suddenly, a shattered robot was thrown right in front of him. Lu Sheng said calmly, "The second stage is open. You're finally here." Seeing the notification on his screen that all connections were lost, and hearing Lu Sheng say, "Come on, gatekeeper," the officer was left completely bewildered. He thought to himself, "Since when did I become the guard for the second stage?" With a sharp glare, Lu Sheng was ready to give it his all in a decisive battle. Looking like the Grim Reaper himself coming to collect a soul, he said coldly, "I hope you won't disappoint me." Lu Sheng unleashed his cloud-chasing steps with full force, multiplying his stellar power tenfold. The raw power he unleashed even surpassed that of the officer, leaving him with no choice but to surrender in the face of absolute strength. Accompanied by a piercing scream, notifications kept chiming one after another in the main monitoring room. Candidates disqualified. Number 8 is disqualified. Lieutenant Colonel Dong Ching Shui was closely watching the events unfold on the monitors. She typed intently on her keyboard, click, clack, as the surrounding equipment beeped continuously. Beep, beep. Major Qin Xiaojun casually walked in, holding a cup of coffee and humming a tune as he walked. What a truly wonderful, happy day. Looking up and seeing Dong Qingshui staring intently at the surveillance feeds, Qin Xiaojun greeted her. "Oh, you're here too?" Dong Qingshui turned around and frowned. "Cut the casual talk. Major Qin Xiaojun, if you're so free, come over here and help me go through these documents." Qin Xiaojun happily strolled over, sat down, and asked, All right, Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qingshui. So, how's the quality of the prodigies in this batch of the training camp?" Dong Qingshui held her head and sighed. "Not that great. There are only 8 seeds who barely meet our standards. All of them are official martial artists who have already awakened their talents. Among them, 5 are pretty average, all with strength-type talents. The other 3 are speed-type and defense-type." Qin Xiaojun asked, "What about spiritual type?" Dong Qingshui held quite a high opinion of them. The spiritual type is the most outstanding one. Xia Lin, 18 years old. She awakened her spiritual talent less than 2 years ago, and she's already close to the standard of a level 1 spiritual master. Her martial arts talent isn't bad either. She's about to break through to level 2. Qin Xiaojun grinned playfully. "Well, isn't that pretty good then? An absolute prodigy. Just like you back in the day." But as he was teasing, the icy glare from Dong Qingshui made him wisely shut his mouth. "Better not say another word. Her eyes are getting scary." "Ha ha ha." Dong Qingshui frowned and warned, "Stop messing around. I've already put her on the high priority list for training in this batch." Qin Xiaojun quickly forced a laugh and changed the subject. "The others aren't bad either," he said, switching through the camera feeds on the monitor. Suddenly, an unexpected scene caught his eye, making him frown. After taking a closer look, he spat out his coffee in shock. Complete bewilderment washed over his face. Holy crap. What? What on earth is this? Seeing his reaction, Dong Qingshui also grew serious and leaned in to watch. Meanwhile, at testing ground number 7, a robot appeared right behind Xia Lin, trying to launch a sneak attack while she was caught off guard. But Xia Lin swiftly used her spiritual power to fight the robot, blasting it away. It slammed hard against the wall, causing a massive crack. Having dealt with the robot, she let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was the last one, right? Seeing the robot scraps scattered everywhere, her eyes fell upon a thick iron door, but she didn't rush inside. Xia Lin used her spiritual power to sense her surroundings, thinking to herself, "There's a very dangerous presence in there. Their strength is at least level 3 or above, but since they didn't come out to stop me, they must not be part of the test. Probably some supervising staff member." But the moment Xia Lin stepped through the door, she froze in her tracks. The chaotic scene inside sent a sudden wave of tension through her. Inside were officers wearing body armor, holding riot shields, with fearful looks plastered on their faces. With weapons drawn and ready, they were all crowded around another door, highly alert, as if a terrifying beast was waiting on the other side. Seeing this, Xia Lin wondered, what in the world is going on? What a massive setup. What are they so afraid of? Intrigued by what lay behind that door, she used her spiritual power to peer through it to see what was happening. Did something happen inside? Xia Lin observed and was puzzled to find 2 people fighting. Wait, they're fighting? Why is the opponent a human? Aren't all the targets in this exam supposed to be robots? Xia Lin saw a dark silhouette charging forward like a demon, wearing a sinister grin. She instinctively thought, who is that guy? But while she was watching, that demon-like figure suddenly noticed her presence. Those eyes stared at her with an immense, crushing pressure. A terrifying chill ran down her entire body, leaving Xia Lin completely paralyzed with fear. Screaming in terror, Xia Lin quickly slammed the heavy iron door shut. She fled into the tunnel and used her psychic energy to seal the door, making sure it couldn't be opened again. The officers outside were bewildered to see her screaming and fleeing in panic. Meanwhile, Xia Lin huddled in a corner, trembling with fear, her eyes welling up with tears. Haha, what on earth was that? That sheer terror was truly frightening. By this time, Deng Qingshou and Qin Xiaojun had already arrived at the control room. The officers breathed a sigh of relief when they saw them and called out, Lieutenant Colonel Deng Qingshou! Major Qin Xiaojun! Qin Xiaojun asked anxiously, what's the situation inside? Where is the surveillance officer? The soldiers quickly replied, several cameras near the entrance have been destroyed, so we don't know yet. We lost contact with the surveillance officer 3 minutes ago and were about to report to superiors. Qin Xiaojun immediately ordered, "Get me the files on everyone in Sector 12, right now." But Dong Qingxue suddenly spoke up, "No need." At that exact moment, a colossal force slammed into the door, leaving a visible dent and a small gap. Every officer braced themselves, clenching their teeth as if facing a deadly enemy, their hands gripping their weapons tightly. Lu Sheng completely smashed through the door and the surrounding wall, casually walking out with an air of absolute fearlessness. Seeing him, everyone let out a sigh of relief and lowered their weapons. Wait, what? He's just a student? But before they could even celebrate, their faces went pale and their eyes widened in sheer shock. Lu Sheng was dragging an unconscious man behind him. That man was none other than the missing surveillance officer. Instantly, everyone raised their guard again. Dong Qingxue stepped forward and asked, "Aren't you a student from Qingyuan City? May I ask who you are?" Lu Sheng dropped the unconscious officer to the floor with a heavy thud and calmly introduced himself. "Lu Sheng, from Baihe City." Qin Xiaojun grinned from ear to ear and praised him. "Impressive, kid. You dismantled such an expensive puppet robot like it was nothing, and you even beat up the instructor. You're really something, aren't you?" Lu Sheng scratched his head, explaining sheepishly, "It was just a misunderstanding. I thought that was part of the exam. He was pretty strong, so I couldn't afford to hold back." Suddenly, Dong Qingxue unleashed her psychic energy to scan Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng stood perfectly still. Seeing absolutely no reaction from him, Dong Qingxue finally withdrew her psychic energy. Once satisfied, Dong Qingxue said with a smile, "Congratulations on passing the entrance exam. You should go get some rest, student Lu Sheng. A staff member will guide you to your dormitory." Lu Sheng smiled and replied, "Thank you." He then followed the guide. Once Lu Sheng was out of earshot, Dong Qingxue sighed in amazement. That kid is a monster. Looking at the footage, that level 2 puppet was like a toy in his hands. Qin Xiaojun looked down at the file in his hand and said in disbelief, "His profile says his blood chi is only 1.5 and his combat power is 15,000. Are they serious? This is unbelievable." Dong Qingxue recalled the interaction. "When I probed him with my psychic energy just now, I couldn't detect anything, and he didn't react at all." Qin Xiaojun asked, "So, how do you plan to handle this monster?" Dong Qingxue pondered for a moment. "I'm not sure yet, but one thing is certain, his official file is completely inaccurate. For now, let's designate him as a top-tier seed alongside Xiaolin. It looks like this camp is about to get a lot more interesting." On the way to the dormitory, Lu Sheng thought to himself, "Was that a psychic probe earlier? Instructor Dong Qingxue's psychic power is at least 5 times stronger than mine. I completely suppressed my own energy, but I wonder if she noticed." As he was deep in thought, his stomach suddenly let out a loud rumble. The staff member smiled understandingly. "Student Lu Sheng, it's actually dinner time right now. Why don't we head to the cafeteria first, and then I'll show you to your dorm?" Lu Sheng thanked him sheepishly. "Thanks, I appreciate it. By the way, is there enough food here?" he whispered. "My appetite has been a bit huge lately." The military officer laughed. "Haha, don't worry. For your first meal, it's all you can eat." Soon, a feast of the kitchen's finest delicacies was laid out right in front of Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng's face lit up with pure joy. Even after devouring 20 to 30 plates, he kept ordering more. "This is delicious. Let me get 5 more plates of this actually. Make it 10. And I'll take some of this too." Watching him gorge himself, the officer nearby stared with his jaw dropped, completely speechless. As he was focusing on his food, a pretty girl walked up and greeted him. "You're student Lu Sheng, right? My name is Yang Yan. I'm also a trainee here from Baihe City. We met back at the martial artist exam, remember? Do you mind if I sit here?" Instinctively, Lu Sheng pulled his plates closer, guarding them protectively. With his mouth stuffed, he mumbled, "The food here is unlimited. If you want some, you can grab your own over there." Yang Yan fumed inwardly. "Who on earth said I wanted to steal your food? And if it's unlimited, why are you acting like that?" "Still eating?" Lu Sheng asked. "By the way, I remember the association president mentioning that Baihe City hasn't sent anyone here in a long time. What's the story behind that?" Yang Yan explained. "Oh, you must have misunderstood. Actually, Baihe City sends students here every single year. It's just that for many years, barely anyone has managed to pass the entrance exam. And even if they did, they were quickly kicked out due to a lack of merit points. Nobody wants to put that on their resume going through all that trouble just to be a stepping stone for others." Lu Sheng nodded in understanding. "I see. So, what exactly are these merit points?" Yang Yan explained. "Merit points act as the currency here. If you want to use any resources in this training camp, you have to pay with merit points. Using the training equipment, asking the instructors for guidance, getting supplements, even your dormitory room costs points. And this beast meat you're eating? It's military-grade stuff, and normally, you'd need merit points to get it. Right now, only 3 people in the entire training camp actually have any merit points." Lu Sheng asked. "Only 3? How did they manage to get them?" Yang Yan didn't hold anything back. You can only earn merit points by passing specific trials. Their points were awarded for outstanding performance during the entrance exam. First is Cao Yong, a level 2 talented martial artist from Yanglin City who has a petrification ability. The second is a level 2 talented martial artist from Donglin City, Meng Jinhe, who possesses speed-type talent. And the last one is even rarer than a typical talented martial artist, someone who has awakened as a psychic telekinetic master. Word on the street is, they're the strongest and most talented in this year's training camp batch. While grabbing some food, the psychic master, Xia Lin, caught sight of Lu Sheng eating nearby and completely panicked. Her entire body trembled violently, a look of sheer terror on her face as she gasped. Seeing Lu Sheng sitting right there, Xia Lin immediately turned away, terrified. With shaking hands, she focused her telekinetic energy to keep the food on her tray from spilling over. Cold sweat dripping down her face, Xia Lin quickly hurried away to get as far from him as possible. While eating and chatting with Yang Yuan, Lu Sheng noticed Xia Lin. He suddenly remembered her and blurted out, "Ah, so it's her," Yang Yuan asked. "Wait, do you know her?" Taking a casual sip of water, Lu Sheng said, "We've met once." He then asked, "By the way, didn't you just say only 3 people passed the exam?" Sharing some gossip she had overheard, Yang Yuan replied, "Well, rumor has it there's a 4th person. But the rumors are a bit exaggerated. Not only is this person's strength terrifying, but they apparently destroyed almost all the level 2 mechanical puppets with their bare hands. On top of that, they say this guy is incredibly arrogant and even beat the examiner so badly he ended up in the hospital. He's a total loose cannon, a complete lunatic." Hearing this, Lu Sheng immediately choked on his water. He quickly played along, saying, "Haha, that's just crazy, definitely an exaggeration." Meanwhile, Yang Yuan thought to herself, "But still, this training camp really lives up to its reputation. Every single person here is a genius, even that monster Lu Sheng, who took Baihe City by storm. Yet even someone like him gets overshadowed here." Seeing Lu Sheng choking, she kindly handed him a tissue and comforted him. "Don't worry, Lu Sheng, I believe in you. With your strength and talent, once you spend some time in this training camp, there's no way you'll be inferior to them." Lu Sheng took the tissue and hesitated, completely lost for words. "Cough, cough, 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 thanks. Actually, Before he could finish his sentence, a group of officers walked up with serious expressions and asked, "Are you student Lu Sheng? Considering you destroyed 18 mechanical puppets during the camp entrance exam and beat the instructor so badly he had to be hospitalized, we need to ask you a few routine questions. Please cooperate and come with us." Finding out that the legendary 4th person she had just been talking about was actually Lu Sheng, Yang Yuan stared with her mouth wide open, completely frozen in shock. Everyone else around them was just as stunned by this sudden turn of events. They were so shocked, they nearly fell out of their seats. Food dropped everywhere. "What?" Lu Sheng calmly stood up and said, "I understand." Then, looking a bit embarrassed, he asked the officer, "But I haven't finished eating yet. Would it be okay if I pack the rest to go?" The officers, completely caught off guard by this request, froze for a few seconds before replying, Sure." After packing up his food, Lu Sheng politely said goodbye to Yang Yuan. "My bad. I'll be going now." Still completely reeling from the shock, Yang Yuan could only stammer out, "Huh? Oh, okay." The moment Lu Sheng and the officers walked out, the entire cafeteria erupted. So the rumors were actually true. Oh my god, a monster like that really exists. Holy crap. That legendary 4th person is actually Lu Sheng from Baihe City. Yang Yuan fell into a daze, her heart sinking as she remembered the absolute nonsense she had just spouted right in front of him. At this point, she wanted nothing more than to crawl into a hole and hide from the sheer embarrassment. Haha, arrogant, out of control, exaggerated, overshadowing everyone, crazy, a lunatic. Oh my god, what on earth did I just say? Meanwhile, in the control room, Lu Sheng was having a private conversation with Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qingshu. Holding the damage report in her hands, she said coldly, "Quite impressive, student Lu Sheng. Just showing off a tiny bit of your skills has wiped out our budget for the next 6 months." Seeing the cost of the damage, Lu Sheng tensed up. Dong Qingshui paused for a moment before speaking. "Each of these puppets costs over $10,000, and not a single one can be repaired. Impressive, truly impressive. However, after some discussion, we've decided not to hold you accountable for this, as it was simply your normal performance during the assessment. You aren't to blame for this." Hearing that he wouldn't be held responsible for the damages, Lu Sheng let out a huge sigh of relief. Just then, Major Qin Xiaojun walked in, followed by the first 3 candidates who had passed the exam. Opening the door, Qin Xiaojun said in surprise, "Oh, you're already here? Perfect, then everyone who passed the exam is finally here." Lu Sheng turned to look at the 3 of them. Jin, he stared at him with utter contempt, completely ignoring his presence. Cao Yang glared at him with a face full of anger and disdain. As for Xialin, she gasped in terror the second she saw Lu Sheng. At this very moment, she wished she could just shrink into a shell like a turtle and run away as fast as possible. Dong Qingxue glanced over the 4 outstanding candidates who had passed the exam and praised them. Excellent. First of all, congratulations to all of you for passing the entrance exam. Well done. Holding 4 cards in her hand like a prize, Dong Qingxue said, in this training camp, the stronger you are, the more resources you can secure. Since you all passed the entrance exam, I will grant you rewards and their corresponding points. Once your points reach a certain amount, they will be stored in a points card. These are your points cards. Dong Qingxue used her telekinetic power to hand each person a golden card. Holding the card in his hand, Cao Yong thought excitedly, "This is the gold points card my teacher mentioned. It has 100 points on it." Jin. He also looked ecstatic, making a subtle victory sign as he thought, "Awesome, now I'm officially at the head of the pack." Xiaolin held her card and thought joyfully, 100 points. This is enough to get a private session with the legendary high-level psychic chief instructor. Suddenly, everyone noticed that Lu Sheng was holding a white card, and their curious eyes instantly locked onto it. Wait, why is his card white? Lu Sheng examined the card in his hand for a moment and asked, "A white points card? I've never heard of that before. Could it be empty?" In the cafeteria, a single portion of exotic beast meat costs 5 points. An hour in the training room costs 10 points. A single guidance session with a regular instructor costs 30 points. And a session with the chief or vice chief instructor costs 100 points. After reading the card's usage guidelines, Lu Sheng casually made a shocking remark. Well, only the meat part seems remotely useful here. Hearing this, Qin Xiaojun fell right out of his chair in shock. Huh? His fellow trainees were completely speechless. Qin Xiaojun pointed at the card and said, "Hey kid, what is that supposed to mean? Stop acting like you got a bad deal. You're holding 1,000 points in your hand. If our instructor hadn't held back the higher-ups, the damages you caused would have left you in deep points debt." Hearing Qin Xiaojun's words, everyone's jaws dropped in shock. What? 1,000 points? Cao Yong suddenly let out a cold sneer. Haha, and here I thought this training camp actually valued real strength. Turns out they're just playing the privilege card. What a joke. Standing nearby with his arms crossed, Jin He sighed, "Man, whoever is backing him must be huge. It's honestly terrifying." Xiaolin covered her mouth in shock. Wait, you guys seriously don't know what he did during his exam? Cao Yong glared, itching to teach him a lesson. Of course we know. Word on the street is he bribed both his classmates and the instructors, right? The exam instructors are at least level 3 martial artists. To beat one, you'd have to be at least a level 4 martial artist. Even someone with the strongest innate strength couldn't pull that off. Besides, look at him, he doesn't show a single sign of vital energy depletion. If the whole point of this camp is to fight for the resources that only the strongest deserve, then why don't you prove yourself to me right now? Seeing them about to throw blows, Qin Xiaojun stepped forward to stop them. Hey, you guys. But Dong Qingxue quickly held him back. She wanted to see what Lu Sheng was truly capable of. Lu Sheng calmly looked back and asked, "Haha, are you sure?" Cao Yong charged forward, roaring, "Cut the crap! Today, I'll see if you can even scratch my stone-skinned talent, if I take even a single step back." Before he could even finish, Lu Sheng casually flicked his finger. Stellar Force. Level 2, doubling his maximum power. Before Cao Yong could even launch his attack, the flick sent him flying. He smashed right through the thick fortress wall, leaving a massive hole, and collapsed instantly. The whole thing happened so fast that the onlookers gasped in sheer disbelief. What? Realizing he might have gone a bit too far, Lu Sheng muttered sheepishly, "Hey, he asked for it. You're not gonna make me pay for the wall, right?" Seeing Cao Yong get blasted straight through a wall with just a flick, Xiaolin and Jin, he stood there completely shell-shocked. It was like a bolt from the blue, leaving them stammering, unable to utter a single coherent word. Lu Sheng didn't want to cause any more trouble. At this point, all he wanted was to get back to his room and focus on his training. Qin Xiaojun turned away and whistled, as if he had seen this coming all along. Lu Sheng calmly asked, "Can I go now?" He turned and made a quick exit. Seeing him leave, Dong Qingxue called out, "Lu Sheng, wait. What's your training plan going forward? If you use your points, you can get personal training from me." Lu Sheng gently pushed the door open. "Thanks, Chief Instructor, but I'll pass. I have something way more important to do." Qin Xiaojun asked, genuinely curious. "Oh, you have something more important than getting tips from the Chief Instructor herself?" Jin He and Xia Lin leaned in, eager to hear what could possibly be that urgent. Lu Sheng replied flatly, "Yeah, I need to go back and take a nap." The absolute absurdity of his excuse left Jin He and Xia Lin utterly speechless. "Wait, what?" Qin Xiaojun, on the other hand, burst into hysterical laughter. "Ha ha ha, what a kid." Dong Qingxue could only sigh, completely speechless. Once everyone had left, she pulled up the security cameras, only to find that Lu Sheng really had gone straight back to his dorm to sleep. Qin Xiaojun felt like he was watching a comedy show. The kid actually went back to sleep. Dongqing Shui shook her head, unable to fathom his train of thought. What is he even doing? There are no training resources in the dorms. Qin Shaojun, thoroughly amused, replied, "This is the first time I've run into such a bizarre genius. Just let him do his thing," Dongqing Shui said in a low, contemplative tone. "You don't get it. He's the perfect whetstone to push the others to grow faster." Qin Shaojun replied seriously, "A whetstone? I'm afraid this particular whetstone is tougher than every single knife we have here." Dongqing Shui's gaze drifted as a memory surfaced. "Do you remember our own training camp batch? That guy, Xiang Peng?" At the mention of that name, Qin Shaojun stood up and clutched his chest. "Of course I do. Just hearing his name makes my chest ache. Back in our camp, he put immense pressure on every single genius, trampling everyone beneath his feet. He was the undisputed king." Dongqing Shui murmured thoughtfully, "Exactly. In the early stages, those with strength-type talents have an overwhelming advantage, easily racking up tens of thousands of combat power points. And they can even fight enemies above their own level. But technique, speed, observation, judgment, experience, tactics, and strategy. True combat capability isn't just raw power. It's a continuous process of growth and accumulation. Martial artists with strength-type talents who solely rely on the raw power they were born with will only shine for a fleeting moment. And that, I fear, is where Lu Sheng's path will end." Meanwhile, inside the dream realm, Lu Sheng was pouring all his energy into a fierce battle against a burly blonde zombie. The two were evenly matched, clashing for 100 rounds without either gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, the zombie unleashed a powerful punch, but Lu Sheng caught and held it in a death grip. With lightning speed, he grabbed a nearby iron bar and drove it straight through the zombie's thigh and foot, pinning it firmly to the ground. Seizing the opening, he unleashed his signature technique, Stellar Force, slamming a heavy fist right into the zombie's face. The blow completely obliterated it. As the creature dissolved, Lu Sheng absorbed its skills and memories. Lu Sheng exhaled a long breath of relief after the exhausting struggle. Phew! When it was alive, it was a level 6 quasi-grandmaster, on par with Xiao Yuhei, the president of the Martial Arts Association. No wonder it was so tough. If I hadn't used my full mental power to block that last attack, I would have been in serious trouble. Lu Sheng then began the process of absorbing the zombie's martial techniques, moves, and combat experience, treasures far more valuable than simply boosting his vital energy. This is by far the greatest reward of this dream realm. Movement, fist techniques, palm strikes, kicks, spearmanship, swordsmanship. Human life is too short to master them all. But standing on the shoulders of countless experts, I can become completely all-rounded, with absolutely no weaknesses. Once he had fully assimilated the skills of that level 6 zombie, Lu Sheng sat down to recover. Now, it's time to focus on my mental power. If I hadn't relied on my mental power just now, I probably wouldn't have survived a single blow from that zombie. But my control over it is still too basic. It's barely enough to deal with these zombies. Against a real level 6 powerhouse, there's no telling what would happen. I need to push my mental power training further. With those thoughts, Lu Sheng quickly plunged deep into his own consciousness, clearing his mind of all distractions, focusing inward, and condensing his mental energy. Once prepared, he directed his focused will toward the very core of his mental sphere. The stony shell surrounding his mental core began to crack, releasing a brilliant mystical. Suddenly, an overwhelming force violently yanked him outward, sending a searing, tearing pain throughout his entire body. At last, his spiritual force was completely unleashed. The sheer power radiating from him shattered every single window in the entire building. Having completely drained his energy, Lu Sheng stood there looking like an empty shell. He was gasping for air, yet he couldn't hide the pure joy on his face. I've broken through again. Once he regained his strength, Lu Sheng eagerly pulled up the AI to see if his future self had made any more breakthroughs. He thought, it's been quite a while since I last checked my life registry. Wondering how things had changed this time, Lu Sheng ordered the AI, show me my personal profile. The AI quickly gathered the data, replying, retrieving your information, master. A moment later, Lu Sheng's complete profile flashed on the screen. Name, Lu Sheng. Gender, male. Lifespan, June of Martial Era, year 297, to April of Martial Era, year 452. Martial Arts Strength, Level 7 Martial Artist. Access Clearance, Level 3. Future Life Path. At age 18, became a Level 2 Martial Artist, causing a sensation in Baihe City. Later, recommended by the Baihe City Martial Arts Association, he joined the Dongning Province Genius Training Camp and finished first in training. That same year, he ranked number 1 in his school, number 1 in the province, and 53rd nationwide in the college entrance exam, earning admission to Dongning Martial Arts University. 3 years later, he graduated from Dongning Martial Arts University and entered military service. 5 years after that, he retired with the rank of Major General. He founded the Sheng Martial Dojo in Baihe City and advanced to a level 7 martial artist at the age of 65. In July of martial era year 452, his old wounds flared up, and he passed away at the age of 156. Marital status: married, with 2 sons and 1 daughter. Highest military rank: Major General. His historical evaluation was 3 stars. Seeing that his profile had upgraded once again, Lu Sheng was absolutely thrilled. A level 7 Grandmaster. I actually reached the level 7 Grandmaster realm in my lifetime. In ancient times, that would make me a powerful lord. Even today, it makes me a highly influential figure. Lu Sheng thought to himself, wait, if I've become a Grandmaster, then my evaluation and clearance level should have upgraded too, right? Lu Sheng immediately ordered, AI, search for the stellar body refining art, the natural breathing method, and the crystal meditation method. The AI quickly responded, understood. A moment later, countless martial techniques appeared around Lu Sheng. Stellar Body Refining Art, Advanced Section, created by the Level 11 Martial Alliance powerhouse, Wang He, included in the Spark Project. Natural Breathing Method, Advanced Section, created by the Level 11 Martial Alliance powerhouse, Yang Yizhou, included in the Spark Project. Crystal Meditation Method, Advanced Section, created by the Level 11 Martial Alliance powerhouse, Duan Yifeng, included in the Spark Project. Lu Sheng murmured, as expected, with level 3 clearance, I can search for higher level techniques. Suddenly, an unusual book caught his eye, making him curious to take a look. Huh? What is this? Lu Sheng quickly opened the book, and its contents left him utterly astonished. The Divine Wisdom King Scripture, created by the Level 11 Martial Alliance powerhouse, Duan Yifeng, included in the Spark Project. After reading through it, Lu Sheng couldn't help but gasp in amazement. This is a complete manual! Lu Sheng opened it up, his shock growing with every page. This Divine Wisdom King Scripture was so wildly imaginative and profound, it was simply unbelievable. No wonder this technique wasn't mentioned in the combat skills report. This is a martial art specifically designed for spiritualists. It doesn't just contain combat principles and techniques for using spiritual force. No, the most important thing is, this technique is completely different from any other spiritual force manual. The core concept of the Divine Wisdom King Scripture is to use spiritual force to construct an entirely new body inside the martial artist, essentially, a second self. And the precision of this constructed body can go as deep as muscle fibers, cells, and even down to the genetic level. All of this serves just one purpose: to strengthen oneself in every single aspect, with 0 blind spots. The first layer of the Divine Wisdom King Scripture uses spiritual organs to enhance the physical body, thereby boosting blood chi. And this happens to be my greatest weakness. My combat power has hit a wall, and my base blood chi has been impossible to change. My blood chi has always been the bottleneck holding me back. If I can break through this barrier, I'll be able to boost all of my stats by using spiritual force to directly influence my blood chi. It's absolutely mind-blowing. I really underestimated 10,000 years of martial arts wisdom. Creating a technique like this nowadays is completely out of the question. People wouldn't even dare to dream it up. Duan Yifeng. I will remember that name. A genius of this caliber is a once-in-a-civilization miracle. He must have been an absolute peak existence even among level 11 powerhouses. And yet, even someone like him couldn't stop the destruction of human civilization. There is still so much I must do, and the road ahead is long. Every single minute, every single second, I have to give it my all to become stronger. 1 month later, in the training room, Xiaolin was focusing entirely on honing her spiritual force. She was currently standing inside a testing chamber equipped with automatic ball launchers all around. Xiaolin's task was to use her spiritual force to control weapons and destroy the incoming balls. Closing her eyes to sense their trajectory, she commanded several spiritual spikes to launch forward and shatter them. Within the blink of an eye, all the launched balls were smashed to pieces. Watching from outside, Lieutenant Colonel Dongqing Shui saw Xiaolin pass with flying colors and stepped into the room to praise her. Not bad. You're making rapid progress. You've already mastered controlling 3 spiritual spikes. Once you can master 6 of them, it means you've officially stepped into the rank of a level 1 spiritualist. Upon hearing the praise, Xiaolin bowed deeply to thank Dongqing Shui for her guidance. Thank you, Chief Instructor. It's all thanks to your guidance, Dongqing Shui replied politely. It also has to do with your talent and hard work. Frowning, Dongqing Shui added, however, I've noticed one thing. There seems to be a major flaw in your mental willpower. Has someone left you with some kind of psychological trauma? Xiaolin immediately recalled the terrifying gaze Lu Sheng had given her when they first met, a memory that still made her shudder to this day. Biting her lip as cold sweat broke out, Xiaolin replied with a tremble, Yes, Chief Instructor. May I ask if there is any way to overcome this? Dongqing Shui said coldly, It's simple. Find the person who caused your trauma, defeat him or kill him, and the trauma will naturally vanish. Hearing that she had to defeat Lu Sheng, Xiaolin panicked and let out a terrified gasp. Huh? Seeing Xiaolin's reaction, Dong Qingxue frowned, wishing she could just whip her into shape. What's wrong? You are currently in a period of rapid growth. Surely a minor obstacle like this won't stop you? Xiaolin thought it over. He'd heard that terrifying monster had been in a major slump lately. If his strength was really stuck in place, then maybe he could actually beat him. Xiaolin made a firm decision, his eyes hardening with the determination to take down Lu Sheng. As soon as Xiaolin's training session ended, Qin Xiaojun, who had been lingering outside to nose around, asked, "Is it over? How did it go?" Dong Qingxue sighed, looking a bit deflated. His talent is decent, but his personality is just a bit too soft. Qin Xiaojun chuckled. "Do you think everyone is like you? Besides, is his personality really worse than the guy I'm teaching?" Dong Qingxue asked. "You mean Meng Jinhe?" "Well, the training has started. Anyway, we still have 1 to 2 months. We'll just have to grit our teeth and push through. By the way, is he still doing that?" Qin Xiaojun muttered, sounding totally defeated. "Still the same. Every single day when food is brought in, he's just lying there, fast asleep. I'm guessing he's completely washed up." Qin Xiaojun then turned to tease Dong Qingxue. "Hey, remember what you told him during training? As long as you like, you can just sleep in your dorm every day and no one will care." "Haha." Dong Qingxue buried her face in her hands and groaned. "Ugh, I should have never said that." Qin Xiaojun, being his usual cheeky self, just couldn't help poking her some more. "So, what do you say? Do you still want to use him as a whetstone to sharpen the others?" Dong Qingxue fumed, snapping at him. "Shut up, you idiot! Give you an inch and you take a mile!" She stomped off angrily, shouting back, "Forget about him! Just worry about training your precious Meng Jinhe. Otherwise, when the test comes around, Xiaolin is going to beat him to a pulp." Qin Xiaojun stuck out his tongue playfully to tease her. "Oh, please, who's afraid of who?" Over at the gym, Yang Yan was tidying up with some friends. Sweeping the floor with a heavy sigh, she looked completely exhausted. Just then, a friend ran over and called out cheerfully, "Hey, Yang Yan, you're still not done yet? Let me help you out." Seeing her friend offer a hand, Yang Yan smiled gratefully. "Oh, thank you so much." Her friend replied, "No worries, you helped me out the exact same way last time." As they swept, they both couldn't help but sigh. "Man, I really envy those guys, getting 100 points. That's more than enough to last them for these 2 months." Yang Yan agreed, nodding sadly. "Yeah, poor folks like us just have to suffer. We literally have to skip a meal or two just to make our points barely last. Sigh, there's just no comparison. We're in different leagues." Suddenly, her friend lowered her voice and asked, "Hey, Yang Yan, what has Lu Sheng from your city been doing lately? Aren't you two on pretty good terms?" Hearing Lu Sheng's name made Yang Yan a bit curious herself, but she shook her head sadly. "Honestly, I don't really know what he's up to." Her friend continued to gossip. "Yeah, figured you didn't. Honestly, that Lu Sheng guy is really something. He was so incredibly strong when he first got here, completely dominating the entire camp. But in the end, the very next day he completely fell off. He's kept himself locked inside ever since. Everyone has probably caught up to him by now. Hey, Yang Yan, do you think he's just scared? Like maybe he realized his initial talent advantage is fading, so he's just hiding like a turtle in a shell to keep up an act of mystery?" Remembering Lu Sheng's incredible skills, Yang Yan still trusted him completely. She thought to herself, no, Lu Sheng is definitely not that kind of person. Yang Yan quickly took the broom back from her friend's hand, turning away as she said, "You should take a break. Just let me handle the rest of the work." Seeing Yang Yan suddenly take over, her friend stood there completely confused, not quite sure what just happened. Just then, out on the balcony, a crowd of people started shouting for everyone to go check something out. "Hurry up! Let's go check it out!" Apparently, Cao Yang is about to try 4 times gravity. Really? Hearing such shocking news, her friend squealed, "Oh my god, did you hear that? 4 times gravity? Is that for real? That's absolutely insane." Yang Yan said in total disbelief. "Last time I only tried the 1-time gravity room and couldn't even last 20 minutes. I almost died. And now he's doing 4 times? Eager to see the action, her friend grabbed Yang Yan's hand and pulled her along. "Come on, let's go check it out." Yang Yan was caught completely off guard as she was dragged away. "Ah, wait." As she was dragged along, Yang Yan couldn't help but think, "Lu Sheng, what on earth are you actually doing right now?" Meanwhile, Lu Sheng had just woken up from a long dreamscape, his strength having increased significantly. He gently opened his dorm door and stepped outside, his expression carrying a colder, sharper edge than before. Inside the gravity room, Cao Yang was completely focused on enduring 3 times gravity. He gritted his teeth, tensing his entire body to withstand the crushing pressure as his muscles bulged. The onlookers watching from outside gasped in admiration. "That's incredible! It's almost 4 minutes! That's 4 minutes longer than last time!" Finally, after holding out for exactly 4 minutes, Cao Yang quickly hit the stop button. The moment Cao Yang stepped out of the room, the crowd showered him with praise, shouting, "Man, you are seriously amazing! I can't even last 10 minutes under double gravity, but Cao Yong managed to endure 4 minutes under 3 times gravity. Having finished his intense training, Cao Yong walked out with a highly confident smirk, letting out a long sigh of relief. Phew, that felt good. Seeing everyone kissing up to him, Cao Yong smugly boasted, "You guys are already this terrified by just this level? What on earth are you going to do when I ramp it up to 4 times gravity?" Haha, a brown-noser ran up and chimed in. "Big brother Cao Yong, at this rate, you're going to adapt to 4 times gravity in no time, and you'll break through to a level 3 martial artist. When that happens, I'd like to see who in this entire training camp can even stand a chance against you." Hearing the guy's excessive flattery suddenly reminded Cao Yong of his ultimate rival. He unconsciously reached up to touch his forehead, which still throbbed with pain. He frowned and asked, "How is he doing now?" The flatterer chuckled. "Who, Lu Sheng?" "Oh, he's still the same. Every single time the delivery student drops off his meals, they find him fast asleep in bed, probably busy dreaming about who knows what." "Ha ha ha ha!" Cao Yong sneered. What an arrogant, overconfident fool. Even if I was weaker than him at first, even a slow turtle will eventually catch up to a sleeping hare. Besides, he's been sleeping for over a month now, completely wasting 1,000 points. At this point, I might not even lose to him anymore. Just as Cao Yong was lost in his daydreaming, a figure suddenly brushed past him like a gust of wind, leaving him completely frozen in shock for a few seconds. Walking right past him, Lu Sheng calmly muttered, "Excuse me." Once Cao Yong realized who it was, he gasped in utter panic. Lu Sheng? Standing in front of the gravity room, Lu Sheng casually remarked, "So this is the gravity training room? Huh, doesn't look too bad." Leaning back against the door, Cao Yong sneered, Well, look who finally decided to crawl out of his room. What's the matter? After sleeping for over a month, did you finally remember that this training room actually exists?" Lu Sheng didn't even care what on earth Cao Yong was babbling about. He casually swiped his card to activate the gravity room, thinking to himself, who would have thought that just eating would drain so many of my merit points? Let's start with 3 hours. After browsing through the console, Lu Sheng selected a 3-hour session. 3 hours, level 2 gravity, points deducted. Once the gravity room booted up, Lu Sheng stepped inside. Before heading in, he turned back to throw a parting shot at Cao Yong. "A month, you say? Perfect. This is a great chance to test how much my strength has actually grown." Cao Yong yelled in anger. "Damn it! You sleep in the dorms every single day but still expect to get stronger? Are you kidding me?" The door gradually slid shut, and the system began its countdown. Cao Yong poked his head in to give a friendly heads up. "Hey, you're going into the gravity training room without starting it up first?" The system continued its announcement. "Due to the effects of gravity, please use the physical buttons. 3, 2, 1. User, Lu Sheng. Gravity, level 2. Outside, Cao Yong watched excitedly, waiting for the show to start. The gravity training room is no joke. If you don't follow the rules and prep the machine beforehand, suddenly taking on that external pressure while completely frozen in place can easily rupture your internal organs and cause severe bleeding. Whether he's just clueless or arrogant, he's absolutely done for this time. Cao Yong and the crowd of onlookers peered inside, but nothing happened. Lu Sheng just stood there completely still, making the air around him feel eerily quiet. Cao Yong rested his hands on his hips and asked, "The gravity system is active, right? Why isn't he reacting at all?" Lu Sheng slammed a heavy punch into the ground and began performing his martial arts moves, throwing a series of strikes that left Cao Yong and the other onlookers wide-eyed with shock. Unable to believe his eyes, Cao Yong stood frozen in his tracks. The sycophant from earlier now felt his legs turn to jelly, barely able to stand. He trembled and stammered out. The other students training nearby saw Lu Sheng casually practicing his martial arts in the room, and their jaws dropped. Wait, isn't that Lu Sheng? Look everyone, Lu Sheng is throwing strikes so hard they're cracking the air even under that gravity. A crowd started to gather, though some still refused to believe it. This has to be fake, right? They broke into a panicked frenzy, shouting, "What the hell is going on? Holy shit!" Meanwhile, after finishing his routine and feeling quite refreshed, Lu Sheng said with satisfaction, This feels pretty fresh." Lu Sheng walked over to the control panel, wanting to test out higher gravity. He stared at it curiously for a moment. Is it this button? Watching from the outside, Cao Yong noticed Lu Sheng pressing something on the control panel. He frowned, thinking to himself, is he giving up because he can't handle it anymore? The moment Lu Sheng pressed the button, a piercing high-frequency screech suddenly erupted from the gravity room. The noise was so deafening that none of the onlookers could stand it. Everyone covered their ears in agony, unable to block out the noise. Some were even brought to their knees, completely unable to stand up. What's happening? Cao Yong's jaw dropped as cold sweat poured down. He stammered, This is. Outside the room, the display panel flashed. User, Lu Sheng. Gravity, level 4. Cao Yong realized in horror that Lu Sheng had cranked the gravity up to 4 times. Feeling the immense pressure weighing down on him, Lu Sheng thought, So this is what intensified gravity feels like. Great, let's give this a try. Lu Sheng dropped to one knee and pressed his palm firmly against the ground. The onlookers outside laughed in triumph. Ha ha, he can't take it anymore. But they were wrong. Lu Sheng channeled his strength and lifted his palm, leaving only 2 fingers supporting his entire weight. Meanwhile, Xiaolin was dragging herself back from a grueling training session, grumbling, "Man, I'm exhausted. That instructor is way too brutal." Walking past the gravity room, she noticed a huge crowd gathered around, whispering in awe. Driven by curiosity, she decided to head over and see what all the fuss was about. Xiaolin quickly squeezed her way in. As she got closer, she saw everyone staring with their mouths open in utter disbelief. Still not realizing what was happening, she asked, "What are you guys looking at? Is it really that interesting?" But as she peered closer into the room, she gasped in horror. Wait, Lu Sheng is doing a 2-finger handstand in a level 4 gravity room? The sight was so mind-blowing that she was left utterly speechless, wearing the exact same dumbfounded expression as the rest of the crowd. A million question marks flooded Xiaolin's brain. She could only laugh to keep from crying. Haha, Lu Sheng. Cao Yong was in no better shape. He collapsed to the floor, slumping heavily against the wall. Thud. He was currently having a full-blown existential crisis. Just a minute ago, he was bursting with confidence that he'd beat Lu Sheng, but now he realized the gap between them was vast and insurmountable. Why? How is he this strong? Cao Yong was practically losing his mind, gritting his teeth in sheer denial, completely unable to accept reality. Didn't he spend over a month just sleeping? In his head, Lu Sheng was like the sleeping hare far up on the surface, while he, the turtle, was stuck at the very bottom of an abyss. The turtle Cao Yong wept in despair, crying out, "I thought I had finally surpassed him." After knocking out nearly 100 push-ups, Lu Sheng thought, 4 times gravity is decent. This familiar feeling is starting to come back. Lu Sheng quickly walked over to the control panel to adjust the settings. The crowd outside immediately noticed the increase in gravity and shrieked, 5 times? Oh my god, quick, call everyone over here. Feeling the crush of the gravity, Lu Sheng quickly activated his technique, the natural breathing method, transitioning to the breath of the earth. Hearing rumors that Lu Sheng was testing himself against 5 times gravity, every single student in the training camp rushed over to witness it. The shock on their faces was impossible to hide. Hey, have you heard? What is it? Hurry up, let's go. Is that stuff about the gravity room actually true? Lin Chengyu, who had been mocking Lu Sheng earlier, gritted his teeth in sheer frustration. Damn it, that guy is back. You've got to be kidding me. A massive crowd now packed the area outside the gravity room. It really was him. Lu Sheng certainly knew how to keep everyone on their toes with one shock after another. Cao Yong's eyes were practically bulging out of his skull. He pressed his face flat against the glass, staring at the scene inside, completely and utterly dumbfounded. Despite the crushing 5 times gravity, Lu Sheng casually leaped up, showing absolutely no sign of strain or discomfort. Lu Sheng thought to himself, 5 times gravity is perfect for my training right now. I can just barely perform the movements of the stellar body refining technique. If I go any higher, even just moving would be exhausting. After testing out a punch, Lu Sheng murmured in admiration, "Not bad at all. Not enough. Not nearly enough. I need more pressure to push myself to the absolute limit." Seeing Lu Sheng walk over to the control panel, everyone sighed in relief, but then wondered, what on earth is he doing? Did he finally hit his limit? Is he about to turn off the gravity? 5 times gravity. To hold out that long is already insane. If it were me, I wouldn't last a single second. But to everyone's shock, Lu Sheng didn't press the stop button. Instead, he cranked it up several more levels. Lu Sheng's action was a massive blow to the students there, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, in the main command room, Dong Qingshui sat lost in thought, looking rather discouraged. 2 more today? It's only been a few days, and already this many students have dropped out of the camp? Qin Xiaojun handed Dong Qingshui a cold glass of lemonade and said gently, "They've just been spoiled too much at home. These pampered geniuses are used to getting their way, so they can't handle the harsh reality here. It's only natural." Dong Qingshui took a sip of her lemonade and sighed in frustration. They can't even handle this tiny bit of hardship? How are they going to survive on the battlefield when they're fighting beasts with real blades and live ammo? Will they even stand a chance? The sip of lemonade made her frown slightly, a bit too much sugar. Qin Xiaojun smiled and said, "You're just pushing yourself too hard as always. Honestly, this batch of students isn't that bad. My guess is that around 80% of them will make it to graduation day." Qin Xiaojun glanced at the monitor and said cheerfully, "Look, someone just broke the records in both the gravity chamber and the agility room." But as he spoke, he froze in his tracks, completely dumbfounded by what he saw. Whoa, someone set a new historical record in the gravity room. Dong Qingshui replied indifferently, "A historical record? Is it Cao Yang? I recall he was about to hit 4 times gravity, right?" Qin Xiaojun forced a chuckle and said, "Ha, nope, not him. It's someone you would never in a million years expect. Lu Sheng, at 8 times gravity." Hearing Lu Sheng's name, Dong Qingxue gasped, instantly crushing the glass in her hand to pieces. What did you say? Did you say, Lu Sheng? Qin Xiaojun praised. Just what level is that kid at right now? Dong Qingxue replied. I don't know. But the person we've been searching for, we've finally found him. Back in the gravity chamber, Lu Sheng was enduring an absolutely brutal, crushing weight. The force was so intense he couldn't even sit up straight. Grr. His entire body felt like it was about to collapse. Lu Sheng thought to himself, 8 times gravity is still too heavy for my current blood qi. I'm almost at my absolute limit, and my endurance is about to run completely dry. He thought, then let's try the new cultivation technique. Lu Sheng quickly mobilized his spiritual energy to reconstruct a perfect, molecularly identical heart. He then used this newly formed heart to envelop his original one, creating a powerful, protective barrier. Once the heart reconstruction was complete, an overwhelming surge of power exploded in Lu Sheng's chest, rushing through his entire body and coursing through his blood vessels. The raw force was so immense that it knocked him flat on his back. He stood up to feel this new surge of power. Pant, pant. Just by constructing a portion of the cardiovascular system, his blood qi had already spiked by nearly 10%. This is the Divine Illumination Pluto Sutra. Lu Sheng clenched his fists in excitement and smiled, thinking, great, now let's see where my true limits lie. With that, he quickly made his way back to the control panel. Seeing Lu Sheng head toward the control panel again, everyone was on the verge of losing their minds. What is he trying to do now? It's already 8 times gravity. Is he seriously going for more? Right at that moment, the glass door of the gravity room suddenly cracked. Some of the gravity leaked out, instantly crushing several nearby students to their knees on the floor. Cao Yong was genuinely terrified now. He screamed, Lu Sheng, what the hell are you doing? Meanwhile, the system announced, 10 times gravity. Under this 10 times gravity, Lu Sheng was pinned to the floor, unable to move a single muscle. Even the floor began to crumble, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure. With great difficulty, Lu Sheng groaned. It's so heavy. My entire skeleton is creaking, and my blood feels like it's about to stop flowing completely. Never mind moving. Just staying conscious is taking every ounce of my strength. This is 10 times gravity. It's simply not something I can handle right now. Yet, a sudden wave of excitement washed over him. The burning desire to conquer this challenge sent a rush of adrenaline straight to his brain. He said with fierce determination, this is exactly what I wanted. To change the future and avert the path of destruction. Who is the one that can do it? Is it someone who practices top-tier techniques? A peerless genius? Or someone with limitless resources? Lu Sheng summoned every shred of his strength and forced himself to stand up. He roared, it's the one who can break past their own limits. After a brutal struggle, Lu Sheng finally stood tall and firm, releasing a massive, explosive wave of energy. At this moment, everyone watching from outside could feel the sheer, terrifying weight of his power. Not a single one of them had the courage to stand tall and face it. Lu Sheng's power was simply peerless. Watching Lu Sheng withstand it all so fiercely, Yang Yuan thought to herself, Lu Sheng is truly back. When Lu Sheng finally walked out of the gravity room, everyone stared at him in utter disbelief. They parted like the Red Sea, clearing a path for him. Lu Sheng emerged completely drenched in sweat. A rather cute girl sheepishly stepped forward and offered him a towel to wipe his face. Classmate Lu Sheng, here's a towel. Lu Sheng turned to look at the girl, slightly confused, while the other girls nearby watched her with eyes full of envy. Lu Sheng casually took the towel, not wanting to reject her kindness, and offered a warm smile. Thank you. Lu Sheng casually walked away with the towel, leaving the 2 girls jumping up and down, squealing with joy. He didn't pay them much mind. He unlocked his phone to check the time and thought to himself, if I'd known it would take such a short time, I wouldn't have booked it for 3 whole hours. What a waste of points. Shortly after, a notification popped up on his screen. Tapping it open, Lu Sheng was pleasantly surprised. Breaking a record gives a bonus in points? With a ding, the message read, record broken, bonus points rewarded. Lu Sheng was now comfortably at the top of the leaderboard, with his remaining balance sitting at 4,335 points. Seeing Lu Sheng's score sent everyone into a state of shock. One student stared at his own measly 6 points and cried out, what? A 4-digit score? All of our points combined wouldn't even make up half of his. I haven't eaten meat in 3 days. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was thrilled with his massive haul, thinking, with over 4,000 points, I can finally get a decent meal. Next, Lu Sheng headed toward the training hall. A student standing nearby saw him walking in their direction and immediately fantasized, oh my god, is he coming toward me? Everywhere Lu Sheng went, people instinctively backed away and cleared a path for him. Under everyone's dumbfounded stares, Lu Sheng kept his hands in his pockets, walking past them in complete leisure. Seeing that Lu Sheng still wanted to keep going and had no intention of stopping, made all the students there quickly follow him. Lu Sheng is indeed still the same Lu Sheng. Where is he going? Let's follow him and find out. Yang Yan thought to herself, standing in place and staring at Lu Sheng's receding back. Lu Sheng had such a powerful presence, towering far above everyone else. The people standing around her were also talking excitedly. 10 times gravity. He really isn't human. That's just terrifying. Watching Lu Sheng, Yang Yan couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration. That figure of his, it was like a fierce tiger on the prowl, with 100 beasts trailing behind him. Yang Yan's friend sighed in awe. Lu Sheng has a strength-type talent, yet he actually broke the record of Cao Yong, a defense type in the gravity chamber. How is this even possible? Has his blood qi already broken through to the 4th rank? Hearing her friend praise Lu Sheng made Yang Yan realize something. The direction he was heading was straight toward the movement technique room. Inside the movement technique room, Meng Jinhe was training hard. His speed-type talent allowed him to dodge the dense web of laser beams with incredible agility. Though Meng Jinhe was agile, training for so long had drained much of his stamina, making it harder and harder to move. Despite his best efforts, he was eventually hit by one of the lasers. The system chimed, "Training complete." The score for this session showed an 87% completion rate for Stage 2. Seeing the results, Meng Jinhe let out a sigh of relief, looking quite pleased. Phew! The system displayed another notification. Congratulations, martial artist U284363. Your movement technique has surpassed 52% of the trainees. Seeing his score, Meng Jinhe smirked arrogantly and burst into laughter, covering his face. Every record set in this movement technique chamber would be broadcast throughout the Martial Alliance and could rank on the global leaderboard at any moment. I've surpassed more than half of the people in the entire world. That has to be at least hundreds of millions of people. Indeed, there's a vast gap between ordinary people and geniuses. Not only did I awaken a speed talent, but I even received personal coaching from Instructor Chin. The gap between me and the rest is simply incomparable. Others only need to watch me train to realize just how extraordinary I am. Smug with these thoughts, Meng Jinhe pushed the door open. He fully expected to hear the crowd's cheers, waiting for them to praise him as a peerless genius. But reality hit him like a bucket of ice water, leaving him frozen in disbelief. There wasn't a single soul outside his training room. Everyone had gathered around the chamber next door. Meng Jinhe frowned. What's going on? Where did everyone go? Even Instructor Dong and Instructor Chin are here. What on earth are they watching? Is one of the instructors doing a live demonstration? He quickly rushed over, grabbed a guy nearby, and asked, "Hey, what's going on here? What are you guys watching?" The guy, annoyed at being grabbed, snapped back. "Huh? We're watching Lu Sheng, obviously. Who else could it be?" Hearing it was Lu Sheng, Meng Jinhe scoffed. Lu Sheng, the famous sleepyhead of Baihe City? Don't tell me you guys actually think that sleepyhead can break my record? You've all lost your minds. Seeing how arrogant Meng Jinhe was being, the other guy lost his temper. He whipped around and barked, "What? Who the hell do you think you are?" Seeing his classmate suddenly snap at him, Meng Jinhe stood there dazed, completely clueless about what he had said wrong. Right then, the perfect answer to Meng Jinhe's ridicule unfolded before their eyes. The classmate cried out in shock. "Holy crap, what is happening?" Meng Jinhe caught a glimpse of what was happening inside and froze in sheer panic. No way, all the laser emitters are operating at full capacity. Inside, Lu Sheng calmly started up the system. After a quick look around, he immediately grasped how the training worked. He thought to himself, so that's how it is. I just need to dodge the lasers, right? It seems impossible to predict where the next beam will come from. That's supposed to be the hardest part of agility training, but for me, that difficulty simply doesn't exist. The system primed, and the lasers flickered to life, firing in a rapid, dense onslaught that resembled a tightly woven spider web. Yet, with lightning-fast footwork, Lu Sheng dodged them all effortlessly. Watching this scene unfold, Meng Jinhe shook with terror and shrieked. How? How is this possible? How can this be? There are thousands of lasers flashing in that room, and nobody knows where they'll shoot next. With that kind of density and speed, how is he doing that? In a state of panic, Meng Jinhe grabbed the classmate next to him by the collar, lifting him up. "Are you absolutely sure this is Lu Sheng's first time in the movement technique chamber?" The terrified student trembled and stammered. "Yes, we all followed him here. Before this, he even broke the all-time record in the gravity chamber at 10 times gravity." Hearing this, Meng Jinhe felt his entire world collapse. His eyes turned completely bloodshot, unable to process the harsh reality. He slumped to the ground, thinking in absolute agony. Lu Sheng, isn't his talent supposed to be strength-based? Hasn't he been sleeping for 1 or 2 months? How is this possible? The gap between us is this massive. Seeing Meng Jinhe collapsed on the floor in utter despair, the people around him asked in concern, "Hey, what's wrong?" But at this point, Meng Jinhe had completely lost his will to fight, overwhelmed by a wave of absolute despair and helplessness. Watching Lu Sheng's movements made Dong Qing highly skeptical. She thought to herself, is this really Lu Sheng's first time training his movement technique? No, even after hundreds of attempts, it shouldn't look this effortless. Rather than reacting to the lasers, his movements look more like, and he's predicting them beforehand. Sure enough, inside the chamber, Lu Sheng was like a fish in water, unleashing his full strength, agility, and sharp judgment. Step by step, he navigated through the dense lasers, his movements fluid, elegant, and incredibly precise. Watching from the outside, Dong Qing couldn't resist the urge to probe Lu Sheng's mental energy. Noticing that Dong Qing was about to mobilize her mental energy, Qin Xiaojun immediately asked, "What do you think you're doing?" Dong Qing quickly pulled her mental energy back. An overwhelming urge pushed her to test him again, but her rationality held her back. She thought, how strange, didn't I already probe him last time? He didn't react to my mental energy at all, so why do I still want to try? Have I lost my mind? The training chamber's system flashed a notification. Stage 2 movement technique, 62% completed. Lu Sheng thought to himself, this training is actually pretty good. I feel like my movements can get even faster. Shortly after, the system chimed again with a new update. Stage 2 of the movement technique training has been cleared. Everyone watching was blown away by his terrifying speed. Beep! It's only been a few minutes. Is Stage 2 over already? Yeah, Lu Sheng's Stage 2 seemed way too easy. How come it looks totally different from the Stage 2s we've seen before? Hearing the students call the challenge easy, Tan Xiaogun turned around to school them on the massive gap between them and a real genius, making them realize what way too easy actually meant. It's just that Lu Sheng makes it look effortless. His movement technique is already at the perfect realm. Dong Qing stood there with her arms crossed, looking defiant. I, on the other hand, want to see just how far he can go. Seeing her stubborn expression, Tan Xiaogun burst into laughter. Haha, Dong Qing, I think this is the first time we've actually agreed on something. At that moment, the system chimed in to announce the start of Stage 3 movement training. This time, thousands of balls flew in at a dizzying speed, leaving almost zero room to dodge, while thousands of laser beams rained down at the same time. Everyone watching was completely terrified by this dense barrage. Beams of lasers flashed continuously, lighting up the entire area in a blinding glare. Even the spectators had to shield their eyes and squint at the intense light. Whoa, is this really Stage 3? Meng Jinhee had completely lost his will to catch up. His jaw dropped in horror, his entire body trembling as he thought to himself, isn't this way too hard? Thousands of balls rushing toward Lu Sheng, combined with the lasers, pushed the stage's difficulty to a whole new level, and the speed was insanely fast. Now, beams of lasers lit up all at once like a rain of light, making Lu Sheng think, it's starting to get a lot tougher. This time, they're even trying to block off my escape routes with the lasers. Right, I need to put in a bit of effort too. To break through the encirclement, Lu Sheng unleashed his power directly, exploding all the incoming balls. With a loud explosion, Lu Sheng swiftly escaped. Tan Xiaogun was shocked to see a surge of power swirling behind him. Gritting his teeth, he muttered in disbelief. Holy crap, that's the micro realm. Did he seriously just break through right in the middle of this? Even among level 4 or level 5 battlefield veterans, very few can hone their movement to the micro realm. I didn't even break through to the micro realm until I was 22, Dong Qing admitted dejectedly. I was 25. Tan Xiaogun yelled in disbelief. That's different. I'm a speed-type gifted martial artist. Speed-type? I had massive natural advantages too. But this kid is only 18 years old. Beep! The system chimed in again. Stage 3 movement, 15% complete. Just then, a laser grazed right past Lu Sheng's eyes, mere millimeters away, yet he still managed to dodge it in a flash. The lasers kept getting faster, causing him to break a sweat. As he struggled to dodge, he thought, the difficulty is really picking up now. Relying solely on mental energy to predict is getting a bit draining. Seeing Lu Sheng's speed begin to drop, Tan Xiaogun surmised, looks like it's starting to get tough for him. By now, the lasers were like a giant spider web, just waiting for Lu Sheng to get caught. Sensing things were going south, Lu Sheng quickly unleashed a technique. Wind breathing. Lu Sheng's speed instantly exploded, his silhouette practically vanishing, leaving only a streak of light flashing by. The system quickly announced, Stage 3 movement, 62% complete. The spectators outside couldn't keep up with Lu Sheng's speed either, pointing and whispering to each other. Where did Lu Sheng go? Did he vanish? The system chimed in once more. Stage 3 movement, 81% complete. Watching closely, Tan Xiaogun quickly realized that this kid was moving so fast he was impossible to track with the naked eye, which made it look like he had disappeared. It was finally over. The system displayed, Stage 3 movement, 100% complete. Inside the training room, Lu Sheng was completely exhausted, standing in place to catch his breath. Seeing that it was over, Tan Xiaogun turned to leave with a satisfied grin, full of praise. The youth of today are truly terrifying. You really showed off everything you've got today. Level 10 gravity and stage 3 movement training. He looks exhausted. Let's head back. Dong Qing stood there in silence. Hearing Tan Xiaogun urge her to leave, she frowned and said, "No. It looks like Lu Sheng wants to keep going." Hearing this, Tan Xiaogun was totally baffled, but in the end, his curiosity got the best of him and he turned back. At that moment, the system chimed again. Stage 4 movement, 0% complete. Seeing that Lu Sheng still wanted to continue, Tan Xiaogun cried out in shock, "No way! Even I've only just started stage 4. Is he really going to breeze right through it today?" Dong Qing watched silently, intensely focused on Lu Sheng's performance. Once the mode was activated, Lu Sheng accidentally bumped into a strange device. Suddenly, not just one, but countless of those strange devices rose into the air together. 4 laser beams shot out from each device, linking up to form a giant net that completely surrounded Lu Sheng. The mesh was tightly woven, with virtually no gaps. The entire net slowly descended, closing in on Lu Sheng. Trapped inside, Lu Sheng could only grit his teeth in frustration. The spectators swore in shock when they saw this level of intensity. What the hell is this thing? Is it even possible to dodge that? Seeing this setup, Meng Jinhee stammered, completely speechless. This. Yet, after a moment, Lu Sheng successfully made it through. The system displayed, Stage 4 movement, 30% complete. Seeing the intensity ramp up, Tan Xiaogun rested his chin on his hand and said seriously, "We finally reached this level of intensity. Let's see how Lu Sheng handles it this time." The challenge originally started with just a small net, but now the system had taken things to a whole new level, creating a massive, intricate web of crisscrossing lasers, leaving almost no way out. Lu Sheng thought, the speed of wind breathing is reaching its limit, so he decided to unleash the spiritual power of the Divine Illumination meditation scripture. His spiritual energy flared up like a roaring flame, enveloping his entire body. With just a single move, Lu Sheng could warp space itself. Everything in his vision, including the lasers, seemed to grind to a complete halt. Sensing everything around him, Lu Sheng thought, it feels like time has slowed down. If I remember correctly, spiritual masters call this professional term time sense. Utilizing this perception of slowed time, Lu Sheng effortlessly navigated through the lasers. Right now, Lu Sheng is moving at a speed completely invisible to the naked eye. This is proof that his mental energy has undergone a complete evolution. And for this kind of evolved telekinesis to manifest in a level 3 psychic, does this mean I've finally, officially joined the ranks of the level 3 psychics? Dong Qing looked absolutely terrified by Lu Sheng's power, her entire body sensing an incredibly massive surge of mental energy. This power was so intense it even cracked all the glass windows in the training room. Not only that, but the very ground beneath them began to split apart under the sheer force of his mental energy. Standing before the shattered glass, Dong Qing asked with a bright smile, "Are you really a psychic?" Qin Xiaojun turned around, saw Dong Qing, and completely froze, totally dumbfounded for a long moment. Dong Qing had now fully unleashed her mental energy, and a translucent figure made of pure spiritual force was slowly taking shape. Seeing such a terrifying display of mental power, everyone around them scrambled back in fear. Qin Xiaojun yelled in a panic, What? What do you think you're doing? Have you lost your mind?" Ignoring everyone, Dong Qing directed her mental energy straight toward Lu Sheng. With an incredibly serious look on her face, she said, "I want to test him one more time." Dong Qing quickly ordered her phantom figure, "Go." Without a moment's hesitation, the figure lunged straight at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng, who was already struggling to dodge the lasers, saw Dong Qing's phantom clone rushing toward him with a terrifying force that looked ready to tear him in two. Yet, Lu Sheng didn't panic at all. He calmly countered and dodged the lethal strikes unleashed by the phantom clone under Dong Qing's control. Seizing a brief opening, Lu Sheng quickly delivered a powerful blow to Dong Qing's phantom clone, blasting it far away. The figure dissolved, spun into a growing vortex, and then vanished, leaving Dong Qing severely injured from the backlash. As her mental energy surged back into her body, she clutched her chest in intense pain. That single counterattack from Lu Sheng left Dong Qing completely unable to stand upright. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Dong Qing forced herself to speak. Lu Sheng really is a psychic, and his mental energy isn't inferior to mine at all. Standing nearby, Qin Xiaojun was just as shocked to hear Dong Qing's confirmation. Observing her actions, Lu Sheng thought to himself, "I don't mind you watching, but getting hands-on like this is a bit much." Lu Sheng turned back to look at the tangled mess of lasers, feeling totally exhausted. "Man, I've really hit my limit here. I didn't expect activating time perception to drain so much of my mental energy. Plus, with that interruption, I only made it halfway through stage 4. Even with the temporary boost from my wind breathing and the blood vitality of the God-shining Wisdom King scripture, this is the best I can do. Whatever, let's just end this." With that, Lu Sheng intentionally stepped into a laser to let it hit him. The system screen flashed. announcing the end of his training. His final score for this session, 56% completion for Stage 4. Congratulations, martial artist number U285632. Your movement technique has surpassed 97% of all trainees. Watching from the outside, the crowd erupted into wild, non-stop cheers upon seeing Lu Sheng's score. Oh my god, is this really the score of a student? Just in the movement category alone, Lu Sheng has already surpassed hundreds of millions of people. Meng Jinhe stood frozen like a statue, smiling on the outside while crying in his heart. The tears were real, and the game was over. I only managed 52%. How on earth is he 45% higher than me? Is he even a strength-type talent anymore? Lu Sheng calmly walked out of the training room. Looking at his ranking on the leaderboard, he thought to himself with a sigh. So there's still 3% of people out there who are faster than me. 3% worldwide is still tens of thousands of people, isn't it? I'm still way too weak. I need to train much harder. Dong Qingshui was the first to clap, congratulating Lu Sheng. Congratulations, classmate Lu Sheng. You just shattered the gravity room's all-time record, and now you've set a brand new record for the movement room at this base. Where are you planning to go next? The combat arena or the mental training room? Lu Sheng really never failed to keep everyone guessing. He replied in a flat, indifferent tone. I'm not going anywhere. It's almost dinner time, so I'm heading to the cafeteria. As he spoke, Lu Sheng was already checking the cafeteria's announcement for today's special menu. Seeing Lu Sheng's casual attitude and Dong Qingshui's speechless expression, Qin Xiaojun burst into hysterical laughter. Haha, that's our boy. All right. 3 hours later, after stuffing himself, Lu Sheng was summoned to the command room. He walked in and greeted her. Chief Instructor, did you want to see me? Inside the room, Qin Xiaojun and Dong Qingshui were already waiting for him. Ah, come on over. Lu Sheng greeted politely. Hello, Instructor Qin. Qin Xiaojun spoke up. We called you here today mainly to run a quick test on your strength and then discuss a few things with you. Lu Sheng quickly responded. Yes, sir. Dong Qingshui held a blood sampling needle in her hand and asked, Every dorm is supposed to be equipped with a blood sampling needle. Have you checked your blood vitality lately? Lu Sheng replied honestly. I haven't. The needles in the dorm can't even pierce my skin. He thought back with a sigh to how every time he tried to check his blood vitality, the needle simply wouldn't go in, and some even snapped in half. Qin Xiaojun chuckled. I told you this kid must have broken through to rank 3. Without that level of physical defense, there's no way he could have shattered the gravity room's record. Dong Qingshui, bring out the needle. Dong Qingshui pulled a premium gold-plated needle from her pocket. This is a blood sampling needle designed for rank 5 martial artists. It should do the trick for you. Lu Sheng held out his hand for Dong Qingshui. Once a sufficient amount of blood was drawn, the needle's display flashed with his blood vitality rating. Blood vitality, 24.65. Rank 3 martial artist. Both instructors stared at the reading in sheer shock. Qin Xiaojun let out a forced laugh. Man, it's been over 10 years since I last saw a rank 3 martial artist this young. Qin Xiaojun pointed to the combat power testing machine and said, Go on, let's see what your actual combat power looks like. Lu Sheng's expression turned serious. All right, he thought to himself. If we're doing a test, I might as well go all out and see where my actual limit lies. Lu Sheng channeled all his strength into his fist, combining multiple martial arts techniques to create a massive shockwave. Activating flame breathing, perfect realm fist technique, and 8-fold stellar force output. The sheer power behind this single punch was absolutely terrifying, and the machine's display rapidly calculated the score. Combat Power Index, 271,920, equivalent to a rank 4 martial artist. Qin Xiaojun stared at the display, completely dazed. 270,000. He thought in awe. A rank 3 martial artist delivering a strike close to a rank 5's power. This kid really is an absolute monster. Qin Xiaojun quickly walked over, patted his shoulder, and showered him with endless praise. All right, you've officially graduated from this training camp. What you do next is up to you, but remember to report your martial artist rank to the association to get it recorded when you get back. Hearing the praise, Lu Sheng politely replied, Thank you, Instructor Qin. Suddenly, Dong Qingshui stood up and said, Wait a moment, Lu Sheng still has one more test to take. This thing is called an energy crystal. It's a unique crystal mineral discovered over 100 years ago in the Astra Gorge of the Lion Country. It is highly receptive to spiritual power. Once mined, it is processed into a specialized tool used to test a spiritual master's spiritual power intensity. Just touch it and channel your spiritual power into it, and it will measure your spiritual intensity. After explaining, Dong Qingshui quickly used her spiritual power to touch the crystal. The crystal immediately glowed, displaying Dong Qingshui's stats. When Qin Xiaojun saw her spiritual power score, he couldn't help but praise her. Oh, your strength has increased again. Even your spiritual purity has gone up quite a bit. If I remember correctly, last time you were only at just over 3. Now, your spiritual power intensity is 143.2, and your spiritual purity is 4.2. Dong Qing rolled her eyes at him. Do you think I'm like you, just eating and wasting away all day? Qin Shaojun immediately shot back. Dong Qing, you can insult me, but you absolutely cannot insult my lifestyle. Lu Sheng took the crystal from Dong Qing and carefully infused his spiritual power into it. The other two watched him intently. Suddenly, Qin Shaojun leaned in and whispered to Dong Qing, if you told me Lu Sheng had half your strength, I'd believe you. But saying he's on par with you? There's just no way I can buy that. Dong Qing, who was focused on Lu Sheng, snapped at the nonstop whispering in her ear and hissed angrily, Shut up! Stop distracting me! The moment Lu Sheng held the crystal, he was instantly enveloped by a golden aura of power. The crystal emitted an incredibly brilliant, blinding light that left Dong Qing completely speechless. She gasped in utter disbelief. How is this even possible? The crystal now displayed Lu Sheng's stats, a spiritual power intensity of 113.56 and a spiritual purity of 20.3. Dong Qing lost all composure, hair yaw dropping in sheer shock. How is this possible, she thought to herself. A spiritual purity of 20.3 is over 5 times higher than mine. For a spiritual master, refining even a tiny fraction of spiritual power is extremely difficult. It's like taking a regular bath towel and continuously folding and compressing it until it becomes rock hard, and that's not even accounting for a 5-fold difference. I've trained relentlessly for 2 years just to make a tiny bit of progress. He's only 18 years old this year. This level of power is just absurd. Calling him a genius doesn't even do him justice. He's a flat-out monster. While she was lost in thought, Qin Shaojun beside her suddenly started squealing like a stuck pig. Incredible, absolutely insane, out of this world. He's seriously off the charts. Dong Qing face darkened at his antics. She instantly sent a fist of spiritual power flying at him, slamming his mouth shut. The powerful blow hit Qin Shaojun so hard, his eyes nearly popped out of his head, making him scream in agony. Ugh! After shutting Qin Shaojun up, Dong Qing turned to Lu Sheng and asked, Lu Sheng, do you have a master? Have you practiced a spiritual power cultivation technique before? Meanwhile, Qin Shaojun sat nursing the painful bump on his head, wallowing in misery. Lu Sheng casually replied, Yes, I have a master who taught me. My master taught me a unique spiritual cultivation technique, along with the skills and methods to control it. Dong Qing let out a quiet sigh of relief. Phew, of course, she thought. Having a master makes sense. If he didn't have a master and reached this level purely on his own talent, I really wouldn't be able to handle it. Dong Qing praised him. Even with a master, this is still more than enough to prove your raw talent is off the charts. You probably haven't awakened your talent for very long, right? Lu Sheng thought about it for a second and replied, Yeah, it's been less than 3 months. Hearing his reply, both of them fell dead silent. This truth was absolutely earth-shattering and mind-boggling. Qin Shaojun scratched his head with a wry laugh. It took Dong Qing a moment to process this reality as well. Sigh, awakened for only 3 months, yet his spiritual power intensity is already at level 3, and with such high purity. Even in the Spiritual Masters Association, a monster like you wouldn't appear once in decades. Intrigued, Lu Sheng asked. Spiritual Masters have an association too? Dong Qing explained. Yes. It's completely separate from the Martial Arts Association because awakening spiritual talent is incredibly rare. Even though our Dragon Nation has a massive population, those who successfully awaken as spiritual masters make up less than 1%. Perhaps your master intentionally kept you in the dark to keep you focused. After all, the more you know, the more distracted you get, which can degrade your spiritual purity. But for a genius like you, I really hope you'll consider joining the association. The association can provide you with far more resources to aid your cultivation. Dong Qing then pulled out a necklace with a sparkling gemstone pendant. She gently handed it to Lu Sheng and said, This is my token. Take it to the association, and they will give you the support you need. Taking the necklace, Lu Sheng replied, Actually, I've never even seen what my master looks like. Every time I receive his guidance, it happens in a very mysterious way. Dong Qing nodded. Your master must be an incredibly powerful figure. She couldn't help but think that someone with Lu Sheng's level of talent would eventually shine like pure gold once discovered. Yet this master of his just lets him grow on his own and refuses to show his face. Only a powerhouse at the absolute top tier would operate with such an enigmatic style. It turns out there really is no such thing as an overnight genius. Lu Sheng remained quiet, thinking to himself that it was getting harder to use natural talent as an excuse anyway. Maybe I should just come clean and say my master is from 10,000 years in the future? A level 11 powerhouse named Duan Yifeng. Qin Shaojun cleared his throat to get their attention. As much as I hate to interrupt such a pleasant conversation, I do need to jump in. We actually brought you here today to discuss a few things. Lu Sheng gestured politely for him to proceed. Qin Shaojun pulled out a card and said, First things first, there's 5 million in here. Even though the training camp hasn't officially ended, you're pretty much guaranteed to take first place. This is an extra reward for your exceptionally outstanding performance. Lu Sheng gasped when he heard the amount. Raising his voice, he asked, 5 million? Seeing his frozen expression, Dong Qingshui frowned and said, you shouldn't be unhappy with that. This is the absolute maximum we could secure for you. The Eastern Military Region's budget has always been tight. Most of the funding for this training camp went into feeding you students 3 meals a day. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was still dazed, completely absorbed by the 5 million reward he just received. Qin Xiaojun jogged over and patted his shoulder. Kid, you're the most famous glutton in this training camp. If we add up the cost of everything you ate, it'd easily be around 7 to 8 million. Hearing that number, Lu Sheng cried out, 7 to 8 million? He froze, his face turning pale. So that food was actually that expensive? Does this mean I won't be able to eat like that anymore? Dong Qingshui said sincerely, classmate Lu Sheng, though this amount might seem a bit small, it's enough to show the sincerity of our Eastern Military Region. Now, on to the second matter. Lu Sheng held the card in his hand and asked, the Eastern Military Region. Is this a recruitment attempt? Qin Xiaojun praised him. Smart kid. You could say that. Dong Qingshui said seriously. You probably understand that a martial arts prodigy like you will eventually have to head to the battlefield to slay enemies, no matter what. A sword is forged in blood and iron, sacrificing enemies to the souls of heroes. A safe zone can never raise a true dragon warrior, Qin Xiaojun added. The country and the martial alliance don't give martial artists so many privileges and support just for them to relax and enjoy life, you know? Sooner or later, you'll have to take that step. We just hope that when the time comes for you to choose a military region, you'll consider our eastern region first. Qin Xiaojun leaned in, putting his arm around Lu Sheng's shoulder in a friendly manner. Plus, our eastern region has a huge advantage. The female soldiers in our military region are hands down the finest in the entire country. Those looks, those figures. Every single one of them has killer curves and legs for days. While Qin Xiaojun was rambling on, spitting saliva everywhere, Dong Qingshu suddenly used her telekinetic power to hurl a chair straight at his face, sending him flying. After dealing with him, Dong Qingsui turned to Lu Sheng and said, there is one final matter. We have decided to have you represent the geniuses of Dongning Province in the Eastern Region's Qiming Star selection. Lu Sheng was surprised. Qiming Star? Dong Qingshui explained, that's right. Every province in the Eastern Region holds a prodigy training camp each year. The main goal is to choose a 1 in a million talent, a true genius candidate with the potential of a general star. You probably know what a general star represents, right? Lu Sheng said with a serious face. Yeah, someone who holds a high rank, a genius among geniuses. Someone standing at the very peak. A grandmaster, Qin Xiaojun added. A Qiming general is a future grandmaster, a general star in preparation. There's only one such person in the entire Eastern region every year, and they are chosen from among all the top prodigies. Think it over, Lu Sheng. Without a second thought, Lu Sheng immediately agreed. I'll go, he thought to himself. Since he was living in this era, some things were simply unavoidable. If I want to use my own strength to change the destiny of my people, I must strive to turn the tide and ignite the fire. Qin Xiaojun patted his shoulder in praise. Chief Instructor Dong and I have absolute faith in your abilities. If even you can't do it, then I can't think of anyone else in this year's batch from Dongning Province who could. Oh, and I forgot to tell you, the rewards for this selection are directly provided by the Eastern Military Region, and it's far more generous than what a small training camp like ours can offer, Lu Sheng said. I understand. He was also silently calculating. Only by showing more of his talent could he obtain more resources. Dong Qingshui walked over to give him a brief reminder. The Qiming Star selection is still a few months away. It will officially begin once all the provincial training camps have ended. I'll let you know when the time comes. Don't worry, we won't let you miss your college entrance exams, Qin Xiaojun said casually. With your strength, whether you take the exams or not doesn't even matter. You can choose any martial arts university in the entire Eastern region. Lu Sheng asked, then can I stay at the training camp? Qin Xiaojun replied, suit yourself. Didn't I tell you that you can do whatever you want? If you don't want to stay, you can leave at any time. Lu Sheng thought for a moment and then quickly left, a cheerful look on his face. As he walked away, he said, in that case, I'll stay for a bit longer. If there's nothing else, I'll head back first. Qin Xiaojun turned to Dong Qingshui and said, I bet that kid is staying solely for the food. Watching Lu Sheng walk away, Dong Qingshui sighed and said, I never expected that someone like me, Dong Qingshui, would actually feel jealous of another person's talent. Qin Xiaojun also remarked with emotion, yeah, but he's different from us. He's destined for greatness. I can confidently say that Lu Sheng will definitely bring about an earth-shattering change to this era. Early the next morning, Lu Sheng arrived at Baihe City at the Martial Artists Association. Walking into the building with a folder in hand, Lu Sheng looked around and thought, "It's been a while since I was last here. I remember Xiao Yuhei's office is on the 6th floor." While searching for the office, Lu Sheng heard shouting coming from inside. That's enough. Old man Xia, are you trying to drive me crazy on purpose? Standing outside, the assistant saw Lu Sheng approaching and gave a strained smile, saying, "Lu Sheng, you're finally back." Lu Sheng pointed toward the room and asked, "What's going on?" The assistant quickly opened the door and invited him in. "Let's go inside first." The moment the door opened, the assistant announced, "Xiao Yuhei, Lu Sheng is here." Lu Sheng walked in calmly. As soon as he entered, an old man cheerfully walked over and exclaimed, "Oh." Meanwhile, Xiao Yuhei sat there in silence, looking furious. The old man stepped forward excitedly and said, "Old Xiao, is this the top-tier genius you've been bragging about? Not bad, not bad. A fine young man indeed. I told you, old Xiao, don't get so worked up. You just have to accept it. Not everyone can be as outstanding as my precious granddaughter." Shaking with anger at old man Xiao's words, Xiao Yuhei slumped back, barely able to hold his teacup steady. Old man Xia continued to boast. Pulling up his phone wallpaper, he patted Lu Sheng on the shoulder, offering very little actual comfort and a whole lot of showing off. "There are plenty of people who aren't as good as my Xia Lin. Having one less in Baihe City won't make a difference." Lu Sheng handed the documents over for the Small Baihe City Association's president to sign. Seeing the file in Lu Sheng's hand, Old Ha mocked him even more. "Young man, did you screw up big time at the training camp or what? And now you're making your recommender, old Xiao, take the fall for you? That's no joke." Xiao Yuhei rushed over, snatched the folder, and glared at the smug old Ha, his face practically turning purple with rage. Scowling, he tore open the envelope and looked at the contents inside. Once he opened it, even Xiao Yuhei was utterly shocked by Lu Sheng's results. He shoved his face right up to the paper to check if it was actually real. Seeing him stand there completely frozen, old Ha chuckled gleefully, adding fuel to the fire. "Old Xiao, don't go passing out from anger now." Xiao Yuhei ignored him entirely and yelled out, "Lu Sheng, when on earth did you break through to a level 3 martial artist?" Hearing Xiao Yuhei's words, old Ha's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Lu Sheng, standing there, replied casually, "Probably about a month ago at the training camp. Chief Instructor Dong personally tested me. She said the military has the authority to certify a martial artist's strength, and once it was done, I just needed to find you to get it stamped." Xiao Yuhei beamed, grinning from ear to ear. "Authority? Of course they do. Ha ha ha, your chief instructor represents the entire Eastern Military Region. I'll stamp this for you right now." Before he could even stamp it, Old Ha snatched the report away in frustration and snapped, "Let me see that. Is this real or fake?" Old Ha held up the paper and read it carefully, sweating bullets the more he read. "A level 3 martial artist, 18 years old, with a combat force of 270,000. He still couldn't believe his eyes. He stared at the paper, then looked Lu Sheng up and down suspiciously. "Did you forge this document somewhere?" Xiao Yuhei snatched the document back, thoroughly enjoying his sweet revenge. Give it here. Give it here. A fake? Why don't you try forging one yourself and let's see if you can. Can't you see the massive embossed stamp of the Eastern Military Region right there?" Xiao Yuhei pointed to the red seal on the paper, grinning smugly at Old Ha. Feeling humiliated, Old Ha yelled in rage, "I don't believe it. A kid who got kicked out of the training camp early like you, how on earth could you have a combat force of 270,000? Lu Sheng let out a sigh. "Sigh. I never said I was kicked out of the training camp. You just kept assuming that on your own. Oh, by the way, Xiao Yuhei, the chief instructor asked you to call her back. She was worried you wouldn't believe this document and wanted to confirm it directly." Xiao Yuhei chuckled, patting Old Ha's shoulder with the smug look of a victor. "Of course I believe it. Am I really that suspicious? Right, old man Ha?" At this point, Old Ha was too furious to say another word, glaring at Xiao Yuhei with pure hatred. Xiao Yuhei quickly booted up his computer and said eagerly, "But we should still make this call anyway. I heard Chief Instructor Dong Qingxue is a famous genius in the Eastern Military Region. It's a great chance to see her in person. Let's do a video call." The call connected quickly, and Dong Qingxue spoke up. Lu Sheng, you've arrived? And this must be Xiao Yuhei of Baihe City." Xiao Yuhei quickly greeted her. "Yes, it's me. Hello, Chief Instructor Dong." By now, Old Ha was sweating cold bullets, his body trembling slightly. It really was Chief Instructor Dong. Ha Lin, who was training nearby, peeked into the screen. "Oh, that's Grandpa's voice. Grandpa, where are you? Why are you on a video call with Chief Instructor Dong?" Dong Qingxue gave her an annoyed glare and turned around to scold her. "Ha Lin, have you met the goal I set for you yet? Why are you still so distracted? Today, your training volume is increased tenfold." Terrified, Ha Lin held her head and whimpered, "Yes, Instructor Dong." Seeing this scolding, Lu Sheng and Xiao Yuhei looked at Old Ha with awkward amusement. Xiao Yuhei quickly pushed Old Ha aside and said with a smile, "All right, let's talk business. You two can talk to each other later. Instructor Dong, regarding the document you had Lu Sheng bring me, I'll get everything sorted out in no time." Pushed to the side, Old Ha's face darkened with rage, but he was completely helpless. Dong Sui nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Just don't delay the main event a month from now." After all, Lu Sheng is representing the Dongning Province Genius Training Camp to participate in the Qiming Star selection. He is the strongest genius of this entire session, so he doesn't need to continue training anymore. Hearing this, Xiao Yuhei froze in place for a few seconds, completely shell-shocked. Qiming Star, strongest genius. Xiao Yuhei's eyes lit up brilliantly. He even pulled Old Ha close, throwing his arm around his shoulder to smugly show off. Hearing Dong Qingsui's words, Old Ha trembled all over, slumping into his chair with a miserable expression. "This is bad," he thought. "So the monster my granddaughter kept complaining about on our video calls was actually Lu Sheng." On the screen, Dong Qingshui was still yelling angrily at Ha Lin. "Ha Lin, get back up. You can't even handle this tiny bit of difficulty? Do you still want to beat Lu Sheng or not?" Ha Lin whimpered and cried out loud, "Boo-hoo. Instructor Dong, I really don't want to. I can't beat him anyway. Can't I just run away whenever I see him?" Xiao Yuhei happily bid goodbye, preparing to hang up. "Understood, Instructor Dong. I won't disturb you any further." Xiao Yuhei's face lit up with joy as he thought, "Old man Ha, you finally got what was coming to you." Seeing that Xiao Yuhei was about to hang up, Dong Qingsui quickly said, "Xiao Yuhei, don't hang up yet. I'd like to say a few words to Lu Sheng while I'm on. Lu Sheng, about the materials you asked me to find for your exclusive spiritual telekinetic weapon. I've managed to find almost all of them. I'll compile the specific items and prices into a list and send it over. Just let me know what you want me to buy. One last thing. Hurry up and pass the spiritual telekinetic test so you can log into the StarNet and buy them yourself. Hanging up now." As soon as Dong Qingshui hung up, Xiao Yuhei rushed over, grabbed Lu Sheng by the shoulders, and asked, "Lu Sheng, what did Instructor Dong just say?" Lu Sheng casually added, "Oh, it's just that they discovered my spiritual power talent at the training camp, so Instructor Dong wrote a recommendation letter and told me to take the spiritual telekinetic test when I have time. That's all." Hearing this, Xiao Yuhei patted his shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. The feeling of slapping Old Ha in the face once again was incredibly satisfying. "Good, excellent, Lu Sheng. I really didn't misjudge you. You are a once-in-a-century top genius of our Baihe city." Old man Ha had completely lost his initial smugness. Utterly defeated, he sat there with a hollow laugh, crying on the inside. 270,000. A spiritual telekineticist. At this point, all he could do was laugh dryly and admit defeat. Right in front of the Martial Arts Association, Xiao Yuhei personally escorted him to the entrance, showing nothing but warm concern. "Are you sure you don't need me to call a cab to take you home?" "No, thanks. I have somewhere I need to be." Xiao Yuhei then warmly insisted, "Come over to my place for dinner whenever you're free, all right? I'll introduce you to some friends your age. You'll probably have a lot in common. I'll even cook a few dishes myself for you to try." Finally, the taxi arrived. Lu Sheng got in and smiled, saying, "Got it, thanks." He thought to himself, "Man, having a cheat code in the martial arts world really is the best. A grandmaster is truly king." Sitting in the car, the driver curiously asked him, "Hey kid, how do you know Xiao Yuhei? I've never seen him act so polite to anyone before." Lu Sheng looked out the window and thought, even the driver could tell he was in a great mood. It looked like Xiao Yuhei was finally walking tall and holding his head high. Lu Sheng brushed it off with a casual reply, "Oh, it's nothing, we just know each other." Xiao Yuhei has always been a polite guy. But as they were driving, a sign suddenly crashed down from above. The driver couldn't even process what had just happened. What on earth was that? Lu Sheng quickly got out of the car to see what was going on. Seeing the shattered pieces of a dojo's signboard scattered among the rubble, Lu Sheng frowned and muttered, "What happened to the Hongchuan dojo's sign?" Inside the dojo, the place was completely trashed. Ni Hongxuan was severely injured, and his disciples were struggling to hold their ground. A group of arrogant thugs stood before them with aggressive smirks, looking like they wanted to tear the entire dojo to pieces. And the man leading this gang of wreckers was none other than Lin Tishan. He said arrogantly, "Dojo Master Ni Hongchuan, haha, today, we aren't here to talk business, just martial arts. I, Lin Tishan, have specifically come to request a lesson from your esteemed Hongchuan dojo." Ni Shuang supported her father, pointing angrily at the thugs. "What a joke! You call yourself a level 4 martial artist, yet you take advantage of my father's injury to come and trash our dojo? Lin Tishan, you are utterly shameless." Ni Hongchuan, his entire body bruised and battered, decided to yield and make a concession. He spoke with a trembling voice. "Lin Tishan, our Hongchuan dojo already agreed not to recruit any new students for a whole year. What more do you want?" Like a cunning wolf with insatiable greed, Lin Tishan didn't bother hiding his ambition. "Haha. So what? Since your Hongchuan dojo dared to hang up that sign, you should have been prepared to have it smashed to pieces at any moment. Ni Hongchuan realized that Lin Tishan's true intention today was to utterly destroy his dojo and ruin his livelihood once and for all. He would never back down to such a greedy wolf. He seemed to have made up his mind, even if it cost him his life. He had to protect his dojo. You're right. If we're going to hang a sign out there, we need the strength to keep it. 20 years ago, I came to Baihe City all on my own, and I built all of this using nothing but these fists. Of course, I can do it again now. Seeing her father ready to throw his life away against these thugs, Ni Shuang anxiously tried to stop him. Dad. But a fierce battle spirit had already ignited within Ni Hongchuan. He said firmly, I'm fine. Seeing his stubborn stance, Lin Tishan laughed mockingly. Haha, if you don't have the skills, stop talking so big. Just look at yourself now, getting beaten into a cripple. You brought this completely on yourself. As if a level 2 martial artist who's only 18 years old is someone a washed-up guy like you could actually train? Ni Shuang quickly defended. I've already told you, Lu Sheng is not my dad's student. He's just a member at our dojo. Angered, Lin Tishan stomped his foot heavily onto the ground, ripping a long crack across the floor and making the entire building shudder. He bellowed, I don't give a damn about any of that. All I know is that you guys used that kid Lu Sheng's name to steal business from the rest of our dojos. If you dare to stick your hands into our pockets, don't blame me for being ruthless, Ni Shuang replied coldly. Their students chose to transfer their memberships to us on their own accord. You can't blame us for that. A sinister look flashed across Lin Tishan's face. Oh, I know, and that's exactly why I'm here today to tear down your pathetic dojo. Once your place is destroyed, those students won't have anywhere else to go. Won't they just end up coming to my dojo instead? Lin Tishan's arrogant attitude drove Ni Shuang absolutely mad. Ignoring the fact that he was a level 4 martial artist, she shouted defiantly, I'll fight you. With that, she braced herself to fight him to the death. At this moment, Lin Tishan didn't just show his bottomless greed, but he also stared at Ni Shuang with a creepy, perverted look on his face. He smirked, eyeing her up and down with raw lust. Oh, well then, I guess I'll have to play dirty. Ni Hongchuan immediately stepped in to stop her. You are no match for him. You don't stand a chance. Lin Tishan's physical cultivation is exceptional, and he's a level 4 martial artist. Even if I weren't injured, the best I could do is fight him to a draw. Let alone you. Ni Shuang turned back to her father. Dad, I'm already a level 3 martial artist, and Lin Tishan is only a level 4. If we fight him together, we might not actually lose. Seeing Ni Shuang and Ni Hongchuan hesitate and talk instead of attacking, he grew impatient and waved his hand mockingly. Hey, how much longer are you two going to whisper to each other? Keep wasting time and the Martial Arts Association is going to close for the night. Why don't you just hurry up and come get your beating? I really don't want to have to come back and thrash you guys again tomorrow. Ni Shuang refused to back down. Charging forward, she yelled, I'm going to beat you until you're crawling on the floor. I'll make you parade around the streets carrying our Hongchuan Dojo's sign. Losing his patience as well, Lin Tishan quickly launched his counterattack. What a sharp-tongued little brat. You are seriously annoying. Lin Tishan unleashed a storm of rapid, heavy strikes, his overwhelming power completely suppressing Ni Shuang. As Lin Tishan lunged at Ni Shuang, aiming a devastating palm strike at her, Ni Hongchuan suddenly cried out, Ni Shuang, and threw himself in front of her to take the blow. Everything happened too fast for Ni Shuang to react. All she could do was stand there and scream in sheer terror, No! Taking the full force of Lin Tishan's blow, Ni Hongchuan was sent flying into the wall, carving a long trench into the floor as dust and debris filled the air. With a vicious glint in his eyes, Lin Tishan let out a sickening laugh. Ni Hongchuan, you really are a piece of trash. You couldn't even handle a single strike. Coughing up a mouthful of blood after taking the devastating hit, Ni Hongchuan struggled to get to his feet. Completely exhausted, he gasped, Lin Tishan, you've broken through to level 5. Lin Tishan burst into laughter, his face smug. Surprised, aren't you? Ni Hongchuan, you've spent way too long hiding in this dojo teaching little kids. It's been a while since you've faced a real expert like me, hasn't it? Ha ha ha. He arrogantly pointed at himself and issued a challenge. Who's next? Shaking with despair, Ni Hongchuan said helplessly, Enough. You wanted our Hongchuan dojo to shut down, didn't you? Fine, I will go to the Martial Artists Association right now to deregister the dojo. Tears streamed down Ni Cheng's face as she fell to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Lin Tishan smirked with satisfaction and said smoothly, I knew I could trust your integrity, Master Ni. In that case, I will take my leave. The gang prepared to walk away with triumphant smiles, laughing out loud. Ha 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 ha. Just then, Lu Sheng walked in and said calmly, Wait a minute, this dojo is perfectly fine. How can you just close it down like that? Where am I supposed to train from now on? Lu Sheng swept his sharp gaze across the room, a flash of coldness in his eyes. Tears and snot streaming down her face, Ni Chang sobbed out, "Lu Sheng!" Lu Sheng waved to greet her. "Long time no see, Miss Ni Chang." One of the thugs whispered, "He's the one who made all our students run over here." Annoyed by his minion's stupid babble, Lin Tishan walked toward Lu Sheng with a greedy look in his eyes and snapped at the lackey. "Shut your mouth!" Lin Tishan stared hard at Lu Sheng, then slapped him on the shoulder, saying loudly, "Not bad, not bad. You definitely have a heroic bearing. A true talent. Little brother Lu, are you worried about having nowhere to train once Hongchuan Dojo closes? Don't worry, our Tishan Dojo is always open to you. Besides, you saw it yourself. The people at Hongchuan Dojo are all useless garbage. They couldn't even block a single move of mine. What could you possibly hope to learn from a dojo like this? Come to my Tishan Dojo, and I will personally teach you our Tishan secret technique with absolutely nothing held back." Lu Sheng feigned innocence and asked, "Oh? The Tishan secret technique?" Lin Tishan immediately began to show off boastfully in front of him. He pulled open his shirt, revealing a body as solid as rock, and said proudly, "That's right, the Tishan secret technique is our dojo's ultimate hidden art. Once mastered, you become invincible. I'm not bragging, but almost no one of my rank can break through my defense. Ni Hongchuan couldn't do it, and neither can anyone else." Sitting in the corner, Ni Hongchuan endured the insult in silence. Lu Sheng looked up with wide, sparkling eyes and asked innocently, "You'd actually teach me such a powerful technique?" Seeing Lu Sheng's apparent excitement, Lin Tishan sweet-talked him further. "Of course I would, as long as you join our dojo and take me, Lin Tishan, as your master. I'll definitely teach you." Lu Sheng asked back with a sarcastic smile, "So, how do you plan on teaching me?" Still completely unaware of the looming danger, Lin Tishan laughed it off, thinking to himself, "Huh? Why is this kid asking so many questions?" He said, "If you come, I will." Before he could even finish his sentence, Lin Tishan was in so much agony that sweat poured down his face like rain. Clenching his teeth through the pain, he braced himself, raising his arms to shield his face. His feet dug deep into the ground to anchor himself, every muscle in his body tensing up, seeing that the man could actually withstand his punch. Lu Sheng gave him a thumbs up and praised, "Impressive, you really are tough enough." With that, Lu Sheng delivered another punch. This time, Lin Tishan completely shattered. He flew backward into the wall, crumbling it to pieces, and collapsed to his knees, unable to stand back up. Lu Sheng muttered, Didn't you say you were going to teach me? How are you going to teach me while on your knees?" Lin Tishan had been defeated by Lu Sheng in just 2 punches. Having dealt with Lin Tishan, Lu Sheng called out, "Lin Tishan has lost." His lackeys, seeing their master get taken down so quickly, stood there with their eyes wide and tongues hanging out, buzzing and shouting like a swarm of flies. "Didn't you say he was just an 18-year-old level 2 martial artist? What are you standing there for? Hurry up, grab master, and let's get out of here." Carrying their master on their backs, they scrambled to flee, not forgetting to threaten Lu Sheng on their way out. "Kid, you better watch your back. Keep an eye out when you're walking the streets." Meanwhile, Ni Chang rushed over to help her father up. Lu Sheng walked up and asked, "Are you okay?" He politely offered his hand to help her up. Blushing, Ni Chang shyly took his hand and said, "Yeah, we're fine." Lu Sheng said sincerely, "Please don't close the dojo. Otherwise, I'll have to find another place further from home, and that would be a real pain." Ni Hongchuan grabbed Lu Sheng's hand, his eyes filled with immense gratitude. "We definitely won't. Thank you so much for this. If there's anything you need, just say the word. If it's within my power, I will absolutely do it." Lu Sheng waved his hand dismissively and said, "No need to be so polite. No matter how you look at it, this whole mess started because of me anyway. But this is a one-time thing. If something like this happens again in the future, you will have to rely on your own strength to protect yourselves. You know how the world is, might makes right." Having said his piece, Lu Sheng quickly left. The father and daughter stared after him with lingering gazes. Ni Hongchuan muttered, "A half-step level 5 martial artist who mastered external cultivation, severely injured by just one of Lu Sheng's strikes. That's terrifying. To take down Lin Tishan so easily like that. Wouldn't it require at least a peak level 5 martial artist to pull off?" In awe, Ni Chang said, 3 months ago, Lu Sheng was only a level 2 martial artist. Just how strong is he now? Back at his house, the moment Lu Sheng stepped through the door, a happy smile spread across his face. "I'm home." Lu Sheng's mother rushed out to welcome him. "Oh, you're back. Sheng, what took you so long? Didn't you say you'd be back this afternoon?" He gave a casual explanation. "On my way back, I saw a bunch of people bullying some weak folks, so I stepped in to help out a bit." In a panic, his mother immediately checked him over several times, asking, "What? A fight? Did you get hurt?" From inside, Lu Sheng's father called out with pride, "Our boy is a certified martial artist now. He's definitely fine." Still deeply worried, his mother's eyes welled with tears as she cradled his face to check. "Are you hurt anywhere? Is it here or here?" Lu Sheng's dad took a satisfied sip of his drink and said, That's exactly how a martial artist should be. Helping the weak and fighting injustice on the streets now, that's a real man. The son of Lu Dahai is destined to go to the battlefield to slay beasts and protect the nation. Lu Qing, he whispered to him. Hey, big bro, what kind of meat did you send back anyway? Dad's health got way better after eating it, and my blood vitality even reached 1.1. It works even better than supplements. You didn't steal it from the training camp, did you? Seeing his little sister thinking so poorly of him, Lu Sheng pinched her cheek in mock anger. How could you think of your own brother like that? Don't worry, I won all of it myself. Having her cheek pinched, Lu Qing, he cried out in pain. Ow! 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 That hurts! His mother walked out of the kitchen with a bowl of rice piled high like a mini mountain, asking with deep concern, Sheng, was it really tough at the training camp? Don't go risking your life. Staying safe is the most important thing. Lu Sheng's dad came out of the kitchen, fully backing him up. What do you know, Sheng? Your dad can see it in you. Ever since you were little, you've always had this spark. You're destined to become someone incredible and do great things. Even if you fail, our family will always have your back. He beat his chest with pride, making Lu Sheng smile warmly. Yeah, I know, Dad. Lu Sheng cherished these happy moments with his family. The warm, peaceful atmosphere made him realize, yes, to keep these quiet, cozy days lasting forever, he had to keep getting stronger, strong enough to stop any disaster in its tracks, strong enough to protect everything he held dear. After dinner, Lu Sheng went back to training in his dreamscape. By now, he could easily deal with the zombies wandering the city. These zombies were no longer a match for him. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at him from behind. Lu Sheng dealt with it instantly, sending it straight to the afterlife in a heartbeat. He raised his fist. Now, even a level 6 martial artist zombie only takes one punch. This time, Lu Sheng made his way into the city center. Inside a building, an eerie green light was glowing. Standing at the entrance of the building and looking in, Lu Sheng wondered, is this the center of the base? He recalled encountering a zombie with an overwhelming pressure right here. He wondered if he could handle it now, deciding to sneak in and scope things out first. Suddenly, Lu Sheng spotted a zombie watching him from above, catching him off guard. It moved so fast he couldn't even react in time, forced to block and stumble backward. This zombie carried the unmistakable aura of a grandmaster. Feeling this terrifying power, Lu Sheng broke into a cold sweat. He thought to himself, the density of its physical blood energy is like solid steel. A level 6 martial artist could never project this kind of crushing pressure. The Grandmaster's will had absorbed too many battle memories, filling his mind with a constant urge to destroy. He could clear this impulse by running the crystal meditation method, but right now, he didn't want to lose his drive to fight it. Let's do this. Lu Sheng unleashed a series of attacks, using the breath of wind, channeling 6 times his stellar force. Even after Lu Sheng unleashed his skills, the zombie remained completely unscathed. It effortlessly shattered his techniques with a single move, leaving him stunned. Lu Sheng gasped in his head. What? Even though I wasn't going all out just now, I still used 6 times my force combined with perfect realm footwork. My combat power should be well over 100,000, yet I couldn't even budge 2 of his fingers. So this is a grandmaster. Gritting his teeth, Lu Sheng went all out, unleashing a barrage of new moves. With the breath of fire at 10 times his stellar force, a massive explosion erupted as 2 strikes landed directly on the Grandmaster zombie, reducing the surrounding earth and stone to fine dust. But as the explosion subsided, and the thick dust settled, the sight before him left Lu Sheng paralyzed with shock. What? A powerful barrier enveloped the Grandmaster zombie. No matter how many times he attacked, the shield absorbed everything, leaving the monster completely untouched. Not even a single hair was out of place. Lu Sheng stood before the zombie, thinking, this is the legendary invisible force field, impenetrable even by bullets. This is the Grandmaster's force field. Lu Sheng stood there helplessly, watching it for a long time, unable to find a single opening. Meanwhile, the zombie just stood there, waiting for his next move. Huh? No pursuit? No intention to attack? Sighing in frustration, he sat down on the ground to calm his racing blood. Sigh. It's no use. I can't beat him at all. My full power attack hit that thin barrier and 99% of my strength was instantly neutralized. I didn't even have the power to make him take a single step back. And this is just the residual force field a dead Grandmaster left lingering outside his body. Luckily, this Grandmaster zombie doesn't seem to view me as a threat. It only passively blocked my attacks instead of fighting back. Otherwise, I would have been dead on the spot. I finally understand why there's a world of difference between level 6 and level 7, even though they're only 1 level apart. A level 7 is hailed as a Grandmaster, while level 6 is still just a regular martial artist. The gap between them is just too massive. Right now, I can't even deal chip damage. What do I do now? Do I give up? Lu Sheng thought it over for a moment and resolved to find a way. No, there must be a way. If I can just kill it, I'll gain access to a Grandmaster's memories. Driven by sheer determination, Lu Sheng charged forward once more. This time, he gathered every ounce of his power, gritting his teeth as he resolved to shatter that barrier. Hundreds of devastating punches rained down with destructive force. After unleashing his flurry of punches, the barrier finally retaliated. Lu Sheng's own force rebounded right back at him, sending him flying backward. Exhaustion finally caught up with Lu Sheng. He sat down to catch his breath and think of another way. Pant. Pant. I felt it just now. A Grandmaster's force field isn't completely invincible. The force field weakened slightly. Even though it was barely noticeable, it definitely wore down a fraction. If I keep chipping away at it like this, there might be a chance. But I estimate it'd take 1,000,000 strikes to actually break this force field, and my stamina is already running on empty. If I weren't using the natural breathing technique to recover, any other level 3 martial artist would have collapsed from exhaustion ages ago. What should I do? Maybe I should retreat for now and come back to crack this tough nut once I've gotten stronger. But with my spiritual power reaching level 3, hunting zombies below level 6 is like cutting grass. I can clear huge swaths with a single sweep. Lu Sheng suddenly had an epiphany. Wait, I haven't tried using my spiritual power yet, using our direct spiritual attack. Because I've only used my spiritual power as a supporting tool, using the Divine Illumination meditation scripture to boost my blood energy. I almost forgot that I'm also a level 3 spiritual master. In fact, compared to my martial arts prowess, my strength as a spiritual master might be even greater. Putting his Saterjo, Lu Sheng quickly channeled his spiritual power to condense large shards of crystals. Holding them in his hands, he thought, I still can't shape my spiritual power into weapons like swords, spears, or staffs, but this should be more than enough. Then, using his spiritual power to propel the crystal shards, Lu Sheng lunged straight at the zombie. The crystal slammed into the shield, making it shake violently, but it still didn't do much. Seeing that he actually managed to shake the zombie's shield, he pushed himself even harder. It was working, but it still wasn't enough. Lu Sheng summoned another massive crystal. Channeling every ounce of his strength, he hurled it down, desperate to shatter the shield. Under his terrifying power, the barrier finally began to crack and splinter. Seeing that the barrier was only slightly cracked and hadn't shattered completely, Lu Sheng grew desperate. He began frantically conjuring countless crystals. Is this still not enough? Then, flame breathing, telekinesis, tenfold stellar force, and the perfect star fist. Lu Sheng poured all his cultivation techniques and raw power into this final decisive blow. Shatter, he roared. At last, the barrier burst open, revealing the Grandmaster zombie inside. The zombie didn't even try to fight back. It just stared at Lu Sheng with hollow eyes. Perhaps deep down, it had been waiting for this release for a long time. Lu Sheng raised his fist to deliver the final blow. Your spirit is immortal. I will inherit your will. As the punch landed, a peaceful smile spread across the zombie's face, its wrinkled features finally softening. In that instant, the zombie's memories flooded into Lu Sheng's mind. Stunned, he gasped, What? The memory showed a crowd of people joyfully celebrating. Congratulations, Master Shi Shengning, on your breakthrough. From this day on, you are a Grandmaster. Suddenly, the scene shifted. News of foreign beasts invading cities was everywhere. The situation was extremely critical, and things were rapidly getting worse. Even though the Star Realm Masters rushed to every corner to defend, bases kept falling. The top 100 bases, located at the heart of the Martial Alliance, were now the safest places left on Earth. I've arranged a boat. You can set off this afternoon. Dad, aren't you coming with us? Shi Shengning tearfully said goodbye to his wife and daughter to stay behind and face the beasts. He had secured a safe haven for them. For the sake of humanity's survival, he had to go to the front lines to defend his country and his family. Gently stroking his daughter's hair, he spoke his final words to her. Your father is a Grandmaster, so I must stand on the front lines and shed my last drop of blood for humanity. The memory shifted once more. Looming before him was a level 9 beast, a monster capable of wiping out an entire city. Yes, a terrifying level 9 beast. Even from this distance, I can't stop trembling. I am a Grandmaster with an iron will. I shouldn't be afraid. So why? Why am I shaking like this? Just as Shi Shengning was bracing himself to face the beast, Lord Wang, he stepped forward. With incredible ease, he quickly drove the monster back. The eastern sunset. A casual strike from Lord Wang. He is just too powerful. With someone like him fighting for us, humanity definitely has hope. It worked! Haha! Watching Lord Wang fight allowed me to comprehend a brand new martial art. In this lifetime, reaching the level 8 Great Grandmaster realm might actually be possible, but right in the middle of celebrating his breakthrough, a beast blindsided Shi Shengning from behind, impaling his abdomen and sending him crashing to the ground. Lying helpless on the cold ground, he watched the beast draw closer. It's so cold. Is this what it feels like to die? I heard the Martial Alliance has initiated the Spark Project, pooling all of humanity's resources to breed an unprecedented level 12 powerhouse. But does humanity really stand a chance? It's just a shame I won't be around to see it. As the vision faded, Lu Sheng snapped back to reality, drenched in cold sweat. Pant, pant, pant. So that was the life of a martial grandmaster? This memory was far more intense than any he had absorbed before a magnificent, legendary life. The grandmaster's name was Shi Shengning, and during his lifetime, he had mastered the art of the fist. His fist techniques, his profound insights, and his lifetime of combat experience were now fusing into Lu Sheng's own body. His fist mastery was skyrocketing at an insane speed. Micro-realm, advanced micro-realm, and peak micro-realm. Lu Sheng stared at his palms in awe. The control realm! This is the ultimate technique Grandmaster Shi Shengning spent his entire life perfecting. Turning his gaze back to the slumped, lifeless corpse, Lu Sheng muttered, Wang He. In Shi Shengning's memories, aside from his wife and daughter, that name appeared the most. And it was the exact same name as the creator of the stellar body tempering art. Staring at the body in deep thought, he whispered, Wang He, a legend of 10,000 years. He was clearly a legendary figure. Known as the Eastern Sunset, his moves possessed devastating power. Even a level 7 grandmaster like Shi Shengning was basically his fanboy. Yet, it seemed Shi Shengning had only witnessed Wang He fight once. That single moment had inspired him to create an incredibly powerful martial technique. Lu Sheng wondered, so why can't I find it in his memories? He began digging frantically through the fragmented thoughts. Is it buried in a deeper layer of his consciousness? After searching for a while, a glowing golden orb caught his eye. Crouching before it, he muttered, What on earth is this? As soon as his fingers brushed the strange object, Lu Sheng was violently sucked inside. Inside the orb, Lu Sheng could barely move. It felt like his body was being entirely suppressed. In the shadows, countless eerie, crimson eyes gleamed. Wincing in discomfort, he wondered, Are these the enemies Shi Shengning had to face? I've already taken half a step into the Grandmaster realm, so I shouldn't feel fear. Then why am I so terrified? Staring at the horrifying scene, Lu Sheng panicked. What is hiding inside that darkness? Through the thick, swirling smoke, he spotted a figure. Is that Shi Shengning? The Grandmaster stood in the center of a blinding, blazing sun. Suddenly, beams of strange, brilliant light erupted from where Shi Shengning stood, piercing right through the massive bones looming above and shattering them to pieces. Lu Sheng recalled the ancient myths of the Golden Crow, the children of the Heavenly Emperor. Each Golden Crow bore a heavy duty, representing a blazing sun. When 10 suns rose together in the sky, rivers dried up, the earth cracked, and the scorching heat burned everything to ashes. No living creature could survive beneath those 10 suns. Filled with awe, Lu Sheng realized this was the ultimate martial path Shi Shengning had dedicated his entire life to comprehending. He had even designed it as a supreme technique to break through to the level 8 Great Grandmaster realm, naming it the 10 Suns in the Sky. Clenching his fists, Lu Sheng felt a surge of explosive power coursing through him. He threw a heavy punch forward and roared, This power is mine! At that moment, Lu Sheng looked absolutely magnificent. The next morning, the golden morning light bathed the city in a peaceful, quiet warmth. Lu Sheng sat on the edge of his bed in the morning sunlight, deep in thought. Looking at his hand, he thought to himself that his mental power seemed to have undergone some kind of qualitative change. He raised his hand, his gaze sharp and focused, as a purple power began to gather. Lu Sheng was surprised he hadn't expected to actually pull it off. I can feel that my total mental power hasn't changed all that much, but the quality itself is like night and day compared to before. He looked out toward the sky, a sensation that ordinary martial artists couldn't even begin to fathom. He could feel that, in some way, he had completely stepped into the realm of a transcendent life form. With determination in his eyes, Lu Sheng was absolutely certain that the sheer pressure of his mental power alone could crush a level 3, or even a level 4 martial artist to death. Not only that, but a Grandmaster force field had also appeared around his body. Although it was just an extremely thin layer, channeling more of his mental power would make it significantly stronger. However, even if he pushed it to its absolute limit right now, its thickness wouldn't even be 1% of that Grandmaster zombie's force field. Compared to him who was like an ostrich egg, he was merely a chicken egg. Standing by the door of his room, Lu Sheng's hand glowed with a golden aura. Possessing a force field meant he now had a basic grasp of a Grandmaster's will. Although it was currently just a tiny sprout, Lu Sheng clenched his fist, and that sprout rapidly grew. With confidence written all over his face, he knew that in the near future, it would grow into a magnificent towering tree, completely transforming into a true Grandmaster-level martial will of his very own. The scene shifts to the Haitian Shengyan restaurant, where Lu Sheng was sitting and waiting for someone. He pulled out his phone and messaged her to meet in the heaven room. She quickly apologized and said she'd be right there. Lu Sheng thought calmly to himself, Now that I've left the training camp, I don't have a daily supply of exotic beast meat anymore. More importantly, I urgently need medicinal supplements to aid my training. It's time to make contact with the people from Hangsuan Tang. Right then, He Lingsu arrived, completely out of breath and drenched in sweat. Seeing Lu Sheng, she was slightly surprised that her contact was just a student. However, she quickly regained her confidence and thought to herself with smug satisfaction, "This'll be a piece of cake." Lu Sheng quickly invited her to sit down. He opened the menu, glanced through it, and said to her, "I heard the steak here is pretty good." Suddenly, his gaze turned sharp and cold. "You don't mind if I eat while we talk, do you?" He Lingsu offered a warm smile and replied, "Not at all." She then handed her coat to the staff to hang up. Though she looked warm and welcoming on the outside, she was actually feeling a bit flustered inside. "How should I bring this up?" she thought. Lu Sheng turned and said, "Waiter, give us your highest quality steak. Bring me 40 portions." The waitress quickly replied, "Yes, of course, sir." She was absolutely thrilled to hear him order 40 portions, while He Lingsu was left looking completely bewildered. Is he a pig? Eating 40 steaks in one sitting. She swirled her glass. On second thought, Lu Sheng was a martial arts student, so it was completely normal for him to have a massive appetite. But a single steak cost 1,280 yuan. 40 portions would easily drain 51,200 yuan. He, Lingsu, wondered. Since he's eating so much all by himself, he'd probably feel too embarrassed to ask me to pay, right? Lu Sheng looked up at her and asked, "Do you want some?" But she politely declined, "Thank you for the offer, sir, but I've already eaten." Hearing her refusal, Lu Sheng quickly told the waiter, "She's not eating. Just bring the food out. I'm starving." He Lingsu couldn't help but judge him in her mind. He really is a total pig. She then put on a fake smile and said, "The reason I came this time." Suddenly, Lu Sheng flicked a piece of paper toward her. Written on it was, He Lingsu, 22 years old. Hometown in Ba County, Guanglin City, Hingan Province. He said to her, "Your late grandfather, He Qiming, started out as a mere apprentice at the historic Qian Pharmacy. 15 years ago, when martial arts began to gain widespread popularity, he relied on his decent martial talent and extraordinary pharmaceutical gift to become a level 5 pharmacist and founded Hengshuantang." Hearing this, He Lingsu's face darkened. Her expression turned cold, and she glared at Lu Sheng with furrowed brows. Ignoring her expression, Lu Sheng continued, "The branches spread across over 20 cities in Dongning Province, totaling 213 stores. Although Hengshuantang has managed to remain somewhat well-known over the past few years." She spat out an annoyed sound, but he quickly cut her off. However, Lu Sheng looked at her seriously. "Due to poor management later on, it rapidly declined once it reached your father's generation, under He Hezi." Visibly displeased, He Lingsu frowned and asked Lu Sheng, "Mr. Lu, what are you trying to prove by coming here just to recite online info that anyone can find? To show off my amazing memory?" Lu Sheng asked with a smirk. Before long, the waiter brought out 40 plates of steak. Lu Sheng's face lit up with excitement. He immediately began devouring the first few steaks. Soon enough, a stack of empty plates piled up on the table. Lu Sheng, still chewing, said to He Lingsu, "No, I also know that because of family reasons, your mother, Chen Lan, hasn't returned to Dongning Province for 20 long years, never once seeing her own daughter. And the reason why the He family's Hengshuantang collapsed so quickly in your hands, besides outdated concepts and bad management." Each of his biting words felt like a dagger piercing her heart. Hearing this, He Lingsu could only manage a strained, forced smile. Lu Sheng cut in. "The most critical reason is actually that your mother, alongside the Chen family, has been secretly suppressing your Hengshuantang for years." He Lingsu couldn't take it anymore. She slammed her hand on the table, stood up and shouted, "What? Mr. Lu, do you have any proof for what you're saying? You can't just throw around reckless accusations like that." Lu Sheng spoke in a tone that only piqued her curiosity further. "Whether it's true or not, just go back and ask your father, He Hezi. You'll get your answer soon enough." Internally, he was quietly pleased. The quality of the meat was excellent, packed with nutrients, and provided him with a decent amount of energy. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, He Lingsu fell silent as she pondered his words. "Mom left and abandoned Dad when I was just 2 years old, and after all these years, I haven't seen her face even once. She's utterly heartless." Thinking about this, He Lingsu grit her teeth. The decline of the He family's Hengshuantang really did start right after her mother left, when her father took over the business. Memories of the past began flooding back to her. Back then, it felt like the He family had a branch going bankrupt every single day. They barely stayed afloat for several months. Even if her father was bad at business, it shouldn't have been that disastrous. Suddenly, Lu Sheng asked a question that caught her completely off guard. Whenever a cooperation project was finalized, did it always mysteriously fall through and vanish without a trace? Lu Sheng kept on eating, casually adding, "Miss He, don't blame me for digging so deeply into your background." Lu Sheng's words gave He Lingsu serious pause. Bankrupt branches, terminated partnerships. The anomalies didn't stop there. If her mother's side really was pulling the strings like Lu Sheng said, putting that aside for now, He Lingsu said to Lu Sheng, "I will verify what you've said myself, Mr. Lu." For now, let's discuss our partnership. After polishing off 40 plates of steak, Lu Thuan finally agreed. Fine, I'll provide the formula and the technical guidance. Your Han Thien Duong will handle the production and sales. As for the final profits, Lu Thuan said with a straight face, I want 90%. Hearing this, Ha Linto's face twisted in outrage. 90%? Why don't you just ask for the whole thing? Lu Thuan leaned on the table with an amused smirk. I actually thought about that, but I figured you wouldn't agree. Talk about pushing her buttons. Ha Linto tried to bargain, offering 60%, going up to 70% at most. But of course, Lu Thuan wasn't having it. He continued. The extra 20% is non-negotiable. 10% is to guarantee our long-term partnership. Standing up, he declared, and the other 10% is my fee for helping you, Miss Ha, deal with a few headaches. Confused, Ha Lin asked, What do you mean by that? Lu Thuan replied, Your Ha family has been crushed under the thumb of the capital's Tran family for years, haven't they? Lu Thuan began to reel her in. Surely you've had some thoughts about that, Miss Ha. Then, his eyes glowed a vibrant jade green as he painted a picture for her. Like taking revenge and reclaiming everything that belongs to you. Using his abilities, Lu Thuan made the water droplets from the spilled cup float up into the air. He asked her, Miss Ha, look at this. Surely you know what this means? Seeing the floating droplets hovering right before her eyes, Ha Lin too was completely stunned. She stammered, You're a psychic? She thought to herself, an 18-year-old, second-rank martial artist, White River City's #1 martial arts genius, and now a legendary psychic? Even if I don't practice martial arts myself, I know what this means. Lu Thuan quickly gathered the water back into the cup. Ha Lin clearly understood this, and she knew the sheer scale of this power. After a moment of silence, Lu Thuan asked her, Miss Ha, earlier, you used the word you guys. It seems you didn't think I developed that formula all on my own, did you? Ha Lintu stammered, Could there be someone backing you? Lu Thuan gave her a knowing smile. Smart girl. So, that last 10% is in exchange for me, and the massive force supporting me from behind. He pushed to seal the deal. Is there any deal more profitable than this in the entire world, Miss Ha? Ha Lin stood there, her mind in a knot. If everything Lu Thuan said was true, then sooner or later, she would have to face the Tran family. Staring down at the cup in her hand, she thought, even if I've buried any resentment or desire for revenge over the past 20 years, they will never let me go. Because this formula, Lu Thuan and I are partnering on, will be the perfect excuse for them to make their move. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his treasure. To put it simply, it means that possessing something extremely valuable makes you a target for everyone's jealousy and greed. Ha Lin gritted her teeth and glanced at Lu Thuan, thinking, Oh my god, with his extraordinary talent on top of the cunning and calculating social skills he displayed earlier. Ha Lin spoke up, Fine, I agree to give you 90% of the profits. Hearing this, Lu Thuan smiled in satisfaction, pulled out a flash drive, and said, The formula for the Spirit Vitality blood-strengthening soup is saved in here. Ha Lin took it gladly and said, I hope the promises you made, Mr. Lu, will all come true. Lu Thuan replied confidently, Consider it done. Deep down, Ha Lin couldn't help but wonder, if that day ever came, just how incredibly powerful would Lu Thuan have become. With the deal done, Lu Thuan waved his hand and told her, Now, go to the Pharmacist Association and register the patent immediately. If you have any questions during the brewing process, just ask me anytime. I won't be bothering with anything else. I trust your abilities. Also, I want to use your potion lab for a bit soon, so please arrange a time for me. I'm stuffed, so if there's nothing else, I'll head out first. Pleasure doing business with you. With that, he closed the door and walked out. Once Lu Thuan left, Ha Lin let out a long sigh, thinking she had naively assumed he was just a regular high school kid she could easily fleece into a contract. As it turned out, the person she was facing didn't seem like an 18-year-old high school student at all, but rather a high-ranking, formidable big shot. Looking at the cup of water before her with unease, she realized even his tone had shifted from a respectful Miss Ha to a completely casual and dominant you. Right in the middle of her thoughts, the waiter chimed in. Excuse me, miss. Would you like to settle the bill now? Looking at the mountain of empty plates Lu Thuan had left behind, she felt a wave of frustration. He had eaten every single bite, left without paying a dime, and she was stuck with the bill. Resigned to her fate, Ha Lin sighed, All right, how much is it? The waiter quickly calculated the bill and said, 90 premium portions, bringing the total to 115,200 yuan. I'll waive the change for you, so the total is exactly 115,000 yuan. This news hit Ha Lin like a bolt from the blue. She pointed wildly at the pile of plates and gasped, What? How could there be 90 portions? You guys clearly only served 40. Seeing her disbelief, the waiter quickly showed her the receipt. The gentleman earlier ate 40 portions here, and then ordered 50 more to go, saying he wanted his family to try them. Will you be paying with cash or card, miss? Ha Lin-tu's hands trembled as she reluctantly handed over her card, tears welling up in her eyes. Seething with resentment, only 2 words echoed in her mind: Lu Thuan. Meanwhile, the waiter was absolutely thrilled with the massive sale, bowing, "Thank you for your patronage. Cut to Lu Thuan's house, ding-dong. Who could that be at the door?" Lu Thuan stood at the door holding 50 boxes of takeout steak, leaving his mother staring in jaw-dropping shock. "What on earth is all this?" Lu Thuan replied. "These are all premium steaks, Mom. No need to cook dinner tonight, Mom. We're having this." Taking the boxes, his mother stood frozen. 1 piece of steak per box. Wasn't this from that insanely expensive restaurant? Are all of these boxes really steak, son? If you wanted some, you should have just told me. Eating out is so expensive and the portions are tiny. How much money did you waste on all of this? Lu Thuan let out a sly grin and explained, "It didn't cost me a dime, Mom. A super rich friend of mine treated me. She's loaded. I told her I didn't need it, but she absolutely insisted." Meanwhile, Ha Lin-tu was sneezing non-stop on the other side of town while paying the bill. Hearing his explanation, his mother felt relieved and carried the stack of steaks inside. "Well, if you say so, but don't let it happen again, son. Even if she's treating you, taking this much for free isn't right. Oh, by the way, Mr. Chung from your school came by a few times to ask how you're doing. He really is a great teacher," Lu Thuan thought in silence. It had indeed been a long time since he last saw Mr. Chung. He decided he would visit him tomorrow. The next morning, at White River High School, inside the office of Mr. Chung Chan Kwok, hearing a knock on the door, he called out, "Coming!" But as he opened it to see who it was, Lu Thuan stood right before his eyes. Startled, he called out, "Lu Thuan?" Holding a potted plant in his hands, Lu Thuan replied with a smile, "Mr. Chung, long time no see." Lu Thuan cheerfully handed it over to him. "I remembered that I accidentally broke your potted plant last time, so I bought you a new one." Taking the plant, Mr. Chung was pleasantly surprised and a bit embarrassed. "Oh, that's very thoughtful of you." Looking at Lu Thuan's confident posture, he remarked, "But honestly, it's just as I expected. It hasn't been long yet. You already give off a completely different aura compared to before." Zhang Zhengguo invited Lu Sheng inside. "Come on, let's head inside first before we talk." Zhang Zhengguo lit a cigarette and said, "The school is about to stop classes soon. After this meeting, I guess I'll probably only see you on TV from now on." He asked Lu Sheng, "By the way, what are your plans next?" Lu Sheng replied without any hesitation, "Oh, I'm preparing to join the Qiming Star Selection, and after that, I'll take the assessment at the Spiritual Master Association." These words left Zhang Zhengguo completely dumbfounded. He jumped to his feet and shouted, "What? Did you say the Qiming Star and a spiritual master?" Lu Sheng calmly replied, "Yes, the chief instructor at the training camp recommended me. It was actually during my time there that I discovered my talent as a spiritual master." Zhang Zhengguo sat back down with a forced laugh, but his eyes were filled with pride. Suddenly, he turned, placed a hand on Lu Sheng's shoulder, and said with a joyful voice, "That's great. Honestly, I haven't been able to teach you much, so just go ahead and do whatever you want. Build a sky of your own and I'll always be rooting for you." Lu Sheng happily replied, "Thank you, Teacher Zhang." A moment later, as Lu Sheng headed back, the two of them waved goodbye, looking forward to the day they would meet again. Zhang Zhengguo stood there, thinking to himself that he had truly underestimated him. This kid wasn't just the pride of Baihei High School anymore, he had successfully become the pride of all mankind. Meanwhile, in one of the school's 11th grade classrooms, a teacher was passionately lecturing. Obsession is easy, but freedom is hard. Truth is simple, while falsehood is profound. Neither tension nor relaxation, motion nor stillness is the path. Only the state of non-emptiness is the true lineage. After reciting the poem, the teacher slowly pushed up his glasses. Suddenly, he slammed his book onto the desk in anger, veins bulging on his hands as he roared, "Wake up! All of you, wake up! Focus, right now!" He tapped loudly on the blackboard, shouting at the students, "I've told you before, do not underestimate the importance of your cultural classes. I know many of you in this class have registered for the martial arts college entrance exam, but don't forget that your cultural class grades are factored in too. Being short by just one single point could make you fail the martial arts college exam. If you were to make up that 1 point with blood vitality value, it could take you weeks or even months of training. But on a cultural exam, that's just a matter of getting a couple of big questions right." Zhou Xingji sat in the classroom, yawning sleepily and asking in boredom, "When is class going to be over anyway? This is boring as hell." Zhou Xingji then turned back to Lu Qiming and whispered, "Hey Qiming, want to hit up the internet cafe after school? I'm about to rank up to platinum." Lu Qiming, busy writing, quickly declined. "No way, you guys go ahead. I signed up for the martial arts sprint class. I've got extra tutoring after school." Hearing this, Zhou Xingji stared blankly and said, "What is up with you lately? Working this hard is totally unlike you." Right then, the teacher glared daggers at them and bellowed, "Zhou Xingji, Lu Qiming! What are you two whispering about over there? Stand up, both of you. The two of them jumped up nervously. The teacher continued. You two are really something. You don't listen to a single word I say, do you? Suddenly, a voice drifted in from the classroom door. Teacher Hong, I'm here. Everyone in the class gasped in utter shock when they heard that voice. Standing outside the door, Lu Sheng smiled and waved, saying, Hey everyone, long time no see. The classroom instantly erupted into a frenzy of whispers. Holy crap, it's Lu Sheng. Is Lu Sheng back to school? Oh my god, I thought we'd never see him again. I heard Lu Sheng was taken in as the final personal disciple of the association's elder. He spends every single day training like crazy in the association building, preparing to break through to the Grandmaster realm. From Lu Qiming's side, someone chimed in. I also heard the mayor wants to marry his daughter to Lu Sheng, but Lu Sheng rejected her just to focus entirely on his martial arts. An autograph? It's so rare to see Lu Sheng. We absolutely have to get his autograph and frame it on the wall back home. Teacher Hong quickly hurried to the door to welcome him. Lu Sheng, my boy, come in, come in. Lu Sheng looked at him and replied, I wanted to attend my last cultural class. Is that all right? Hearing this, Teacher Hong was overjoyed and said, Of course, yes, of course you can. He quickly turned back to the class. All right, class, open your books immediately. Full of energy, Teacher Hong declared. Now, let's begin the lesson. Lu Sheng walked over to his desk and opened his book. Zhou Xingji whispered to Lu Qiming, Is this for real? I'm actually sharing a class with Lu Sheng. His aura is so intense. Is he really in the same class as us? And rumor has it he's already a level 2 martial artist. Lu Qiming looked at Lu Sheng and thought to himself, Lu Sheng has truly changed so much. Ring, ring, ring. The bell finally rang, signaling the end of class. Teacher Hong let out a sigh of relief and closed his book. All right, class dismissed. Lu Sheng stood up. He turned back to face the classroom, flashing a smile as he told everyone, Goodbye, guys. I won't forget any of you. With that, Lu Sheng looked over at Lu Qiming, while the rest of the class continued to chatter excitedly. This is the very first time I've felt so honored to be someone's classmate. I swear, I will definitely pass the exam and get into a martial arts college. Yeah, me too. We can't let down our pride of being in the same class as Lu Sheng. Just then, Lu Qiming stared blankly at Lu Sheng. Suddenly, Lu Sheng threw his arm around his shoulder and encouraged him, Hang in there, Qiming. When we're free, let's play some ranked games together. Hearing this, Lu Qiming's face crumbled as tears began to well up in his eyes. Watching Lu Sheng's retreating back, Lu Qiming made a firm resolution. Even if it kills me, I will get into a martial arts college. And I'll definitely catch up to you. Lu Sheng sat at his desk, typing away as he thought to himself. He had already asked He Lingsu to purchase all the necessary ingredients to brew the muscle and blood-invigorating decoction and the marrow-nourishing pill. These two types of tonic medicines are incredibly effective for tempering bones and muscles, though they are quite expensive. If he could secure a large quantity, it should be enough to support his training all the way up to level 4. Next was the matter of his spiritual master weapon. Before passing the official spiritual master assessment, he wouldn't be able to log onto the 6-star network to purchase a weapon. Before the Jiming star selection, he had to squeeze in some time to take that spiritual master assessment. Otherwise, having to trouble Dongqing Shui every single time he wanted to buy something would easily expose his secrets. He wanted to take a quick look at the price list, but what popped up on the screen left him completely stunned. It showed the unceasing blade wheel priced at $37,500,000 and the silver sky shuttle at $29,500,000. Lu Sheng was utterly shocked. For the unceasing blade wheel and the silver sky shuttle, these prices were just too astronomical to believe. He had thought his 5 million reward would be plenty for him to spend freely, but it turned out to be pitifully small. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, crossing his arms in deep thought. If I want to forge the unceasing blade wheel and the silver sky shuttle myself, I'll need at least 9,100 grams of dense iron. Just one single blade wheel would weigh at least 1 catty, so even my entire 5 million wouldn't be anywhere near enough. And that's not even counting the other auxiliary materials. Besides, I can't just forge one single blade wheel. On top of that, the quality of my mental power far exceeds that of ordinary people, so regular dense iron blade wheels simply won't cut it. I need premium dense silver to forge these weapons, but the price for that is 10 times higher. With the money I have on me, I can't even afford to make a single part. Lu Sheng rested his hand over his mouth, deep in thought. There was no other way, he'd just have to do it himself. Lu Sheng opened a drawer, finding a medal and a rolled-up piece of paper inside. Lu Sheng picked up the paper and thought, Thankfully, I found the Strategic Material Resource Distribution Map for 3 years of martial arts in the Fireseed Repository. Now's my chance to use it. Unrolling the map, he discovered an untouched dense silver mine, right at Mount U2. With a confident look, Lu Sheng thought, I'll go dig up all that untouched dense silver, then I can use it to find a master blacksmith to forge my weapon. Besides, if I find plenty of dense silver or dense iron, I can even sell the extra for cash, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Once I get He Lingsu to concoct enough marrow-nourishing pills, I can set off for Mount Niutu to find the materials. 1 week later, at Jingshan Hall, He Lingsu was pacing back and forth in the room. She pulled out her phone and muttered in annoyance, "Where on earth is Lu Sheng? What time does he think it is?" Right then, Lu Sheng walked in holding a white lab coat and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." He Lingsu snapped angrily, "Oh, so you actually decided to show up?" Slipping into the lab coat with a serious look, Lu Sheng asked, "Got held up by a few things. Are all the required ingredients ready?" Seeing Lu Sheng like this made He Lingsu blush. She replied shyly, "Yeah, everything's ready just like you asked." Lu Sheng put on his gloves, facing a table piled high with various ingredients. He asked He Lingsu, "How much did all these ingredients cost?" He Lingsu replied, "Around 200,000. Holding a stalk of herb, Lu Sheng said with interest, The quality isn't bad. Put it on my tab for now. We can deduct it from future profits later." Lu Sheng put on a mask and continued, "Well, I'm going to start now. Would you mind stepping outside, Miss He?" He Lingsu looked annoyed. "Fine." As He Lingsu walked out, she glanced back at Lu Sheng, thinking to herself, "The sales for the muscle and blood invigorating decoction haven't even launched yet, and I haven't made a single penny. Yet, the cost of the ingredients I bought for him has already reached nearly 1 million. Closing the door, she thought. Luckily, the data Lu Sheng provided was very detailed. I'll definitely be able to successfully brew a perfect muscle and blood invigorating decoction. Is he researching a new medicine? He's been coming to the prep room every single day this week. Just how many secrets is he hiding?" 3 hours later, as He Lingsu was waiting outside, a voice called out, "All done, Miss He. The refinement is complete." Lu Sheng told her, "I need to go out of town for 2 days. Don't worry, once I'm back, I'll pay back the initial capital for the muscle and blood invigorating decoction." He Lingsu looked away and replied coldly, "Sure." Seeing this, Lu Sheng teased her. What a difficult girl. As He Lingsu watched him walk away, she rushed over to the curtain of the preparation room, pulled it open, and hurried inside. He Lingsu gasped in surprise. Got it! Right in front of her were test tubes of various colors. Picking up a blue test tube, she thought with a tense expression, "It really is that nameless new medicine. I've tried its effects before, it's incredibly potent. Its effect can directly temper bones. Bone tempering supplements sold on the market are level 4 or 5, costing several million. Yet Lu Sheng made this with ingredients worth only a bit over 100,000. What kind of insane profit margin is this?" He Lingsu frowned. "And there's definitely a lot more of this new medicine in his backpack." Suddenly, a blonde young man ran up. "Miss He, I've done what you asked." He continued, "But when I checked the cameras, I couldn't see anything at all. The cameras all went down, but they went back to normal right after Lu Sheng walked out. The surveillance system acted like it glitched out, only returning to normal after he left." He Lingsu sighed helplessly. "Sigh, I knew it. Trying these cheap tricks in front of a spiritual master is just making a fool of myself." He Lingsu stared intently at the blue test tube in her hand, then tossed it into the trash. "Forget it. I should just focus on cooperating with him. No matter what, he's the He family's only hope of rising again." The scene shifts to Diqiu Mingcheng, a place surrounded by majestic hills. A bus rolled along the narrow trail at the foot of the mountain. The tour guide on the bus addressed the passengers. "Ladies and gentlemen, our destination is Xianlin Village, located deep in Mount Niutu. It boasts breathtaking scenery, far from the hustle and bustle of the city, and is one of the 5 Class A scenic areas in Dongning Province. You'll get to experience the warm hospitality and rustic customs of the locals in Xianlin Village, taste traditional dishes with unique local flavors, gaze upon the magnificent and majestic landscape of Mount Niutu, and even have the chance to purchase the delicate and mysterious traditional handicrafts of Xianlin Village." A woman in a red shirt grimaced and grumbled, "Traditional crafts? More like forced tourist traps. And in such a remote mountain nook, where are we even staying tonight? There must be tons of bugs up there too." The tour guide replied, "Aw, sister, we're a highly reputable travel agency. We would never force any extra charges on you. Rest assured, we'll be staying at local homestays in the village tonight. The conditions are excellent, fully equipped with air conditioning and TVs." Inside the bus, Lu Sheng sat in a corner, gazing out the window. He thought to himself, "I managed to concoct 93 bottles of marrow-nourishing pills this week. That should last me a while. But this place is truly remote. The untouched, dense silver mine hidden here probably hasn't been discovered yet, so I might have it all to myself." While he was lost in thought, a yellow ball suddenly rolled over, interrupting him. A little girl with light brown hair ran over to pick up the ball. She looked up at Lu Sheng cheerfully and asked, "Mister, do you want to play with me?" Right after that, a beautiful young woman pulled the little girl back and said, "Stop fooling around, don't bother other people. Okay, Mom, I'll sit still." Then, the young woman turned to Lu Sheng and said, "I'm so sorry." Lu Sheng nodded, "No worries." Suddenly, Lu Sheng's eyes widened in surprise. He saw a young man with glasses sitting next to the mother and daughter, laughing. He was surrounded by a faint purple aura. Lu Sheng smirked, a blue energy rippling from his body. He thought to himself, how interesting. It looks like I'm not the only spiritual master on this trip. On the tour bus, bound for Mount Yutu, Jung Dandan was constantly fanning herself to get some cool air. She grumbled in boredom. This is so boring, and it's burning hot. Seriously, what did I do to deserve being dragged to this godforsaken place with you? We still have 3 days and 2 nights to go. How am I supposed to survive this? Sitting next to Jung Dandan, Lin Zishan was the complete opposite. Despite the heat, she remained perfectly calm, holding a fan as she spoke. Jung Dandan, it's not like I forced you to come here. You're the one who wanted to join. Hearing those words, Jung Dandan got annoyed. She snatched Lin Kishan's fan and snapped, oh, please. Wasn't it because you, Lin Shishan, got your heart broken? I was just worried you'd do something stupid out here in the deep forest. Talk about being ungrateful. Seeing Jung Dandan so angry, Lin Shishan quickly tried to smooth things over. All right, I know you're my best friend. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. It's just been a while since I've traveled, so I wanted to take this chance to unwind. This tour group is a bit cheap, sure, but the scenery of Mount Yutu is actually quite beautiful. You won't regret this trip. Hearing this, Jung Dandan was extremely displeased and replied half-heartedly, fine. I won't regret it. Suddenly, the joyful laughter of a child echoed from behind Lin Shishan and Jung Dandan's seats. An adorable little girl was playing happily, slapping the ball with a loud pop as she called out, hey, catch my ball. Sitting opposite her was our protagonist, Lu Sheng. Catching the ball with both hands, he praised her, saying she had a great throw. Then he flashed a charming smile. Jung Dandan turned her head, saw this, and was instantly mesmerized. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at Lu Sheng. Lin Shishan, sitting next to her, watched in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, the ball was hit off course, causing the little girl to cry out in panic. Help me catch it, big sister! The ball actually flew straight toward Jung Dandan. She quickly reached out and caught it, feeling both surprised and tense. She then looked toward Lu Sheng and said, catch. Lu Sheng caught it easily with one hand. Holding the ball, he looked at Jung Dandan and gave her a sincere smile. Thanks. Captivated by Lu Sheng's handsome looks, Jung Dandan's face blushed instantly upon hearing him speak to her, and she replied shyly, no problem. Seeing Jung Dandan's embarrassed expression, Lin Shishan immediately teased her. Haha, look at you, totally head over heels. After a 2-hour bus ride, everyone finally arrived at Mount Yutu. Jung Dandan looked around at the mountainous landscape and remarked, isn't this just a regular mountain area? And they call this a 5A level scenic spot? In contrast to Jung Dandan's complaints, Lin Shishan wasn't disappointed at all. Looking at the map, she said, it looks pretty good to me. I heard there's a waterfall too. We'll find out when we go up the mountain tomorrow. Even though Jung Dandan didn't like it, as long as it made Lin Shishan happy, she was happy too. While scanning the surroundings, Jung Dandan suddenly spotted Lu Sheng. Her face lit up instantly as she said excitedly, he's over there! Just as Lu Sheng got off the bus, the little girl he had played with earlier ran up and grabbed his hand, asking, can you play with me again tomorrow? Seeing her, Lu Sheng knelt down, patted her head and said, sure, if I have time tomorrow, I'll play with you. Hearing this, the little girl was overjoyed and said with a bright smile, hey, that's awesome. Seeing how happily they were chatting, Jung Dandan walked over to start a conversation. Hey, little sister, how about both of us play with you tomorrow? Behind Jung Dandan, Lin Shishan was carrying their bags, looking at her best friend with a face full of disgust. Hearing Jung Dandan ask to play together, the little girl immediately showed her dislike. She took a step forward, hugged Lu Sheng's arm, pulled down her lower eyelid with one hand, and stuck out her tongue to reject her. No way. You're the mean lady who stole my ball. I'm not playing with you at all. I only want him. Hearing those words, everyone was quite surprised. Suddenly, a voice called out to the little girl. Nanan, come here quickly. We need to check into the camp. Nanan looked toward her mother, but her hand still held onto Lu Sheng's arm. Then, holding her mother's hand to leave, she didn't forget to say goodbye to Lu Sheng. Meanwhile, right where Lin Shishan and Jung Dandan stood, Jung Dandan had a smile on her face but was screaming inside. That little brat. Like I'd even want to play with you anyway. Seeing her friend like that, Lin Shishan covered her mouth, unable to stop laughing. Observing Jung Dandan's annoyance, Lu Sheng spoke up. Kids say the darndest things without thinking. Don't take it to heart. Hearing Lu Sheng talk to her, all of Jung Dandan's anger instantly melted away. Haha, how could I hold a grudge against a child? She then shyly held up her phone and said to Lu Sheng, by the way, handsome, can we add each other as friends? Lu Sheng was a bit taken aback by her request, but after a brief thought, he smiled gently and agreed. Sure, why not? A ping sound rang out, followed by a notification that they had successfully added each other. All three of them, Lin Shishan, Jung Dandan, and Lu Sheng, had successfully added each other's contact information on their phones. After successfully adding Lu Sheng, Zheng Dandan looked at his name on her screen and praised him. Lu Sheng, what a powerful-sounding name. Despite being completely swooned, she didn't forget her main mission of cheering up Lin Shishan. Zheng Dandan quickly pulled her best friend away. She happily looked back at Lu Sheng and said, "All right, handsome, see you around." Looking at her phone screen, Zheng Dandan grinned so wide her mouth could barely close as she said, "You didn't really need to add that handsome guy anyway." Hey, I originally thought this self-guided tour would be super boring, but who knew it would turn out to be so much fun? Seeing Zheng Dandan so happy, Lin Shishan couldn't help but smile too, thinking, as long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Standing behind them, Lu Sheng watched their retreating figures, and the friendly smile on his face instantly vanished. His entire expression turned incredibly cold and imposing. Recalling the people on the bus, Lu Sheng thought to himself, interesting. This trip not only has a rare level 2 spiritual telekinetic, but I also ran into 2 level 2 martial artists. Thinking about Nanan's father, Lu Sheng felt certain. But that spiritual telekinetic hasn't discovered my true identity yet. At most, they probably only sense that I practice martial arts. Looking at the currents of power swirling around his body, Lu Sheng suddenly mused, after forming my Grandmaster will, I've been able to freely control, disperse, and compress my spiritual energy. As long as I don't actively release it, ordinary people won't detect my powerful spiritual force. I just wonder if there are any stronger martial artists hidden in these mountains. Reflecting on the other passengers from the bus earlier, Lu Sheng decided he didn't care what the others' motives were for coming to Mount Yutu, as long as they didn't get in his way. Just then, Lu Sheng spotted a beast right in front of him. Without a second thought, he casually crushed it to death. Meanwhile, at that very moment, on a highway hundreds of kilometers away, a luxurious white car was speeding along at an extreme velocity. Inside the car, a man named Wu Shijing held a wine glass in his hand, looking down at the person kneeling at his feet. To his right, a woman in a red cheongzum sat huddled tightly. Wu Shijing swirled the wine glass in his hand and asked, "Well, what's the status? Have you found any trace of Tang Maolin?" Hearing this, the man kneeling in front of him quickly raised his head and replied, "We found him, sir. He's in Quming City, on Oxhead Mountain." He took his wife and child with him, likely planning to hide in the mountains. Hearing this, Wu Shijing glanced out the window, his face contorting into a scowl as he muttered, "Oh, so Tang Maolin actually has some brains after all, does he? If he just hides out in the forest and refuses to show his face, I really won't have any way to drag him out." The man kneeling below quickly reassured him, "Please rest assured, my lord. We've already sent people to keep an eye on them. Even if Tang Maolin wants to live like a wild man in the woods, I guarantee we'll sniff out whatever rat hole he's hiding in." Wu Shijing burst into laughter at those words. "Ha ha! Good. Well done. You just focus on keeping tabs on him. 2 level 4 martial artists like you are no match for him. Once we arrive at Oxhead Mountain, I will deal with him personally." Understanding Wu Shijing's implication, the man kneeling on the floor replied, "Understood." Throughout their entire conversation, the only girl in the car hadn't made a single movement or sound. It was incredibly bizarre. Thrilled at the thought of capturing Tang Maolin, Wu Shijing raised his head and drained his wine glass in a single gulp, completely ignoring the wine spilling down his chin. "Tang Maolin, don't blame me for being ruthless. You dared to cross me if I don't kill you. Others will think that I, Wu Shijing, am a pushover." Finishing off his drink, a terrifying look washed over Wu Shijing's face. He thought to himself, "Otherwise, any random nobody might think they can pick a fight with me." Then, Wu Shijing held out his glass toward the girl who had been sitting in silence. Only now did she move, immediately lifting her head. Suddenly, a purple liquid identical to the wine Wu Shijing had just drunk began pouring from the girl's eye sockets and mouth. It flowed out in increasing amounts, pooling into the glass in Wu Shijing's hand. Taking a sip, Wu Shijing remarked, Infused with the innocent love and unique youthful essence of an 18-year-old, the taste is intoxicatingly sweet." The purple liquid kept gushing out, making the girl's once beautiful face look horrifying. Staring at the photo in his hand, Wu Shijing murmured, "Tang Maolin even brought his daughter along." The photo captured a small family of 3 looking incredibly happy, a picture-perfect scene that no normal person would ever want to ruin. But Wu Shijing was different. He smirked with twisted delight. "Ha ha, looks like I've got myself a new toy." Nanan's parents led her into a room where the little girl couldn't help but look around in wonder, wide-eyed with curiosity. Seeing her daughter happily running around, the mother called out, "Slow down, sweetheart, be careful not to trip." Meanwhile, Nanan's father, Tang Maolin, was looking around, highly alert. He quickly activated his ability, which swept across the room and then expanded to the entire building. After finishing his sweep, he told his wife, "This room is clean, no tricks." His wife replied, "You're being way too cautious. No matter how powerful Wu Shijing is, there's no way his reach could extend all the way to Oxhead Mountain, right?" Tang Malin frowned with worry. It's better to be safe. Since I have you and Nanan with me, we can never be too careful. Don't forget we are running for our lives. Wu Shijing has been a famous level 3 spiritual master for a long time. He's extremely narrow-minded and petty. Anyone who crosses him ends up dead. Tang Malin wrapped an arm around his wife's shoulders to comfort her. I just hope we can successfully escape his pursuit this time. Your father has been in hiding for over a year and a half, so he should be safe by now. If Wu Shijing actually manages to track us down here, your father and I, 2 level 2 combatants, can team up. We might even stand a fighting chance against him. Tang Malin's wife looked just as worried upon hearing that. I hope so. I haven't seen my dad in so long. I wonder how he's doing. Your father's martial arts cultivation isn't weak at all. Plus, he's a peak level 2 spiritual master. Tang Malin held her close to comfort her. Who knows, maybe he's reached level 3 by now. He's strong and healthy, so he won't get sick. Don't worry, I will never let them lay a finger on you or our daughter. With that, he pulled his wife into an embrace. As the couple held each other close, Nanan was left standing by herself, staring out the window in confusion. Elsewhere, Lu Sheng was also using an ability similar to Tang Malin's to scan his surroundings. His ability far surpassed Tang Malin's, rapidly expanding to cover the entire city. From pedestrians walking on the streets to someone in the forest using binoculars to spy on something, nothing escaped his notice. Looking outside, Lu Sheng thought to himself, except for that spy over there, there's nothing unusual. But since he's not interfering with me, I'll just leave him be. Lu Sheng reached into his pocket, pulled out a small vial, opened the cap, and popped an elixir pill into his mouth. With the support of these pills, the progress of tempering my bones and muscles for the immortal golden body is indeed much faster. At this rate, I should be able to completely master the first stage of the immortal golden body in less than 2 months. Once I generate internal force, I'll officially become a level 4 martial artist. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a notification. 2 messages popped up in his cheerful family group chat. Be careful when you're out on your own. Make sure to bundle up, and don't eat too many cold foods or you'll get a stomachache. Another voice message came through. Reading the text, Lu Sheng smiled warmly, thinking to himself that he wasn't a kid anymore. Then, another notification chimed. It was a message from Lu Qing. Out playing again, I see. Senior Nian came back to school today and even asked me to set up a hangout with you. She teasingly sent another text. Tell the truth, are you 2 dating? Attached was an image of an apple holding a gun, looking as jokingly threatening as could be. Being teased by his sister, Lu Sheng began tapping furiously on his screen. Focus on your martial arts training and mind your own business. Remember to take the nutrient supplements I left for you every day. If your blood vitality hasn't broken through to 1.3 by the time I get back, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. He sent the message along with an emoji of a cat pointing its finger right at her face. Lu Sheng sat down on the bed and put his phone aside. He stretched out on the mattress, thinking he would test the results of his cultivation over the past few days. Lu Sheng lay down, closed his eyes, and instantly entered the dream realm. Not bad. After comprehending the Grandmaster skill in the 10 Suns Grottos, the charging zombies were easily taken down by Lu Sheng, further solidifying the initial concept of a Grandmaster's will. For his current self, it was safe to say he was virtually unstoppable. Lu Sheng delivered a devastating punch that exploded like a bomb, blasting the area. The zombie was sent flying, its entire body charred black. Suddenly, sharp icicles shot out, forming a freezing path. Lu Sheng paused upon seeing this. He wondered if there was something over there. The aura was incredibly powerful. A pair of legs stepped forward, revealing a figure with curly hair, a wing on her head, and an iron mask. She brandished her spear, coating the entire area in a brilliant ice blue. The scene looked absolutely awe-inspiring. Shards of ice rushed toward Lu Sheng. At a single glance, he realized it was a Grandmaster-level zombie. As the icy fragments began to float, Lu Sheng's consciousness blurred, and his vision suddenly went black. The zombie had vanished. His spiritual sense kicked in, blaring warnings of danger from all directions. Panicked, Lu Sheng wondered, what on earth is the real danger behind this avalanche? Right then, the female Grandmaster-level zombie launched an attack from above. Brandishing a spear, she lunged straight at Lu Sheng, her overwhelming power enveloping the weapon. Only then did Lu Sheng realize her attack was a Grandmaster-level skill. In an instant, his body was sliced clean in 2 as her colossal, terrifying force crashed down upon him. Lu Sheng snapped awake, drenched in sweat. His face was distorted with pure panic. It hurt so much. Clutching his chest, he grimaced in agony. It felt as though his body had literally been split in half. Is this what it actually feels like to die in a dream? Bolting upright from the nightmare, he tightly gripped his chest where it had just been torn open. Covered in sweat and gasping for air, he tried to calm himself down. Thank goodness, it was just a dream. It's not real. He sat up, let out a heavy sigh, and forced his body to relax. If this weren't a dream, his life would have ended just like that. Clutching his head in terror, he recalled the horrifying moment he was killed in a single strike. Back then, I used every ounce of my spiritual power to block it, but I couldn't even withstand a single blow. Her sheer power is completely on another level compared to anything I've faced before. He had always assumed that his exploration of the dream realm was going relatively smoothly. He had even managed to outsmart those brainless, high-level monsters whenever he entered high-tier zones. Sitting down in a meditative pose, Lu Sheng realized that the dream realm was far from the paradise he had imagined. In the ruins of a fallen civilization, only blood and fire could forge a true savior. Feeling uneasy, Lu Sheng thought back to that woman, that female grandmaster. She was incredibly strong. Her combat instincts far surpassed those of Shi Shenning. She must be an exceptionally powerful grandmaster, maybe even an 8th stage great grandmaster. Just the thought of it made cold sweat break out all over again. Staring at his hands, his expression was a mix of fear and excitement. That brilliant glacier, it probably represents the grandmaster will of the Valkyrie. If I could somehow acquire it, I can't even begin to imagine how powerful I'd become. If I had reacted instantly back then, going all out with my master-level fist techniques and grandmaster skills, maybe I could have held my ground for a bit. Should I try again? With that thought, Lu Sheng immediately sat up straight to meditate. But just as he tried to enter the dream realm, a sudden splitting headache struck him. Clutching his head in shock, he thought, I can't enter the dream realm right now? Is it because I died in there, so there's some kind of cooldown? Looks like I won't be able to go back in tonight. As he was massaging his aching temples, his phone suddenly vibrated. Lu Sheng picked up his phone to check. It was a flirtatious text from Zheng Dandan. Hey handsome, are you back in your room yet? Are you out gathering supplies? Want to go together tomorrow? I'm an official martial artist. You know, I can protect you. She even sent a cool meme of Kim Jong-un wearing sunglasses to make herself look reliable. Hey handsome, it's dinner time. Want to grab a bite together? Hoo-hoo. Why aren't you replying? Are you not checking your phone? Along with that was a picture of a puppy with sparkling, teary eyes. Looking at the cheesy messages on his phone, Lu Sheng felt a bit annoyed, suddenly regretting adding her as a friend. But hearing his stomach growl, he decided to let it slide. Whatever, I'll just go grab something to eat. He headed down to the cafeteria of the tourist lodge. The moment Lu Sheng walked in, someone called out his name. Lu Sheng! It was Zheng Dandan, waving at him from inside. Over here! Over here! Meanwhile, further ahead, little Nan Nan and Tang Maolin also called out to him. Big brother! Lu Sheng smiled and waved back at the little girl. Seeing this, Tang Maolin gave him a polite nod. Without thinking much of it, Lu Sheng headed toward an empty table, rather than joining Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan. The second his butt hit the chair, Zheng Dandan dashed over and casually asked, Why didn't you sit with us? Eating together is much more fun, right? Lin Zishan watched her friend's antics, feeling 30% helpless and 70% exasperated. Lu Sheng could only offer a polite laugh. Haha, you two haven't eaten yet? Hearing his question, Zheng Dandan happily replied, Not yet, while Lin Zishan simultaneously blurted out, We already ate. Talk about being on the same page. Zheng Dandan glared at her best friend in frustration before quickly turning back to Lu Sheng with a bright smile. I didn't really have an appetite earlier, so I only ate a tiny bit. I'm hungry again now, so this is the perfect time to eat with you. Seeing this, Lin Zishan teased. Well, I'm already full just by watching you. Now, that comment had a double meaning. She was basically teasing that our boy Lu Sheng was so handsome, looking at him was enough to satisfy her appetite. Haha. Over on the other side, Nan Nan, eager to eat with Lu Sheng, looked at her dad with sparkling eyes. Daddy, can I go sit with that big brother and eat together? Seeing this, her mother wiped her mouth with a napkin while trying to coax her. Nan Nan, isn't eating here with us the same thing? Hearing her mother's words, Nan Nan whined cutely, but I want to eat with him. Tang Maolin smiled gently at her and said, Haha, go ahead. Just make sure you don't bother him. Nan Nan jumped up, her eyes shining like stars. Thank you, Daddy. Unlike Tang Maolin, the mother sighed in frustration as she watched Nan Nan leave her seat, happily carrying her bowl over to Lu Sheng's table. She reproached her husband. Why did you let her go to a stranger's table? Our current situation is so complicated. Tang Maolin took a leisurely sip of his soup and comforted his wife, telling her she was being overly cautious. I think you're overreacting, he continued. I've already scanned the entire area with my spiritual energy. They're all just tourists. None of them pose any threat. As Nan Nan reached Lu Sheng's table and was warmly welcomed, Tang Maolin praised, That young man has a decent character. His eyes are very pure. He's not a bad guy. The father also closely observed Lu Sheng's pale face, noting his slightly unsteady steps and unstable aura. Even if he is a martial artist, his strength is probably mediocre at best. Meanwhile, Nan Nan didn't forget to stick her tongue out playfully, leaving Zheng Dandan fuming but unable to do anything about it. Nan's father added, Besides, those two girls are just college students. For them to be second-stage martial artists at their age, their talent is quite impressive. Tang Maolin wiped his mouth and said confidently, "Within my field of vision, they'd be dead with just a single thought. There won't be any surprises." Hearing this, his wife finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Yeah, I guess I was just worrying too much." Over at Lu Sheng's table, the waitress brought out a feast along with a huge stack of steamed buns. "Here is all your food. Please enjoy." Nan Nan and Zheng Dandan stared open-mouthed at the mountain of food Lu Sheng had ordered, asking him in utter shock, "Hey, handsome, are you really going to eat all of this?" Lu Sheng replied softly, "Yeah, I've been eating quite a lot lately." He then casually reached over and grabbed 2 pig-shaped buns for Nom Nom. Seeing them, Nom Nom squealed with excitement. "Oh my gosh, they're so cute." Lu Sheng smiled warmly at her and said, "Hey kiddo, let's have a race to see who finishes first." Hearing this, Nom Nom got a look of pure determination on her face and chirped, "You're on." As soon as the match started, Nom Nom had barely taken a bite of her bun when she turned around and saw Lu Sheng stuffing an entire tray of buns into his mouth, leaving her completely frozen in shock. Watching Lu Sheng eat like a maniac from a distance, Lin Zishan sighed to herself, thinking only someone from an average family who hasn't even become an official martial artist would eat like that. Normally, once a martial artist ranks up and has the means, they rely on medicinal supplements to replenish the energy they burn during daily training. Even those who can't afford supplements would choose high-quality food as an alternative. For example, Zheng Dandan and I always carry jerky. For a rank 1 martial artist, just a few bites a day is more than enough. If you eat that much food, you'd spend half the day in the bathroom. Lin Zishan watched them eat, totally unimpressed, while Zheng Dandan was busy staring at Lu Sheng with starry eyes. Wow, he eats with so much gusto, and he's so handsome. Sensing trouble, Lin Zishan leaned in and whispered in Zheng Dandan's ear, "Hey, Dandan, don't tell me you actually have a crush on this Lu Sheng guy?" Zheng Dandan replied with a dreamy smile, "Duh. Is it really not that obvious?" Right then, Nom Nom pulled Lu Sheng out of his seat and said, "Hey, there's a buffet over there. Come with me, big brother." Lu Sheng happily humored her and tagged along, leaving Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan alone. Lin Zishan looked at her in shock and quickly tried to reason with her, "But he's younger than us. Plus, he's just a high schooler. You saw how unstable his aura is. I bet his martial talent and family background are absolutely nothing special. Come on, you're a top student at Dongying Martial Arts University and an official rank 2 martial artist." Zheng Dandan didn't care at all, replying, "So what if he's 3 or 4 years younger? Age is just a number. If you're going to snag a younger guy, he's got to be young, right? I honestly believe in fate. You bringing me to Mount Niutu to meet him is definitely a match made in heaven." Lin Zishan still refused to give up, pressing her friend. "But even if you do date, how is a relationship like that going to work in the long run? A long-distance relationship? No matter how much you like him, you won't survive years of being apart. And besides, after graduation, even an official martial artist's starting salary is only around 5,000 to 6,000 a month. How are you guys going to buy a house or a car?" Seeing that Dandan was completely unfazed, Zishan kept pushing. "Dandan, a relationship isn't just about a spark of instant chemistry, it's about the harsh realities of daily life. As your martial power keeps growing, the gap between you two will only get wider. Eventually, it's all going to blow up in your face." Zheng Dandan smiled gently and reasoned with her friend. "None of those things are actually problems. I'm a rank 2 martial artist, so I can guide Lu Sheng on his martial path. Even if he doesn't get into Dongning Martial Arts University, I can just take a bus to see him every weekend. And if he doesn't have a house or a car, well, I do." She clasped her hands together and beamed. "Worst case scenario, even if Lu Sheng ends up being just an ordinary guy, I'll happily live an ordinary life right beside him. Honestly, being normal sounds great. No more grueling daily training. Besides, I feel like my legs are getting way too muscular from all this practice lately." Zheng Dandan blushed slightly as she watched Lu Sheng and Nom Nom playing together. "Besides, who says Lu Sheng is ordinary? To me, he'll always be dazzlingly handsome. I'm sure he has a great future ahead of him." Hearing this, Lin Zishan leaned in and whispered in utter shock, "You've completely lost your mind. You're actually willing to throw away more than 10 years of martial arts training just for some high school kid?" Pointing at Lu Sheng, she added with a look of pure confusion, "Look at his clumsy posture. I seriously have no idea what you see in him." Zheng Dandan sighed, looking at her friend with a pout. "Geez, aren't you worrying about this a little too early? We're not even dating yet. Let me actually win him over first, then we can talk." Little did they know, thanks to his incredible senses, Lu Sheng had heard every single word of their conversation from across the room. Lu Sheng scratched his head awkwardly and muttered to himself, "Man, they are so dramatic." Nom Nom looked up at him, puzzled, and asked, "Big brother, what does dramatic mean?" Lu Sheng gave an awkward laugh and replied, "Oh, nothing. It's just another way of saying those girls are really pretty." Hearing this, Nom Nom nodded as if she had just figured something out. She ran straight over to Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan, pointed right at them, and yelled back, Hey, big brother, these two big sisters are super dramatic. Lu Sheng wished the ground would open up and swallow him whole. Meanwhile, Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan exchanged baffled looks, trying to figure out what she meant by dramatic big sisters. The next morning, as the guests were boarding the bus, they couldn't stop grumbling. The beds at that inn were rock hard. I barely slept at all, and there were bugs everywhere. I got bitten so badly I couldn't sleep. I am never coming back to this dump. Suddenly, an elderly man asked, "Wait, where is that family of three? The bus is about to leave." The tour guide panicked. Huh? Aren't they in their room? Can everyone please help me look for them? I can't reach them on their phones. The old man noticed someone else was missing too. That young man is missing as well. Several elderly women gasped in worry. How did so many people disappear in just one night? This is so bizarre. The tour guide hurriedly made some calls while trying to calm the crowd. Please, everyone stay calm and rest here. I'll contact search and rescue right away. Overhearing this, Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan grew worried. Wait, where did Lu Sheng and that family of three go? Lin Zishan frowned. We don't need to worry about that family of three. Their father is definitely not an ordinary guy. But it's really weird that Lu Sheng has vanished like this. Zheng Dandan said anxiously, I don't care who's ordinary and who's not. With the guide frantically searching for them, the rest of our trip is definitely going to be cancelled. With that, Zheng Dandan waved her hand and ran toward the forest, shouting back at the crowd, I'm going into the mountains to find Lu Sheng. Of course, Lin Zishan couldn't just let her friend go alone. Hey, wait up, don't be so reckless. The two of them rushed into the forest, leaving the murmuring crowd behind. Deep in the forest, a cute little squirrel was holding a chestnut, looking left and right, when a figure suddenly dashed past like the wind, scaring it half to death. It was Lu Sheng, running at lightning speed. After a good night's rest, the agonizing pain of dying in my dream realm has finally subsided, he thought. Reaching a towering cliff face, Lu Sheng gave a light leap and effortlessly landed right on top. Wasting no time, Lu Sheng dropped to one knee and extended his telekinetic power to scan the area. After searching for a moment, he finally detected the exact ore he was looking for. Using his psychic power, he lifted a massive chunk of earth, sending pieces of ore tumbling out along with the soil. Lu Sheng quickly gestured, pointing right at the pile of ore. As they fell, the large chunks of ore transformed into tiny, pebble-sized pieces, hovering right above his palm. He wondered to himself if this was indeed dense silver. Driven by curiosity, he channeled his psychic energy into it. Once his energy flowed in, Lu Sheng discovered that the dense silver could indeed change its shape at will. The dense silver transformed from tiny pebbles into a long, slender wire. Lu Sheng playfully spun the wire in circles, estimating that the small amount of dense silver in his hand weighed about 4 to 5 kilograms. If the price matched the materials listed, it would already be worth over 2 billion. But this was only raw, dense silver ore. If he wanted to use it to forge weapons for a psychic master, it would still have to go through dozens of refining processes. To yield just 1 kilogram of high-quality dense silver from 4 or 5 kilograms of raw ore is already considered excellent, and it still depends on whether the purity of the ore is high enough. Lu Sheng stared intently at the dense silver mine and muttered in disappointment. Calling this a small mine is giving it too much credit. A mini-sized one sounds more like it. About 70% of it is already dug up. If anyone else came here, they'd finish digging the rest in less than a week, wouldn't they? With that, he turned back to look at the massive chunk of ore. But how am I going to transport a huge piece like this? A chunk this size would definitely draw way too much attention. I originally planned to just dig up a little bit and carry it off, but once I started, I couldn't stop. Looks like I'll have to find someone to help me haul it. So, Lu Sheng decided to put the pile of dense silver back where it was for now. He covered it with dirt, stamping on the ground to make it look completely untouched. Then, he got to thinking. If I remember correctly, there's a small minority village a few kilometers away. I could go there and find some help. People living isolated from the world must be very simple and honest. If I offer them a generous reward, it shouldn't be a problem. But what if the money actually triggers their greed? At this thought, Lu Sheng imagined himself asking the villagers for help and offering payment, only for them to greedily try and rob him of everything. He let out a knowing, subtle smile, clutching the dense silver with a sinister thought, well then I'll just have to crush them like bugs. Suddenly, he snapped out of it, facepalming in self-reproach. Damn, why are my thoughts getting more and more violent and cruel? We're living in a society ruled by law now. A law-abiding society? Standing on the high ground, he could easily spot the village below. Lu Sheng clenched his fists, feeling a bit anxious, and muttered to himself, I must speak politely. No violence. I must win people over with virtue. Win them over with virtue. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, Lin Zishan and Zheng Dandan were still searching for Lu Sheng. Zheng Dandan looked around anxiously. It's so deserted out here. Did Lu Sheng really come this way? Annoyed by the swarms of insects, Lin Zishan replied, Hey, you were the one who wanted to look for him and now you're giving up already? Wait, Suddenly noticing something, Lin Shishan stopped Dandan and pointed. Look, what's that over there? Jung Dandan peered curiously where her friend was pointing and spotted Nam Nam's yellow plastic ball. Gasped in shock, she exclaimed, "Isn't this the toy ball that little girl always carries around?" Just as Lin Shishan was scanning the surroundings, Jung Dandan instinctively reached out and touched the ball. Suddenly, a swarm of black spiders erupted, trailing thick webs. The webs quickly bound them tightly. What's happening? I can't move. Meanwhile, back in the village, a young boy came running in, shouting at the top of his lungs, Chief! Chief! Big sister is back! He burst through the door, yelling to the village chief, Her whole family is back! Inside, an old man sat carving a piece of wood. He was the chief of Xianjia village. Before the chief could even look up to see what was going on, Nam Nam rushed in excitedly, crying, Grandpa, I missed you so much! Oh, Nam Nam! The moment he saw her, she threw herself straight into his arms, sending his wood carving clattering to the floor. Nam Nam slammed in so hard she got a bump on her forehead, yet she still grinned, asking, Heh, Grandpa, how have you been? Though he looked slightly winded, he gently patted her head and coughed. Cough, cough. I'm doing just fine, sweetie. Just then, Nam Nam's parents walked in. Her mother greeted her father with a hint of anxiety. Father, we're back. Tang Maolin called out guiltily, father-in-law. Two young men inside stepped out to greet them as well. Ah, big sister, brother-in-law, what brings you guys back? The old man's face darkened, but he grumbled. They came back to visit this old man. What else could it be? You two, go hunt some game, catch some big ones. We're celebrating tonight. The two young men quickly obeyed. You got it. Seeing Nam Nam bouncing with excitement, one of them scooped her up onto his shoulders, laughing. Nam Nam, let's go catch some wild beasts. Nam Nam cheered happily. Yay, wild game, I want bird soup, uncle. Last time we had it, it was to die for. The old chief lit up his pipe and said, All right, you wouldn't have come back if nothing was wrong. Tell me, what brings you back this time? Hearing this, the wife looked anxiously at her husband. Maolin. Maolin nodded and looked at his father-in-law solemnly. Father-in-law, The three of them sat face to face to talk. After hearing the story, the old man choked on his pipe smoke, coughing violently as he sputtered. Cough, cough, level 3? You provoked a level 3 psychic master? He turned his anger on Tang Maolin, snapping, I knew nothing good would come out of you showing up here. From the moment you barged into our village and took Manhwa away, I knew a day like this would come. Seeing this, Manhwa quickly spoke up for her husband. Father, please help Maolin. Do it for my sake. Tang Maolin nervously chimed in. Father-in-law, I remember you've been trying to break through to a level 3 psychic master for a long time. Is it possible that now you… Before he could finish, the old man cut him off. I failed. It left me with severe internal injuries, and my cultivation has plummeted. If that level 3 psychic master really tracks you down here, I'll only be able to buy you a little time. Take the child and run immediately to find help. Both of them were stunned by the news. Manhwa covered her mouth in speechless shock, while Maolin jumped to his feet. Find help? Who on earth can I turn to for help? The old man glared with bloodshot eyes, blowing a cloud of smoke as he barked at them. Who? The local authorities, of course. Go to the police. The two stood there, completely dumbfounded. The old man continued. We live in a law-abiding society now. Even if he's a level 3 psychic master, is he really going to murder people in broad daylight? Tang Maolin clutched his head and gritted his teeth, thinking, if the police were actually useful, would I even be here right now? Suddenly, another villager burst in, shouting frantically, Chief, an outsider has just arrived! Upon hearing this, all three of them immediately thought the level 3 psychic master had caught up to them, and their faces turned pale with absolute terror. Just outside the village, Lu Sheng was checking his map as he climbed up the steps. Spotting the wooden palisade and a few people moving around, he wondered to himself, is this the village marked on the map? It seems pretty quiet. With a sharp swish, a throwing knife shot right at him, but he easily dodged it, letting it thud deep into the tree trunk behind him. A young man holding another knife glared at him warily and demanded, Hey, who are you? How did you find this place? Lu Sheng said nothing. His gaze sharpened, cold and lethal, as if he was about to strike the guy who had just thrown the knife. Suddenly, Nam Nam popped her head out and called, Oh, big brother! The little girl threw herself into Lu Sheng's arms, excitedly saying, Big brother, you came to my grandpa's house to play with me, right? Her sudden appearance caught him completely off guard. At that moment, Nam Nam's parents, Mao Lin and Ming Hua, along with an old man, walked out and let out a sigh of relief. Oh, it's that boy. Thank goodness. The old man looked at them, quite surprised. Oh, you two know each other? Tang Mao Lin asked him. What brings you here? Lu Sheng quickly replied, I didn't really want to stick with the tour group. I went up the mountain alone and accidentally got lost. After wandering around for a while, I somehow ended up here. Brother Tang, did you two get lost and end up here as well? Mao Lin laughed heartily. Haha, actually, this is my wife's hometown. We come back here every year to visit. This time we just tagged along with the tour group since it was convenient. Lu Sheng nodded. Ah, I see. Hearing this, Lu Sheng didn't press further. The old man looked at him with a warm smile. Your eyes are pure and honest. I like that. Welcome to the real Xianlin village. The young man who had targeted him with the knife earlier realized they were friends. He patted Lu Sheng on the shoulder and said, "So you're family friends. I'm really sorry about that. My reaction was a bit too extreme. But hey, you came at the perfect time, just when Big Sister's family returned. In a bit, I'll go hunt some wild game myself. City folks like you have definitely never tasted anything like it." Haha, Lu Sheng smiled. Ah, is that so? Thank you. Lu Sheng let it slide. Just then, an old lady walked up and asked, "Young man, would you like to buy some of our village's handmade crafts?" "No, thank you, ma'am," he replied politely. But in his mind, he thought, this Xianlin village is definitely no ordinary village. Looking at that family, he realized that while spiritual masters are usually extremely rare, this village actually had 3 of them. And that old man was even at the peak of rank 2. Holding Nam Nam in his arms, Lu Sheng shook his head with a sigh. Since they are spiritual masters themselves, they must know the true value of the thick silver. How should I bring it up? Surely I can't just threaten all of them just to grow my own strength, right? That wouldn't be right. Suddenly, Nam Nam's face fell as she said sadly, "Big brother, we can't play ball together anymore. My ball is gone." Lu Sheng asked gently, It's gone? Let me help." Before he could finish, Lu Sheng sensed something. This aura. It belonged to Zheng Dandan and Lin Qishan. Did they come here as well? Could they be on vacation too? Sensing something highly suspicious, he channeled his spiritual energy into his eyes. No, it wasn't just the 2 of them. Right then, Nam Nam turned around and pointed, "Ah, the ball! That's my ball!" The ball rolled right toward Lu Sheng's feet, followed by a mocking laugh. Well, well, well. I never expected you people to run all the way out to a god-forsaken forest like this." Seeing Lu Sheng, Zheng Dandan and Lin Qishan could only muffle out desperate whimpers, desperately signaling for him to run. They were being carried by a muscular thug, with Wu Shijing leading the way. A sinister smirk crept across Wu Shijing's face as he sneered. "You really made us waste a ton of effort, you know?" Seeing him, Tang Mao Lin and the old man broke into a cold sweat. Is this the trouble they brought with them? We're in deep trouble now. Sensing Wu Shijing's overwhelming aura, even the old man felt a heavy sense of dread. After all, this man wasn't just an ordinary rank 3 spiritual master, he was at the peak of rank 3. Bracing himself into a combat stance, the old man quickly whispered to Tang Mao Lin, "Mao Lin, take the child and the villagers and get out of here, quick!" Dozens of throwing knives flew toward Wu Shijing under the old man's telekinetic control, but Wu Shijing didn't even blink. With a simple wave of his hand, he froze the knives mid-air. "A sneak attack?" he sneered at the old man. "Is that all you've got? Some cheap tricks? Or is this old geezer supposed to be your savior?" Tang Mao Lin and the old man stared in absolute shock. Wu Shijing mocked them. Calling that weak, pathetic excuse for spiritual energy spiritual master is an absolute insult to the title. The village chief's face flushed with anger. Wu Shijing walked toward them, gathering shrouds of purple mist around him. "Well, whatever. This time I'm going to crush every last bit of your hope. I'll make you realize what true, absolute despair feels like." Tang Mao Lin knew there was no escape now. He resolved to fight to the death. Tensing his body, he braced himself for the clash. "Wu Shijing, I'll take you down with me." Channeling every ounce of his telekinetic power, Tang Mao Lin hurled a barrage of heavy iron beads toward Wu Shijing. Despite the incoming swarm of iron beads, Wu Shijing didn't show a hint of panic. He simply stood there calmly, arms crossed, watching them approach with cold amusement. With another flick of his wrist, a web of razor-sharp spider silk burst forward, slicing the solid iron beads into tiny, useless fragments. They clattered harmlessly onto the ground at his feet. Mao Lin was completely dumbfounded. "What? My solid iron beads didn't even leave a scratch?" Wu Shijing picked up a shattered fragment and sneered. "Ha! You dared to challenge me with mere solid iron? What a joke! You truly don't know your place." Thrusting his hand forward, Wu Shijing unleashed a barrage of spider threads, tightly binding everyone in an instant. Manhwa desperately tried to reach out to Nam Nam, who was crying for her mother in sheer terror, but she couldn't move an inch. Mao Lin roared in anger. "Wu Shijing, if you have a grudge, take it out on me." What kind of man targets helpless women? Wu Shijing burst into a sadistic laugh. "Haha, staring death in the face. And you're still acting tough?" He twisted his fingers and pulled, making the threads tighten around Mao Lin and the old man, digging deep into their skin as they gasped in pain. Wu Shijing then turned his eyes toward Zheng Dandan and Lin Qishan, laying out his sinister plan. "Initially, I was just going to kill these 2 girls and pin it on you." He gestured toward the surrounding forest, which was now completely covered in his sticky webs. But I didn't expect this place to be so perfect. Completely cut off from the outside world, I can take my sweet time. He licked his lips with a twisted, psychopathic grin, then turned his gaze toward Nom Nom, and deal with all of you. Don't you worry. Once I make your daughter into my personal wine, I'll be sure to save a glass just for you. He cackled like a maniac, while little Nam Nam trembled in absolute terror. Realizing the sickening implication of the dark magic that turns humans into living wine jars, Tang Mao Lin lost his mind. You absolute piece of trash. You're a monster. Trembling with rage, Mao Lin strained against the threads, trying to break free, but his struggles were entirely in vain. Wu Xijing laughed hysterically. Ha ha, yes, that's the look. I love that face, ha ha ha. Lin Xishan watched it all unfold, tears streaming down her face as hopelessness washed over her. It's over. He's a peak rank 3 spiritual master. I'm afraid we're really going to die here on Niutu Mountain today. Bitter regret consumed her. She never should have come to this mountain just to clear her head. Meanwhile, Zheng Dandan stared at Lu Sheng, who was standing motionless, feeling a deep, painful sense of unwilling despair. Are we really going to die here? No. I can't accept this. Lu Sheng, if there's an afterlife, I hope we meet again. Wu Xijing ordered his 2 beefy henchmen. Hurry up and bring those girls over here. Obeying the command, the thugs ruthlessly threw the girls onto the ground. They boldly marched straight toward Nanan. The little girl trembled in fear, looking up helplessly at the 2 thugs looming over her. Right at the critical moment, Lu Sheng decided to step in, cutting all of Wu Xijing's spider silk in a single strike. Wu Xijing was completely shocked, stammering, "My thick silver spider silk. How did it just break?" Using his spiritual power, Lu Sheng sliced through the remaining threads. Able to move again, Nanan ran over and grabbed his arm, crying, "I can move now! Big brother, please save my parents and the others." Seeing this, the 2 thugs charged forward in a rage, yelling, "Hand her over! Guess if I'll do that!" Lu Sheng smiled calmly, completely unfazed, and gave each of them a heavy punch. The blow sent them flying. Wu Xijing gasped in disbelief. "What's going on? Are you a level 5 martial artist?" But the moment he asked, he immediately dismissed the idea after seeing how fragile the boy looked. "No, you look way too weak. There's no astral chi, no internal energy. You can't possibly be level 5. How on earth did you do that?" He began manipulating his spider silk again and asked, "Don't tell me you were the one who broke my thick silver spider silk just now? Tang Maolin, is this kid your real trump card?" Tang Maolin was also dazed, letting out a confused, "Huh?" Wu Xijing, still oozing confidence, sneered. "Without astral chi to protect your body, you're just a kid with a bit of superhuman strength. Against my thick silver spider silk, your fragile body will be sliced like butter. I honestly can't wait to hear your agonizing screams." Lu Sheng confidently picked up Nanan and comforted her. "Don't be scared. Big brother is here." He then looked at Wu Xijing and said, "You're welcome to try." Wu Xijing's blood boiled. He whipped his hand forward, unleashing his attack and screaming, "You don't know your own limits." A giant spider lunged straight at Lu Sheng, but with a simple wave of his hand, the beast was instantly torn apart. Wu Xijing gasped, "Control-level martial arts?" Hearing this, Lin Zishan looked up in shock. "Control-level martial arts? What on earth is control level?" Control level means having absolute command over everything. Oh my god, I've only heard of that realm. It's completely beyond mere mortals. It's like the power of a god. Wu Xijing's face darkened, frozen in utter disbelief. How is this possible? How can this be? Are you done talking? Before he could recover from his shock, Lu Sheng grabbed his silk and pulled him close. Dragged forward, Wu Xijing was completely bewildered. How can he even control my thick silver spider silk? Damn it! Realizing he was cornered, he decided to detonate his own spiritual energy. "Even if I die, I'm taking you with me." His body ballooned as he hurtled toward Lu Sheng. Seeing this, the village chief cried out, "Oh no, he's trying to detonate his spiritual energy. If he does, everyone here will die from mental backlash." Zheng Dandan looked at Lu Sheng with tears welling up in her eyes, crying, "Lu Sheng, what do we do?" Facing the impending blast, Lu Sheng didn't even budge. He just looked down on him and said, "I have to say, your spiritual energy is laughably pathetic." With that, Lu Sheng released his spiritual energy, effortlessly trapping Wu Xijing right in the palm of his hand. With a loud bang, Lu Sheng clenched his fist and crushed him, blowing him to pieces. Wu Xijing was nothing but trash. He collapsed right in front of Lu Sheng and quickly vanished into thin air. Talk about a fool bringing about his own doom. Little Nanan, young as she was, had just witnessed a truly horrific sight. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng started gathering the silver threads together and praised them. "This is some pretty good stuff." Only then did Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan finally let out a sigh of relief, though their faces were still twisted with pain and fear. Lu Sheng quickly collected the weapon. A spiritual master's weapon made of thick silver. "'Cause it'll do for now if I piece it back together." Nanan was absolutely thrilled, hugging Lu Sheng tightly and praising him. "Wow, big brother, you're so amazing. Thank you for saving everyone," she cheered. He gave a gentle reply. Tang Maolin and the village chief finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Maolin remarked that the martial strength Lu Sheng displayed was absolutely terrifying, but his spiritual energy was even more jaw-dropping. The village chief sighed in awe. "My goodness, how old is that young man? He looks like nothing more than a student." He couldn't stop praising Lu Sheng. To have a martial cultivation equivalent to level 5 at just 17 or 18 years old, and control-level martial arts on top of that was already monstrous. Yet, his spiritual power could easily suppress a level 3 master like Wu Shijing. Indeed, geniuses rise with every generation. A true dragon is about to emerge in our country. Lin Zishan could only stare in shock. How on earth is Lu Sheng this strong? Isn't he supposed to be a good-for-nothing who only knows how to eat and sleep? Zheng Dandan looked at her friend and forced a wry smile. Lu Sheng is both handsome and strong. It turns out he's the real genius all along. I'm so glad I didn't misjudge him. Tang Maolin clutched his arm and walked up to Lu Sheng, thinking awkwardly to himself, how should I address him now? He stammered, "Mr. Lu, this time I really..." Seeing how formal Tang Maolin was being, Lu Sheng smiled. "Brother Tang, I just took care of a reckless creep. There's no need to thank me." Suddenly remembering the thick silver mine, Lu Sheng added, "Speaking of which, I actually need your help with something." Before even knowing what the favor was, Tang Maolin quickly replied with a firm look, "Don't worry, I will definitely do my absolute best." 3 hours later on the bus, Lu Sheng stared out the window, thinking to himself, well, the main goal of this trip to Mount Yutu is pretty much accomplished. He looked relieved and satisfied. The matter of the thick silver had been completely handed over to Tang Maolin. Tang Maolin had passed the official Level 2 Spiritual Master exam, so he had his own channels to process the thick silver. Next, I should probably register for the Spiritual Master exam myself. Lu Sheng happily looked down at Wu Shijing's thick silver threads. On top of that, he had unexpectedly acquired a spiritual weapon made of thick silver. It probably weighed around 4 to 5 kilograms, a truly pleasant surprise. Lin Zishan stole a hesitant glance at Lu Sheng, still stunned by his incredible strength. If it weren't for him, I would have died on Mount Yutu. Zheng Dandan turned to Lu Sheng and asked, "Where are you heading next?" He replied honestly, "The capital. There's a spiritual master association there, and I have some business to take care of." Hearing this, Lin Zishan was taken aback, while Zheng Dandan's eyes lit up. "The capital? What a coincidence. We're heading there too. We can go together." Lu Sheng gave an awkward smile. "Wait, aren't you two students from Dongning Martial Arts University? Why aren't you going back to Dongning Province? What are you going to the capital for?" Zheng Dandan was at a loss for words, leaving Lin Zishan completely speechless too. Sighing, she quickly stepped in to cover for Zheng Dandan. Dandan's home actually is in the capital. Before coming to Mount Yutu, she mentioned she wanted to drop by her house. Zheng Dandan, clinging to this excuse like a lifeline, chimed in, "Ah, right. I was just planning to head home anyway." Lu Sheng didn't ask any further questions after hearing that. He gently replied, "All right, let's go together then. I'm not familiar with the capital anyway, so it's a good thing I can ask you for directions." Zheng Dandan chuckled and said, Hey, no problem at all. You can even just stay at my place. Hey. While Zheng Dandan was chattering away, Lu Sheng sighed and wondered to himself, "Sigh, what on earth am I doing? Am I really planning to date her? Whatever, I still have so many things to take care of. Once we reach the capital, I'll go my own way." Suddenly, his phone rang, and Lu Sheng answered. "Hello?" On the other end of the line, Dong Qingshui replied, "Lu Sheng, it's me, Dong Qingshu." Recognizing her voice, he responded, "Hello, Instructor Dong. Is there something you need?" Dong Qingshui frowned and informed him, "The Qiming star selection has been moved up. Where are you? I'll come pick you up right away." Lu Sheng was a bit surprised, but he answered decisively, "Moved up? All right, I'm about to arrive at the capital's transit station." Hearing Lu Sheng's response, she agreed, "Okay, I'll be there in about 15 minutes. Wait for me." At the capital's bus transit station, the three of them walked out together. At this point, Lu Sheng informed the group, "I have something urgent to attend to, so I won't be going into the capital with you guys. Let's part ways here." Zheng Dandan grew gloomy. She asked, "Huh? Then where are you going? I can call someone to give you a ride." Suddenly, there was a commotion nearby, and the crowd gasped in shock. "Holy crap, look at that. It's the Sha Nation's Emperor's Heart, and it's the latest model too. Oh my god, it's real. This is how the rich live." A luxury car pulled up and parked right in front of where Zheng Dandan was standing. A girl ran over and hugged Dandan tightly, calling out, Dandan, you're finally home." Seeing the girl in front of her, Zheng Dandan was a bit surprised. "Wenhui, how did you guys get here so fast?" A blonde guy driving the car greeted her. "Hi Dandan, long time no see. You seem to have gotten even prettier. Are those your friends? Introduce us. Why did you have to come?" Zheng Dandan frowned in annoyance when she saw him, but she reluctantly introduced them anyway. This is Lin Zishan, my best friend from Dongning Martial Arts University. She's a rank 2 martial artist. Lin Zishan gave a slight nod. Having introduced Lin Zishan, Zheng Dandan then turned to Lu Sheng. This is Lu Sheng. I met him during my trip to Mount Niutu. A good friend? She thought to herself. Lu Sheng had too many secrets surrounding him. Come to think of it, she still didn't quite understand him. The blonde guy looked at Zheng Dandan and Lu Sheng with a hint of jealousy. Hearing the introduction, Wenhui walked over to shake hands with Lin Zishan. Wow, a rank 2 martial artist? That's so cool. Hi, I'm also a good friend of Dandan's. My name is Zhu Wenhui. Seeing this, the blonde guy chimed in. I'm Cao Mingliang. Since you're Dandan's friend, you're my friend now too. You must be tired from the trip. Get in the car first. I'll drive you guys to the capital, and then I'll take you out for a stroll. Suddenly, Zheng Dandan spoke up. Wait, your car only has 4 seats. We'll just catch a cab ourselves. Lu Sheng quickly spoke up. No need. My friend will be here shortly. Don't worry about it. Wenhui tried to persuade Zheng Dandan. What's going on, Dandan? He's just someone you met on a trip. Do you really need to treat him like he's that important? We are your real friends. Don't tell me you actually like him. Aren't handsome guys like him a dime a dozen around us? Cao Mingliang pulled out his wallet and said in an incredibly condescending tone, My bad. I didn't think this through. Since he knows Dandan, we shouldn't treat him like this. He held out a stack of cash and asked, Here, is this enough? Take this money and go hail yourself a cab. Zheng Dandan frowned and yelled in absolute fury, You too, what on earth do you think you're doing? Seeing her anger, Lu Sheng patted her shoulder to calm her down. It's fine, really. Like I said earlier. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew out of nowhere and scattered Cao Mingliang's stack of cash. Lu Sheng added, My ride is here. From the sky, a helicopter gradually descended, leaving everyone dumbfounded. What the hell? Dong Qingshui stood at the open door and said coldly, Hurry up and get in. We can't land in this area. This scene was just too cool, absolutely mind-blowing. Got it. Hearing this, Lu Sheng jumped high into the air and grabbed onto the rope ladder. Everyone's jaw dropped in disbelief. Wait, is that a helicopter from the Eastern Military Region? He just flew up? Lu Sheng turned around and waved at them. Well, everyone, see you next time. The helicopter slowly rose and flew away. The blonde girl blurted out, Oh my god. Damn. He is a literal god walking among mortals. Meanwhile, the other guy broke into a cold sweat. It felt like some middle-aged lady riding a bicycle into a sales office and buying the entire apartment complex in one single go. Cao Mingliang was frozen in shock, stammering out, Dandan, who exactly is that friend of yours? Zheng Dandan turned around in anger, then locked arms with Lin Zishan and pulled her along. Zishan, let's take a cab back to Liang City. By the way, sorry guys, they are heading to Liang City, not the capital. The admin made a small mistake in the previous chapters. Zheng Dandan walked away in a huff, while the remaining two stood there, completely speechless. The military helicopter moved incredibly fast, with endless rows of buildings tightly packed down below. Sitting inside the helicopter, Lu Sheng looked down and said, This is my first time riding in a helicopter. Everything down there looks like a toy town made of Legos. Dong Qingsue smiled and asked, Do you like it? If you do, you can join our Eastern Military Region in the future. The naive Lu Sheng replied out of the blue, and here I thought you were going to say you'd give me one. Dong Qingsue stepped closer and asked, Do you think you're dreaming? What I meant is that you could ride one every single day. If you advance to a Grandmaster and become a Major General in the Eastern Military Region, they will automatically assign you your own private helicopter. Dong Qingsue frowned and thought to herself, This kid seems to have gotten even stronger. I really can't read him at all now. She turned to Lu Sheng and said, All right, let's get down to business. 3 days ago, all the training camps in the eastern provinces officially concluded. The selected candidates have been finalized, and I've carefully reviewed their documents. Her expression turned serious, as the competitors in this batch were far stronger than any of the previous ones. Qin Xiaojun held up a stack of papers and said, Heh, if it weren't for you, I'd actually have to step onto the battlefield. Over 80% are gifted martial artists, including one with element control talents. And there's even someone who passed the assessment for a rank 2 spiritual master. There are more than 20 geniuses with rank 3 strength or above, and at the top, there's even a monster with rank 4 strength. Hearing this, Lu Sheng didn't show any anxiety or tension, only letting out a casual "oh." Dong Qingsue gave a wry smile and said, Hearing about their strength, you don't feel anything at all? Lu Sheng put on an incredibly fake, exaggerated expression and replied, Wow, that is crazy. I am so unbelievably shocked. Qin Xiaojun pointed at him with a laugh. Hey kid, you're acting way too fake. I knew it. For a monster like you, no matter how formidable others are, you probably wouldn't feel a thing. Quick, tell him about the rewards. Hearing the word rewards, young Lu Sheng's eyes lit up like stars, his spirits instantly soaring. Dong Qingshui began her introduction. I knew you'd be interested in this. This year's selection is very special. All the high-ranking commanders of the Eastern region will be coming to watch. Plus, this round won't just be about both sides drawing lots to compete. The two of them looked incredibly serious. Instead, it will be conducted in a different way by fighting against alien beasts. Hearing this, Lu Sheng became intensely focused, staring at his hands and wondering, alien beasts? They are the ultimate enemies of our world today, emerging from fissures in the earth and the sky. These alien beasts possess boundless, unmatched strength. Even though countless human powerhouses head to the battlefield every year, they still can't stop mankind's living space from being slowly stripped away, piece by piece. Lu Sheng cut straight to the core of the matter, saying seriously, I didn't expect the military region to let students face alien beasts so early. It seems the situation on the front line isn't very optimistic right now. Seeing how quickly he understood, Dong Qingshui explained, exactly. All the powerhouses in our country are trying to find a way to break this deadlock, which is why the higher-ups have made a decision. For future geniuses like you, who possess an extremely high chance of success, they will no longer use the gentle, gradual approach of the past. Instead, they want you to feel the pressure firsthand, turning it into fuel for your martial arts journey. Lu Sheng sat there, listening intently. Qingshui continued, to quote a certain legendary figure, only through blood and fire can a true, top-tier martial arts powerhouse be forged. Don't just think the selection has gotten tougher. The rewards have also become much more abundant because of it. Lu Sheng let out an intrigued "oh." She said, listen to this. Just making it into the top 10 gets you a portion of alien blood, while getting into the top 3 lets you go straight into the alien blood pool. And if you claim the top spot as the Qiming star, you'll gain access to the alien marrow pool. Hearing this, young Lu Sheng asked curiously, alien blood, alien marrow. Why do they sound so intense? Dong Qingshui explained, it is a massive concentration of energy extracted from the bodies of alien beasts, far superior to the alien beast meat you ate at the training camp. That meat was just processed in the simplest way. Alien blood is extracted from the cellular fluid of alien beasts, while alien marrow is their spinal fluid. This time, all the rewards the Eastern region has put forward come from alien beasts above level 4. This is absolutely unprecedented. Qin Shaojun, who had been sitting down, suddenly stood up and said, those in the top 10 will receive a portion of alien blood, which is probably a few hundred milliliters. But those in the top 3 get to enter the pool, which is a whole cultivation chamber, practically an unlimited supply. I know you have a massive appetite, kid. This time you can absorb as much as you want. On the market, the lowest price for a single portion from a level 4 alien beast is already 50 million. As for the alien marrow pool, a whole pool of it is worth at least 10 billion, no matter how you calculate it. Lu Sheng was both intrigued and astonished as he asked, an unlimited supply of something so valuable? In his mind, he thought about how cultivating the indestructible golden body from his stellar body refining art required a massive amount of energy. If I only rely on bone-nourishing pills and spirit-refining blood-strengthening soup, who knows how long it will take to finish stage 1. If I can get a massive amount of energy from alien blood or alien marrow, it will definitely slash my cultivation time. This is a brilliant opportunity. After a brief moment of reflection, Lu Sheng said confidently, I understand, Instructor Dong. By this time, they seemed to have arrived. Below them lay the Eastern military region, surrounded by thick, fortified walls. Standing beside Lu Sheng, Qin Shaojun asked, so, pretty breathtaking, isn't it? Lu Sheng didn't seem to think so. He thought to himself, breathtaking? What's there to be shocked about? The martial arts bases 10,000 years in the future are vastly larger than this. Yet they were still mercilessly ravaged by alien beasts. Now, that is what I would call breathtaking. The helicopter landed on the rooftop of a building, and young Lu Sheng stepped out, ready to head back to his room. After he had walked a short distance, Dong Qingshui called out to him, Lu Sheng, I'll come pick you up tomorrow. Looking at him, she added, if you need anything, just use the device on the wall, and someone will bring it to you. Make sure to get some good rest today. Lu Sheng wasn't quite sure how to respond, so he simply gave a quiet nod. Right after that, Lu Sheng went to his room and lay down comfortably on the bed. Before long, he drifted back into the dream realm. The scenery remained unchanged. The girl on the snow-covered mountain surrounded by glaciers from last time was still standing there, majestic and powerful. Lu Sheng looked at her, thinking that just standing here looking at her filled his heart with fear. But then, he flashed a confident smile. No, he would challenge her once again. Our protagonist began boosting his blood qi, followed by activating his breathing method of fire. Flames erupted, creating a swirling vortex around Lu Sheng. The young man's eyes flashed brilliantly. Grand Sun Wisdom King Art. His spirit form transformed into a fierce, muscular young man, unleashing tenfold stellar power as a colossal fist was thrown. Grandmaster's Fist Intent. 10 suns in the sky, blazing with fire. Suddenly, Lu Sheng felt a wave of pain. breaking out in a cold sweat as he jolted awake. Sitting cross-legged in meditation, he let out a sigh of relief. In the end, I still failed. But with thorough preparation, it's not entirely hopeless to fight back. This battle has pushed my martial arts even further. With more than 10 martial arts disciplines reaching the perfection realm, my comprehensive martial way has advanced another step. Most importantly, I've overcome the fear of death, making my state of mind even more resolute and pure. While he was lost in thought, someone approached his door. Lu Sheng walked over to open it. Instructor Dong. Instructor Qin. Qin Xiaojun asked him warmly. Hey Lu Sheng, how was your rest? It was all right, but the room feels a bit enclosed and stuffy. Dong Qingxue told him, there's no helping it. If you go straight for several hundred kilometers from this Eastern Military Region base, you'll hit the #1 front line against the alien beasts. Many of those beasts emit toxic gas, so the base has to be extremely airtight. Suddenly, she stared intently at Lu Sheng, hesitating. But you. Seeing this, Lu Sheng smiled and asked, what is it? Is there something on my face? No. It's just, you feel a bit different today compared to yesterday. Hearing her answer, Lu Sheng let out a surprised "oh," realizing he indeed gave off a different vibe now. Qin Xiaojun agreed with her. Yeah, I get that feeling too. Instructor Dong continued. Yesterday, he was like a piece of raw jade covered in mud and sand. But today, all that dirt has been washed clean, revealing a beautifully polished gemstone. Facing the confusion of the two instructors, the young Lu Sheng started acting cool, answering with absolute confidence. Maybe. I've just gotten a bit more handsome again. During puberty, kids grow up so fast. It is perfectly normal for my features to look a bit sharper. Hearing this, Qin Xiaojun laughed till he cried. Haha, all right, you're something else. Being utterly shameless is definitely your style, and I totally respect it. Meanwhile, Dong Qingxue stood there, completely speechless. After that, the three of them left. Along the way, Qin Xiaojun asked Lu Sheng, hey, be honest with me, how confident are you about taking first place this time? Lu Sheng thought about it for a moment, then replied, well, not that confident. Just then, someone walked up and called out, oh, well, if it isn't Instructor Dong Qingxue, what a coincidence. It has been way too long. I remember the last time we met, it was just like, the last time. Instructor Dong replied with a calm, stoic face. Shangguanling, you are just as obnoxious as ever. Lu Sheng wondered to himself, it seems like there is more to their relationship than just a simple rivalry. Hearing Dong Qingxue's words, he quickly changed the subject by pointing at Lu Sheng. Haha, Qin Xiaojun, look at yourself. It is bad enough that you're a loser on your own, but it seems like your eye for talent is completely trash too. You brought someone like him? Are you trying to humiliate our Donging province? Instructor Qin immediately pinched his nose and waved his hand, acting as if there were a terrible stench. Looking at him, he said, Shangguanling, brush your teeth before you speak first thing in the morning. Going around blowing hot, smelly air like this is a real public nuisance. He opened a file folder, flipped through a few pages, and sneered. Don't tell me your Dongyi province actually found some kind of genius? Oh, turns out he is nothing special either. How come none of your names are on the starred profile list? Shangguanling chimed in. Oh, how interesting. How about this? Let's make a bet. Let's wager one portion of rank 5 marrow and see whose representative gets a higher rank in the selection trial. Dong Qingxue spoke up, baiting Shangguanling. Oh please, we have 3 people on our side. Wagering just one portion is boring, don't you think? As soon as she finished speaking, the 3 of them began to walk away, while Instructor Qin gave him the middle finger as a parting challenge. Shangguanling, if you're broke, stop trying to flex. It is incredibly embarrassing. Dong Qingxue smirked and walked away, throwing back, he can't afford this bet anyway, let's go. Shangguanling stood there, frowning and gritting his teeth in frustration. They had only walked a few steps when Shangguanling called out. Hey, wait! He held up 3 fingers and barked. Fine. 3 portions it is. We bet 3 portions of rank 5 marrow. Seeing Dong Qingxue remain silent, he sneered. What's the matter, Dong Qingxue? Are you scared now? Or was raising the stakes just your cheap way of running away from the bet? Tell me, who's the one who can't afford to play now? Dong Qingxue gritted her teeth in anger and replied, Fine, I accept. Shangguanling burst into a smug laugh. Excellent. He then turned and patted his subordinate on the shoulder, saying, Zhao Li, did you see that? Now, that is what I call guts. 3 portions of rank 5 marrow is more than enough to take your flame control talent to a whole new level. Hurry up and thank Instructor Dong Qingxue. Zhao Li did as he was told, placing a hand over his chest with a smug look on his face. In that case, I, Zhao Li, would like to thank Instructor Dong Qingxue in advance. Hearing this, Qin Xiaojun shouted in outrage, What did you just say? An elemental control martial artist? Damn you, Shangguanling. You dared to trick us? How could an elemental talent not be listed on his profile? Shang Guanling laughed triumphantly. Ha, who says everything has to be written down on a profile? You guys are just stupid. You'd better get those ready. Those 3 portions of rank 5 marrow, that is. Ha, Instructor Qin was trembling with rage but was completely powerless to do anything about it. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng remained perfectly calm, and Instructor Dong looked completely unbothered. The moment Shang Guanling walked away, Qin Shaojun dropped his angry act, coughed twice, and asked, "Well, how was it? Did you see my acting back there? Did it feel fake at all?" Dong Qingsui turned around and muttered, "Everyone hides some of their true strength on their profiles. Only an idiot like Shang Guanling thinks he's the only one who knows that trick. Sure, elemental control is powerful, but I wonder how it compares to a rank 3 spiritual master." Meanwhile, Lu Sheng shook his head and told Instructor Qin, "That was terrible. Your expressions were way too over the top, and your movements were so stiff. Not good at all." With her back turned, Dong Qingsui said to Lu Sheng, "The Shangguan family and our 2 families, Dong and Qin, have never gotten along. That guy is infamous for his foul mouth. Every single time we meet, he just can't help but throw in a few jabs. Plus, our region has lacked top talents for a long time, which is why we've been pushed down and couldn't hold our heads high. That's why all our hopes are riding on you this time. Don't worry about the bet. I agreed to it of my own accord. If we lose, I'll pay all 3 portions myself, but if we win, my share will be yours." Qin Shaojun happily chimed in, Hey, you can have mine too." After walking a bit further, they arrived. Dong Qingsui told Lu Sheng, "All right, here we are. This is as far as we can accompany you. Someone will explain the rules of the selection trial to you next." "Got it. Thank you, instructors." As the elevator doors were about to close, Dong Qingsui blocked them and said, "Wait a second." She looked at him with a serious expression and asked, "Lu Sheng, how confident are you really about this selection trial? I'm talking about the Qiming star." Lu Sheng went back into his deep thinking pose. A little, but not much." Hearing this, Dong Qingsui let go of the elevator doors, letting them slide shut, leaving only the 2 questions from the 2 instructors behind. "Is that so? Just how much is not much?" The 2 instructors looked extremely worried, feeling as though there was absolutely no hope. But then, Lu Sheng suddenly gave a confident smile and said, 99%. Of course, if my eligibility for the selection trial is suddenly cancelled right now, then I obviously wouldn't be able to take first place. Inside the conference room, as soon as a man walked in, everyone stood up and saluted, "Commander Du! Commander Du!" He gestured with his hand. "Sit down." This old man was none other than the rank 7 Grandmaster Major General, Du Fei. He sat down at the table and asked, "Have all the genius representatives from each province gathered?" Instructor Dong quickly reported, "Yes, they have all gathered. The beasts used for the selection have also undergone inspection. Each candidate will enter their own designated trial path. The candidate who defeats all the designated beasts and reaches the finish line first will be the winner. The beasts deployed on each path include 3 rank 2 beasts, 1 rank 3 beast, and 1 rank 4 beast. For the final and most crucial trial, they will face a quasi-rank 5 beast, the golden-eyed demon ape." Hearing this, everyone in the room was completely shocked. A quasi-rank 5 beast, and on top of that, the golden-eyed demon ape, which possesses the strongest combat power among all rank 5 beasts. Even for field officers like us, it takes 2 to match that thing. Isn't this level of difficulty way too high for a bunch of students who are only around 18? Dong Qingsui explained that they aren't expected to defeat this quasi-level 5 golden-eyed demon ape alone. Rather, they will face it together. The Qiming star is the leader of the military. Facing a powerful enemy by gathering everyone's strength is the only path to victory, and even competitors are no exception to this. Du Fei spoke with a solemn face. The Eastern Military Region guards the 2nd most important area of the entire Dragon Country, which is also the 2nd most dangerous front line. Yet we have consistently ranked dead last in the National Military Region competition for the past few years. If the combined strength of the top martial arts geniuses in the entire Eastern region still can't stand against a single, measly, quasi-level 5 exotic beast, then our Eastern region, and indeed the entire Dragon Country, has absolutely no future. His expression was majestic, and his words were as solid as stone. The instructors could only listen in silence, unable to utter a single word. Du Fei calmly said, "Let it begin. Let's see what kind of talents we have this time." "Yes, sir." One candidate sped up, running incredibly fast, thinking to himself, "This selection is the most special one in years. I am the hope of the entire Haiqing province. The one who has what it takes to become the Qiming star is definitely me." But as soon as those words left his mouth, he ran straight into a massive exotic beast. He gasped in terror as the beast charged, instantly pinning him down. He cursed in absolute rage. "Damn beast!" The beast pinned him hard against the wall. He gritted his teeth, eyes wide as he used every ounce of his strength to hold it back. "Damn it! Who do you think I am? I'm the strongest genius here, you don't stand a chance." Looking at the situation, it was clear this young man would struggle to pass. The beast had transformed and completely gained the upper hand. Inside the observation, the chosen one is the hope of the nation. Being merely outstanding is far from enough. The person we need must transcend the ordinary. He asked the instructors in charge of safety to pay close attention. They are the future of our nation, so don't let them get hurt. Zoom in on the starred candidates. Let's see how the geniuses among geniuses perform. Yes, sir. The scene shifted to the genius representative of Dongzhe Province, Kong Qing, 17 years and 8 months old. She is an elemental control type gifted martial artist. Kong Qing specializes in lightning control, and her current control tier is level 1. The second one, representing the geniuses of Jiangzhou Province, is Jia Haoran. He is 18 years and 3 months old, a level 3 martial artist, and a spirit type gifted martial artist. He has already passed the level 2 spiritual master assessment. Next, the third candidate is the genius representative of Shilin Province, Xing Ji. With a highly muscular build, he is 18 years and 9 months old, a level 4 martial artist who can easily fight exotic beasts. After taking one down, he flashed a confident smile. He is a defense-type gifted martial artist, and his current talent tier is level 3 Iron Skin. He is extremely confident in his defense. Even the exotic beasts seemed frustrated trying to attack him, as a single punch of his blew them all to pieces. Watching this, Du Fei praised, "Not bad. Truly impressive. These youngsters are indeed highly skilled. They can effortlessly face level 2 beasts and even instantly kill level 3 ones with a single strike. Talent like this would be incredibly dazzling in any selection. It looks like it's going to be these kids." The veteran general suddenly stopped mid-sentence as he zoomed in on the screen. He gasped in surprise. "Oh? Flame elemental control. This is also not bad. Why isn't he starred?" Hearing Du Fei's praise, Shang Guanling hurriedly stood up, reporting to the commander. "Zhao Li only awakened his ability recently, so we didn't have time to update the records. My apologies." Du Fei replied, "It's fine. Let the strength do the talking. You've done well, nurturing such a promising seedling." "Thank you, sir. This is only my duty." Then he sat down. The other instructors whispered among themselves. Deliberately hiding his strength just to get a higher evaluation later. Everyone knows that trick. What a show-off. Then, another instructor made a signal. The veteran general Du Fei looked on with great satisfaction. "Good, very good. To break through stage 1 so quickly, they must be close." He paused mid-sentence, suddenly startled by something else he noticed. "Huh? What is this? This path? What on earth is this progression speed?" Du Fei's voice rang out again. "What's going on with this path? Why isn't there a single red dot for an exotic beast? Turn on the camera, quickly." Dong Qingxue immediately complied. As the camera feed turned on, several exotic beasts were seen completely wiped out on the ground. Du Fei was astounded. It's only been 3 minutes since the start. Not only did he kill all the beasts, but his speed is even faster than those 4 elites. As he shouted in urgency, the monitoring room immediately replied, "I know who this actually is." Dong Qingxue said in astonishment, "This is Lu Sheng's path." On the screen, the portrait of our very own Lu Sheng appeared. Rewinding the footage to 3 minutes ago, Lu Sheng could be seen stepping into the battlefield step by step. The young man had some decent luck. Right at the entrance, he encountered a massive exotic beast. Green light shone from its eyes and nostrils, and drool dripped from its mouth. The beast, looking as if it had been starving for flesh, charged like crazy the moment it spotted Lu Sheng. The young Lu Sheng remained completely calm, watching it approach. In this fight, it was yet to be decided who would be eating whom. Clenching his fists with pure determination, a highly confident smile appeared on his face. "I've tasted your meat before, and it was actually pretty good." He threw a massive punch at the beast, unleashing a colossal wave of energy that crashed down. The punch shook the entire space. Right after, the beast was blown to pieces, its remains scattering all over the floor. The young man spoke with utter disdain. "This weak?" At that moment, 2 other beasts emerged from a doorway, preparing to pounce. Seeing their companion blown to bits, they went wild and rushed forward for revenge. As one lunged close, Lu Sheng grabbed it with one hand and squeezed hard, making it howl in agony. The other was flattened instantly by a downward punch from him. Interesting. Lu Sheng effortlessly took down the beasts in a heartbeat, feeling the surge of power flowing through his body. This ability is somewhat like the mastery realm of martial arts, but it's 1 level higher and far more comprehensive. In the mastery realm, strength is condensed, bursts are precise, and weaknesses are clearly identified, as if reaching a state of omniscience and omnipotence. Suddenly, a hidden force emerged from the wild boar's hoof, leaving absolutely nothing hidden from his awareness. A 3-eyed fox dashed rapidly towards Lu Sheng from behind, yet he calmly sensed its movements, feeling that absolutely nothing was impossible. With just a tiny pebble under his heel, Lu Sheng sent the beast flying far away. This is the perfect martial arts. Watching through the camera, the veteran general Du Fei found it utterly unbelievable. How is this kid so fast? He's already made it to the final stage. The other instructors agreed and began discussing it among themselves. Right? He looks completely average, yet his punches are incredibly powerful. Every single beast goes down with just one punch, not a single one has taken a second hit. Curious about Lu Sheng, Du Fei asked, "Do we have his profile? Read it." Dong Qing picked up the folder and began reading. Representing the geniuses of Dongning Province, Lu Sheng, 18 years and 5 months old, a level 3 martial artist with a strength-type talent. At this point, Shangguan Ling was completely stunned and grew anxious. Could she have been hiding something too? The crowd was buzzing with chatter again, noting that there really wasn't a single highlight on his record. During combat, he doesn't show any special abilities either. His overall stats seem slightly stronger than a standard level 3, but they're not quite at level 4. Hearing the whispers, veteran Du Fei spoke up and asked, "Can't any of you see it? This kid has definitely mastered at least 4 martial arts to the perfect realm. Both his movement and fist techniques have reached the micro realm. That's why his combat power is so outstanding." The instructors' faces grew tense. 4 or 5 techniques at the perfect realm, which even includes 2 at the micro realm, and he's only 18 years old? Even if he started practicing martial arts in the womb, that should be impossible, right? Du Fei crossed his arms, looking pleased as he said, "It's been a long time since I've seen such a pure martial arts genius. Something like this was only common during the first 100 years when martial arts first emerged. But now, suddenly, his attention was drawn to another surprise, making his jaw drop as he let out a low gasp. An exotic beast was clinging to the wall behind Lu Sheng, its entire body trembling as it prepared to strike. Lu Sheng seemed to sense the looming danger. A split second later, the beast's clones lunged forward at blinding speed, completely surrounding our boy Lu Sheng. All at once, the beast's clones pounced, trying to tear Lu Sheng to pieces, but it wouldn't be that easy. Suddenly, a swirl of blue energy formed a vortex around Lu Sheng. This was his psychic ability, spiritual perception. As he focused, he realized that its potential was far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. Then, with one hand, he grabbed a clone by the neck and leaped high into the air with it. As he came back down, Lu Sheng slammed the beast into the ground with insane, bone-shattering force. It was absolutely epic. Having dealt with it, Lu Sheng calmly walked away, leaving the beast twitching violently on the ground. Veteran Du Fei stood up, unable to believe his eyes, and muttered, "A level 4 colorful leopard was taken down just like that?" Only then did Du Fei realize he had been wrong. This kid's fist technique. That ain't just micro-control, that's straight-up master control. Qin Xiaojun rubbed his chin with a smirk, mulling it over. So that's what that 99% talk was about. Bro has every right to be flexing that hard. Haha. That instructor Shangguan Ling sitting right next to him was sweating bullets, probably getting post-traumatic stress disorder from that bet they made the other day. Bro was straight up seething, gritting his teeth in pure salt. Qin Xiaojun just flipped him off like a total savage. "What the hell are you staring at, you trash-talking clown?" Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was strolling along, lost in thought. That beast he just clapped was the last one on this track, which gave him a solid feel for the limits of his first form of the absolute martial arts. Staring down a massive door, Lu Sheng felt this insanely heavy beast aura looming ahead. He stepped inside, and boom, there it was. A golden-eyed demon ape locked up in a steel cage. Lu Sheng finally started cracking his knuckles, looking hyped. "So, you're my opponent? Since the warm-up's done, I don't gotta pull my punches anymore." The golden-eyed demon ape roared like crazy, trying to look intimidating, but damn, it was ugly as hell, like straight-up gremlin status. Lu Sheng raised his fist, looking like an absolute boss, and yelled, "Better start shaking!" Right in front of him was that massive, quasi-level 5 golden-eyed demon ape. Old head Du Fei was resting his chin on his hands, glued to the monitors. Dong Qing stood right beside him, keeping up with the breakdown. The final boss, golden-eyed demon ape, wasn't even supposed to be let loose yet. The plan was to wait for the timer to run out and have all the prodigies group up before unleashing the beast. Dong Qing finished reading the report and thought, "Lu Sheng, you're seriously built different. How many surprises do you have?" She knew the guy was cracked, but this was next-level crazy. The legendary star of Qiming, a dream that seemed totally out of reach, was actually happening right before her eyes because of him. A couple of instructors were whispering to each other. With Lu Sheng carrying this hard, as soon as the other high-tier prodigies catch up, they'll easily have enough firepower to take down that quasi-level 5 demon ape. But the other guys shot back. Nah, they don't even need a whole squad. Just 1 or 2 people running backup for him, and he's probably soloing that thing. The total score depends on how fast they push in and how much damage they deal when slaying that final ape. Right then, Lu Sheng walked right up to the cage of that quasi-level 5 demon ape. The instructors muttered, "Yep, Lu Sheng is definitely taking the crown in this exam." But mid-convo, the whole room went dead silent. The instructors gasped, sweating bullets, completely shook by what they were seeing. Lu Sheng straight up ripped the steel cage open. Even the ape itself was like, wait, what? The giant ape stood up, growling like it was talking smack. Standing in front of that absolute unit, Lu Sheng looked tiny, but bro was locked in and ready to throw hands. He gestured with his hand, totally baiting it. Come on then, let's see. Let's find out if there's any real difference between a quasi-level 5 beast and a level 5 martial artist. Hurry up, before these other clowns show up and ruin our 1v1. The instructor's jaws hit the floor. What? Is this kid actually trying to solo the golden-eyed demon ape? Is he out of his mind? This isn't confidence, it's straight up delusion. But another instructor was like, hold on, don't forget. Judging by the skills he showed earlier, his micro-movement and maxed-out martial arts, the ape only relies on raw, brute force strength. It's all raw physical punch power. If he just plays keep away and dodges those heavy swings, he might actually cook. Right then, the giant ape shattered its chains. It roared with its eyes rolled back, totally losing its mind. It ripped the rest of the chains off, glaring and roaring like a beast, flashing two massive, nasty fangs. Lu Sheng started channeling his energy, gearing up to take the ape head-on. Boom! A massive shockwave blasted out as the two of them clashed fist to fist. The two instructors stared, completely losing their minds. Wait, what? He's actually clashing with it head-on? Lu Sheng's hand was tiny compared to that massive paw, but he was holding back that giant fist. The ground beneath them started splitting apart like crazy. With one hand blocking and the other on guard, he held his ground. But the ape was already winding up for round 2 with its other giant fist. Shang Guanling laughed, totally smug. Haha, what a clown, trying to tank a full-force punch from that ape? Bro could have 10 lives and he'd still get turned into paste. Dong Qing screamed in panic. Lu Sheng, through the thick dust, the ape brought down its second colossal fist like a meteor. The insane punch tore through the smoke, and Lu Sheng put everything he had into blocking it. Lu Sheng threw a counterpunch. Boom! Another crazy explosion went off, sending dust flying everywhere. Seeing the ape stumble backward, old head Dufei grinned. Okay, the kids actually got some major game. The arena was literally catching fire. Lu Sheng smirked at the ape. Damn, not bad. Surviving my 10 times force stellar punch? Guess you just earned your spot on my dinner plate. Shang Guanling's jaw literally dropped. This insane sea of fire was swirling all around Lu Sheng like he was some kind of anime god. He gave it a stone-cold glare, raising his fist. With this next punch, it's lights out for you. 10 suns in the sky! He threw the punch, and this blinding light completely whited out the screens. Old head Dufei was glued to the monitor, while Dong Qingsui was biting her nails, completely hyped. The ape let out a straight-up agonized shriek. Lu Sheng poured everything into his strike, sending the beast flying as the fire engulfed it completely. Dufei couldn't believe his eyes. No way. Is that? Seeing Lu Sheng's insane aura, he knew instantly that was Grandmaster's will. Suddenly, he slammed the desk, laughing like a madman. Ha ha ha, yes! In my whole life, I never thought I'd see a kid barely 20 years old manifesting Grandmaster's will. The path to level 7 is practically cleared for him. Give it some time, and our eastern region is getting a brand new Grandmaster, no cap. Dufei was practically beaming with pride. A teenage Grandmaster, is Lu Sheng actually stronger than me right now? Down below, Qin Shaojun finally let out a breath. Damn kid, almost gave me a heart attack. After totally dusting the golden-eyed demon ape, Lu Sheng sighed. No more beast auras around. Guess this is the final boss. Wait, that's it? Kind of mid, honestly. Suddenly he got a wild idea. Well, if it's boring, I might as well make my own fun. With that, he just plopped down on the ground. Dufei stared, confused. Wait, what the heck is Lu Sheng doing now? Dude literally soloed the final boss. Why the heck is he still hanging around? Then it clicked for him, and he just let out a wry laugh. Haha, I get it now. Just let him cook. As long as nobody gets killed, let the kid wild out however he wants. The instructors down there are totally loving this too. Bro, this genius trials cover the entire eastern sector. But right now, Commander Du couldn't care less about the rest of them. The only guy on his radar right now is Lu Sheng. And what's with as long as he doesn't kill everyone? Like, is capping 1 or 2 guys actually fine with him? Mind blown, for real. The ultimate trial boss, Lu Sheng, a level 3 martial artist and a level 3 spiritual telekinetic. Lu Sheng just sat there thinking, the Qiming Star trials are over, so now it's playtime. While he was chillaxing, the other candidates were sweating through the previous stages to reach the final zone. Xingji was aching all over after taking down that colorful scale-swift leopard. He grimaced, thinking that level 4 beast was seriously no joke. You could see it on his face, this stage was a nightmare, and even with his iron skin defense, he couldn't tank all that damage. If everything went as planned, he'd cleared it, right? Xingji pushed open the door and stepped into the final arena. The place was huge but dead silent. Not a single sound. Guess I'm first, he thought. But then he looked up and lost his mind. It was the golden-eyed demon ape. A fully grown one is the absolute king of level 5 beasts. And right in front of him, this beast had a massive gaping hole blown right through its chest. Perched on its arm was some guy with his back turned. Xingji was like, "Who is this dude?" Xingji broke out in a cold sweat, his guard going all the way up. What kind of monster punches a giant level 5 boss so hard it ends up like this? Wait, could it be him? He crept up super slow and cautious, giving a nervous nod. Yo, what's the deal here? Did I, pass the trials or what? Lu Sheng, chilling on the demon ape's hand, just dropped one word. Wait. Xingzi flinched, looking up. Huh? Right then, the other two doors slid open. In walked Kong Qing from Dongze, the elemental prodigy, alongside that long-haired guy, Jia Horan from Jiangzhou, who's got mental powers. These two were oozing confidence. Kong Qing was just casually blowing bubblegum, while Jia Horan stood there, hands in his pockets, acting all cool. You're Xingzi from Shilin, right? I think I saw you earlier. Xingji turned to look at him. Jia Horan pointed up, totally confused. Is this the finish line? And what's the deal with that guy up there? At that, Kong Qing took a closer look, and her eyes went wide when she realized it was a pseudo-level 5 boss, the golden-eyed demon ape. The three of them frowned, completely lost. Xingzi was like, nah, that corpse is probably just a prop to scare us. No way any of us could actually take down a golden-eyed demon ape. Smelling something fishy, Jia Horan snapped, then why is he sitting up there? Xingzi suddenly had a light bulb moment. Ah, I get it. He must be the final gatekeeper of our exam. If we beat his trial, we pass. Xingzi's theory left Kong Qing and Jia Haoran scratching their heads, totally clueless. Huh? Xingji crossed his arms, acting like he was some master detective, and smirked. Blew your minds, didn't I? Right then, Lu Sheng stood up and pointed. Smart kid. With a smug grin and a mischievous blue glow in his eyes, he added, I'll give you guys 5 minutes to gear up. In 5 minutes, come at me. Try to kill me, try to beat me. Let's see if this batch of Cheeming Star candidates actually got what it takes, or if you're all talk. Xingji threw his hands on his hips and laughed. Ha ha ha, called it. Jia Haran pointed at Lu Sheng and nodded. Right, looks like we don't have to deal with some crazy beast for the final round. It's just us against this one dude. Lu Sheng stood tall on the shoulders of that golden-eyed demon ape, looking like a total badass, guys. Sizing up Lu Sheng's slim, nerdy build, Kong Qing sneered. But he doesn't even have any gang chi. He's probably a total scrub. Jia Haoran agreed. For real, I don't feel any gang chi from him at all. Is the Eastern Military Sector seriously clowning us? The three of them were confident as hell, and 5 minutes was more than enough time to get their energy back. Jia Haoran used his mental powers to scan the guy, then locked in. But my gut is telling me this dude is definitely no joke. What's his deal? Xingzi brushed it off. Even if he's strong, how crazy can he be, really? We're literally the top 3 under-18 fighters in the entire Eastern Sector. Why should we be scared of one guy? Lu Sheng smirked, thinking, hey, my acting is way better than Instructor Qin's, right? Over on the monitors, the instructors were losing it. This kid, wow. Is he seriously trying to run the hands on all the candidates at once? Old General Dufei cracked up. Haha, this Lu Sheng kid is too much. He's a riot, for real. Lu Sheng is about to put on a whole show. Suddenly, an instructor jumped up. Commander, please end the trials right now. We can't let this happen. The other instructors raised their hands, backing him up. Yeah, I'm with him. Shut it down. This prodigy from Dawning is just on another level. He's gonna absolutely wreck these kids, physically and mentally, and scar them for life. Qin Xiaojun whistled, thinking, so those are the chief instructors for Dongze, Jiangzhou, and Shilin. Haha, they're starting to sweat for their own golden boys now. Getting destroyed by Lu Sheng like this is wild. Dong Qingshui smiled to herself. Ha! When they threw in a level 5 beast, nobody cried this much. But now that it's Lu Sheng, they're totally losing their minds. Guess that just goes to show how terrifying Lu Sheng actually is to everyone in this room. Hearing them whine, old General Dufei still didn't budge. Sigh, fine, let's do this. Tell the supervisors to stay sharp, and be ready to jump in and save them at any second. Just don't let Lu Sheng straight up delete them. Dong Qingshui nodded. Got it. Sheng Guanling was completely drained. He slumped back, eyes wide in pure shock, still unable to believe what he'd just witnessed. How the heck is the kid Dong Qingshui brought so freaking strong? Embarrassing myself is bad enough, but now I'm about to lose 3 bottles of high-grade marrow paste. I'm so cooked, bro. For real, I'm cooked. Back in the final stage, Xingji was dead-ass on fire, warming up like a boss. I'm good, recovered like 90%. Jia Haoran chimed in, 90%. Kong Jing smirked, 80%. Taking this kid down is a total breeze. Even if that golden-eyed ape came back to life, I'd totally throw hands with it. Right then, Lu Sheng was glowing with this weird, creepy blue energy. The dude pointed at the other 3, laughing like crazy. Not bad, now we're talking. Y'all should just gang up on me. Beat me. and you'll be the new general stars of this batch." Xingji heard that and looked totally disgusted. "Gang up? Hell nah, I can take you solo." Before he even finished talking, he leaped way up. Kong Jing looked super annoyed she missed her chance. Damn it, he beat me to it again. But Jia Haoran was chill about it. Whatever, let him go first. It's the perfect chance to see what this gatekeeper is actually packing. But honestly, looking at how jacked Xingji is, even Jia Haoran had to give him props. Okay, but that dude's power is seriously cracked. He's probably the strongest of the three of us. Xingji was covered in flames, muscles flexing hard. He hardened both hands into fists and charged straight at Lu Sheng like a beast. He popped his defense talent right away, maxed out Iron Skin. Seeing Xingzi's insane power, Kong Jing and Jia Haoran's eyes went wide as saucers. Bro, this energy, he's at the peak of level 4. While Xingzi was rocket dashing forward, Lu Sheng just stood there totally unbothered. Xingzi's eyes flared red as he roared, "Catch this L!" But as Xingzi threw everything he had into that attack, Lu Sheng literally blocked it with a single finger. Like, come on, do better. To make it worse, Lu Sheng literally yawned right in his face. Like, bruh, this is so boring. I'm literally falling asleep. Xingji saw the gatekeeper blocking him with just one finger and lost his mind. What? No way! But with just a casual flick of his finger, Lu Sheng sent him flying. He slammed into the ground with a massive crash. His two teammates were completely shook, literally frozen in place for 5 seconds. Dust and rocks flew everywhere, completely hiding whatever was left of Xingji. Lu Sheng looked at the other two and smirked. "Yo, you two seriously not gonna jump in together?" Lu Sheng was just chilling on the giant golden-eyed ape's hand, waiting, while Xingji was still passed out in the rubble, with dust still thick in the air. Even though Lu Sheng was taunting them to fight together, Kong Jing and Jia Haoran just stood there like statues, too scared to move. They were terrified by how fast Lu Sheng had absolute zeroed Xingji. Jia Haoran was losing it. He one-shotted Xingji? He looks so young. How the hell is he this overpowered? When Lu Sheng hopped down from the ape, both of them flinched and backed away, cold sweat dripping down their faces. Jia Haoran tried to play smart, saying, "Okay, so I heard some martial artists get way too greedy when they're young. They abuse enhancement pills, mess up their hormones, and their bodies just stop growing entirely. So even if they're like 30 or 40, they still look 20. This guy is definitely one of those old heads pretending to be a teen." Kong Jing gasped. "Wait, what? You're telling me he looks 17 or 18, but he's actually old enough to be our dad? So much for some young prodigy. The military is playing dirty. Did they do this just to catch us lacking?" Jia Haoran scowled, super tense. For real, this is the Eastern region selection. They'll pull any cheap trick to win. But damn, I didn't think this final stage would be this insane. They seriously dug up some old pill popper just to gatekeep us. Seeing them just standing there doing absolutely nothing, Lu Sheng started losing his patience. He thought, are these two actually brain dead from fighting those beasts? Lu Sheng walked right up to them. "Y'all done talking yet?" He smirked. "Tell you what, let's switch it up. If you two can make me take a single step back, or just block one of my hits, you pass. How about that? Deal?" Kong Jing and Jia Haoran's jaws literally dropped. But right after, Kong Jing totally snapped. Her whole body flared with bright blue energy, her eyes glowing white as she screamed, "Don't you dare look down on us!" Jia Haoran gritted his teeth, covered in this dark purple energy. As a bunch of sharp purple iron nails hovered around him, he threw a palm strike, sending the nails flying straight at Lu Sheng. Seeing them actually fight back, Lu Sheng was hyped. "Yeah, now we're talking." Meanwhile, Jia Haoran was internally laughing his head off. Idiot. I don't care how strong you are. Underestimating a level 2 telekinetic is gonna cost you. Let's see you dodge all this solid iron. Lu Sheng just put his hand out, releasing a massive shield of energy. Jia Haoran's iron nails didn't even scratch him. Instead, Lu Sheng completely took control of the nails, gathered them in a ball in front of him, and sent them flying right back at Jia Haoran. The guy completely lost it, sweating bullets, looking like a total clown. No way. How? He stumbled and fell flat on his back, utterly shocked that his max power iron was caught barehanded. Ignoring Jia Haoran's whining, Lu Sheng turned to Kong Jing with a smug grin. "All right, you're up next." Like a real-life Pikachu, Kong Jing unleashed a massive 10,000-volt shock, but she was stopped dead in her tracks. Her eyes went wide with pure shock. "What?" Lu Sheng had effortlessly grabbed her by the wrist. He looked at her and tutted, "Yo, that's not it. You can't be getting distracted in a fight. Didn't your head coach teach you that?" As Kong Jing fell back, she was losing her mind, wondering how he managed to just grab her like that. What kind of insane speed and reflex is this? Then, Lu Sheng dropped a line that left her completely speechless. "All right, now shock me." She just went, "Huh?" completely lost. Lu Sheng kept his grip on her with one hand, waving his other hand to mock her. "You deaf? Shock me. Hit me with that 10,000-volt juice." If it's actually good, maybe I'll think about letting you pass. Kong Jing was fuming, gritting her teeth as she screamed, "You jerk! I told you. Stop playing with me." Boom! A massive wave of electricity blasted out of her. Lu Sheng just closed his eyes, soaking it in. Not bad. Now we're talking. He slowly felt the lightning surging through his veins, fully activating his natural breathing technique to absorb the whole thing, making that lightning power his own damn property. A huge-ass explosion goes off, and the shockwave literally blows everyone away. Lu Sheng's voice echoes. And that's a wrap. Hearing that, Kong Qing is standing there looking dumbfounded as hell. Wait, what? Did I actually do something? The lightning is still straight up crackling all over Lu Sheng. It's the fourth special breathing technique, thunder breathing. Lu Sheng turns around, struts over to Kong Qing, and hypes her up. Not bad at all. The dude even goes up and pats her on the shoulder, looking all satisfied. Good job, you made the cut. Kong Qing's jaw literally hits the floor, totally clueless. Wait, what? What is he even yapping about? Her face turns bright red from sheer hype. Did I seriously just pass? I actually passed the Chiming Star trial. Only me. I'm the freaking Chiming Star. Kong Qing is so hype, she's literally bouncing off the walls. Oh my god. The strongest under-18 fighter representing the entire Eastern region. The absolute peak martial arts genius title, ultimate bragging rights. I actually pulled it off. Grinning ear to ear, she turns around and throws a salute to Lu Sheng. Thanks, sir. Huge thanks for the validation. Wait, did you just call me Pikachu? Heck yeah, that's my new alias from now on. Lu Sheng chuckles, totally amused. Haha, don't sweat it. You're the one who crushed it. That's why you got my seal of approval. Keep grinding, Pikachu. Meanwhile, Jia Haoran is standing there throwing his hands up like, hold up, she passed just like that? What kind of sketchy-ass passing standard is this? What in the absolute hell? Xing Zi is also there eating his heart out, whining, is it really over just like that? Did all my grinding just go down the drain? Just as Lu Sheng is about to bounce, another instructor suddenly rolls in. He looks at Lu Sheng and goes, done playing around yet? Lu Sheng of Dawning Province. The chief said you need to go get ready for your Chiming Star award ceremony. Man, why does a freak of nature like you even have to compete? Those three over there just got hit with the worst luck ever. Kong Qing stands in the back, her eye twitching. Wait, what? What's that supposed to mean? Why the hell is he going to the Chiming Star ceremony? Wait, isn't the Chiming Star supposed to be me? And wasn't he the final boss of this whole trial? Jia Haoran and Xing Ji are obviously losing their minds, completely unable to process what they're hearing. No freaking way, that guy. That's when the instructor points and clears things up. You kids got it all twisted. He's a candidate just like you. The only difference is he got here 20 minutes before you guys. He points over at the golden-eyed demon ape, telling them that the whole final gatekeeper thing was complete cap. See this? The actual final boss was this quasi-level 5 golden-eyed demon ape, and this dude literally sent it straight to the afterlife with a single punch. And that show he put on earlier? Dude just did it for kicks. The three of them are hit with bomb after bomb and their faces go completely blank. Hearing this, Kong Qing literally faints on the spot, making the instructor freak out. Yo, candidate from Dongzhe province. Where the hell are the medics? Get over here and help her, fast. Cut to Zhao Li, Shang Guanling's boy, who's the last one left on the course. He lunges forward to grab the beast, and looks like he finally pinned the thing down. After sweating his butt off wrestling with this beast, he finally takes it down. Damn it, a level 4 beast is no joke. Since Zhao Li controls fire, he lets the flames rip, and they quickly erupt. The shrieking beast is roasted to a crisp in seconds, and he kicks the charred pile of ash a few times just to make sure it's dead. Right after, Zhao Li collapses onto the dirt, wheezing and drenched in sweat, muttering, holy crap, I almost got clapped right there. He's completely gassed out, his energy and powers totally drained, but then he smirks to himself. But who cares? Didn't I just solo a level 4 beast for the very first time? He runs a hand through his hair, tilts his head back, and flexes hard. Level 4, baby. Not level 3, not level 2. A whole ass level 4. I can't even believe I popped off this hard. This is straight up legendary. I bet the instructors are watching me on the cameras right now, absolutely losing their minds over my talent and stamina. Haha! Suddenly, an instructor drops down from above and interrupts him. You're Zhao Li from Dongyi province, right? Zhao Li, still clueless, strikes a smug pose and tries to look cool. Whoa, scared the crap out of me. Yeah, that's me. The instructor checks his tablet and says, don't bother going any further. The trials are over. Pack your stuff and get ready to roll out with me. His score has been uploaded to the leaderboard. Zhao Li's face lights up as he asks, wait, the trial is already over? So how did I do, sir? He asks desperately, pointing at himself. Did I get first place? Am I the Chiming Star? The instructor throws massive shade, completely killing his vibe. Huh? What kind of pipe dream are you living in? The Chiming Star was decided like half an hour ago. Hearing this, Zhao Li's brain completely short-circuits. The instructor continues, the only reason this thing dragged on this long was because... He's about to mention Lu Sheng's little prank, but then decides against it. Actually, never mind. No point in telling you anyway. You didn't even make the top 5. Let's move. Hearing that, Zhao Lai feels like his whole world is crashing down. Wait, what? Outside the top 5? Are you kidding me? I'm Zhao Lai, he screams, absolutely seething. Zhao Lai, the guy who literally soloed a level 4 beast, the instructor just watches him throw a temper tantrum and sighs, completely speechless. Meanwhile, the screen shows Kong Qing's face. Old General Du Fei tells Dong Qingsui to put the girl from Dongzhe province on the list for the blood pool. Shaking his head, he sighs, that kid really went through hell. Kong Qing's instructor jumps up and thanks Du Fei instantly. Thank you, Chief. He's freaking thrilled inside, since only the top 3 get access to the blood pool. Lu Sheng taking first place is an absolute no-brainer. Xing Ji at number 2 makes sense, but for third place, Jia Haoren and Kong Qing were neck and neck, but since she's a telekinetic master, her rarity gives her the edge. He's grinning from ear to ear, totally stoked about the outcome. Kong Qing, all that pain was worth it. Keep grinding, kiddo. Cut to Lu Sheng, who's walking into a room, deep in thought. They sent me straight back to rest the second I got out of the trial. I literally thought I was going to claim my loot right away. On the table are 4 cans that look just like soda, but it's not pop, it's straight up recovery medicine. Lu Sheng walks over, picks up a can with a human head logo, and spins it around. They said this was recovery stuff for me. I wonder if meds from this era can even do anything for me anymore. Bro figured it was straight trash, but he popped the top anyway and chugged the whole damn can. This stuff is pretty much like some high-end energy drink, just keeps your brain awake. Useless. Lu Sheng pops open the next can and waves his hand, totally gagging at the smell. Great, now getting his stamina back is going to take even longer. Sigh. This garbage doesn't even touch the meds he cooks up himself. Then, who knows if the stuff finally kicked in, but bro quickly flopped onto the bed to clear his head. I wonder how that spiritual blood serum Healing Su was cooking up is doing. Haven't hit her up in forever. Guess it's time to tap into my technique again. Lu Sheng immediately feels crazy, electric shock surging through his whole body. He stares at his hands and realizes that this thunder breathing style basically merges the best parts of fire and wind breathing. It's way faster, the explosive power is dead-ass stronger, but it still hasn't maxed out either of them. Honestly, it's just a super solid, balanced breathing style. Lu Sheng sighs, asking himself, man, am I pushing myself way too hard? I mean, guys, his age like Zhou Xingji and Lu Kaiming are still just regular kids, wasting time at internet cafes or snoozing in class. Thinking about it just gives him a massive headache. Like, isn't that how everyone else is living? Why the hell should I care about what happens 10,000 years in the future anyway? I'll be long dead by then, and I probably won't even have any kids to carry on my name. I don't even know if I'll make it through my own life. Wouldn't it be better to just chill and live happily till the end? But suddenly, he clenches his fist with pure determination. Hell no. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, how can I just play dumb? I made my choice, so why the hell would I throw in the towel so easily? I'm not doing this just for some humans 10,000 years from now. I'm doing this for myself. Lu Sheng stares at his fist, ready to go all out. Even if his bones shatter, he's gonna risk his life. Not everyone gets to have a destination, see what he's seen, and burn their whole soul for it. After pondering for a bit, he locks in, crossing his hands over his chest with pure hope. This is definitely my path. Enough with the pity party, time to get back to the grind. With that, Lu Sheng quickly pulls up the system to check the database. The screen pops up. Name, Lu Sheng. Gender, male. Lifespan, martial calendar June, 297 to August, 432. Martial strength, level 7. Martial artist. Then the system displays his whole life story. Hits level 2 martial artist at 18, absolutely blowing Baihe City's mind. Then, recommended by the Baihe City Martial Arts Association, he joins the Dongning Province Genius Camp and takes first place. That same year, he enters the Kaiming Star General selection and bags the title of Kaiming Star General. Lu Sheng scrolls through it, thinking that his profile isn't too different from last time. It's just that his background looks a whole lot cleaner now. My strength is still capped at level 7 Grandmaster. Wait, my character rating went up too? It hit 3.5 stars. Guess this has to do with my choice to join the Eastern Military Zone. But fighting those giant beasts also made me kick the bucket 20 years earlier. If I hadn't died, could I have broken through to level 8 Great Grandmaster? When he scrolls down to the family status section, things get kinda sus. Bro looks at the spouse section, and his eyes straight up pop out of his head. Right there is a wedding photo of him and his wife. Holy crap, Instructor Dong Qingsui? Who the hell could have seen that coming? Lu Sheng is completely losing it. No way, bro. Dong Qingsui is way older than me. She's like almost 30. You guys might wonder why she looks so young, right? Well, in the martial world, cultivation keeps you looking fresh as hell. And the photo itself is wild. Dong Qingsui is deadass carrying Lu Sheng in her arms. He's totally baffled. How did I even end up marrying her? Isn't that straight up cradle snatching? This is too wild. Then he spots an absolute thirst trap of a photo that has him sweating bullets. Wait, this ain't right. If I think about it, after I join the Eastern Military Zone and become the Kaiming Star General, we'll probably be hanging out like all the time. Our boy Lu Sheng starts imagining instructor Dong Qing secretly crushing on him. He gets the chills just thinking about it. With our past history and spending so much time together later, it's actually totally possible. Oh crap. Instructor Dong Qing is gonna be my wife. I won't even be able to look her in the eye anymore. Meanwhile, after getting called out like crazy, Dong Qing is somewhere else sneezing her brains out. Lu Sheng wobbles down the street, his brain going, no way, I gotta find someone to let all this steam out on. But when he looks up, his face goes completely blank, and he tries to calm down. Chill, the Valkyrie is over that way. On this side, a massive crowd is already gathering to wait for the awards. Du Fei and the instructors have all the rewards lined up. Our boy Lu Sheng obviously can't miss this, and the place is packed and buzzing. The old General Du Fei spots Lu Sheng and says, alright, since everyone's here, let's get this show on the road. Lu Sheng, get up here. Du Fei himself pins a pure 4/9 gold badge on Lu Sheng's chest. Bro is looking sharp and handsome as hell. Right after pinning it, he says, the materials on this are exactly the same as a Grandmaster's badge, just a different design. I hope one day you'll be wearing a real Grandmaster badge. Lu Sheng looks him dead in the eye and replies, count on it. Then he clasps his hands, oozing confidence. And that day ain't far off either. Du Fei absolutely loves it, laughing his head off. Ha ha ha, awesome. I'll be waiting for that day then. Watching them act so close, Instructor Qin Xiaojun whispers, man, Lu Sheng's really got some major balls to say that. But he doesn't even sound cocky. It's like he's just stating a straight-up fact. Dong Qing thinks to herself, we get a Kaiming Star General every year, but Lu Sheng is the first one to ever get treated like this by Commander Du. Next up, they announce that the top 10 will each score a bottle of mutant blood as a reward. The top 10 guys are absolutely hyped to get their hands on this sick prize. Old General Du Fei points at them and says, Lu Sheng and the other 3 in the top 4, follow me. The rest of you can get lost. Xing Ji is losing his mind. This is it. We're finally going to the mutant blood and marrow pools. Kong Qing is just as hyped. The rewards for this year's Kaiming Star General run are way better than any of the past ones. Gu Haoran is stoked too, since usually only the top 3 get to jump into the mutant blood pool. But yo, just because that absolute beast Lu Sheng exists, Commander Du actually hooked us 3 up with a ticket to the mutant blood pool. This is literally goated. Down there, Zhao Lai is deadass crying tears of pure salt. Like, a mutant blood pool, and I only get a tiny drop of this mutant blood? Damn, my instructor even bet 3 whole shares of my mutant blood on him losing. At this rate, even this little bit is gonna get snatched away. No cap, this guy's got the absolute best instructor ever. A bit later, they pull up to the mutant blood pool. Old General Du Fei asks the guard, we good to go? The guard instantly replies, everything's locked and loaded, sir. They can dive in whenever. All right, everyone get in here. The second they step inside, they see this massive, creepy bullhead hanging up high, and they straight up break into a cold sweat. The old general walks a bit further and stops. We're here. He walks over to the 3 mutant blood pods and says, all right, you 3, strip down and get ready to hop into the cultivation pods. Jia Haoren and Xing Zi are hyped like they just won the lottery, yelling, yes, sir. Meanwhile, Kong Qing is totally shook, like, wait, strip right here? Are you serious? But she strips down real quick anyway because that prize is way too juiced to pass up. Whoa, we're talking level 5 mutant blood here. Kong Qing is down to just her bikini, flexing a seriously hot body. She completely forgets about being shy and squeals. Wait, I get a whole pod to myself? This is miles better than just getting one tiny portion. She slides into the pod right away. Meanwhile, the old general turns to the boy Lu Sheng and says, Lu Sheng, follow me. I'm taking you to the mutant marrow pool. General Du Fei and Dong Qing lead him into the mutant marrow room. Lu Sheng walks in, looking around like, what is this place? And asks, so, this is the mutant marrow? Why is it only half full? I'm literally a general star candidate. They can't be this cheap with me, right? His future wifey shoots back. Only half? Do you even know how much cash this marrow swallowed? Over $1.5 billion? And that's just the wholesale price. If you sold this on the street, it'd go for 10 times that much. Easy. Lu Sheng is shook. Wait, 1.5 billion? Damn, okay. But what if this whole tub isn't even enough for me? Do I get a free refill or what? Dong Qing just laughs and says, why don't you finish this first, kid? Trust me, no one in the past has ever fully drained a tub this big. She turns around and says, now hop in. Soaking up this marrow is no joke, all right? Lu Sheng goes, bet, let's get this show on the road. Our boy dives right into the marrow. Stripping down, Lu Sheng is deadass ripped, showing off some seriously jacked muscles. His future wifey, the absolute baddie Dong Qing-shu, hits the start button while low-key thinking, damn, this kid is looking fine as hell. Guess he wasn't lying about working his butt off. Once he's deep in the marrow pool, he feels like he's tripping into another dimension. The power of that marrow is hitting him like a freight train. Lu Sheng grits his teeth. Ugh, this marrow power is insane. It feels like some wild living beast is crawling inside my veins. No wonder they say you can't absorb the whole thing. The strain on your body is straight up suicidal. But bring it on. I'm built different. I can take all of this. Right then, his eyes flash a wild, glowing blue-white. Whatever beast power this is, it's about to be his. A majestic blue dragon starts swirling around Lu Sheng, looking completely sick. Meanwhile, let's check back on the blood pods where Kongqing, Jia Haoren, and Jingzi are chilling. Over there, Jia Haoren is struggling hard to absorb the stuff. After a minute, he gasps for air. Man, is this really what level 5 mutant blood feels like? Looking at his pod's monitor, his instructor nods in approval. Not bad, kid. You almost sucked that whole pod dry. Guess that level 2 telekinetic rank isn't just for show. He dries his hair with one hand and clenches his fist, muttering through his teeth. This blood gave me a massive power boost, but damn, my body can't take any more right now. How about the others? The instructor says, nah, they're still in there. You're the first one out, but don't sweat it. Your main flex is mental power anyway. Your physical martial arts talent is naturally a bit behind, so you guys aren't even running the same race. That comment low-key hurts his feelings, but he forces a laugh. Yeah, you're right. Just then, Kongqing's pod pops open. She's dripping in sweat and panting, but she looks at her hands and gasps. Oh my god, this feels amazing. I drained the whole thing. I can feel myself right on the edge of hitting level 4, and my talent just leveled up too. This is crazy good. Her instructor looks hella jealous. Draining a whole pod? Damn, girl, you actually got crazy talent. Next up, Xingji steps out. He sits up, practically steaming like a hot potato, and smirks. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. This mutant blood is straight up liquid gold. Once I settle this energy, I'm instantly breaking through to level 5. His instructor bursts out laughing. You're the real deal, kid. Only took you 1 year to jump from level 4 to level 5. Man, back in my day, it took me like 10 years to pull that off. You young guns are really built different. Your clean clothes are ready. Go get changed and let's roll. Suddenly, Jia Haoran runs up, pointing his finger at Xingji like, Xingji, wait, what? You didn't even drain your pod, so how are you already breaking through? Xingji doesn't even give him the time of day and just walks past him. The instructor steps in to answer for him. Bro, he already finished one whole pod. This is his second one. Jia Haoran's jaw straight up drops. 2 pods? His eyes are ready to pop out of his skull, which means in the exact same amount of time, this guy somehow chugged down 2/3 more mutant blood than the rest of us. Jia Haoran lets out a heavy sigh. Man, I was already behind him, but now the gap is just stupid big. Kongqing, standing nearby, throws some shade. Well, you guys are playing in different leagues anyway. Geniuses have tears, honey. While those two are busy fangirling, Xingji suddenly stops dead in his tracks, staring at something that totally blows his mind. Xingzi is staring straight at the mutant marrow pool, his mind absolutely blown. He gasps, no freaking way, how is he drinking that much mutant marrow? Is he even human? It's literally unreal. While everyone else is done with their bloodbaths, Lu Sheng is still in the marrow room, chugging that power down like it's water. Everyone is glued to the monitors, ready to jump in if things go south. Du Fei asks, so? Everything going smoothly? Dong Qingshui nods. Super smooth. But he's burning through the marrow hella fast. He's already wiped out 1/4 of it. Even though Lu Sheng is taking it like an absolute champ, Du Fei still says, even if he's outclassing everyone else his age, he's still just a kid. Dump the entire emergency backup marrow stash in there. We're going for maximum gains. Suddenly, the pod lets out a loud beep. The machine operator panicked and reported, this is bad. Super bad. We got a massive problem here. The marrow fluid in the reserve tank was completely drained a while ago. What's in the chamber right now is literally the very last drop. The marrow in the chamber was dropping insanely fast. Even the old general, Du Fei, was totally shook. What the heck? When I broke through to Grandmaster, I barely even drained half a tank. Right after that, the old general pointed and ordered, hurry up, go raid the warehouse and bring more here right now. Dong Qingshui replied, yes sir, and immediately ordered her people to fetch more marrow from the storage. Du Fei walked over to the glass chamber, staring at the young Lu Sheng through the window, thinking to himself, I want to see just how big of a surprise this kid is going to give me. In no time, the marrow was topped up. Inside, the young man was still straight up chugging the marrow, a crazy golden aura quickly wrapping around Lu Sheng's entire body. He took the chance to cultivate the stellar body refining technique while absorbing the marrow. Inside the chamber, brilliant golden light was shooting out in every direction. The marrow level tanked again. And obviously, since he wasn't stopping, they had to keep dumping more in. Massive barrels of marrow kept getting dumped into the tank, but the level in the chamber just kept dropping. Obviously, Lu Sheng was just inhaling all of it. Everyone was losing their minds because the marrow level was dropping like crazy. It was gone the second they poured it in. One of them reported, "Commander, should we keep going?" Du Feiyi's face hardened, and he said with absolute certainty, "Keep feeding the kid, let him feast. There is no way he can drain the entire marrow supply of this whole military zone. Dump it all in right now." Those ginormous barrels of marrow were being poured in one after another. It was honestly unreal. The insane energy from this marrow is finally helping me complete this stage of the immortal golden body. And this is only tier 4 marrow, yet it's already this overpowered. If it were tier 5, tier 6, or even tier 7, it would be absolutely mind-blowing. The operator asked again, stuttering, "Do we still need to keep going? Commander Du?" The old general literally fell to his knees in disbelief, probably about to have a stroke. His hands were shaking, but he still stood by his choice. "More! Keep pouring until he stops. Damn it! If this brat doesn't join my Eastern Military Zone later, yours truly is going to skin him alive. Because one bottle of this costs 1 billion, and I've already burnt through 10 billion, and that's at cost price, mind you." Inside the chamber, Lu Sheng could feel the changes in his body so clearly. "I feel like a bunch of volcanoes are erupting inside me, my blood boiling like straight-up lava. Every single bone in my body is glowing gold, so bright it's blinding. This is inner force. I've officially bypassed Tier 3 and stepped into the Tier 4 martial artist rank." Lu Sheng stared at his hand in awe. His breakthrough from Tier 3 to Tier 4 was totally built different compared to anyone else. Other guys can only generate inner force, but me? Not only do I have inner force, I've also mastered Phase 1 of the immortal golden body. This physique means I've had a massive breakthrough, my entire body's combat power getting a beastly upgrade like never before. The golden glow was so blinding that the protective glass on the chamber literally started cracking. The Marrow Lab operators were completely petrified. Du Feiyi was shocked. Lu Sheng actually sucked the entire Tier 4 supply dry. The whole military zone's reserves weren't even enough for him. Seeing this, the old general Du Feiyi was filled with massive hype. Oh my god, is there a literal black hole hidden inside this kid? What kind of monster is he anyway? His future waifu, Dong Qing, was speechless, her cheeks blushing out of nowhere. Inside the chamber, thick smoke filled the air, when suddenly Lu Sheng sat straight up, his golden glow lighting up the whole room. After that, he quickly threw his shirt on, feeling like he had gotten taller. Kongjing, Xingji, and Jia Hao Ran stood outside watching, trembling in pure disbelief. Xingji gritted his teeth. Why? Why is he so strong that I don't even have a sliver of hope to catch up? No, actually, he's so broken I can't even picture it in my wildest dreams. Why? If even Xingji couldn't wrap his head around it, Kongjing and Jia Hao Ran were completely done for, standing there looking totally defeated. Seeing this, his future waifu Dong Qing couldn't help but sigh. "Lu Sheng, you're literally stronger than me now, and it hasn't even been 2 full months. That's insane." Suddenly, the old general Du Feiyi yelled out to Lu Sheng, catching him totally off guard. Du Feiyi's voice boomed again. "Take my strike. Respect your elders." The old general was no joke, waves of blue energy bursting from his body. Dong Qing was worried, sick, and screamed, "Commander!" Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was pure confidence, fire bursting all over him. He clenched his fists and got into a stance to block the hit, flames roaring like crazy. Du Feiyi was low-key impressed. "Not bad, kid. You actually got a bit of his old swag." The two attacks crashed into each other with a massive boom, sending the operators in the room running for their lives. The shockwave was insane. Qingji was shook. Whoa, is this a clash between two grandmasters? Lu Sheng got blown back, sliding a long way back and stumbling. Then he looked up and said, "Commander Du, you went way too hard. I literally just broke through to Tier 4. The old man landed, totally skeptical. "Tier 4? Haha. Golden bones, jade flesh, the classic grandmaster look. Your combat power is easily over 500,000. Kid, you still claim you're just Tier 4? Lu Sheng just shrugged and replied, "But I really am Tier 4. Suddenly, Du Feiyi lost his patience and snapped, "Yours truly doesn't care if you're Tier 4 or not. You just drank nearly 15 billion worth of my marrow. Giving you one punch is letting you off easy. Wanna bet I won't throw another one?" The room was a complete mess, and Lu Sheng was breaking a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Qin Shaojun, who just saw Lu Sheng block Commander Du's punch, was clutching his head, jaw completely on the floor. Yo, is this a joke? Commander Du is a literal Tier 7 Grandmaster, for real. The combat power of his direct punch is at least 1 million, and yet Lu Sheng blocked and completely neutralized it. Kongjing, Jia Hao Ran, and Xingji were sweating bullets. Kongjing's eyes rolled back, and all three of them stood there with their mouths wide open in pure shock. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng just strolled out looking fly and cool as hell. Jia Hao Ran was shaking, pointing his finger and literally laughing through tears. Ha ha ha, are we seriously taking the same exam as this guy? I've never heard of a Chiming rising star being this insanely overpowered. Kong Jing was so terrified she looked like she was gonna pass out, her soul literally leaving her body. Dongqing Shui glanced over, watching Lu Sheng while listening to instructor Qin talk. This kid Lu Sheng is straight up stronger than me now, and he's only 18. Like, the dude hasn't even taken the national entrance exam yet. Suddenly, Qin Xiaojun's eyes went wide. He jumped out of his skin and blurted, "Wait, the entrance exam?" Dongqing Shui thought about it for a sec. Looking smug and totally confident, she said, "The Dragon Ascending title is absolutely Lu Sheng's this time." Meanwhile, Xingji was still low-key struggling with his own thoughts. Man, I knew I was weaker than him, but I deadass didn't think the gap would be this massive. 500,000 combat power? A level 4 warrior packing the power of a peak level 6? What's gonna happen when he hits level 5 or level 6? His power is straight up gonna blow past 1 million. Even if he's not a Grandmaster, he's basically gonna leave them all in the dust. Plus, he's already flexing his Grandmaster's will. His path to the top is basically already paved for him. Just thinking about it. Our boy Lu Sheng is built different. Xingzi squatted down, questioning his entire life. I mean, even the amount of exotic marrow the guy absorbed was way more than his own. Is the gap between us and him really that huge? Right next to them, Lu Sheng was low-key feeling awkward in front of veteran General Du Fei. He scratched his head and said, did I really absorb 1.5 billion worth of marrow? Haha, Commander Du, you're way too generous. Du Fei turned around, looking serious, and snapped. All right, cut the thank yous. Just make sure you slaughter a ton of exotic beasts on the battlefield. Don't go wasting my Eastern Military District's marrow fluid, you hear me? Lu Sheng confidently locked in. That's a given. Fighting enemies on the front lines is what being a warrior is all about. Plus, since I took all these resources, I've got to put in twice the work. Du Fei smiled, totally satisfied. Haha, stepping up without a second thought. You actually look a bit like the Grand Marshal. He turned around and laughed. Ha, next time I see you, you'll probably already be a Grandmaster. I'm waiting for that day. Ha ha ha. His future wife, Dong Qingshu, walked over to Lu Sheng and said, "The Rising Star program is officially a wrap. Now you can focus all your energy on the entrance exam." She looked at him and asked, "Have you decided which university you're applying to yet?" He asked, "Got any good recommendations, Instructor Dong?" It seemed like Lu Sheng completely missed what she was actually trying to say. She advised him, "With your crazy strength, you can literally walk into any martial arts university in the Dragon Kingdom. And around here in the East, Dongning Martial Arts University is the absolute best. Since you're from Dongning Province, they'll give you insane perks and benefits across the board." The kid rubbed his chin, eyes wide as he thought, Dongning Martial Arts University. Wait, isn't that Dong Qingshui's old school? But Dong Qingshui kept going. "If you asked me a month ago, I definitely would have told you to choose Dongning." Dong Qingshui raised one finger, looking confident. "But right now, I say go to the capital. The capital has the 7 sacred martial arts universities that's the birthplace of the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts. And it's on a whole different level. All the absolute top beasts in martial arts gather there. It's a real playground of crouching tigers and hidden dragons." Dong Qingshui gestured with her hands to drive the point home. "If you can somehow break the record of the Sacred Martial Tower, you might actually catch the eye of a martial sage. Becoming a martial sage's disciple basically guarantees a shot at breaking through to level 8 Grandmaster." Hearing this, Lu Sheng was super curious and went, "Martial sage?" Dong Qingshu looked at him and frowned. Then she kept going, "A martial sage is the absolute peak of this world. Their power is straight up beyond imagination, and they hold absolute power, even rising above the military and the state itself." She laid it out for him. Right now in the Dragon Kingdom, there are only 3 level 9 martial sages. They're Extreme Path Martial Sage, Zhao Ji, Bright Jade Martial Sage, Tan Zhongyu, and Dark Star Martial Sage, Lin Zhenyo. Hearing this, Lu Sheng broke a sweat. He recalled from the Fire Seed system that the highest level in this world is level 9, meaning a martial sage is at the absolute peak of the food chain. Dong Qingshui continued, "So I can't choose for you because honestly, I can feel it." Staring at Lu Sheng, she said with massive expectations, "Your future. You're gonna go way further than anyone else. You might even rival a martial sage." Hearing this, Lu Sheng was sweating bullets. He had no idea Dong Qingshui thought so highly of him. His gaze went cold. A level 9 martial sage. I've got 3 supreme level 11 techniques. In the future, I'm definitely going past those 2 words, martial sage. Standing nearby, Qin Xiaojun overheard their convo and thought, "Man, isn't that setting the bar a bit too high?" Right now, Lu Sheng is only level 4, but he's already going toe-to-toe with level 9 martial sages. But then he instantly shuts that thought down. Nah, maybe his own standards are just way too basic. The insane talent this kid is packing is something he's literally never heard of before. So honestly, nothing is set in stone yet. Dong Qingsui continued. In the entire Dragon Kingdom military, the Grand Marshal is the highest rank, but even they're only a level 8 Grandmaster. As for level 9 Martial Sages, we don't have a single one. Lu Sheng asked. Why's that? Isn't it just a one-level difference? Can't the military just dump all their resources to help one person break through? Qin Shaojun walked over and said, It's not that simple, kid. Creating just one level 8 Grandmaster already uses up every single top-tier resource the military has. We don't even know how much insane resources a level 9 would take. Besides, the gap between level 8 and level 9 is a whole different world. Dong Qingshui's face turned serious as she added, Having a level 9 martial sage is my dream, and it's what the military has always wanted too. She looked at him and said, Honestly, as a lieutenant colonel in the Eastern Military Region, I should be telling you to stay here in the East. That way, there's a high chance you'd join our military district. But our wishes shouldn't be a chain that holds you back. Your path should be decided by you. Hearing Dong Qingsui say this, Lu Sheng suddenly flashed back to that wedding photo of them. Sweating bullets, the kid lowered his head and let out a deep breath. Then, he tightly clenched his fists, locking back in. Thank you, Instructor Dong Qingshu. I really appreciate you looking out for me. But just like what I promised Commander Du, fighting on the front lines to protect our home is a warrior's lifelong duty. I'll never forget how much the Eastern Military District has backed me up. Hearing this, Dong Qingsui was genuinely happy. Then, her cheeks flushed super cute and rosy as she mumbled, that's good. Honestly, even I can't help but swoon over a student like this. Qin Shaojun looked at the two of them standing there, both of their faces turning red like tomatoes, feeling totally clueless. Instructor Qin's eyes went wide, and he covered his mouth with one hand, gasping, Oh ho, what kind of romantic drama is this? Even I'm blushing just watching them. Dong Qingshui kept on chatting with Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng, now that the selection's wrapped up, you still got a few days before the college entrance exam. You should hit up the Spiritualist Association as soon as possible to pass the evaluation. It'll make logging into the StarNet a whole lot easier. Lu Sheng nodded with a smirk and said, All right, let me pack up my gear, and I'm out. Seeing him turn around, Dong Qingshui hesitated, like she had more to say. The second Lu Sheng walked out the door, Qin Shaojun slid over to tease her. Heh, we've been tight for years, but I ain't ever seen you make a face like that, not gonna lie. You got a thing for Lu Sheng, don't you? Blushing, Dong Qingshui pretended to tap on her tablet and snapped, What kind of BS are you spitting? I didn't mean anything by it. Yeah, right, like you don't. Next thing you know, Instructor Qin got 2 massive bumps on his head, while Instructor Dong stomped off in a total rage. She dashed behind a wall to hide, her face turned red as a tomato, and her mind was totally filled with just one name, Lu Sheng. Man, they really say when a girl says no, she means yes. The next day, somewhere in the skies of Dongning Province, one helicopter was hovering low. The engine was roaring across the whole area. Inside the chopper were Dong Qingshu, Lu Sheng, and Instructor Qin. The door was wide open, with the wind howling inside like crazy. The howling wind mixed with the deafening engine noise made talking super hard. Standing in the back, Dong Qingshui yelled, Lu Sheng, you sure you want to drop here? Our boy Lu Sheng was already standing by the door and yelled back, Yeah, here. It's totally deserted. Worried sick about her young crush, Dong Qingshui made a suggestion. Then wait till the chopper drops a bit lower, and I'll toss down the rope ladder. But man, Lu Sheng was totally clueless about the girl's feelings. No need. The second he said that, he leaned back and waved goodbye. See ya, Instructor Dong. Whoa, hold up, bro. Instructor Qin was right there on the chopper, but our guy only said goodbye to his future wifey, Dong Qingshu. Seeing Lu Sheng freefall, Dong Qingsui panicked. Ignoring the danger, she leaned out the chopper door to look down. From way up there, Lu Sheng looked like one tiny speck in the middle of a massive forest. In no time, Lu Sheng was closing in on the ground. Watching this extreme stunt, Instructor Qin gasped. What the hell? Is that kid suicidal? We're at least over 200 meters up, and it's not like he's wearing a parachute. Dong Qingshui quickly reassured Instructor Qin, while also trying to calm her own racing heart. He'll be fine, he definitely won't splat. Don't forget, he's way stronger than me. Hearing her say that, Qin Shaojun finally relaxed a bit, fair point. But damn, that kid is straight up nuts. Lu Sheng plunged down like a boss, his whole body wrapped in a blinding golden glow. Down in the forest, one little kid and one young guy were trekking through. The kid spotted him and pointed up, totally speechless. The guy beside him shielded his eyes to see what it was. Freaking out, the kid grabbed the guy's arm and asked, Whoa, is that a superhero? Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was hurtling down, his aura getting crazy intense. Squinting to get a better look, the guy in orange replied, No, that's a martial artist. A crazy strong one. At least level 6, maybe even a grandmaster. Free falling, Lu Sheng felt his entire body, his skin, muscles, bones, And even his organs had undergone one massive upgrade, totally blowing past any normal level 4. His defensive talent was way more terrifying than any level 5 or even level 6 martial artist. One drop of water falling from that high would splat, and a rock would, well, crack the ground. Boom. One massive blast shook the earth, sending dust flying everywhere. That was Lu Sheng sticking the landing, completely shielded by his blinding golden glow as thick smoke billowed out. Once the smoke cleared, it showed our boy Lu Sheng standing tall, with one massive crater carved out behind him. He looked off into the distance toward Dongying City. Lu Sheng stretched his limbs. After reaching level 4, internal force surged through his whole body, and it was still constantly generating. He hopped down thinking, it'll probably take one whole month to fully generate everything, but weirdly my internal force is gold, while other martial artists are completely colorless. Just like what Dufay said last time, golden bones and jade flesh, the mark of a grandmaster. It really shows how OP the immortal golden body is. Lu Sheng smirked, having those golden flash effects every time he makes a move. Now that style, super dope. That's straight up peak. Dawning Province is right ahead. I gotta get to the Spiritualist Association as soon as possible to finish my evaluation, so logging into the StarNet is a breeze. Word is, if the results are good, I can even get bonus points on the national exam. Right after thinking that, Lu Sheng dashed off like a bullet. The guy in orange and the kid just happened to witness this. Both of them couldn't believe their eyes, jaws dropped, breaking out in a cold sweat. He's way too young, seriously. This should be impossible. He must have used some crazy high-tech sci-fi gear to survive a drop like that without a scratch. But before he could even process it, Lu Sheng had already vanished. The guy in orange was totally dumbfounded. Unable to process what he just saw, he tried to play it cool and told the kid something more believable. There's no superhero, kid. They're just shooting a movie. In no time, Lu Sheng arrived at the Spiritualist Association. Besides the guy standing next to him, there were 2 girls and a bald old dude taking the test. Watching the bald old dude play around with one purple orb and one stream of energy, Lu Sheng thought to himself, so, this is the test. The orb turned pink, wobbling back and forth between the bald guy's 2 hands. He was sweating bullets, trying his absolute hardest. Almost there. Don't touch. No sooner said than done, the orb bumped into the blue boundary on one side and cracked. Then it turned purple again and rolled onto the floor. The bald guy clutched his head and wailed. Failed again. Xiao Li, standing nearby, was writing down the score. The bald guy's eyes rolled back in utter despair. This is my 6th time taking this damn exam. Xiao Li turned to him and said, Sir, at your age, it's pretty hard to make any new breakthroughs. Just go home. No need to show up next time. Xiao Li kept calling names. Fei Fei, you're up. This is your 3rd try, right? Sensing that Xiao Li thought she was a serial failure, Fei Fei snapped back immediately. So what? Mind your own business. I was a level 1 spiritualist at 20. Now I'm only 25, so failing the level 2 exam is totally normal, alright? Then she glances back at that bald dude and goes, Bro, that old head is literally pushing 50. We are not the same. Alright. Xiao Li wasn't about to waste his breath arguing with her, so he was just like, whatever, just go ahead. Suddenly, she stops dead in her tracks. Wait, who's this random kid? Jing Xuan, standing right there, introduces him. He's the guy Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qing from the Eastern District sent over. Be nice, okay? Shui Fei takes one look at him and sighs. Damn, he's so young. He's actually a psychic too? Guess if you're handsome, girls will literally throw themselves at you wherever you go. Seeing a young cutie like Lu Sheng, Shui Fei instantly shoots him a playful wink. She rests her chin on her hand, staring intensely at Lu Sheng without even blinking, thinking, hold up, this little bro is low-key fine as hell though. Then she leans in to say hi. Hey there, little bro, I'm Shui Fei. Honestly shocked you're already a psychic at your age. Your first time taking the test, right? If you're lost, just hit me up. Big sis can teach you a thing or two. Lu Sheng just gives her the cold shoulder and says, Thanks. Yeah, first time. Was that the actual exam just now? Shui Fei immediately breaks it down for him. Bingo. There are 3 parts in total. First, we use a machine to test your psychic power's strength and purity. After that, it's the control test. You gotta control a bunch of small, solid iron balls under a time limit and guide them all through a glass wall without even grazing the glass. But this glass wall is crazy fragile. If even one ball taps it, it'll shatter instantly. That guy before was testing for level 1, so he only had to get through 1 layer. I'm going for level 2, which means I gotta pass 5 layers. Shui Fei sighs deeply. Level 1 is literally a breeze, but level 2 is straight up killing me. God, please let me pass this time. I deadass cannot face coming back here for a 4th time. Right then, Xiao Li calls her name again. Shui Fei, you're up. She drags her feet over to the testing area, mumbling, coming. Her face goes completely serious. Stepping up, she places her hand near a glowing yellow crystal for the scan. The screen flashes her results instantly. Psychic strength, 11.33. Purity, 1.02. Shuefei lights up instantly, letting out a huge sigh of relief. Phew. I cleared the baseline. Xiaoli nods. Not bad. You hit the basic psychic requirement. Now all that's left is the control test. Xiaoli leads her over to the next station, pointing at the iron beads and the glass panes set up in front of them. Same drill as always. 15 solid iron balls, and you gotta weave them through 5 glass panes. Lu Sheng stands back, keeping his eyes glued to the setup and listening intently. Xiaoli pulls out a stopwatch and announces, "Your limit is 20 seconds. Shuefei shuts her eyes, locking in, and replies, "Do it." Shuefei's eyes light up, and this pink energy starts radiating all over her. Lu Sheng watches closely, thinking, so that's how they do it. Controlling 15 solid iron weapons at the same time is low-key a massive strain, even for a level 2 psychic. Shuefei starts guiding the beads through the glass. She has to keep her psychic power completely steady, because even the tiniest wobble from those iron balls will instantly shatter the glass. And trying to micromanage 15 balls at once? This whole test is absolutely no joke. She's got to be insanely precise. Right now, Shuefei is totally locked in. She directs the iron balls toward the glass, her pink energy wrapping around every single one of them. As the balls creep closer to the first glass pane, she's already sweating bullets. But once they slide safely through the first layer, she lets out a silent cheer. Nice. First layer down. She refocuses, keeping the same steady vibe. The second layer is a success too, and she quickly realigns the balls. Third layer. Clear. Crushing 3 glass panes in a row gets her hyped. She thinks, almost at the 4th layer, I can definitely secure my level 2 psychic badge today. But right when she's riding high and feeling herself, Xiaoli drops a bomb that totally kills her vibe. Time's up on attempt number 1. You failed. The iron balls clatter to the floor, leaving Shuefei slumped over and panting. Frustrated and super salty, she mutters, "Are you kidding me? God damn it." But she shakes it off pretty fast. Phew, it's fine. That was just a warm-up anyway. Let's run it back. Shuefei takes control of the balls again. Lu Sheng, watching from behind this whole time, mutters to himself, this is actually kinda cool. Xiaoli asks her, "Ready to go?" Round 2, and Shuefei gets in position. Begin. Once again, those same annoying glass panes are staring her down. She locks in, guiding the balls through the first layer. Passed! Clenching her fists, she tells herself, "Okay, just like that, keep pushing." She swiftly drives them through the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th layers. Clear! There are still 12 seconds left on the clock. She's actually got a shot at this. She handles those iron balls with extra care. 15 balls swarm the last pane of glass, slipping through the round holes. But then, out of nowhere, crack. Spiderweb cracks instantly spread across the glass. Shuefei loses it, her eyes blanking out as her jaw completely drops. Her knees buckle, and she plops straight onto the floor. The iron balls tumble down around her. Completely devastated, she whispers, "I failed." Again. Xiaoli asks, "Want to run it back one more time?" But at this point, Shuefei is completely drained of energy and patience. Hanging her head, she says, "Nah, I'm just too trash at this. I'm never gonna pass." Suddenly, Lu Sheng speaks up from behind. "Actually, you easily could." He breaks it down for her smoothly. "You got the raw talent to clear this. You're just doing it wrong. Use your head a bit. Stop just staring at what's right in front of you. You gotta look further back." Shuefei looks back at him, totally confused. "Wait, what? What's that supposed to mean?" Lu Sheng starts dissecting her strategy, giving his new big sis a play-by-play analysis. "So, what you did was stop at each pane to align every single ball before squeezing them through, and then you did the exact same thing for the next hole on the glass behind it. It's not totally wrong, but it takes way too long and drains your energy like crazy. This test is checking your processing power as a psychic. From the very start, you need to map out exactly which hole every single ball is going to take." Hearing Lu Sheng lay it out like that, Shuefei's eyes go wide, completely locked onto him. Lu Sheng keeps going. "Think of every hole as a waypoint. Connect those points together in your head, and boom, there's your complete path. All you gotta do is control those 15 iron balls to clear 15 different paths." Hearing this absolutely blows Shuefei's mind. Like, how does a level 1 scrub even know this kind of high-level stuff? Lu Sheng slides in, leans down to grab Shuefei's hand, and asks, "Isn't this way easier? This guy is a straight-up opportunist, no cap." Shuefei is totally caught off guard by his move, stammering out, yeah. That actually makes a ton of sense." Xiao Li, standing right next to them, hears Lu Sheng's big brain breakdown and is totally floored. "You're smart, kid, but executing it is a whole different beast. No one can map out 15 different paths in a split second, let alone calculate the distance between every single hole and the exact speed needed to clear them." Our boy Lu Sheng immediately claps back. "You've got it all wrong. For regular folks, and this math might be a massive headache, but for a spiritual master, it's literally child's play. And right after dropping that flex, Lu Sheng decides to show them how it's done. Watch closely, he says, leaving Shui Fei completely frozen in shock. Lu Sheng grabs every single iron ball out of the box and drops a casual, "I'm only showing you this once." Seeing every single ball in the box levitate on Lu Sheng's command, Xiao Li gasps. He's literally controlling all these solid iron balls at once. Our boy Lu Sheng raises 2 fingers, eyes glowing like crazy as he focuses his power. Go! With just one word from Lu Sheng, the balls shoot up into the air and perfectly assemble into a giant cube. Next, the balls line up in a perfect stream, hugging the glass layers below. One by one, they zip right through the tiny circular holes. In the blink of an eye, the entire batch clears the first layer. Lu Sheng keeps steering the balls like a boss. A blinding blue energy surges wildly from his palm. Thousands of iron spheres are about to pass through, not just one layer, not even 10, but over 50 glass sheets all at the exact same time. But for our main man, this is an absolute walk in the park. Lu Sheng recalls all the iron balls and says casually, "The logic is simple, you just gotta execute them in order." Watching Lu Sheng wrap it up so freaking fast, Shui Fei is left standing there completely brain dead. Lu Sheng turns around and asks, "Yo, examiner, how many seconds was that?" Xiao Li, literally shaking, stammers, 11. Wait, no, exactly 10 seconds. Both she and Jingswan are staring wide-eyed, completely shook. Our boy Lu Sheng just puts his hands on his hips and shrugs. For my first try, that wasn't too bad." Hearing him say, "my first try," makes the blonde hottie Shui Fei gasp. "Wait, your first time?" Lu Sheng turns around, locking eyes with her as he asks, "Well, did you catch all that?" Shui Fei's eyes go wide as saucers as she breaks into a cold sweat. In her mind, she's literally worshipping him like some kind of god. She forces a bright smile and says, "I saw it, yeah. But how on earth did you actually pull that off? I'm completely lost." Staring at Lu Sheng, she thinks, "It's like watching a straight-up magician do mind-boggling tricks right in front of me. I can see every single move he makes, but I have absolutely no clue how it works so magically." Xiao Li is sweating buckets as she tries to wrap her head around it, controlling a massive cluster of iron balls through dozens of glass layers with literally thousands of holes, all in just 10 seconds? The mental math behind that has got to be so insanely massive and complex, you wouldn't even know where to start. Xiao Li whips her head around and frantically tells Jing Xuan, "Quick, go get President Jiang. We've got a major situation here." The guy quickly replies, "On it." Cut to the president's office. This bald old geezer named Jiang is scowling with pure annoyance. "My hand is absolute trash. Teamed up with a scrub like you, my luck is literally in the gutter." He grinds his teeth, incredibly salty. "Damn it, even having level 4 spiritual power doesn't make me a god-tier card player." That same guy sprints all the way to President Jiang's office. He doesn't even knock, he just busts the door wide open and screams in a panic, "President, emergency! You need to check the computer files right now." The old man Snap replies, "What are you losing your mind for?" But the second he clicks on the file, he gasps, "Wait, what?" The guy whispers the whole scoop into his ear, like, "So here's how it went down," and then boom, that happened. The old man breaks into a cold sweat, stammering, "Are you for real right now, or are you capping?" Jing Xuan points to the screen and says, "Why would I lie to you? That Lu Sheng kid is about to test his spiritual power index right now. Just watch." On the monitor, President Jiang watches Lu Sheng place his hand on the golden stone block to run the spiritual power test. A blinding burst of light erupts from Lu Sheng's palm, totally illuminating the room. The two girls have to block their eyes because the glare is just way too intense. Old Jiang bites his nails, totally baffled. What's up with this crazy glowing light? Right then, the results pop up. The screen reads, Spiritual power intensity 435.87, spiritual purity 126.02. The numbers have our two girls completely brain lagging with massive question marks over their heads. They're staring at the screen, utterly speechless. Shui Fei literally points at the machine, totally skeptical. Is this thing broken or what? These numbers are absolutely insane. Xiao Li breaks into a cold sweat as she does the math. The standard purity for a level 1 telekinetic in the association is just 1, and even a level 4 is only 10. Our actual president is only a level 4, and yet this kid standing here looks like a straight-up high schooler. Looking at Lu Sheng, she's completely stunned his purity is over 20 times higher than a typical level 4 telekinetic. What does this even mean? Is that even legal? Haha, this is some straight-up cheat code behavior, for real. Old President Jiang sprints all the way from his office to the testing room, yelling from down the hall, Xiao Li. Arriving completely out of breath, he points a shaky finger at the machine, panting, Xiao Li, check if this machine is busted. Does it need a reboot or something? Xiao Li quickly shoots back. President, the machine is totally fine. It just calibrated those two perfectly fine. If you don't believe me, test it yourself. Lu Sheng crosses his arms, looking totally clueless. Is there a problem with the numbers? Old Jiang quickly waves both hands to play it cool. But deep down, the old man is shaking in his boots. He stammers, Mr. Lu, we don't mean anything by it. It's just, your score is so insanely cracked, it's literally hard to wrap our heads around. Are you like the secret descendant of some level 7 Grandmaster or a level 8 telekinetic titan? Our boy Lu Sheng gives a straight-up honest answer. Nah, I don't have some crazy powerful background. I'm just a regular kid from an ordinary family. You must be President Jiang, right? Let's get the final test rolling. Old Jiang dabs the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief, stammering, Mr. Lu, with power like yours, do you even need to take the final stage? Wouldn't that just be a hassle? Lu Sheng fires back with absolute confidence. Not at all. It's just a quick, easy test. I can wrap it up in no time. And just like that, before he even finishes speaking, he's already controlling the iron balls. Seeing this, Xiao Li quickly slaps the stopwatch and yells, Time starts now! We're at 1.88 seconds. Those spheres are straight up chasing each other down the test path, gliding through all those crazy twists and turns. They're tearing through the glass sheet so fast they look like a majestic green dragon. 2.0 seconds flat, but my boy Lu Sheng is determined to push it even faster. The balls are just slipping through those glass holes like it's nothing. We're at 4 seconds now, and boom, just like that, they're all through. Lu Sheng's giving them this super smug look. Second run is already feeling way smoother. He's probably thinking, ain't no way that took more than 5 seconds, right? Staring at her stopwatch, Xiao Li is like, 3.5 seconds. Seriously under 5. Man, just holding that timer is giving her major stage fright. Xie Fei is shaking like a leaf again, muttering to herself, this is literally several times harder than the last test, but he cleared it even faster? And he's saying it's just because he got a little used to it on his second try? Haha, look at how chill he is. Lu Sheng hasn't even hit his limit yet. Chairman Jiang's jaw is straight up on the floor. This kind of power is easily approaching Grandmaster level telekinesis. I feel like my face just got blasted by 100 rockets. Literally speechless right now. And by rockets, he means that godly poker hand. That's an instant win. The old man sighs. Sigh. The new generation always pushes out the old, leaving us dinosaurs to rot on the beach. Like, damn, this kid is a total freak of nature. He literally just wiped the floor with us. Shaking in his boots, he nervously says to Lu Sheng, Mr. Lu, your skills are officially recognized by our association. I'll personally get your certificate and badge sorted out right away. He rubs his hands with a fakish grin, saying, but look, the highest we can certify here is a level 4 telekinetic. If you want anything higher than level 4, you gotta hit up the main headquarters in the capital. Is that cool with you? Lu Sheng scratches his head like, yeah, sure, why not? But hey, Chairman Jiang, I'm just a high school kid prepping for the finals, so chill out, alright? Hearing that almost gave the old man a stroke. CFA is sweating bullets, completely tongue-tied. Young Master Lu, mind if I ask how old you actually are? Our boy snaps back. I'm 18, duh. Did you guys think I'm some ancient demon who's lived for hundreds of years disguising myself as a high schooler? Lu Sheng literally bounces around, flexing his young, energetic 18-year-old self. Ha ha ha. Xie Fei blushes hard and asks, wait, how'd you read my mind? The dude just shakes his head. Bro, you need to lay off those trashy fantasy novels. Then he crosses his arms and says, I got the college entrance exams in 2 months. Honestly, if this telekinetic license didn't give me bonus points for the test, I wouldn't have even bothered showing up here. Xie Fei glances at Lu Sheng with this super cute face and says, I still have one more shot at the test. Should I try again? Duh. Of course you should. You can totally pass this. Just relax a bit. Before the words even leave his mouth, my boy straight up grabs her in a hug. Talk about a smooth operator! This totally catches CFA off guard, making her blush like crazy. She's embarrassed, but honestly, she's not even mad about it. Lu Sheng wraps one arm around her waist, grabs her hand, and guides her step by step. Look, just feel the sphere like this. Seeing him get so close, Xie Fei's heart goes pit-a-pat. She's probably thinking, man, this kid is a total player. But after Lu Sheng's hands-on coaching, Xie Fei gets her head in the game and starts controlling those balls like a boss. In no time, Xie Fei sees all the iron balls clear the glass sheets and goes wild. Hell yeah, I actually passed. Xie Fei beams, turning to Lu Sheng with a huge grin. Our boy smiles back. Like, see? Told ya. Honestly, it wasn't even that hard, but only because you're a great coach. Chairman Jiang shares the hype and announces, congrats to you both for passing. Let's grab some grub together tonight. To celebrate Dongning Province landing its second level 4 telekinetic, Lu Sheng walks over to shake old Jiang's hand and say thanks. But yeah, we can skip dinner. But then, seeing the pure, puppy dog enthusiasm shining in their eyes, Lu Sheng starts to backtrack. He's basically forced to say yes to the old man's invite. Sigh, fine, count me in. Old Jiang and Xie Fei literally cheer when Lu Sheng says yes. Then, the old man fills in his VIP guest. Mr. Lu, our association actually has a private hotel just for VIPs like you. Go get some rest and we'll pick you up tonight. Hearing this, Xie Fei eagerly chips in. I got a ride. Leave the driving to me. She beats her chest like she's super reliable. Once they hit the parking lot, Xie Fei even pops the door open for Lu Sheng to hop in. Man, being hot really gets you that VIP treatment. Lu Sheng is just like, all right, thanks, and slides into the car. Old Jiang waves from outside. See ya tonight. From the passenger seat, Lu Sheng waves back. Sure, see ya, Chairman Jiang. The car speeds off, leaving old Jiang standing there waving like a dork. The car is zooming down the street, weaving past traffic. Xie Fei is driving but keeps blushing, stealing glances at Lu Sheng through the rearview mirror. She's thinking, on the outside, he looks just like some average teenage kid. But who would have guessed he's a level 4 telekinetic beast who has even the association boss kissing his feet? He's young, hot, has a killer body, and his talent is just straight up illegal. After staring at him for a bit, she facepalms as she remembers all those trust fund babies she usually has to deal with, who do nothing but flex. Bunch of clowns, honestly. Just straight up walking trash. Just remembering them saying, I love you, Fi makes her want to gag. But while she's daydreaming about Lu Sheng, Xie Fei suddenly realizes something. She sneaks a peek at him, cold sweat dripping down her face. Turns out, my boy, Lu Sheng is staring right back at her with this super weird look. Xie Fei panics, eyes wide, jaw dropped, thinking, oh my god, Lu Sheng is staring at me. What does that mean? Wait, is he? She looks down, totally stressed. No way, we literally just met. But then, she gets this sudden burst of confidence. Hold up, teenage boys going through puberty usually dig older, hot girls, and I'm pretty gorgeous, got a smoking hot body, basically the ultimate baddie. No cap, a hot older girl and a younger guy is a total classic. We could definitely make this work. Just as she's fantasizing about bagging this younger guy, Fi gets another brain blast. She slams her foot on the gas. Hell yeah, you gotta lock this down, Xie Fei. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng is just sitting there completely clueless, like, what the hell is going on? Xie Fei is totally that girl zero losses in the dating game, and she straight up dominates the racetrack too. Like, zoom, the car tears through the wind, and then screech. She randomly slams on the brakes. Talk about crazy driving skills. Her cheeks are burning bright red, her brain's literally about to short circuit from overthinking, and she stammers out, we're here, Lu Sheng. But our boy has absolutely zero game and just wants to get the hell out of the car. He's like, oh cool, thanks for the ride. Xie Fei keeps stuttering, trying to shoot her shot. So, what are we doing next? No clue if this dude is just playing dumb or what, but he shuts her down instantly. Alright, you better step on it and get out of here. Xie Fei's eyes go wide as saucers and she's like, wait, what? Huh? Run? Why the hell would I run? Our boy casually points out that she was flying down the road and blew through 5 red lights. And now? There are 2 cop cars hot on her tail. Xie Fei completely panics, her eyes going blank. Like, damn, she just wanted to get some action. Why is flirting so freaking hard? Lu Sheng just keeps preaching. Look, I get you're a mind master and all, but maybe drive a bit safer next time? Xie Fei slams her foot on the gas and peels out, screaming from inside the car. Mr. Lu, I'll pick you up tonight. Cut to his hotel room, where the TV screen is showing He Lingzu's face. Our boy mutters, damn, He Lingzu is actually killing it. The news anchor announces that starting today, Baihe City's Hangtian Duong Pharmacy is rebranding to Lu Sheng Pharmaceutical, and they're dropping a brand new product, the Spirit Refining Blood Stirring Decoction 9. He Lingzu steps up and boasts, this is a literal game changer. It's going to completely rewrite what a tonic even means. The world's martial arts scene is entering a whole new era. Hearing her big announcement, Lu Sheng just clicks his tongue. Like, seriously? Rebranding and launching a whole new drug without even giving him a heads up? Dude literally owns 90% of the shares here. He finally checks his phone and whoops. He's got a ton of missed calls from He Lingzu. Dude was too busy dealing with his admirer to even notice. Okay, my bad, I guess. He flops onto the bed, totally wiped out after a long-ass day. Tomorrow, he'll head back to Baihe City and dive into the dream world to see how massive this Lu Sheng pharmaceutical company actually gets in the future. Once he's in the dream world, a massive wave of info pops up right away. Damn, okay, I see you. He Lingzu actually got some moves. Using just a basic-ass version of the decoction, she built a multi-hundred-billion-dollar empire that dominates the entire pharma industry. Not gonna lie, he's actually starting to respect her. But then, he spots something totally whack. Scrolling down to He Lingzu's bio, husband. Lieutenant General of the Eastern Military District, Lu Sheng. Our boy literally falls backward off his feet. Yo, what the absolute hell is this? Who modified my bio like this? He checks his own profile and gets hit with round 2 of pure shock. His jaw literally drops. Wait, what? Wives: Lieutenant Colonel of the Eastern Military District, Dong Qing-shui, and the chairwoman of Lu Sheng Pharma, He Ling-su, highest rank, Lieutenant General. He stammers to himself, Dong Qing-shu and He Ling-su. 2 wives? Like, at the same time? He literally wants to bow down to this crazy system, or honestly, just bow down to his own ridiculous life. What kind of absolute savage does he become in the future? Like, why is his love life just one mind-blowing twist after another? Is a 3rd wife gonna randomly pop up next? He takes a deep breath, patting his chest to keep from losing his mind. Phew, chill. The future is always shifting anyway, so this could all change in a bit. He shakes it off and orders, "Yo, AI, pull up the info on the spirit-refining blood-stirring decoction." But the AI shuts him down. Access denied. Your clearance isn't high enough to search for formulas above level 5. Lu Sheng just smirks, thinking, "Heh, my theory was totally spot on." He leaked the formula back in martial arts, year 300. And after 10,000 years of evolution, that basic, trash-tier potion has evolved into a high-tier, legendary formula above level 5. If that's how it works, all I gotta do is leak more future tech right now. That gives humanity 10,000 extra years to study it, which will push human science to a whole new level. Could this actually stop the apocalypse in the future? He snaps his fingers. AI, search world history, and damn, it actually worked. The doomsday countdown has been pushed back by over a dozen years compared to his last search. That means just sharing one basic formula bought humanity an extra dozen years of survival. So, what if I leaked those 3 ultimate god-tier cultivation arts from those level 11 grandmasters? If he dropped those on the world, could he completely rewrite humanity's doom? But then, Lu Sheng's eyes dim with doubt. Nah, it's not that simple. Even if releasing them in year 300 could save the future, doing it right now would absolutely break the world. The entire social order would collapse instantly. Society would turn into pure chaos, and he and his family would be thrown right into the eye of the storm. God only knows what kind of nightmare that would end up being. Just thinking about it stresses him out. And if that stunt still failed to save humanity, the last spark of future martial arts tech inside him would be snuffed out forever. Humanity would have zero hope left. Lu Sheng drops to his knees on the floor. He realizes the smartest move is to grind until he's actually overpowered, until he can completely control the board before slowly rolling out those arts. The fragile humanity of year 300 needs a proper leader. Looking down at the sprawling city below, Lu Sheng feels the massive weight on his shoulders. That leader has to be him. Waking up from the dream, Lu Sheng is feeling himself. Since he's got a hot date tonight, he decides to drip out, putting on a sleek, high-class suit. The boy is looking sharp as hell. The girls are definitely gonna lose their minds. As he's fixing his collar, he suddenly remembers something. Oh shoot, I completely ghosted He Ling-su. He whips out his phone. Since he's heading back tomorrow, he needs to prep some new raw herbs for her anyway. He shoots her a text. Heading back tomorrow. I'll get the ingredients ready for 3 formulas. He Ling-su just leaves him on read with a lazy cat emoji. Meanwhile, He Ling-su is literally scowling at her screen. This brat finally decided to text back, huh? All he cares about is the damn ingredients. He doesn't give a single crap about the company. Do you have any idea how hard I'm working here? Annoyed out of her mind, He Ling-su starts aggressively typing out a whole essay. Talk about a slave-driving, money-hoarding demon with a trash soul. Dude literally lives in a cave and only sees dollar signs, like his brain is entirely filled with cash. Pure trash, totally fake nice, a brainless pig, a shady scammer, and a straight-up degenerate. A bottomless pit of greed who only knows how to eat, and eat. Eat off me? My ass. In her head, she is like, whatever, why did I have to cross paths with this freaking demon anyway? Ha Lin. To cried her eyes out, tears streaming down her face, and just texted back 3 words. I got it. Suddenly, the doorbell goes ding-dong outside Lu Sheng's room, and the guy heads over to swing the door open. Boom. Standing right there is Xue Fei, looking absolutely gorgeous, sexy, and dripping in luxury like some high society heiress. Fei waves with a killer smile. Mr. Lu, I'm here to pick you up. The party is all set. With her sharp gaze, glowing blonde hair, and massive chest, she looks ready to snatch the soul right out of this younger guy. Lu Sheng, looking classy and crazy handsome, steps up and tells her, just call me Lu Sheng. Hearing Mr. sounds super weird to me. Let's roll. One look at Lu Sheng and Xu Fei is instantly simping, her heart hit by Cupid's arrow. Oh my god, he is so hot. The two of them quickly hit the road and head straight to the party. At the center of the party, a big banner reads, Congrats to Dongning Province and Liangcheng City on the birth of a new Grandmaster Psychic. Lu Sheng scans the room and sees the place is absolutely packed. Lu Sheng asks Xu Fei, wait, wasn't this supposed to be just a quick bite? Why are there so many people? Xu Fei answers with a glowing face, don't sleep on old Jiang just because of how he usually acts. He's actually one of the biggest big shots in Liangcheng. This is actually him keeping it low-key. Lu Sheng grabs a drink and shrugs. Whatever. If the old man wants to throw a wild party, let him have his fun tonight. I'm leaving Liangzhou tomorrow anyway. Meanwhile, bald old Jiang is laughing and flirting with a bunch of high-class ladies. Who knows what he is telling them about Lu Sheng, but the girls are totally giggling. They ask, "No way, President Jiang, that sounds way too wild to be true." He instantly fires back. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it either. Seriously, geniuses really do pop up in every era. Just then, more girls show up in the hall. From a distance, two girls are walking over, and guess what? One of them is actually Zheng Dandan. Talk about a crazy coincidence. The purple-haired girl takes a sip of champagne and says, "This party is a huge deal. Look over there. The mayor of Liangcheng, the president of the Martial Arts Association. Everyone here tonight is a big shot in Dongning province." She looks at her friend and goes, "Honestly, if our luck wasn't this crazy, we'd never have made the cut to get in here. Mostly because the guy hosting this party is a massive deal. It's Jiang Jinian, the president of the Liangcheng Psychic Association." She looks at him chilling over there and asks, "Do you even know how much more high-tier psychics are compared to regular martial artists?" The purple-haired girl keeps rambling, while the pink-haired girl, Zheng Dandan, just listens closely. Hearing this, Dandan gets a bit suspicious. "Psychics. I remember Lu Sheng said he was going to the Psychic Association," so she turns to the purple-haired girl. "Xinwan, can you help me ask if there's someone named Lu Sheng in the association?" Xinwan gives her a super curious look and says, "Lu Sheng? Wait. Wenhui told me you've been crushing on some high schooler you met on a trip recently." Zheng Dandan smiles and blushes. "No, I'm not. Don't listen to Wenhui's nonsense." Xinwan points her finger at Dandan to grill her. "Haha, you really trying to play me? The only reason you've been slacking in Liangcheng instead of heading back to school is to wait for that kid, right?" While she is getting grilled, Dandan keeps scanning the room, trying to find Lu Sheng. Xinwan swirls her glass and goes, "Word is, he is super handsome, has some decent background, and even has connections with the Eastern military region." "Dandan, seriously, what should I even say to you? Like, even if you pick some broke college dude with zero background to date, I wouldn't even care. We're young anyway. Dating a few guys is no big deal since you'll break up soon and add them to your ex's list." She pats Dandan's head. "But a high school kid? Girl, have you lost your mind?" Dandan mumbles, "Lu Sheng. He is not just some ordinary high schooler." Xinwan turns her head and takes an annoyed sip. "Oh sure, not an ordinary student. Whatever, I'm over trying to lecture you." Dandan tucks her hair behind her ear, feeling down. She thinks, ever since she and Lu Sheng split up, she stayed in Liangcheng. Because Lu Sheng said he'd visit sooner or later. She sent him so many texts, like, "You there? Good night, good morning," or asking him out for a movie night. But Lu Sheng hasn't replied. He hasn't even read them. Does he really not care about her at all? Suddenly, Xinwan taps her shoulder. "Dandan, why are you spacing out? Since you're my absolute bestie, I'll let you in on some tea." Then Xinwan whispers in Dandan's ear, "The real reason for tonight's party is to celebrate a new level, 4 Psychic, the same level as old Jiang." Xinwan starts gesturing wildly to make Dandan understand. A big shot like that stomps their foot and all of Dongning province shakes. Imagine if one of us gets noticed by them, our families would literally launch straight to the moon. But Dandan's brain is just 100% occupied by Lu Sheng. So she imagines it's Lu Sheng and asks with a hopeful smile, "Is that level 4 psychic, like, super young?" Xinwan crosses her arms. "No clue. But since old Jiang hit level 4 at his age, I doubt they are old, but definitely not teenager young either. Look around. There are so many women here tonight in their 40s. The room is full of women, with barely 1 or 2 guys, and tons of middle-aged cougars." Scanning the room, Dandan realizes her friend has a point and sighs. "Yeah, you're right. Probably not him." Xinwan puts her hands on her hips and snaps. "Dandan, why are you still simping over that high school kid? Forget him. We need to lock in tonight. Nobody else in our circle even qualified to get in here besides the 2 of us." Dandan is so down bad for Lu Sheng that her mind is light years away. Seeing her friend totally spaced out, purple-haired Xinwan yells, "Dandan, I'm talking to you!" Suddenly, Dandan's eyes go wide. It's Lu Sheng. There he is, stuffing his face like a literal vacuum, a view she knows all too well. This dude was straight up inhaling his food like a bulldozer, making the waitress nearby side-eye him with pure judgment. But get this, Lu Sheng was looking way more handsome than usual today, so he was trying to keep it a little classier. A minute later, he turns around and waves. Dan immediately clocks him. Yup, that's definitely Lu Sheng. The second she spots her boy, Dan completely ditches her friend. She tells Xinwan, "Hey, I'm gonna go wander on my own. Just saw a friend." Xinwan is totally lost and asks, Dan, where the heck are you going?" Her friend keeps yelling after her, but Dan completely tunes her out and runs straight toward Lu Sheng. The dude is just chilling with a plate of snacks in his hand, and Dan eagerly runs up, yelling, "Lu." But before she can even finish saying his name, she gets stopped dead in her tracks. Out of nowhere, this girl Xue Fei glides in. throws her arm around Lu Sheng's neck, and shoots him a cheeky wink. Seeing the blonde chick Fei Fei getting all cozy with Lu Sheng has Dan straight up frozen in shock. Her mood flips a whole 180 degrees, and she just stands there, her face going dark as she glares at the two of them, totally bewildered. Who even is that girl? Jung Dan. Dan is panicking hard. Like, who is she? No way. Is she Lu Sheng's girlfriend? Just the thought of that has Dan sweating bullets, gritting her teeth because she's terrified. Her chances are completely ruined. But she's not about to just quit. Jung Dan forces a smile and waves at them from a distance. Hey Lu Sheng, long time no see. In her head, she's probably plotting like, even if he's taken, I'm straight up stealing him. I mean, how could anyone just walk away from a smoke show like him? Hearing Jung Dan call his name, the dude quickly turns around and waves. No way, what a coincidence. I didn't know you were still in Liang City. The second he sees a pretty girl, his face lights up like crazy and he's suddenly full of energy. Jung Dan steps right up to Lu Sheng. She just stares at him, thinking about how it hasn't even been that long since they last met, but he already feels so deep and mysterious now, like he's on a whole different level. It's like there's some massive, mile-deep chasm keeping them apart. Seeing a girl run up all excited to talk to Lu Sheng, Shui Fei gets curious and asks, and who might this be? Lu Sheng quickly chimes in, this is Jung Dan, a friend. I met last month while I was traveling around Newtu Mountain. Hearing that, Shui Fei puts on a sweet smile and says, oh, so you're Miss Zhang, nice to meet you. Just then, Dan's friend, Xin Wan, walks over holding a glass of wine and asks, yo, Dan, who's this? You've got friends here and you're not even going to introduce me? Jung Dan quickly says, Lu Sheng, this is my best friend. Xin Wan, this is Lu Sheng, the guy I was telling you about. Xin Wan's eyes go wide in shock. The dude standing in front of her is nothing like what she imagined. Oh, so this is Lu Sheng. Dang, no wonder he's got Zheng Dan acting so thirsty. Xin Wan sizes up the situation and immediately recognizes the girl next to him as Shui Fei from the prestigious Shui family. Once she clocks that, she immediately starts low-key looking down on Lu Sheng. Huh, makes sense now. No wonder a basic high schooler managed to sneak into this place. Dude's just leveraging his pretty face. She is straight up judging our boy. Just some pretty boy riding on women's coattails to get to the top. After thinking all this trash, Xin Wan spits out some fake-as-hell small talk. Ah, so you're the legendary Mr. Lu. Dan talks about you 24/7. Meeting you today, you really are a cut above the rest. Lu Sheng hears this fake garbage and gets super annoyed, his face going totally dark. I mean, the dude can read minds, after all. He just hits her with a cold, hey there. Xin Wan takes a sip of her wine and asks, no offense, but where are you actually from, Mr. Lu? Lu Sheng flatly replies, Baihe City. The second she asks about his background, the dude gets totally defensive. Since his family is struggling, he's low-key insecure about it. Staring right at Xin Wan, Lu Sheng goes, let me guess next, you're gonna ask what my parents do, dig into my family's bank account, and then ask how a guy like me even got an invite to this party, right? Hearing that, Xin Wan is completely shook. Lu Sheng sneers and says, and yeah, it's exactly what you're thinking. I'm just a high schooler from a basic, average family. I'm nowhere near your social level, and me ending up at this party was a total fluke. With that, the dude just waves his hand and turns to leave, saying, all right, cut the cliche drama, catch you later, I'm out. After taking a few steps, the dude sighs and thinks to himself, man, I straight up hate these parties. But did I react too harshly with everyone watching? But my family is the most important thing to me. I don't care who it is. I'm not letting anyone disrespect or talk down on them. Witnessing his savage comeback, Zheng Dan is completely speechless. Both girls just stand there, eyes wide and mouths wide open. Shui Fei is totally stunned and calls out, Lu Sheng. She looks at him, completely lost, wondering why he's getting so incredibly pressed today. Like, this is so weird, totally different from how chill and nice he was yesterday. She glares back at Xin Wan, then runs after him, yelling, Lu Sheng, wait up! Jung Dan is just stammering, wait. Seeing how obsessed her friend is with Lu Sheng, Xin Wan gets mad and snaps. Seriously, Dan, forget him. A guy like that isn't even worth your time. Her eyes flare with petty anger as she goes, I barely even said anything, and he goes totally ballistic. Like, what does that tell you? It proves he's got a guilty conscience and is super insecure. He cares way too much about what I said because he's got zero talent but a massive, fragile ego. To put it nicely, he's just arrogant. But honestly, he's just pathetic. She rolls her eyes looking at Lu Sheng in disgust. I've seen plenty of guys exactly like him. He's completely out of your league, and I know you saw that girl standing right next to him. Watching them walk away, Xin Wan tells her, her name is Shui Fei. I'm pretty sure you know who the Shui family is. Plus, word on the street is she already passed the level 2 spiritual master exam. In the rich kid circles of Liang City, she's a major player. Just look at how cozy they are. If you ask me, this Lu Sheng guy definitely used his looks or some shady moves to bag Fei Fei just to get a ticket to this party. Then Jinwan yells straight in Zheng Dandan's face, "Wake up, Dandan!" He's literally just a male gold digger riding on women's coattails. Open your eyes and see him for who he really is. Dan is not having it. She steps back, totally stunned, and says, "What are you even saying? There's no way Lu Sheng is like that." She sighs, exhausted from all the arguing. Xinhuan lets out a heavy sigh and adds, "Look, I know the truth hurts sometimes, but it is what it is, and you've got to face reality. That's all I'm gonna say. You do the math." But honestly, no matter who tries to talk trash, my girl Dan is holding her ground like an absolute boss. In her head, Zheng Dandan always put Lu Sheng on a massive pedestal. Like, no way, Lu Sheng. That guy is just. She stared wide-eyed at our main man. Lu Sheng is like this blinding, majestic sun, seriously. He's literally the hero who saved her life. Right after, Dan aggressively slaps her own face to snap out of it. Her face turns dead serious. Okay, I'm actually losing my mind. How could I ever doubt Lu Sheng and think he was some soft-ass wimp? Dan confidently turns to Xinhuan. "Xinhuan, there is absolutely no way Lu Sheng is that kind of guy, but even after talking her throat dry, she still can't change her stubborn bestie's mind." Xinhuan is breaking a sweat, completely clueless. Dan, what the hell is wrong with you?" Right then, someone in the hall yells, "Yo, look! President Jiang is here!" Spotting old man Jiang, Xinhuan immediately flips her switch, grinning ear to ear. "Dan, forget about that wimp. They're probably about to introduce that level 4 big shot. Get your act together, quick." From across the room, old man Jiang spots Lu Sheng and Fei Fei. Right after, Jiang walks straight up to Lu Sheng and even reaches out for a handshake first. Xinhuan's jaw literally hits the floor in shock. Wait, why the heck is President Jiang heading over to that weakling? Instead, President Jiang welcomes him with a huge, warm smile. "Mr. Lu, I'm so sorry. I had no idea you weren't a fan of these crowded parties." Lu Sheng quickly brushes it off. "It's all good. You've got a lot of responsibilities, President Jiang. Happy to pitch in and help out." President Jiang sighs in relief. "Phew, thanks for backing me up." Then he stands in the center of the crowd and announces, "Listen up, everyone. Can I get your attention for a second?" Pointing right at Lu Sheng, he proudly declares, "This right here is the absolute genius who just joined our Dongning Province Spiritual Telekineticist Association. Level 4 Spiritual Telekineticist, Mr. Lu Sheng." He chuckles warmly. Mr. Lu is only 18 years young, but next to him, an old geezer like me is honestly dying of embarrassment. Haha, the girls in the hall see this young, gorgeous hunk who is also a level 4 spiritual telekineticist, and they completely lose their minds, squealing like crazy. A level 4 spiritual telekineticist? Oh my god, what? And he's only 18? That's insane! He hasn't even taken the college entrance exam yet. Endless praise and hype start pouring in for our boy Lu Sheng. What an absolute legend, a total prodigy. Xinhuan witnesses this whole scene and literally cannot stand on her own 2 feet anymore. She collapses onto the floor, her mouth hanging wide open in sheer shock, stammering, "Wait, he's..." Right then, Zheng Dandan chimes in, "Xinhuan, you see that? Like reaching for the stars, right? He's someone who shines like the sun. This is the real him." Dandan gazes at Lu Sheng, totally lovesick. This is who Lu Sheng really is. Knowing Lu Sheng is a level 4 spiritual telekineticist sends Xinhuan's head spinning, leaving her slumped on the floor, wide-eyed and totally dazed. She just can't process what she's seeing and hearing. After a good while, she finally gets a grip and thinks, how on earth is that even him? Shoot, I have to at least make up for the dumb stuff I said earlier. Dragging herself up, she desperately taps her bestie's shoulder. "Dandan, you gotta help me out here." Dandan looks at her with a gloomy face. "You see that crowd over there? They're all trying to shove their business cards in his face, but Lu Sheng's completely ghosting them. Everyone's bowing 90 degrees, offering their cards, but he couldn't care less. He's literally waving them all off. Even those heavy hitters with real power are getting shut down instantly. You seriously think we stand a chance?" With a dejected sigh, Dandan goes on. "Honestly, even for me, it's just wishful thinking. He's way out of our league now. This crush was over before it even had a chance to start." A little later, our boy Lu Sheng sneaks out of the party and hops into a cab. Feeling way less suffocated than back at the party, he beams at the driver. "Hey chief, take me to Baihe City." Feeling a headache coming on, Lu Sheng sighs to himself. "Man, I absolutely hate this fake socializing crap." Showing up was purely to give President Jiang some face. Happy to head home, Lu Sheng knows that chilling with family and focusing on martial arts is the only life he actually wants. Guess at the end of the day, I'm still just a high schooler from an ordinary family, huh? The driver steps on the gas, and in no time they pull up in Baihe City, his familiar stomping grounds. As soon as he gets home, his mom happily opens the door. "Shenger, you're back." His mom points to the table with a huge smile. Go sit down, sweetie. Let me grab you some chopsticks and a bowl. His sassy little sister, Lu Sheng. He stares wide-eyed. Wait, big bro, when did you get back? While his dad grins warmly. Ah, little Sheng is finally home. Then Ching, he runs over to measure herself against him, jaw-dropping in total disbelief. Bro, how are you so much taller after just one trip? Our boy strikes a goofy pose and jokes. Nah, I barely grew. You just shrank, kid. His comeback leaves Ching, he completely speechless. Lu Sheng looks at his sister and adds, Schools are out now, right? I'm testing your progress later. Hope you didn't forget the text I sent you before I left. If you haven't improved, he clenches his fist, flashing a downright menacing grin. Hey, those martial arts meds he's been funding don't come for free. His mom brings over a massive bowl of steamed buns and says happily, Shenger, hurry up and eat. His eyes light up at the food. Thanks, love you, Mom. Devouring a bun, Lu Sheng looks at his dad. Hey dad, those meats and herbs I stuffed in the fridge earlier. Have you been eating them? His dad replies cheerfully. Of course I have. By the way, what kind of crazy health supplements did you put in there anyway? He looks at his cup, a bit puzzled. I've been drinking it like water every day, and man, I feel so energized, like I'm 20 again. This stuff must be pricey, right? Lu Sheng, already scarfing down more than half a bun, mumbles quickly. Nah, it's cheap. A buddy of mine who runs a pharmacy hooked me up. Their whole gig is researching meds for middle-aged folks like you. You and Mom make sure to keep drinking it regularly. Don't swap it back for regular water. I've got tons of it. Of course, his parents have zero clue that down the road, they're gonna get a daughter-in-law who brews this stuff herself, meaning they'll never be able to finish it all, even if they tried. Hearing that, his mom quickly replies, All right. Shenger, the college entrance exams are right around the corner, right? You don't have to head out anymore, do you? This dude, looking happy as hell, hands his empty-ass bowl back to his mom and goes, Nah, I'm done going out, Ma. Just gonna chill at home till the grand exam. Scoop me another bowl of rice, please. Then he immediately dives into his usual food-stealing war with his little sis. Hands grabbing food, stuffing his face, he talks with his mouth full. Yo, let me get some more. Your hands are way too slow, sis. Don't go blaming me for being fast. Mom's like, Eat slowly, sweetie. There's still plenty left. Dad just cracks up. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, his little sis, Lu Sheng, he just stands there looking completely defeated as her bro hoards all the food. Bro, why are you straight up stealing food from my bowl? But no matter how much she whines, Lu Thon just keeps vacuuming down the whole bowl like a beast. Then the dude casually drops a bomb. Since we've got nothing going on today and this place is low-key cramped, how about we go check out our new house after we're done eating? This completely shocks the other three, making them gasp in unison. Huh? This dude doesn't just talk the talk, he walks the walk. Once his belly is stuffed, he drags the whole fam to check out the new crib. The second they step inside, everyone's jaw completely drops. Whoa, this is straight up flexing. This place is fancy as hell. Lu Thon stands there, hands on hips, grinning ear to ear, and goes, Yo, this is the new crib I had someone hook us up with. What do you guys think? Dad starts stressing about the cash and says, Son, our old place wasn't even that bad. This mansion looks ridiculously expensive. We can't afford this kind of heat. But our boy just replies with zero doubt, Don't sweat it. These past few months, I've been grinding in all sorts of events and training tournaments, and I bagged a ton of prize money. And that's just a fraction of it. There's still a bunch of cash pending in my account. I easily have anywhere from 1,000 to 10,000 yuan to my name. Of course, he totally keeps quiet about the whole flying heavy aircraft thing. Hearing those insane numbers, Mom gets straight up dizzy and gasps. Say what now? How much cash? Am I hallucinating? Dad, on the other hand, looks sus as hell. Little Thon, stop playing with us. His little sis is even funnier, asking, Whoa, did Big Bro seriously win that much bank in just 2 months? Lu Thon ruffles her hair and laughs. Duh. What, you think I went and robbed a bank or something? He keeps messing with her hair and says, All right, this new crib is officially ours now. You guys should start packing and move your stuff in as soon as possible. His parents are so overjoyed they start tearing up, crying, Yes, our boy Thon has truly made our ancestors proud. We're blessed by the heavens. Man, raising a kid like him is straight up the ultimate flex for this family. Lu Thon cracks his knuckles and tells Lu Sheng, Ching, roll with me. There's a training yard in the back. Let's see what you got. Hearing that, his sis replies, shaking like a leaf. Okay, bro. Without even waiting to reach the training yard, Lu Thon hilariously grabs his sis by the head and drags her off, leaving her completely powerless. Lu Sheng, he can only squirm and yell, Ow, ow, ow. Stop dragging me, bro. Once they hit the yard, Lu Sheng, he actually locks in and looks pretty badass. Since her stats used to destroy Lu Thon's back in the day, she's radiating some seriously heavy, powerful energy. Lu Thon is completely unfazed and goes, Quit posing and show me what you got. Hearing her bro talk smack, Lu Sheng, he channels all her energy into her legs, leaps sky high, and drops a heavy-ass kick right on him, while this dude just stands there looking cocky as hell. The second Lu Sheng, his foot gets close. This dude casually shuts it down with just one hand, trapping her in a straight-up split. She quickly grabs her leg in pain. Her face is all twisted up, screaming, "Ow, ow, ow." But Lu Than just starts roasting her, saying, "Stand up straight, dummy. You're this weak and you're supposed to be Lu Than's little sister?" She collapses onto the floor, totally pissed off, and yells, "How the hell am I supposed to stand when you're literally holding onto my leg? You're already some crazy high-level martial artist, and what level am I? I haven't even gone pro yet." She scowls and screams, "You're literally just a bully. I'm not useless." Lu Than finally gets serious and says, "Get up first. I'm gonna teach you a few things, some highly practical moves I cooked up myself." The moment she hears that, her fake-ass tears instantly vanish. Lu Sheng, his eyes light up, and she asks, "For real? Is it like some secret, legendary martial arts manual?" Lu Than looks at his sis doing a complete 180-degree turn and thinks to himself, "Bruh, she was literally crying snot bubbles a second ago. Now it's like she's a whole different person." Then he tells her, "Yeah, just think of it as a secret manual. I'm gonna show you the moves, and you do exactly as I say. But no cap, you cannot show this to anyone else." Lu Sheng, he is hyped as hell, grinning from ear to ear. Bet. The dude then starts walking her through the moves, reminding her to lock in and keep her energy flowing smoothly in this specific spot. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng, he just keeps staring at her bro, thinking to herself, nobody gets this insanely strong in just a few months like him. She's low-key, curious, and suspicious. If I hadn't spent the last few months watching my bro go from a totally average high schooler to this absolute beast step by step with my own eyes, there's no way in hell I'd believe it. But then, her stubborn-ass self starts thinking he probably just got lucky. Even though everyone thinks bro suddenly unlocked some cheat code, I know he's low-key hiding some massive secret. My martial arts talent is way better than his anyway, so I'll probably crack his secret soon. She grins confidently, thinking, with a big brain like mine, surpassing my bro in the future is gonna be a piece of cake. But she has absolutely no clue that her bro is staring right at her with a deadpan, icy look. Seeing his sis spacing out instead of focusing on her training, Lu Than smacks her on the head. It's a tough love tap, but it still makes Lu Sheng, he whine, "Stop hitting my head. You're gonna make me shorter, bro." Lu Sheng, he actually grinds hard, sweating buckets. After a while, she finally halts her energy and stops. The second she relaxes, she's literally gasping for air because this workout is straight up brutal. Lu Than just stands there with his arms crossed, watching his sis wheeze like a broken vacuum, looking totally amused. Lu Sheng, he can't even stand anymore and straight up collapses onto the dirt. The dude chuckles and asks, "Well, you feeling the gains yet?" Even though she's completely wiped out, her eyes snap open and her hands clench. She sits straight up and gasps, "Bro, this is insanely overpowered. What the hell is this routine you just taught me? The results are seriously next level. I feel like doing this just once is over 10 times more effective than my old routine." Lu Than thinks to himself, what should I tell this dummy so she doesn't go blabbing about this to everyone? After racking his brain because this secret absolutely cannot get leaked, he finally comes up with a plan. Acting all casual, he waves his hand and says, "It's literally the same stuff you always do, just the latest version." Lu Sheng, he is shook. "Huh? What do you mean by latest version?" Lu Than explains, "You know how the phones and computers you use get updates, like version 2.0 or version 3.0? But in reality, inside the tech labs, they've already cooked up version 9.0 and even version 10.0. Version 2.0 is just for the public, it's just a test phase, and it'll take forever to actually hit the market. So you gotta keep your mouth shut, got it?" Lu Sheng, he nearly jumps out of her skin, losing her mind. "Wait, hold up. You trying to use me as a straight-up lab rat, big bro? Classic troublemaker sibling energy right here." Lu Than thinks his little sister is doing way too much, so he pinches her cheek, lifts her up, and casually says, "Look, regular people would literally kill to be a guinea pig for this. They don't even have a shot. This body refinement technique just hasn't gone public yet, but the whole routine is basically ready to roll." Lu Sheng, he rubs her sore cheek, low-key stressing. "But isn't this super sketch? What if I mess up and end up permanently crippled or something?" Lu Than is totally done with his stubborn sister's endless whining. He stands up and goes, "I'm your brother. Same mom, same dad. Our genetics are basically identical. I've been training forever. If this was going to ruin someone, your big bro would have been wrecked way before you." But Lu Sheng, he isn't buying it, scratching her head and overthinking. "Well, that would be a total disaster. If both of us end up crippled, who's going to support mom and dad? But hey, if you get wrecked first, at least I'll be around to babysit you." Hearing this out-of-pocket comeback, Lu Than completely loses it, his face going dark and his eyes glowing red with rage. He quickly chases after his walking time bomb of a sister, telling her to get over here so he can teach her a lesson. Lu Sheng, he giggles as she runs. I was just messing with you. Why are you acting so pressed? Don't take it so seriously, bro. After running around for a bit, Lu Sheng, he faceplants onto the floor. She asks, yo, big bro, if this body refining stuff is so cracked, how did you even get your hands on it? Don't tell me you did something illegal? Lu Thon replies with a dead straight face. No way. Your big bro would never do anything illegal. No cap. But then Lu Thon plays dirty, sitting straight on top of his stubborn sister to pin her down, and then aggressively stretches her legs. She screams in absolute agony from his brutal stretch. Then let me go. You're literally murdering your own sister, and you claim you don't do illegal stuff. Lu Thon finally lets go, totally done with his sister's wild thrashing and dramatic ear-piercing screams. Lu Sheng, he pokes her head up again, questioning. But since this body refinement stuff is top secret, teaching it to me won't cause any trouble, right? Lu Thon puts on a dead serious face to scare the living daylights out of his poor sister. You're right. The person who taught me this strictly warned me never to share it with anyone. Otherwise, not just me, but our whole family is cooked. Hearing this, Lu Sheng he panics, blurting out, Wait, what? You already taught it to me, so doesn't that mean we're… As she trails off in sheer panic, Lu Thon acts like the ultimate caring big brother and sighs. I couldn't help it. Who told you to be my little sister? This super affectionate answer makes Lu Sheng, his face turn bright red. Totally touched, she squeals. Big bro! Lu Thon raises a hand, whispering, Look, as long as you keep your mouth shut and don't let anyone catch on, we should be fine. Remember, I don't care who it is, teachers, your best friends, or even your future husband, absolutely nobody can know. This is a matter of life and death for you, me, and our entire family. Hearing that their whole family could get wiped out, Lu Sheng, he gets dead serious. Got it, big bro. Don't worry, I won't let a single soul find out. Having successfully fooled his gullible sister, Lu Thon smugly stands up. All right, I'll walk you through it a few more times. Once you get the hang of it, make sure you practice hard in your room. You hear me? Lu Sheng, he glances at him, thinking to herself. So that's why Big Bro was always locking himself in his room to grind this stuff. Then she clenches her fists, daydreaming excitedly. Let's go. My talent is way better than his anyway. Surpassing him later is going to be a breeze. Whew, my acting skills are literally Nobel Prize worthy. Meanwhile, Lu Thon smugly thinks, yeah, and my acting should definitely bag a Best Actor award. With that, Lu Thon turns around and waves. I've got to head out this afternoon. Keep practicing hard at home, and I'll teach you some real combat when I'm back. Lu Sheng, he obediently goes, got it? Cut to the Ocean Feast restaurant. Lu Thon arrives at his meetup and tells his future wifey, Ha Lin too, who's already waiting. My bad for keeping you waiting so long. Ha Lin too is super considerate, having already ordered a mountain of beef for him. I know you're a big fan of steak, so I made sure to order a ton of it for you. Lu Thon is like, oh, you're too sweet, thanks. While slicing up his steak, he locks eyes with his future wifey and asks, so how's business going lately? Ha Lin. Two answers. The initial market price for the Spirit Core blood strengthening serum is $49.88. That price isn't crazy high, but it's still out of reach for regular folks. My plan is to target the mid to high-end crowd who actually have some cash to burn. Sales are honestly booming. The first batch of 20,000 Spirit Core blood strengthening pills completely sold out in less than a week. The money-making mastermind Ha Lin to happily adds, and the repeat buyer rate is insanely high. Give it a bit more time, and our brand is going to blow up. It's definitely going to be the absolute star of the martial arts supplement scene in both Dongnin Province and White River City. Lu Thon praises Ha Lin too while stuffing his face with steak. Incredible job. Honestly, leaving things to you is the best decision I've made. He adds, so, are the funds looking solid? For now, the cash flow is manageable, but once we expand our sales territory, we'll absolutely have to open new branches. When that time comes, I'll need a bank loan, because the spare cash I have left is pretty tight. The guy downs his drink after eating, not forgetting to secure some quality points with his future wifey. Give me a bit of time and I'll secure a fat stack of cash for you. Don't sweat that last amount too much. Ha Lin. To nods and replies, I'll leave it to you then. Then she suddenly blinks, remembering something. Oh right, isn't your national exam right around the corner? Lu Thon is totally chill about it, calmly responding. Yeah, you're not wrong. So for now, I won't be heading out much. I'll be locked in preparing for the national exam. The whole business is on you for a bit. Lu Thon suddenly remembers his move and adds, oh, also, I'm moving to a new place in a few days. I'll send you the new address when I'm settled. Sitting across from him, Ha Lin too is low-key sweating, completely overwhelmed. I almost forgot. This guy in front of me literally radiates a terrifying boss-like aura with every single move. But in reality, he's just a high schooler who hasn't even taken his national exams yet. Honestly, he's getting more and more impossible to read. She sips her wine, thinking to herself, If it were me 6 months ago, there is no way in hell I'd believe I'd put the entire fate of the Ha family in this guy's hands. But looking at where we are now, it's safe to say I made the right call. Haha, facts. Handing my whole future over to my hubby-to-be? Ain't no way that's a bad move. After chewing on it for a second, Lingsu stood up and was like, if we're done here, I'm gonna bounce. Bet, see ya. But before she dipped, she suddenly remembered, oh yeah, by the way, I promoted Ma Fei to store manager. Yee. That dude Ma Fei was flexing hard, like, your boy is finally rolling in dough, let's go. 1. Lu Sheng heard that and, trusting his future wifey's call 100%, was like, hey, you're the boss. Alright, I'm dipping. Our boy Lu Sheng had just finished stuffing his face by then. 1. Watching Lingsu walk away, he realized her company was basically his main cash cow, and the perfect low-key spot to cook up his futuristic booster drugs without anyone nosy watching. 1. As for whether Lingsu would stab him in the back once she hit the big leagues, he wasn't sweating it at all. 1. Sure, things looked chill and smooth on the surface right now, but she was low-key drowning in deep trouble, and sooner or later, she'd have to crawl back and beg him for help. 1. With a calculating look on his face, Lu Sheng knew that even without all that drama, whatever he handed out, he could easily snatch right back. But right now, his #1 priority was leveling up his own strength. 1. With that settled, our boy called over the cute waitress and was like, yo, let me get 50 steaks to go, please. 1. Clenching his fist, he got dead serious he needed to craft his psychokinesis weapon, the boundless blade wheel, and push both his stellar body tempering art and immortal golden body to the next freaking level. Yee. Once he locked those in, the next time he ran into that female grandmaster martial god, he wouldn't just be trying to escape with his life, he was gonna straight up beat her ass. 1. Thinking back, a few months had literally flown by in a blink. The Chimming Star selection was done, and he'd crushed his psychokinesis master exam too. 1. Once he got back home, he used all his bonus cash and side hustle money to buy his fam a sweet new house. Standing in front of the new pad, Lu Sheng pointed at it with a huge, proud grin. 1. Looking over, he watched the movers hauling stuff, scratching his chin in total confusion with his other hand resting on his hip. 1. He stared at Ni Hongchuan and his crew happily lugging boxes, totally baffled. He had no clue how the guys from the Hongchuan dojo even got wind of him moving. 1. Let alone why they'd show up out of nowhere to help him pack. Down below, his little sis and Zhao Lengshuan were whispering and giggling about God knows what, while his parents stood nearby with smug grins. 1. Lu Qing, he shot a sly glance his way, squinting her eyes as she leaned in to whisper something juicy in Zhao Lengzuan's ear, making the girl blush hard and tilt her head to catch every word. 1. By the time they finished moving, the sun was already setting. Lu Sheng thought to himself, finally, we're in the new Huafu estate. Playfully annoyed, he gave his little sis a light chop on the head, though he was still grinning like an idiot. Yee. Right behind them, their parents watched the two siblings bickering and just smiled warmly, standing side by side. 1. The girl just squinched her eyes shut and ducked, holding her head while taking her brother's playful nagging. Meanwhile, some random auntie carrying a purse walked past, saw the whole scene, and muttered, ugh, the new neighbors are kinda weird. Yee. Then he reminded himself that tomorrow was the big day, the college entrance combat exam. Up on the empty balcony, Lu Qing, he threw her arms up, super hyped, yelling in front of the glass window, yes, I finally have my own private training room. 1. Ha ha! Downstairs, his mom was holding a box of red fruit, looking over at his dad, Lu Hai, with a sweet smile and saying, 1. Since we just moved in, honey, let's go introduce ourselves to the neighbors. Hearing that, his dad grabbed another gift box from the table, gave her a warm smile, and nodded along. 1. Hearing this, Lu Sheng smiled at them and said softly, let me come with you guys. 1. Lu Hai looked at him, about to say something, then let out a relaxed laugh and waved him off. Nah, don't worry about it, son. Go get some rest. He then explained, 1. Tomorrow is your big martial arts entrance exam, so you need to be in tip-top shape. Standing next to him, his mom smiled warmly, totally agreeing with his dad. 1. Then his dad let out a proud laugh, looking up at him with eyes full of hope as he slapped a hand on Lu Sheng's shoulder and said, 1. If you pull this off and become the top martial champion, you're gonna make our whole family proud. Lu Sheng just looked back, smiled, and quietly nodded without saying a word. 1. Later that night in his new room, Lu Sheng lay in bed drifting off, thinking about how his internal force had already peaked at level 4. 1. Deep inside, waves of raw, untamed energy were constantly surging through his veins, making him ready to break through to level 5 whenever he wanted. 1. Honestly, he could have jumped to level 5 ages ago, but he'd been holding back on purpose just to temper his internal force over and over again. 1. The pale yellow energy he started with had now turned into a crystal clear amber gold, pulsing through his body. 1. Running through his mind training, he threw a massive, energy-packed punch, gritting his teeth and yelling, "My third tempering is almost done. The power output is gonna shoot up like crazy. In a flash, his punch unleashed a raging torrent of lava blasting forward, straight into a frozen wasteland of thick ice and snow. Massive glaciers slowly ground the lava to a halt as snow kept dumping from the sky. Lu Sheng glided across the molten rock, heading right into the clash of fire and ice. On the other side, Zhao Lengshuan stood tall on a massive block of ice, weapon in hand, staring right at him. With the wind howling around them, Lu Sheng yelled out a greeting. Yo, I'm here! Zhao Lengshuan just stared back, dead silent. With their weapons gleaming, they both lunged at each other, splitting the world clean down the middle between fire and ice. Lu Sheng hyped himself up, shouting, "All right, let's get this lesson started, teacher." In a split second, Zhao Lengshuan swung her weapon hard at him. Lu Sheng threw up an arm to block, using his other hand to smash a punch straight into her blade. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "I can already tap into 20 times the stellar force now." Glaring at her with a fierce look, his body started radiating intense heat. Boom! He connected a solid punch right to her face, making her cough up blood as her head whipped to the side. But she shook it off instantly, bouncing back on her heels to build momentum as freezing energy surged out. She spun and launched a brutal kick straight into his gut, sending Lu Sheng flying back. A massive layer of ice instantly spread under her feet. A split second later, the sheer force of the icy blast sent Lu Sheng crashing hard into a nearby building, triggering a massive explosion. Debris and smoke went flying everywhere, but he immediately burst out of the wreckage, thinking, "Man, this four-source breathing method is seriously something else." Condensing a ball of molten lava in his palm, he grimaced and charged forward, thinking, "With my fire breath reaching level 2 mastery, there's a lot more I can do than just hurl simple fireballs." Next thing you know, this guy turns into a straight-up meteor, gripping an energy ball and diving headfirst from the sky right at Zhao Lengquan below. She looks up to eyeball him. Right then, Lu Sheng is screaming in his head this freaking ball can blow up with some seriously insane damage. Boom, he slams the ball right down on Zhao Lengquan. But this chick is quick, raising her shield to block, sending all that scorching heat blasting everywhere. Then, sharp ice spikes sprout all over her body. She sports this smug-ass smirk while holding her shield up to easily tank his hit. Finally, a massive ice pillar shoots right at him, wrapped in a howling, savage blizzard. Lu Sheng is busy dodging and weaving around that giant ice block like crazy. He's totally stressing out as the snow keeps dumping, while down below, Zhao Lengquan is just standing there laughing her head off, flexing her shield and weapon in the middle of the blizzard. Lu Sheng thinks to himself, "Man, lately I've been hitting up this Grandmaster Battle Goddess for a beatdown session every single day." Staring at her from a distance, ya boy is low-key hyped. He grins, thinking, "Look at me now, surviving against this Grandmaster Battle Goddess for a solid 5 minutes without getting deleted." Clenching his frozen solid fist, his body starts glowing with a green aura right there in the freezing wind. He's like, "This is way better than getting one-shotted the first time we met. The 10 perfect martial arts is finally fused deep into my bones." Next thing, his hand ignites with fire to melt the ice, while his whole body glows bright green. Sparks of lightning start crackling in his other hand. Glaring hard into the blizzard, his face goes serious as he locks eyes on his target. "If I can get every single one of my martial arts to break through to the micro level, will the 10 perfect martial arts level up to something even crazier?" Across the way, Zhao Lengquan is still standing there with a smug, teasing smirk, gripping her weapon tight. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng charges straight at her, packing lightning in one fist and fire in the other. But then he suddenly stops, powers down completely, shrugs his shoulders, and his face goes totally blank. Squinting at Zhao Lengquan with his fire hand still smoking and lightning still buzzing on the other, he sighs. "Fine, you win for now. But once the college entrance exams are over, my authority level is absolutely hitting level 4. Then, I'll unlock the next 3 ultimate techniques of level 11 martial arts." Lu Sheng starts daydreaming about the crystal meditation method and the stellar body refining art from those ancient scrolls. Finally, he imagines himself squishing Zhao Lengquan in his palm like a bug, thinking, "Just wait till my power spikes again. Once my internal force hardens to level 5, I'll definitely wreck you." Lu Sheng puts on a super devious grin, chuckling to himself while his eyes glow with a green light. He realizes the more he spars with this battle goddess, the more he low-key craves that insane Grandmaster skill of turning ice into a spear. But then, he consoles himself. "Well, it's not like I'm empty-handed. I've got my own custom weapon now." He folds 3 fingers down, holding up 2, and grins as a purple glow surrounds him. Instantaneously, he summons the infinite blade wheel, a crazy chain of throwing knives, thinking, "Behold, the weapon that completely drained 27 billion of my cash." With one hand behind his back and the other directing the blades spinning around him, he has this super smug, chill smile. He starts flexing the specs of his cool new toy. That white wing ore from Mount Niutu got smelted into 27 kilograms of pure white wing metal, and I dumped every single gram into this bad boy, mining an entire mountain range just to craft these micro joints. No wonder I'm down to my last few million. Spiritual telekinetic masters are literally built different and expensive as hell. Gotta pay to play, I guess. Lu Sheng sighs, pulling a painful smile while crying on the inside. This build is a total money sink. He folds his arms behind his back, watching his blades fly, and mumbles. But hey, now that I've got my hands on this beast, there's only one word to describe it: satisfying. Even 10,000 years into the future, spiritual telekinesis is still the absolute meta, highly sought after by everyone. He throws his hand up to control the weapon, glowing green. Over the last couple of months, I only managed to casually unlock one ultimate killer move from the level 5 skills of the infinite blade wheel. He screams in his mind, remembering how the Tinder database described this killer move in just 4 simple words. Instantly, his weapon blurs towards Zhao Lengquan faster than the eye can track. Lu Sheng roars in his head, "Slay the Grandmaster!" while she tenses up, watching the incoming danger. Lu Sheng is thinking, if level 5 can already drop a Grandmaster, what kind of broken damage am I going to do at level 6 or level 7? And honestly, is there even a build out there stronger than the infinite blade wheel? He squints and clicks his tongue, looking at Zhao Lengquan. Though, this battle goddess's willpower is just on another level. Regular Grandmasters don't even come close. On her side, she charges her weapon, causing sharp spikes to burst out. Her shield deflects his flying daggers with 0 effort, keeping him completely locked out from getting within 3 feet of her. Watching his attack fail, Lu Sheng grits his teeth in frustration. With a dark face, he gestures to control his weapons, screaming inside. Damn it. His weapons bounce right back and end up sticking uselessly into the ground. He recalls one of the blades, sweating bullets with a stressed-out look. Bruh, the standard attacks from the infinite blade wheel literally did 0 damage to her. He starts plotting. What if I go all out and pop the infinite blade wheel's ultimate move? If I drop that ultimate, I might actually pierce right through Zhao Lingquan's arm. That'd force her to drop her shield, causing a massive clash of energy. But even if I heavily damage this goddess, my mental energy will be completely drained, leaving me totally useless. And just like that, the goddess's spear tip is already zooming straight for his face. Totally out of gas, Lu Sheng can only throw a desperate, weak punch. The very next second, he's definitely getting skewered by her spear and blown to smithereens. Next up, he figures his breath of wind is straight up buffing his immortal golden body. Speed-wise, he's totally keeping up with her. As Lu Sheng books it out of the clash, he glares back at Zhao Lingquan struggling with his weapon on the ice block, figuring, as long as he doesn't do anything stupid and feed her, she can't touch him. But then he's like, man, what a drag, there's no decent opponent to actually test my limits on. The Valkyrie is way too cracked. No way he can test his moves on her. If he keeps playing stubborn, she'll just get a scratch while he gets straight up deleted. In the end, he realizes that without a real sparring partner, he has no clue how insanely strong he actually is, or where his absolute limits lie. Back to the real world, Lu Sheng snaps awake and sits up in bed. Leaning back on one arm, he hypes himself up, thinking, tomorrow's grand exam is the ultimate playground to test this out. Staring into the dark, he quietly mumbles to himself, City Marshal Champion, Province Marshal Champion. Cutting his own thoughts off in the pitch-black room, he declares with absolute conviction, that's my target. He envisions a galaxy in his mind, smirking with laser-focused determination. Right outside, the dawn starts breaking, shining light all over him. Lu Sheng is dead set on going way beyond that. Next up, we get a breakdown of his major skills, no secrets here. His stat sheet and body diagram get laid out. His crystal visualization method is constantly grinding in the background, leveling up his mental power 24/7. Then we got his sharp eagle eyes glowing blue. When he needs to flex, Lu Sheng's gaze can straight up paralyze people with mental pressure. Next, his cells are packing the stellar body refining technique. These cells pump out pure stellar energy, though the manual says that description is just for reference. Basically, Grandmaster reserves the final right of interpretation. Finally, check his feet stomping the ground, it's the immortal golden body, giving him crazy regeneration and god-tier defense, letting him move like normal under heavy gravity, a flawless body, though he's not quite at the level of some ultimate cosmic beast yet. Then we have his 4 natural attributes from the natural breathing method, letting him switch modes depending on the situation. Drop a comment on which element gets used the least. Then there's the fiery fist in his arm, utilizing his mental energy through the Grand Solar Wisdom King scripture, which clones a second body inside him, doubling his destructive power. And here's that second body. The 10 Suns Rising move, passed down from a grandmaster, is the ultimate masterpiece of the Eastern Pole sunset, a totally devastating killer move. Finally, his eyes and body unlock insane sensory perception, time sense. An ultra-sensitive awareness from his buffed mental power, letting him react in high-speed combat. Cut to the next morning at breakfast, his mom is wearing her apron, hands clasped, praying her heart out. Please let everything go smoothly, and let my boy Sheng get a killer score. On the table, there's some steamed buns and breakfast snacks. Sitting right there, Lu Sheng, he is staring at him with her chin in her hands. The little sis chimes in, "Hey bro, I'm coming with you to the exam center in a bit." Lu Sheng smiles, munching on a bun, and pats his little sister's head, saying, "Sure, get a taste of the grand exam hype so you don't freeze up when your turn comes." His sis takes a big bite out of her bun, rolling her eyes and grumbling, "Yeah, right, like I'd ever get nervous." Seeing this, their mom pumps her fists, super hyped up to motivate her son. "Don't sweat it, honey, just stay calm. No matter what score you get, you'll always be our absolute pride and joy." Right on cue, a car honks outside, and Lindsay calls out from the driver's seat, "Son, get in, let's roll." Lu Sheng waves back through the window, calling out, "On my way, Dad." Lu Sheng, he just watches them, chewing away with a breakfast bowl in her hands. Cut to them hitting the road, tires spinning. Lindsay keeps reminding his boy, "Kill it out there, son. The Lu family's dream of having a martial champion is all on you." Hearing that, He leans forward from the back seat, grabbing his chair and whining, "Dad, hello, what about me?" Lu Sheng just smiles, while Lindsay cracks up as he drives, teasing her, "Kiddo, if you want that martial champion title, you've got a long, long way to go." Ha ha ha. The sky is clear, and the exam venue is packed with chaotic crowds and bumper-to-bumper traffic. Lu Sheng hops out of the car, looking incredibly confident. He closes his eyes as a purple aura flashes, imagining his family's over-the-top support. "Mom's good, boy. Do your best, sweetie. Don't get nervous, just give it your all." Getting into a top martial university is already making the ancestors proud. "Do you want some water? Are you hungry? Need to use the restroom? Did you bring your exam ticket? Oh my God, how could you leave something so important at home? Taxi, taxi!" They're screaming in total panic and hype, way more stressed than he actually is. Lu Sheng locks those warm memories in his heart and opens his eyes. With absolute focus, he smirks and thinks to himself, "It's been forever since I lived like a normal person. Now, I'm finally just a regular kid taking the grand exam. The past few months have been a total." He stops. Suddenly, his dad walks up from behind, looking out at the crowd with a warm smile, reminiscing, "Man, I remember when I took my martial exam right here, but I just didn't have the talent, and back then, we didn't have the best nutrition. I had to throw in the towel pretty early." Lu Sheng listens, getting a bit nostalgic as he stares ahead. Then, Lindsay throws his arm around Lu Sheng's shoulder, beaming with pride. "Son, you are 100 times stronger than I ever was. I won't nag you about anything else. Just one thing." He pauses, putting his other hand on his hip. Lu Sheng looks at his dad with a soft, serious smile. Lindsay grins and hypes him up, saying, "Just go all out." Lu Sheng gets a little choked up, staring at his dad in surprise. But he quickly pulls himself together, closes his eyes with a smile, and starts walking, saying, "Yeah, Dad, I got this." Behind him, Lindsay watched his boy walk off, smiling with pure, unfiltered joy. Lu Sheng, he quickly pops up next to him, clenching her fists as she watches him walk off, hyping him up. "Kick some butt, big bro. Dad and I are rooting for you out here." But he just chills, waving back at them like it's no biggie. And just like that, the annual martial arts exam finally kicks off. In the main hall, everyone's lining up all neat and tidy. The exam proctor clutches his papers, looking down at the crowd as he makes the announcement. "Listen up, based on your entry order, round 1 is measuring your blood chi, and round 2 is your combat power stats." He pauses for a sec and adds, "Numbers 00236 to 00240, you're up. Head into the testing room now." Another proctor stands right next to him. Right away, the kids whose numbers got called hustle into the room, totally locked down under heavy security and the guide's watch. Suddenly, there's this weird flash of light. The proctor's eyes pop. He scowls, glares down at the crowd, and lets out an annoyed grunt. Then, seeing how everyone is steering clear of Lu Sheng, he gets mad and barks, "What on earth are you guys doing?" Meanwhile, our boy is just standing right in the middle, dripping with killer intent, hands casually shoved in his pockets, totally unbothered. The guy snaps again. Why is everyone in the front and back squishing together like sardines, leaving this massive empty space in the dead center? Then he nags them, "Get back in line now." This one shaking kid points a finger at him, looking absolutely terrified, and squeaks, "Mr. Proctor, sir. It's not that I don't want to step up, it's just that the second I get close to this dude, I get this crazy bad vibe, and my whole body starts shivering. I'm straight up not okay." Hearing this, The proctor scowls, clenches his fists, and storms down, yelling, "What kind of nonsense is this?" He stomps right up to Lu Sheng, glaring daggers with a deep frown and a huff. But Lu Sheng just stands there, deadpan, face dark, keeping his lips sealed tight, still radiating pure killer energy. Instantly, the proctor feels the vibe shift and gets totally shook. He freezes right up, sweating bullets in his mind. Holy crap, this kid's aura is absolutely insane. Struggling to even stand, the proctor grits his teeth and glares in sheer terror, thinking, no way. When a martial artist's blood chi gets this insanely dense, it naturally leaks out this kind of overwhelming pressure. And that raw killer instinct is just passively striking everyone around him without him even trying. It's like this invisible, glowing red beast is looming right behind him, staring down the crowd. The proctor's face goes pale as he backs away, screaming internally, any regular person getting close to this guy is gonna feel like they're standing next to a literal apex predator. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng is just vibing, hands in pockets, looking at the guy with zero expression. The proctor realizes this is just basic human survival instinct kicking in your body naturally screams at you to stay far away from a major threat. The proctor's eyes go wide in total disbelief. He starts shaking, losing his mind as he screams internally, "What kind of absolute monster is this kid?" Lu Sheng's face is totally chill, but he looks like a straight-up predator. His eyes are glowing, and his whole vibe is just pure oppression. Finally, the proctor clears his throat, closes his eyes, and tries to get a grip. He points to the open door behind him and says, "All right, change of plans. Lu Sheng, go ahead and head into the testing room by yourself first. Get your blood chi measured, and the rest of you can follow after him." Hearing that, the crowd scrambles to make way, everyone totally spooked and scurrying off. Finally, there's literally nobody left near him except the proctor. Everyone's running for their lives, looking back at him like, "Bro, this guy is way too terrifying. Keep your distance from Lu Sheng. Thank God we can finally get away from him." Hearing them, Lu Sheng just closes his eyes, lets out a bitter laugh, looks down, and sighs. "Got it, sir." Meanwhile, the crowd behind him has already backed off, whispering and gossiping. He casually walks inside with his hands in his pockets when suddenly a desperate voice cries out, "I didn't take any banned substances. I swear I didn't." The kid is struggling, trying to clear his name, yelling, "I'm telling you, I didn't." Lu Sheng looks over at him, pretty curious but just staying quiet. The guy screams out his excuse again. "I only had some chicken soup my uncle made with some ancient recipe." He gets dragged away by two guards, totally losing his mind and crying out, "He said it would help me pass the exam." In the back, another proctor is not buying any of his BS, just standing there with his arms crossed. The guy with glasses smirks with a dark expression and gives a cold warning. "I warned you guys right from the start," he adds. "If you ate anything sketchy in the last 2 days, you better spill it now." Behind him, a big sign basically screams "No cheating." The proctor drops the hammer. "Rules are rules. I'm banning you from the college entrance exam for 3 years. Now get out." The kid gets dragged out by his armpits by two guards, still kicking and screaming, "I didn't cheat! This is cap! This is totally unfair!" Lu Sheng just watches the guy get hauled away. Meanwhile, a middle-aged proctor closes his eyes, shakes his head, and sighs. "Man, these kids just don't know how to keep themselves out of trouble. The rules say 3 years, but let's be real. His career is basically over," he adds. "No martial arts university is ever going to accept a student with a cheating record." The glasses guy next to him nods along, eyes closed. Then, he grabs his clipboard, points right at our boy, and calls out, "Lu Sheng, you're up next." He just looks over at them, keeping a totally straight face. The guy waves him over. "Yeah, you. Hustle up." Lu Sheng walks right past them, deadpan, hands still in his pockets. Instantly, his heavy killer vibe hits them like a truck, making both of them freeze in their tracks. The glasses guy's eyes pop in sheer terror, and the middle-aged guy beside him is totally shook too, staring in absolute disbelief. As he walks past, both of their bodies literally start shivering. They freeze right up, jaws dropping as they mutter, "Dude, this aura is way too heavy." They're completely dumbfounded. We're literally level 5 proctors, but we just instinctively backed away from a kid. Inside the testing room, the glasses guy is still sweating as he picks up the needle. He stares at him, trying to sound professional. "You ready? We're testing your blood chi first." But Lu Sheng just takes the needle, pinches the tip with 2 fingers, and bends it like it's nothing, sighing with a totally bored face. "I've already finished my body tempering, so you're gonna need a different needle. This little thing won't even scratch my skin." Hearing that, both of them are utterly flabbergasted, eyes nearly popping out of their heads as they yell, "Say what?" They just stand there with blank faces. Seeing this, the glasses guy scowls and pulls out a whole box of super sharp heavy-duty needles, yelling, "Fine, I've got a whole stack of high-level martial artist needles right here." The middle-aged guy awkwardly steps up next to him, grabbing a syringe, sweating absolute bullets. Seeing that, Lu Sheng just shrugged and walked over, grabbing a whole fistful of needles. He threw them a look and casually muttered that poking them one by one was going to take way too long. The other two got spooked and let go. Right after that, Lu Sheng raised his palm, slammed it hard right onto the sharp tips of the needles in his fist, and said flat out, "Let's just do them all at once." Next thing they knew, they were staring at the bent-up, smashed-up mess of needles in his hand that looked like crushed grass, then slowly looked up at him. Completely losing their minds, they stared down at the ruined bunch of needles and shrieked in terror. No freaking way. What kind of monster is this? How insanely thick is his skin anyway? The four eyes next to him was shaking as he agreed, "I'm out of options. I gotta go get the boss's okay on this." Then he frowned, squeezed out a fake smile, pointed at the door in front of them and told him, "Yo kid, why don't you go test your combat power first?" Lu Sheng just played along, looking where the four eyes was pointing. He smirked all hyped up and said, "Bet." Then he headed straight for the door. Inside the combat test room, some guy with shoulder-length orange hair and blue eyes was wilding out, throwing a massive punch and screaming, "Hya!" He slammed his fist right into the dummy in front of him, yelling, "Take this!" His fist literally glowed blue where it hit. Boom, the dummy flashed a score, combat power broke past 100. Looks like he actually has a shot at making it into Dongning Martial Arts Uni. Hearing that, the guy's eyes practically popped out of his head. Right after, the four eyes rushed him inside. The guy running the place was holding some files, took one look at them, and scoffed. But then his eyes went wide as he stared at the four eyes, totally confused. "Old Zhang, what are you doing here?" Seeing Zhang's stressed-out face, he asked, "Wait, is the next kid's blood chi score still not ready?" Old Zhang quickly leaned in and whispered something in the boss's ear, making him lock eyes on them, completely shocked. He literally gasped. "No way. For real?" Then old Zhang glanced at the high-tech testing dummy and gave him a heads up. "How's your gear holding up? You need to swap it for a high-end one? Let's not screw up here, we can't look like idiots in front of this kid." The boss just shrugged off the warning, smirking at his test rig as he bragged, "Chill out, man. This rig is top tier." Then he flexed. Its limit is literally 990,000. He looked at testing dummy number 04 with absolute confidence. Even a level 6 martial artist wouldn't break it. "What, you gonna tell me this kid is some kind of grandmaster?" "No way." As the four eyes stepped aside, the examiner casually looked Lu Sheng's way, waving him over with a chuckle. "You're Lu Sheng, right kid?" Then he called out, "Get in here, you're up." Lu Sheng walked up calm as ever, but the pure aura he radiated made even the four eyes jump. The examiner's jaw dropped, and he couldn't even sit still. Lu Sheng stared down at him with crazy sharp eyes. That heavy energy was pouring off him, making the examiner's legs go totally weak as he looked up. Then Lu Sheng just smiled, closed his eyes all polite-like, and bowed. "What's up, examiner? Candidate number 00565, from Baihe City, Lu Sheng." The guy just froze, shaking like a leaf, pointing a finger and stammering in total panic. "Student Lu Sheng, please step up to the testing machine." Lu Sheng got into position right in front of the dummy while both examiners, one standing, one sitting, glued their eyes on him. The sitting examiner clutched his info sheet, staring at him wide-eyed and asked, "Student Lu Sheng, you ready to roll?" Lu Sheng closed his eyes and murmured, "Hold up a sec." Suddenly, the examiner's face went blank as his eyes popped at the energy building up around him. Lu Sheng taps into the breath of flame, pulling out the divine illumination scripture to supercharge his blood chi. He raised his hands to channel his energy, a giant fire god shadow looming behind him. His face went dead serious as a blinding golden energy blasted out, forcing both examiners to shield their eyes. The examiner held onto his hat for dear life. Jaw dropped as he shrieked, "Yo, what the hell is this crazy pressure? You told me this kid was just a normal high schooler," he snapped at old Zhang, who was also squinting in disbelief. Staring at the golden aura swirling around Lu Sheng, he mumbled, "He's focusing all that explosive power onto one spot, straight up targeting the weak point." While Lu Sheng kept his eyes closed, totally locked in, the examiner gasped, "This kid is literally flawless." Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, glowing with pure gold. "Ultimate martial arts, first form," he yelled in his head. He dug his feet in, the floor literally shattering under the insane pressure. "Stellar force, 12 times," he roared internally. The examiner could only gawk, sweating buckets. As he wound up his fist, a massive fireball with a phoenix roaring inside swirled around his hand. His eyes flashed as he prepared his grandmaster technique, fire raging everywhere. He thought, "First time fusing all my modes together, let's see how strong I really am." Lu Sheng let out a smug smirk, eyes narrowing with pure hype as he threw the punch forward, screaming in his mind, "Let's see what happens." Boom! His flaming fist slammed straight into the test dummy. A blinding light erupted as he roared his ultimate move, 10 suns rising. Flashback to 5 minutes ago inside the exam building, the loud clack of a chess piece slammed onto the board. Shu Yaodong closed his eyes and pulled his hand back, leaning back in his chair, cool as a cucumber. Checkmate. Director Lu. This guy was Shu Yaodong, the big boss in charge of Baihe City's college entrance exams and the president of the Shuhai Martial Arts Association. Hearing that, the chubby guy across from him rubbed his temples, closing his eyes with a sigh. Man, took another L. He was the director of the Baihe City Education Bureau. Director Lu shook his head. President Shu, you're just too good. That's 7 losses in a row for me. I'm done. Shu Yaodong just burst out laughing, stroking his chin. Haha, I'm just a meathead fighter, bro. What do I know about playing chess? Guess I'll just take the L on this one. Out of nowhere, his secretary burst through the door in a total panic, clutching some files and screaming, President Shu, we got a major situation here. We need your call, as soon as possible. Hearing that, Shu Yaodong just turns around, cool as a cucumber, to check her. What's with the freakout? Can't you see I got company here? Beside him, Director Lu just sits there quietly, watching the drama unfold before piping up to ask, What's going on? Spill it. Shaking like a leaf, the secretary stammers. It's kinda hard to put into words, sir. Then she tries her best to explain. So, basically, this examinee from White River City is taking the test, but he somehow broke the blood draw needle. The proctors want permission to use a higher grade needle for him. Hearing this, Shu Yaodong just facepalms, closing his eyes in sheer annoyance and groaning. Wait, didn't we send a whole box of high-grade needles to every single testing room? Do you seriously need my green light for something this minor? The secretary steps up, looking super awkward, and stutters out. Actually, they're all busted, sir. Literally every single high-grade needle is broken. Hearing that, Shu Yaodong squeezes his chess piece so hard it straight up shatters in his hand. His eyes pop out in utter disbelief, and he slams his fist down, yelling, Say what? The high-grade needles are all trashed? Grandmaster-level body tempering? Director Lu's jaw literally drops, and he jumps out of his seat, staring at the secretary. Right after, Shu Yaodong completely loses his chill and points right at her. While the secretary stands there trembling, Shu Yaodong barks out an urgent order. Hurry! Go grab the special grade needle from the vault right now and bring me that kid's file, like yesterday. Xia Pingnan, who's sitting right there, stands up and looks over, totally shook. The secretary hands over the folder she was holding and says, I actually got the file right here, sir. Take a look. The two of them huddle together to peep at the file, and their eyes instantly bug out in shock. Shu Yaodong closes his eyes, his face going completely pale as he tries to catch his breath. Then a massive grin creeps onto his face as he looks at his buddy and says, Director Lu, man, congrats. Hearing this, Director Lu just smiles all humble-like, closes his eyes, and plays it cool. Ha ha ha, pure luck, my guy, pure luck. He clasps his hands together, grinning from ear to ear, and adds, I guess it's my turn to take the win today. Haha, honestly. It's all thanks to your great leadership, President Shu. I'm just riding your coattails and soaking up some of the clout. Hearing that, Shu Yaodong looks over at him, totally surprised, still clutching the file. Oh? You don't seem shocked by this at all, Director Lu. Director Lu just squints his eyes with a cheeky grin and says, Man, of course I'm shocked. But honestly, I kinda saw this coming. Flashback to that glowing military insignia. And he asks Shu Yaodong, President Shu, you know about that annual Qiming Rising Star selection over at the Eastern Military District, right? Well, that kid Lu Sheng is literally the Qiming Rising Star for this year's batch. And that's not even all, he's already a massive martial arts prodigy back in White River City. Shu Yaodong's jaw drops, and he practically yells, Are you serious? Inside, his mind is totally blown as he realizes, that kid. With this kind of crazy power, he's not just going to sweep the provincial exams, he's literally built to take the champion crown, aiming straight for the absolute peak. Shu Yaodong gets super hyped, grabs Director Lu by the hand, and yells, Let's go! We gotta see this kid right now. Missing out on a world-class beast like him would be a straight-up crime. But right then, the table and the vase on top start shaking like crazy. Boom! A massive shockwave hits, and the vase instantly shatters. Both Shu Yaodong and Director Lu freeze, their faces turning completely pale with pure panic. They completely lose their footing as the whole ground starts rolling under them. They scream, Holy crap, WHOA! As soon as the shaking stops, Director Lu, sweating bullets and wide-eyed gasps, Bruh, was that an earthquake? Beside him, Shu Yaodong locks his eyes onto the source of the shockwave and snaps. No way. That was way too close. I can feel the epicenter of that shockwave right nearby. Suddenly, his eyes go wide with absolute horror as he screams. That's coming straight from Lu Sheng's combat power testing room. Down in the testing room, right after Lu Sheng unleashes his punch, the entire place is buried in a massive cloud of dust. Our boy's fist is still raised, with crazy blazing red phoenix flames swirling all around him. The testing dummy is absolutely demolished, literally blasted and pinned deep into the wall, leaving a massive, deep crater in the concrete. Next to him, the two proctors are so shook they literally fall backward off their chairs. The guy with glasses is completely paralyzed, his jaw on the floor as he shrieks. The other examiner is sprawled on the floor, losing his mind and screaming in pure shock. What in the actual hell just happened? The machine is literally welded into the back wall, sparking with electricity and totally wrecked, making the proctor scream at the top of his lungs. That combat tester is rated for a peak level 6 martial artist. He stammers in utter disbelief. Did he just blow it up with a single punch? Meanwhile, Lu Sheng is just standing there looking innocent as hell, with his mouth slightly open, totally clueless. His fist is still blazing with fire, sparks of phoenix flames dancing around him. The proctor shivers, trying to process the data. His single punch. He still can't believe his own eyes, screaming out, "It actually broke past 990,000 combat power?" Outside, Xu Yaodong and Director Lu sprint to the scene. With his eyes bulging, he screams at the top of his lungs, "Yo! What the hell is going on here?" Everyone looks over at him through the thick smoke and absolute chaos. The examiner of this round literally sprints over, throwing his arms around Xu Yaodong, crying like a baby, and screams in pure despair, "President Xu! President Xu! Thank God you're finally here." Beside them, Director Liu's face is completely blank, his jaw hitting the floor. Xu Yaodong flinches, looking down at the crying mess of a man covered in snot and tears. The proctor points a trembling finger to call out the culprit. He points straight at our boy's innocent, goofy face as Lu Sheng walks up and screams, "He's a straight-up grandmaster!" Hearing that, Lu Sheng just points at his own face, utterly clueless. Getting his grip back, Xu Yaodong frowns and points at the crowd, barking out orders. "All other examinees, clear out of here right now. Tell everyone outside to hold on, and you contact the association immediately and get a Grandmaster-grade testing machine down here, fast. And lastly, hurry the hell up. Pick up the pace." Hearing that, Four Eyes Old Man Zhang scowled in pure panic, and along with the green-shirted examiner of this round, they both bolted while shouting out to confirm it. Right after, Xu Yaodong turned his head to look at him, his round face twisting in shock as he thought about how that last punch was absolutely mental. And then he added some more. Today is straight up going down in history, he thought, concluding that this kid is a legit young legend. Behind them, Director Lu walked over with a massive grin and assured him, "Don't even sweat it, student Lu Sheng, nobody's gonna blame you." Then he added, "Seriously, don't let it get to your head, all right?" He just gave him a side eye. The old man stood there with his hands behind his back and said, "Get yourself ready. Just cooperate with us for one more test in a bit and we're good." Then he stared at him as thick blue energy kept radiating off the kid like crazy. Clenching his fists and looking around totally clueless, he thought to himself that just standing near this kid, you could feel a martial artist aura that's been polished to absolute perfection. Then he shook his head in disbelief if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Who on earth would believe an 18-year-old high schooler could do this? An hour later, Old Man Zhang's voice cracked with anxiety as he pointed to the delivered box. "President..." Hearing that, Xu Yaodong quickly agreed. "Let's get this test started right now." Then, he pulled out a gold needle, looking hyped as he smiled at him and said, "First up, let's measure your blood qi." With that, the gold needle poked right into his fingertip. Lu Sheng looked down, silently holding out his hand to let him do his thing. In an instant, a tiny drop of his blood was drawn, glowing with a weird orange-yellow tint. Seeing that, Director Lu pointed at the blood drop on the needle tip, his eyes bugging out and sweating bullets as he screamed in utter confusion. The blood's clumping up instead of running, thick as mercury. "That's Grandmaster's blood." Then he corrected himself. "No, wait, it's a tiny bit off. I've seen actual Grandmaster's blood before. In their heads, those blood droplets looked like glowing reddish-orange pearls packed with pure essence." Right after, Xu Yaodong pulled the needle back and frowned, staring at it. If real Grandmaster blood hits the ground, it beads up like perfect pearls. The viscosity and density are both slightly higher than this. Next to him, Director Lu scowled too, putting his hands on his hips and chiming in. But for a kid his age, this is already mind-blowing. Then, he placed the needle onto the machine on the table. It beeped once and started scanning. The final result popped up on a red screen. Blood qi value of 123,356, a level 6 martial artist. Seeing this, Xu Yaodong screamed in absolute shock. A blood qi of over 120,000? A level 6 martial artist? Beside him, Director Lu clutched his head, his eyes glued to the screen as his voice trembled. In all of Baihe City, he choked on his words, then added, "No, scratch that. Even in the entire history of Dongning Province's joint exams, a score like this has literally never existed." On the other side, Xu Yaodong whipped his head around to look at him, grinning like a madman as he hyped him up. "Hell yeah, damn good. Student Lu, you just shattered the blood qi index record." Lu Sheng just stared at him, then smirked and casually flexed. It's all right, I guess." His face was completely chill, looking at them like they were overreacting, while the Four Eyes examiner pouted and screamed internally in pure frustration. How is this just all right? He cursed in his head. Damn, this kid is flexing so hard it's making me sick. Right after, the Four Eyes guy clutched the control panel and yelled out, "President Shu, the testing machine is fully calibrated. The armored dummy is ready to go." Hearing that, he quickly turned to him with a grin, saying, "Since you're already warmed up, let's get your combat power index tested right now." Over there, the dummy had been custom prepared for him. Waving his hand to call him over, the old man thought to himself, "This Grandmaster-level combat power tester is practically brand new, since barely anyone in Baihe City can even use the damn thing." He stared at him, continuing his train of thought. But today, some young kid is actually about to wreck it. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng got serious, walking up to the armored dummy, locking his eyes on it as he balled up his fists. Then he wound up his arm and threw a punch, his face tensing as insane power surged through his arm. Instantly, the screen started flashing a crazy sequence of alerts. With a massive explosion of smoke and fire, he unleashed a devastating punch, roaring out his 20 times multiplier skill, Stellar Force. 11th Heaven, dust and smoke blasted everywhere, making everyone cover their faces, while Su Yaodong shrieked in absolute shock. "Grandmaster's will, this is dead-ass, Grandmaster's will." His eyes bugged out as he screamed again. "I've been grinding for years to get this, and now some 18-year-old kid just casually pulls it off. Who wouldn't find that absolutely terrifying?" Beside him, Director Lu frowned, staring at him in pure shock and awkward disbelief as he shouted, "This kid has literally blown the doors wide open to the level 7 Grandmaster path." He finally concluded, "Just give him a bit more time and he'll be a straight-up teenage Grandmaster." Right then, he pulled his hand back from the dummy, leaving a massive, smoking, glowing dent behind. He drew his hand back, squinting with a smirk at the dummy as his body kept glowing amidst the swirling dust. Right after, the dummy flashed his stats, a combat power of 1,600,000. Seeing that, Director Liu beamed with absolute joy and commented, "His base combat power is basically up to spec. Even if it's a tiny bit short, he definitely deserves the Grandmaster title." Beside him, Shu Yaodong noticed something weird, squinting at him as he stroked his chin and muttered, "That's bizarre," then yelled, "Wait, that's not right at all." He turned to him, demanding an answer. "Lu Sheng, if you have Grandmaster-level power, why the hell aren't you using your astral chi?" Lu Sheng just looked back at him, cool as a cucumber, squinting slightly. Director Lu rushed up in front of him too, his brow furrowed in a slight panic as he chimed in, "Yeah, where is your astral chi anyway?" Lu Sheng just stared at him in silence. Finally, he extended his hand to gather energy, his entire body glowing with a golden light as he shrugged with a casual look and asked, "I ain't even level 5 yet, and my gang chi hasn't even formed." Hearing that, those two froze dead in their tracks, faces twisted in pure shock. Their eyes practically popped out of their skulls as they stared at him and lost their minds, screaming, "Say what?" Both of them collectively took a step back, totally spooked by the insane aura radiating off him. Director Lu straight up shrieked in absolute shock. "No freaking way. Dude ain't even level 5 and he's already throwing down Grandmaster level combat power." Hearing this, Shu Yaodong next to him finally got his head back in the game. He gave Director Lu a quick wink and grinned. "Director Lu, congrats, man." Then he hyped it up even more, saying, "Your White River City is about to birth a straight-up great Grandmaster. This kid is literally a living true dragon." Hearing that, Director Lu clenched his fists, eyes crinkling with pure hype as he cheered, "A true dragon! A legit true dragon!" Over there, Shu Yaodong was rubbing his chin, grinning ear to ear. The other guy next to him was also losing it, shouting, "White River City's got a freaking true dragon prodigy on the way!" Director Lu whipped around, pointing his finger and yelling at old Zhang, the four-eyed examiner, "Hurry the hell up! Get on the horn with Xiao Yuhei in the Eastern Military District right now!" The guy scrambled to grab the papers, nodding frantically as he booked it. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng stepped out of the testing hall, waved at his family with a chill smile, and called out, "Hey Dad!" The sunlight hitting from behind made his blue eyes flash. Lu Hai was totally hyped, his eyes wide as he looked his son up and down, asking eagerly, "Sheng, how'd it go? Did you go all out?" Next to him, Lu Qing, he was also losing her mind, eyes wide with hype, clenching her fists in front of her chest as she begged him, "Bro, come on, spill the beans!" Lu Sheng just threw his hands on his hips, looked at his little sis and said, "Went a bit better than expected. Getting into the Capital Academy shouldn't be a problem at all." Hearing that, his old man grinned from ear to ear, slapping a proud hand on his shoulder. Meanwhile, Lu Qing, he pumped her fist in the air, practically squealing with joy. "Wait, so you're saying you might actually get top score nationwide?" "I have a straight-up champion for a big brother." Right after, the three of them snapped a quick selfie. This was the legendary keepsake from Lu Sheng's college entrance exam. His dad was grinning like crazy in the back, his sister was staring at the photo with a massive smile, and Lu Sheng, right in the center, looked just as hyped. Right then, his personal stat screen popped up. Name, Lu Sheng. Gender, male. Born, June. year 297 of the Martial calendar. Died, April, year 477 of the Martial calendar. Martial arts strength, level 8 martial artist. Life history, became a level 2 martial artist at 18, completely shaking up White River City. Later, recommended by the White River Association to join the Dongning Province Genius Training Camp and snatched first place. That same year, he entered the Qiming Star selection and bagged the Qiming Star title, taking the unified exam in that very same year, scoring the absolute best nationwide and entering the 7th Sacred Martial Academy in the capital. After 2 years there, he joined the military, rising to the rank of major. Lu Sheng rubbed his chin, staring at the red notification screen in front of him with a frown, reading on, hit Grandmaster at 30, Great Grandmaster at 54, at 60 became one of the 4 great generals of the Eastern Military District, spending his whole life on the front lines with a legendary reputation, died in April, year 477, at the ripe old age of 181. Historical rating, 4.5 stars. Access level, level 4 Fireseed Resource Zone. Reading that, he let out a dry laugh, remembering his 5 wives and grimacing, thinking, and 5 wives? Geez, I definitely didn't sign up for that headache. A cracked heart emoji popped up on the screen. But the next second, he got hyped up again, clenching his fists with pure grit as power surged through his hands, shouting to himself, in that lifetime I actually peaked as a level 8 Great Grandmaster. He then pulled up some ancient manuals, smiling as he reached for them, knowing his level 4 clearance meant he could unlock the next 3 level 11 Divine Cultivation Arts. He glanced at their stats. Crystal Meditation Method, Volume 3, Advanced Natural Breathing Method, Stellar Body Refining Art, and the Tier 2 Technique of the Undying Golden Body. Finally, Lu Sheng flipped open the manual, and a glowing red orb of energy burst out from the pages. He thought to himself, the Level 4 Stellar Body Refining Art covers every training stage from Level 4 to Level 6. That basically meant a straight golden ticket to becoming a Grandmaster. Instantly, his body started soaking up the crazy energy bursting from the book. His eyes shot wide open as he thought in disbelief, this art doesn't just give me the Tier 2 moves for the Undying Golden Body, it's also got a secret, overpowered technique hidden inside. Lu Sheng stepped forward confidently toward the blazing red orb, with waves of neon, colorful energy swirling beneath his feet, but the next second, he snapped back to reality. Staring at the spectral projection of the manual in front of him, he pursed his lips and muttered, thank God Shi Shengning was a massive fanboy of Wang He. Recalling the hilarious memory of him basically being an ultimate stan, he added, since their styles are practically cut from the same cloth, I can easily fuse them together without any issues. Then, Lu Sheng stared at the brilliant blue Grandmaster energy glowing on the path ahead. Realizing his Grandmaster will was already fully formed. All he had to do now was use it to jack up his blood chi, and he'd easily secure his spot at the top as a Grandmaster. Though right now, he was still standing at the bottom of the steps, looking up. But then Lu Sheng paused to think about the 10 suns in the sky fist technique that Shi Shengning created and his specific Grandmaster path. He hesitated, remembering another Grandmaster path surrounded by swirling phoenix jade, and another master wielding crazy purple lightning, thinking, as a level 11 powerhouse, Wang He's Grandmaster path was literally hailed as the Eastern Extreme Setting Sun 10,000 years into the future. He couldn't help but wonder, are their Grandmaster paths even on the same level? But he quickly shook his head, no way, they had to be completely different. His expression turned serious, eyes narrowing as he stared down at the manual. That's their path, not mine, he muttered. Lu Sheng paused, looking up as he pictured a massive cosmic pathway stretching across infinite space. The floating manual still hovered in front of him, and he knew for a fact, that's definitely not my path. He envisioned himself sprinting up his own staircase, leaving Wang He's path in the dust, and thought with absolute conviction, the Grandmaster path I walk will build on Wang He's foundation, but I've got to totally surpass him. He concluded with a smirk. My goal from the start is aiming straight for level 30, maybe even higher. That's the only way I'll pull off what even Wang He couldn't. He had 3 level 11 legendary arts backing him up as his foundation after all. Looking back at the massive tower and the shadows of the people below, he smiled. The entire glorious martial arts civilization of 10,000 years in the future had literally paved his way to greatness. Then he hyped himself up and yelled out, solidifying his resolve this wasn't some pipe dream, and he sure as hell wasn't biting off more than he could chew. No cap. Standing at the absolute peak of his life, Lu Sheng stretched his hand out as the sunlight beamed down on him. With a massive, hyped-up grin, he raised his hand and let out a roar, his eyes burning with pure determination. Now that's my future, fruh. Cut to 5 days after the grand exam ended, over at Lu Sheng's place, Lin Zi was chilling on a ladder, hanging up some lights. Down below, Lu Qing, he was handing lanterns up to her old man, with a mess of red lanterns and scraps of red paper scattered all over the floor. Up on the ladder, Lin Zi was grinning ear to ear as he hung them up, totally vibing. Heh, our boy Lu Sheng's scores are about to drop any minute now. Then he added, we gotta throw a major banger to celebrate, no cap. Down below, Lu Sheng, he looked up and passed another lantern to her dad, smiling like crazy. Meanwhile, next door, some blue-haired dude was flexing in the mirror, fixing his clothes. He glanced out the window at the two of them and asked his wife, yo, the neighbors are hanging up lanterns and getting ready to set off fireworks. He shrugged. Looks like they got some major hype going on. On the other side of the room, his bougie wife, the one who'd acted all high and mighty passing by Lu Sheng's house before, was putting on her earrings, rolling her eyes with a massive scowl. Good thing, my foot, she scoffed. Ever since those bums moved in, it's been nothing but bad vibes. She glared out the window, gritting her teeth at them. Honestly, the housing prices here are dirt cheap. Any random clown can just crawl in and buy a place. Flip-flopping her hair in total disgust, she sneered. Just look at how broke they look. And when they first moved in, bro, they wouldn't shut up, noisy as hell. Then she remembered bumping into them at the front door just this morning. As she was getting into her car, she had spotted Lin Zi scrambling to pick up dropped fruit off the ground, looking all embarrassed. She'd plugged her nose and whined to her husband, he ripped his cheap bag of oranges and blocked the whole road forever. I swear, if he got his dirty hands on my ride, I'm gonna lose it. Seriously, just thinking about it makes me sick. Her husband squinted, giving her a look as he tried to check her. Yo, babe. Why you gotta be so toxic, he said. They're still our neighbors, after all. Hearing this, the girl's neck tensed up, her eyes popping out as she snapped at him. Excuse me? You're my husband and you're taking their side? Just then, a deafening blast of car horns echoed from outside. The girl covered her ears, glaring out the window as she shrieked in anger. Ugh, seriously? Who is making all that damn noise? Are they out of their minds? I bet those broke neighbors are trying to get back at me. She clutched her head, screaming out the window in absolute rage. So what if I ran over a few of your stupid oranges? Keep testing me and I'll hire a massive truck to dump dirt and bury their whole yard. But right at that moment, a massive convoy of luxury cars started rolling down the street. Her husband's eyes went wide, totally losing his mind as he stammered, wait, that license plate. He cut himself off, shouting as his eyes glued onto the lead car's plate. It's Dongdi 001. Bro, that's the governor's official ride. He rushed over to the window, rubbing his chin, his face completely pale as he yelled out again in disbelief. The governor literally came in person, sounding the horn 9 times to celebrate the new Danglong champion. He has to be here for the Danglong martial arts champion. Beside him, his wife was completely shook. Her face froze, her eyes popped out, and she let out a stupid, nervous laugh as she shrieked at her husband. Wait, what? This year's Danglong martial arts champion is from Baihe City, and they literally live in our neighborhood? She shrieked, totally losing it. She turned back to watch the convoy rolling in, jaw-dropping. Bro, their ancestors must have been putting in mad work for this kind of blessing, she realized. After this, I gotta buddy up with this guy. For real. Outside, a whole fleet of rides just pulled up right in front of Lu Sheng's crib. Lin Zi is completely shook, looking out the door. He panics and goes, Ching-hee, what in the world is going on? Why is there a whole scary-looking fleet of cars parked right outside our house? The girl looks over, still holding a lamp, totally clueless. She's like, I have absolutely no idea, Dad. Next thing you know, Lu Sheng's parents and sister get called out to meet the big shot in the car. Then, Xia Pingnan steps out, bows, and apologizes right off the bat. My bad for showing up like this. Then he adds, sorry for crashing your place out of nowhere. The three of them just stand there, completely clueless, staring at him. Xia Pingnan stands up straight, gives them this super warm, friendly smile, and asks, is this the home of Lu Sheng, the legendary dragon martial scholar? So this guy is Xia Pingnan, the governor of Dongning province and a straight-up martial arts grandmaster. Beside him, his driver is holding the door open with his eyes closed, bowing. Hearing this, Lin Zi's eyes pop out and he loses his mind, yelling out, The dragon martial scholar? He screams, trying to wrap his head around it. My boy Sheng is the actual dragon martial scholar? Behind him, Lu Sheng, he totally panics, her eyes going wide as she grabs her face in disbelief. Beside him, Lu Sheng's mom is grinning from ear to ear, covering her mouth in shock. Meanwhile, the neighbor girl just freezes up, staring at his house with her jaw on the floor, and screams, no way. There's no way the freaking dragon martial scholar is the kid from that family. She grabs her head, face completely scrunched up, and starts panicking hard. She mumbles to herself, oh my god, I'm so cooked, I'm dead, what the hell did I do? Meanwhile, our boy Lu Sheng is chilling in his room, sitting cross-legged, doing some breathing exercises with his hands on his knees. He looks down at his arm and thinks to himself, it's a total marrow cleansing. Some weird brown residue is starting to pop up all over his skin. He realizes that now that he's got the next stage of the immortal golden body phase 2, his physical stats that were stuck are finally leveling up again. He wipes off the gunk and hops out of bed. Suddenly, his phone buzzes with a notification. The screen lights up with a text from Qinghee. Bro, you're literally #1 in the whole country. The Dragon Martial Scholar, we're talking about the actual dragon. She spams some cute emojis and adds, Bro, the house is packed, why are you still sleeping? She pings him again. Bro, the freaking governor is here. He's a grandmaster. Why are you making a literal grandmaster wait for you to wake up? Lu Sheng's eyes go wide at that. He wipes his sweat, reading the text, and screams in his head, The governor? Like, right here in my house? He closes his eyes, focuses his energy, and thinks, all right, let's see what's going down. In an instant, he spreads out his mental radar to scan the whole house, gripping his phone tight. Downstairs, his 3 family members are sitting in the living room with 3 other guests. Lu Sheng scans them and thinks, okay, that aura definitely belongs to Xiao Yuhei. Then he notices, and the guy next to him has the same insane energy level. He's a level 6 peak master too. Then, his focus shifts to the person radiating a crazy glowing red aura. He pauses, totally shocked. This dude's energy is like a literal furnace. Next to him, even a level 6 powerhouse looks like a tiny speck of dust next to a massive bonfire. Right then, the guy turns his head and looks straight up at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng flinches, screaming in his head, Yep, that's a real deal, Grandmaster. Xia Pingnan looks up, gives him a huge grin, and says, Looks like our star player, the Dragon Martial Scholar, is finally awake. Beside him, Xiao Yuhei looks totally confused, and Lu Sheng's mom is just as clueless, glancing over at them. Right then, Lu Sheng starts making his way downstairs. Everyone's eyes immediately lock onto him. He casually leans his hand on the railing, looks down at them, and gives a chill greeting. Sorry about that, guys. Kept you waiting. Xia Pingnan looks up at him, squints a bit, and sizes him up with a grin, thinking, Damn, this kid is built different. So young, but he's already packing some crazy power. Beside him, Xiao Yuhei is grinning, looking at him like a proud dad. Xia Pingnan looks at the insane aura radiating off Lu Sheng, thinking, he's like the rising sun ripping through the morning fog. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng just keeps a straight face, walking over to them all chill. He thinks to himself, man, the next generation is straight up taking over. This kid makes me feel old. Lin Zi rushes over to his son, slaps a hand on his shoulder, and points his other hand towards Xia Pingnan with a big smile, and happily introduces him. Sheng, you're finally awake. This is the governor of Dongying Province, Xia Pingnan. Then, he points to the guy next to him and adds, and this is the mayor of Baihe City. Lastly, he points at Xiao Yuhei, who's smiling, and says, and you already know Xiao Yuhei. Lu Sheng smiles, walks over to Xia Pingnan, and reaches out to shake his hand, saying, Nice to meet you, Governor Xia. Xia Pingnan shakes his hand, looking super chill and friendly, and replies, Haha, good to meet you, Student Lu. Everyone takes a seat, and Lu Sheng sits right across from Xia Pingnan. The governor looks at him and says, Sorry for dropping in like this, but I really wanted to congratulate you in person. Then he adds, for clutching first place nationwide as the Dragon Martial Scholar in this year's exams. Lin Zi is totally baffled and asks, Wait, the exam results are out already? Xia Pingnan gives it to him straight. The system's basically done. They're just finalizing the official rankings right now. He adds, but Lu Sheng taking #1 is already a done deal. Hearing this, Lin Zi's face completely lights up. He jumps straight out of his chair, staring in disbelief. In the back, Lu Qing, he is absolutely losing it, staring at her brother with giant eyes. His mom covers her mouth, grinning like crazy with pure happiness. While everyone's losing their minds, Lu Sheng is just sitting there, totally chill. Xia Pingnan adds, and that's without even counting your academic scores or any extra credit bonus points. He wraps up, once the system tallies everything up, we might literally be looking at the highest scoring martial scholar in entire history. With that, he reaches his hand out, and his secretary quickly bows and hands him a paper box. Xia Pingnan glided a look over, flashed a chill grin, and was like, the second I heard the news, I hauled tail over here just to meet student Lu Sheng. Then he added, representing our whole Dongnin province to hand over some sweet rewards for Dongnin's #1 prodigy. Right after that, he popped the box open, showing off a silver card and a straight-up house deed inside. Xia Pingnan let them know, here's 50 million as a little cash prize. It's not much, but consider it a small gift from the province for Lu Sheng. Then he added, and this right here is a crib over 400 square meters right in the heart of Dongnin province. It might not be as huge as Lu Sheng's current place, but the location is prime. There are tons of pro martial arts facilities around, totally perfect for a martial artist's grind. His dad straight up lost it, staring wide-eyed at the box, totally speechless. Lu Sheng, his mom, and his little sis also leaned in to sneak a peek inside. Then his mom snatched the box and snapped it shut with a grin. Xia Pingnan looked over at him and said, Student Lu Sheng is already pushing level 6 martial artist strength now, huh? In the back. Lu Qing. He heard that about her bro and her jaw literally hit the floor, her face totally twisted in shock. But Lu Sheng just turned and looked at him, cool as a cucumber. The bossman added, "You can pick literally any martial arts university in the entire country." Then he asked if Lu Sheng had made up his mind yet. Hearing that, Lu Sheng looked him dead in the eye and said, "Yeah, I'm set." With a totally serious face, he locked eyes with him and said, "Capital Sacred Martial Arts University." Right after that, Xia Pingyan pulled out a recommendation letter, squinting with a knowing grin. His secretary respectfully handed him the papers from behind. Xia Pingyan was like, "Yeah, figured as much." Then he added, "Turns out, I actually have a recommendation letter from Sacred Martial Arts University to hand over to you." Then, with a wave of his hand, he whipped out 7 red and gold invitation cards, flashing a hype grin at him. He added, "Actually, make that all 7 of the elite Sacred Martial Arts Universities." Finally, he said, "I'm not playing favorites here, so I'll shut up and let you make the call, Lu Sheng." Seeing that, Lu Qinghe's mind was totally blown, completely speechless and low-key screaming and throwing a fit inside. The holy grail of martial arts schools that every kid in the country would die to get into, and he gets a free pass? She was screaming inside. Is this a freaking manhwa or some crazy web novel plot? Lu Sheng sat up straight, hands on his knees, staring at the stack of invites like, what the actual heck? Then, he quickly pulled the recommendation letters together, shuffling them with his other hand. Xia Pingnan peeked down at his hands to see what he'd choose, looking a bit shook. Right after that, he snatched one letter out of the messy stack and said, "This one." He locked his eyes on the stamp on the envelope, his eyes glowing. The 7th Sacred Martial Arts University. Hearing that, Xia Pingnan was totally thrown off, his eyes widening in shock. He forced a smile, thinking to himself, "Man, I thought he was going to sweat over this choice." Then he thought, "No way, he just picked it like that. That's wild style, for real." He smiled, gesturing to pack the letters up, and closed his eyes. All 7 of these sacred universities were built by the legacy of actual martial saints. The 7th might not seem as flashy, but the instructors there are just as cracked as the other 6. Then he added, "The credit missions at the sacred universities are pretty brutal, so you're gonna need a solid melee weapon that fits you." Lu Sheng just clutched his letter and listened. Next, he slid his shiny gold business card over. "Once you pick out the perfect weapon, just hit me up whenever." Hearing that, Lu Sheng was low-key surprised, staring down at the glowing card with a blank face. Xia Pingnan added, "Any melee weapon below level 6, I'll personally grab it for you. Consider it a congrats gift for your glow-up, Lu Sheng." Lu Sheng snatched the card, looking at it wide-eyed with a grin. A level 6 weapon. That's gotta cost a fortune. Then he told himself. But turning down the good vibes of a provincial director, especially one who's a grandmaster-level beast, would be straight-up disrespectful, he thought. So he said, "Appreciate it, Director Ha." With that, the director and his crew stood up with warm smiles. Xia Pingnan stood up, clasping his hands. "All right, I won't crash your place any longer today. Honestly, I just heard our Dongnin province produced a real-deal beast, and I got so hyped I couldn't help myself. Hope you guys can forgive me." On the other side, Lu Sheng and his family stood up too. Lin Zi reached out his hand, beaming with joy. "No worries at all, seriously." Lu Sheng and his family stood by the gate, waving as Xia Pingnan's motorcade rolled out. Right after that, Lin Zi looked at Lu Sheng, grinning from ear to ear, raising his fists and cheering. "Haha, this is straight-up flexing for our ancestors. Our Lu family finally made it to the big leagues." Then he rushed over to his wife. "Honey, get to the market, quick, we're throwing a massive feast tonight." Beside them, Lu Qing, he was super hyped, grabbing a roll of red string. His mom bolted back inside, shouting, "On it!" Watching them go wild, Lu Sheng just smiled softly. Meanwhile, somewhere else, some dude was looking over Lu Sheng's file. He hummed and muttered, "Now this is pretty interesting." Right after, a guy next to him glanced over and asked, "Oh, something actually caught your eye? That's gotta be wild then." The guy in the shadows leaned his head on his hand, holding Lu Sheng's file. "Maybe this year won't be the usual boring stuff." This beast was Tan Zhongyu, the bright jade martial saint. A few days later, his classmates were looking at him, crying their eyes out. Lu Sheng and the crew celebrated passing the national exam and started saying their goodbyes, especially Lu Kaming, who was literally bawling his eyes out, snot and tears everywhere. Before takeoff, he said goodbye to his family to start his new grind. He hugged his parents and little sis at the airport. Lindsay looked at him, his face twisting with a mix of sadness and pure pride. Then Lu Sheng boarded his flight. He reached up to load his bags in the overhead bin, thinking to himself, "The 7th Sacred Martial Arts University is my next stop, and the main reason is..." Lu Sheng paused, narrowing his eyes as he slammed his bag shut. "All right, so the 7th Holy Martial Arts Uni has a whole-ass complete legacy of the Martial Saint, not to mention their one-of-a-kind Martial Saint Tower, which is low-key legendary." But then, as he plops back into his seat, He spots someone familiar and low-key gets startled. Boom, his train of thought about the seventh holy martial way he chose built 57 years ago gets totally interrupted. He recalls that the big boss founder is Dam Trung Nok, one of the 3 active martial saints of the Dragon Nation. 1. Next, he remembers that Dam Trung Nok became a martial saint just over 60 years ago, making him over 100 years old today. He visualizes the guy standing in a painting next to a massive tower and a giant-ass sword. And this is where the 7th Holy Martial Arts Uni hits a whole new level. Right after, he's like, word on the street is these martial saint powerhouses can easily live past 300 years old. That is way beyond what normal humans can pull off, no cap. Then he remembers that the martial saints in this world are actually pretty young. Lu Thon rubs his chin, closes his eyes, and pictures some old geezer turtle with a white beard wielding a sword. He shrugs and thinks this whole longevity thing is straight up like some mythical immortality. Next, he recalls that in the entire history of the Dragon Nation, there have only been 9 martial saints. That's a legendary path carved out by the OGs, combining countless martial arts, but he can't help but feel a bit bummed out about how it turned out. Sucks that over 100 years ago, a ton of martial saint-level badasses died fighting those monster beasts. Those giant freaks wrecked buildings and slaughtered humans, turning the whole place into a straight-up bloodbath. Lu Thon also notes that some died because of wars between nations, with elite humans fighting and killing each other. He adds that all those dirty tricks and schemes cost both sides a massive number of martial saints. Humanity's martial arts elites basically got wiped out by infighting, like a massive azure dragon locking horns with a white lion in a death match. Lu Thon sighs, thinking how the Dragon Nation and the Lion Nation beefing over who's the absolute king of martial arts is just exhausting. He doesn't even want to think about how it ended, so he just cuts that thought short. Anyway, moving past the ending, the Martial Saint Tower was built after the war by the Dragon Nation, modeled after each martial saint in their various states. To clone them perfectly, the Martial Saint Tower represents the absolute peak of the Dragon Nation's martial arts combined with high-tech sci-fi gear. A massive futuristic skyscraper standing right in the middle of the city. Lu Thon notes that anyone entering the tower has to take on challenges based on the difficulty levels. He pictures the floors of the tower like the stages of a human's life. Floor 1 is a kid, floor 2 is a middle-aged dude, and the top floor is an old guy with a cane, while the challenger stands outside holding a level 1 sword. Lu Thon notes that if you clear more floors, you might get a lucky encounter with a martial saint, or even get recruited as their personal disciple. Next, he imagines a martial saint statue with a glowing golden halo, looking down at the challenger, holding a sword below. Back to reality, he pictures himself pointing a sword at the martial saint, making the old guy sweat and pout. Glancing at his digital inheritance files, he thinks, honestly, I couldn't care less about being a martial saint's disciple, since I've already got a bunch of legacies left by rank 11th powerhouses. He then double-checks his mental cultivation techniques like the crystal visualization method, the natural breathing method, and the God-shining wisdom king scripture. Ultimately, he's like, I haven't even finished mastering all this crazy stuff. Why the hell would I care about some weak-ass rank 9th martial saint legacy? Right after, he looks at his credit scoreboard, seeing categories like required cultivation 1, required cultivation 2, required cultivation 3, and a whole bunch of other requirements. He frowns, breaking into a cold sweat, thinking, if the Dragon Nation didn't have these strict-ass rules for grooming elite martial arts talents, and requiring you to hit a certain amount of cultivation credits in uni before you're even allowed onto the battlefield. Back to reality. He sighs longingly. Man, otherwise I would have just skipped straight to Doofy Duke to report for duty. Then he tells himself, whatever, it's fine. Behind him, a girl is putting her luggage in the overhead bin, while Lu Thon smiles, staring out the window and cheering inside. Once I'm there, I'll just grind more mission points to speedrun the credits. Probably only take me about 1 year to graduate from the 7th Holy Martial Arts Uni. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out to him. Lu Thon turns around, and boom, it's Duong Dien. She leans over, giving him a huge, cheerful smile and asks, Hey Lu Thon, what a coincidence. Are you flying to the capital today too? Little does he know, this coincidence is all thanks to a text his little sister Qing he sent to Duong Dien. Lu Qing, he texted her. My big bro's flight is tomorrow at 12 p.m., and then cheered her on. Go get him, Duong Dien. You literally skipped Eastern Uni to go to the capital just for my bro, so what's there to be scared of? You got this, future sister-in-law. Back to reality. She quickly slides into the seat next to him, beaming with a bright smile. Lu Thon, seeing her, gives an awkward chuckle and replies, Yeah, what a coincidence. The two of them just stare at each other and laugh awkwardly. With the conversation hitting a dead end, Lu Thon leans away, shrinking into his seat. He quickly snaps out of it, stealing a glance at her and wondering, why the heck is she here? Meanwhile, she just keeps smiling at him, looking all happy and sweet. He immediately looks away, totally panicked. With an awkward grin and anime-style sweat drops running down his face, he screams internally, Oh no, please tell me I didn't just accidentally pull another wife. Fast forward 2 hours, the plane lands. He and Duong Dien step off. He drags his suitcase ahead, looking around the place. Behind him, Duong Dien excitedly rolls her luggage along with a big smile. Lu Than thinks to himself, man, the capital is built different. The crowd energy here is straight up off the charts. Right then, some dude jogging at warp speed with headphones on zooms past them. As Lu Than watches the guy parkour over streetlights while jogging, he thinks to himself, maybe base number 1359, in all its majestic glory in my dreams, looked exactly like this before it got invaded. Looking down, he comments in his head, damn, even the window washers are low-key hidden masters. Up on the roof, some guy is clinging to the glass like a lizard, wiping windows without a single safety harness. At Jinghe University, crowds of students are heading inside. He then turns to Duong Dien beside him with a smile and starts chatting her up. All right, we're finally at Jinghe Uni. I'll get you checked in first. Then I gotta run over to Sacred Martial Uni to register myself. Right next to him, she was low-key blushing hard, too shy to even look him in the eye as she mumbled back. Yeah, next thing you know, they grabbed their bags and started hauling them onto campus. Walking side by side, Yang Yan's mind immediately went into overdrive, daydreaming. This straight up feels like a cute college couple registering together on day one. She secretly thought, man, if only I could have gone to the same school as Lu Sheng, that would have been so elite. Over by the school gate, two dudes, one with slick back brown hair and another blondie, were busy hitting on girls. Out of nowhere, the blonde guy locked eyes on Lu Sheng and Yang Yan. The second he saw this gorgeous girl smiling next to Lu Sheng, his jaw literally dropped and he yelled, yo, what the hell, she is an absolute 10 out of 10. No cap. His eyes literally turned into hearts. He clenched his fists, stared like a creep, and hollered, nobody try to steal her. This freshman baddie is mine. The spiked-haired dude next to him gave him the craziest side-eye, scowled, and snapped. Man, get the hell out of here. You're straight up dreaming. Without wasting a second, the slicked hair guy slid right over to Yang Yan with a greasy smile, putting his hand out. Hey there, freshman. You checking in at Jinghe? Let me show you around and get you registered, babe. Meanwhile, the blondie quickly sneaked up behind her, grinning like a fool. Yo, let me carry those heavy bags for you. Yang Yan was low-key panicking, freezing up as she clutched her bags and stared at them. Seeing this, Lu Sheng snatched up both heavy suitcases and dumped them straight into the blonde guy's hands, making the dude stare in absolute shock. Behind her, the spiked hair guy glared back at Lu Sheng. But Lu Sheng just flashed them a cheeky grin and said, appreciate the help, boys. Yang Yan quickly backed off, super confused and awkwarded out by Lu Sheng's savage move. The blondie grabbed the bags, totally thrown off. He scowled, looking at Lu Sheng in utter confusion. Yo, Junior, you a freshman at Jinghe too? He was baffled that this kid wasn't even flinching around them. Lu Sheng was thinking to himself, lately, I've mastered hiding my overflowing blood chi deep inside my body. He smirked to himself. Looks like regular dudes can't sense a damn thing. He folded his arms, smiled, and played it super cool as he replied, nah, we're just high school friends. I'm just helping her move in. Yang Yan stood shyly behind him, giving the blonde guy an awkward, forced smile. The blondie hefted the luggage, smirking and winking at his jacked buddy, whispering, thank God, but looking at the girl, she's definitely down bad for him. The other dude leaned in, flexing his fist and snickering back, whispering, good thing they're not going to the same school. Since we're local, we've got the home court advantage. Then, the buff dude smiled, glanced at Lu Sheng, and pointed at the campus building, bragging like a boss. Our school might only be a tier 2, but honestly, everything here is built to match the elite tier 1 martial arts academies. He then added, we have top-tier training rooms, and we're literally right next to the path of martial artists. Plus, you get 3 chances every single month to enter the Martial Saint Tower. Trust me, you won't regret coming to Jinghe at all. Lu Sheng squinted his eyes, raising an eyebrow. Wait, normal martial arts academies can get into the Martial Saint Tower too? Yang Yan looked over, totally puzzled. The buff guy slapped his hands on his hips, held his head high, and smugly explained, obviously. The Martial Saint Tower is a national treasure of the Dragon Kingdom. You think only those elitist snobs at Sacred Martial Uni get to use it? The blondie, still struggling with the bags, tilted his head and bragged, for real. Not just normal martial arts students like us, but even freelance martial artists on the outside. As long as they get the green light from the Martial Arts Association, they can head inside the tower too. It's just that the paperwork is a huge pain in the ass. He then bragged about how students from the Sacred Martial Uni just have it a bit easier, no paperwork required. They can just walk in whenever the hell they want. The blondie then rubbed his hands together and leaned in close to Yang Yan, grinning like a creep as he whispered some advice. Listen up, freshman. Let me drop the #1 rule of surviving here at Jinghe. In the East District of this college town, you can mess with pretty much anyone. The school has your back, and they'll shut down any real fights. Hearing that, Yang Yan dodged away from him, her eyes wide with concern. Suddenly, his expression went dead serious, and with a look of pure dread, he pointed a finger upward and whispered, "But whatever you do not mess with anyone from the 7 sacred martial universities. Seriously, do not trigger those guys." Lu Sheng scratched his chin, completely unfazed, and asked him, "Why's that?" The dude stood up straight, gritting his teeth as he glared at Lu Sheng. He was screaming inside, "Why is this kid always interrupting? Stop cockblocking me." He forced himself to calm down and spat out. "Because students from the 7 sacred martial universities are straight-up psychopaths. Those lunatics get sent out to hunt beasts the second they enroll." The blondie shuddered, remembering some of the brutal brawls he'd seen, and added, "It's pure bloodbath from day one. If you pick a fight with them, they might actually beat you to death. And don't even get me started on their power, every single one of them is terrifyingly strong." Finally, he shoved a finger in Lu Sheng's face, scowling with pure annoyance, and hissed, "You get it now, Junior?" Lu Sheng just grinned, totally ignoring the dude's attitude, and casually replied, "Got it." A moment later, they arrived at the campus entrance, surrounded by crowds of students and a big sign pointing towards the freshman registration area. Lu Sheng turned around, made a call me sign with his hand next to his ear, and smiled at Yang Yan. "All right, I'll leave you here. If anything comes up, just hit my line, okay? Call me whenever." She looked at him, completely smitten, and nodded with a soft, shy smile. As he turned to walk away, she stood there waving goodbye. Watching them, the buff brown-haired dude sighed, "Well, looks like we got absolutely zero chance with her, huh?" The blondie ran over and snapped, "Bro, you gotta play dirty if you want a shot, you know that, right?" Meanwhile, the buff dude covered his face, watching Lu Sheng walk away, and muttered in frustration, "Damn, that kid is cocky as hell." The blondie gritted his teeth, rolled his eyes, and scowled in total agreement. Deadass. And they kept trying to look for him, too. Who does this dude think he is? Right after, he scurries over to Yang Yan while she's rolling her suitcase, leans in, and goes, "Hey, Junior, what kind of crazy school did your friend enroll in to be flexing that hard?" She's just standing there with a pissed-off face, watching his back, before giving this guy a cold-ass glare and spitting out, 7 Sacred Martial Arts University. Hearing that, both of those dudes instantly freeze, jaw dropped and completely shook, staring at Yang Yan and screaming, "Say what?" Then, she drags her 2 suitcases herself, eyes closed, chin up, totally flexing as she adds, "Oh, and by the way, he's from White River City, and his name is Lu Sheng." Hearing that, those 2 clowns completely freeze up, absolutely terrified, turning pale and shaking, looking at each other and muttering in pure panic, Lu Sheng," before grabbing their heads and screaming, "That's the freaking Danglong martial arts champion of the year." Meanwhile, our boy is just smiling, walking toward his new school. Lu Sheng's suitcase rolls right up to the campus gates, and he stops, looking up at the massive walls glowing in the sunset, deadass telling himself, "All right, we're here, the 7 Sacred Martial Arts University." Staring at the glowing gold sign above the entrance, he stands before this massive gate, holding his suitcase and just taking it all in. Then, Lu Sheng grins with straight-up determination, looking at this giant tower in the center with the words Martial Saint carved on it, thinking to himself, "All right, 7 Sacred Martial Arts University, show me what you got." The vibe here is insanely majestic. They say a grandmaster holds rivers and mountains in his mind, while a martial saint carries the whole universe in his heart. Even if I'm just here to level up my knowledge and broaden my horizons, this college trip is already worth it. As soon as he steps inside, he spots a registration booth with a long table and a few seniors, with a sign next to it pointing out the freshman registration. Lu Sheng hands over his invite and asks, "Excuse me, is this where freshmen check in?" 3 people, 2 girls, and 1 guy look up at him. He adds, "I'm here to sign up." Hearing that, a blonde chick in the back immediately lunges forward, snatches his letter of recommendation with a grin, leans on the table, and asks all hyped up, "Oh, a newbie? Toss your notice to Big Sis, let me check it out for you." The other person at the table stares at her with wide eyes, and before our boy can even react, she already swiped his letter. The blonde chick looks at the notice and her jaw deadass drops, screaming, "Say what?" before confirming he is indeed this year's Danglong martial arts champion. The girl sitting next to her leans in, completely amazed, "No way, that's wild." They're both glued to Lu Sheng's letter, whispering, "This is literally the first time 7 Sacred has pulled a top-tier champion, and on top of that, he's a total hunk." Hearing this, the dude in the back cleaning his weapon completely freezes up, squinting his eyes at them, looking highly annoyed. Next thing you know, he leaps up, making a massive racket that scares the crap out of all 3 of them. Then, he lands his feet right on the table in front of our boy, slamming down with a loud bang. Lu Sheng just stares back, cold as ice, completely unbothered. This dude squats down, slaps his blade over his shoulder, and glares at him with this cocky grin, a red-orange aura flaring up. He goes, "Yo, you the guy?" But Lu Sheng is chill, just holding his backpack straps, staring right back with a blue aura glowing around him. The guy spits out, "The one they call Lu Sheng?" Hearing that, our boy just flashes a super friendly smile and goes, "Yep, that's me." Then he asks, "We got a problem?" Seeing that smile, the guy grins back with straight-up murder in his eyes, swinging his blade in a flash. Boom! A flaming sword slashes right at him. He lands with one knee on the table, while Lu Sheng stands there, cool as a cucumber. The blade hits his shoulder and doesn't even leave a scratch, literally like trying to bite through steel. Lu Sheng just smiles back, completely unfazed, even with the blade sitting right on his shoulder. The senior is dead-ass, speechless, totally shook, staring at him with wide eyes. Then he tilts his head toward his blade tip, frowns and mutters, "Go straight that way." Lu Sheng just looks in the direction he's pointing. The senior slowly stands up on the table and adds, "The path's marked all the way. You won't miss the dorms." Lu Sheng just turns around, eyes closed as he walks away, and says, "Got it, thanks." Leaving those three standing there completely dumbfounded, Lu Sheng just waves his hand without even looking back. The blonde chick stands there, chin in her hand, watching his back with hearts in her eyes, gasping, "Whoa, that composure, the chill vibe, and that aura. He's built different, way better than our class. Man, I wish he was on my team." The sword senior stands straight, slinging his blade over his shoulder, hands on his hips, squinting after him before asking the girls, "Yo, anyone know what this kid got on the finals?" The girl with glasses is already tapping away on her phone, eyes popping as she goes, "On it right now." Then she pauses. "Wait, nothing. It's not showing up." Suddenly, her eyes go wide at the screen and she gasps, "But wait, they say his blood chi level broke past level 6. Hearing that, the sword dude loses his cool, staring at her in shock, while the blonde chick's jaw literally hits the floor. The glass chick keeps reading, and he broke a ton of records too. No cap, this dude might be the strongest Deng Long in history. The senior squints his eyes, looking toward the direction Lu Sheng left with a wild smirk. Is that right? Man, things are about to get real interesting. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng is walking with his suitcase, checking out the place, thinking to himself, owning a massive campus like this right in the capital? No wonder they call it a sacred martial university. Then he frowns, but why is it so dead quiet? Where the heck is everyone? Suddenly, someone yells, "Yo, homie in front, hold up." A chubby kid comes running up, panting but smiling. Panting, finally ran into another human being. Lu Sheng stops and turns to look at him. The kid asks, "Yo, is this your first day checking in too?" And quickly introduces himself. "I'm Lin Z, by the way. Freshman, just like you." He scratches his head, giving a shy grin and goes, "So, any chance you can show me where the dorms are?" Then the dude explains, "Bro, I'm straight up directionally challenged. I've been wandering around for half a day and still can't find this place." Hearing that, he just gives him a friendly look and nods. "Bet, I know the way," he says. Then the guy starts rushing him. "Bro, this place is massive, let's move." Next thing you know, they're dragging their bags right up to a whole crowd of people. Lindsay lets out a relieved smile and goes, "Phew, finally found our dorms. This place is low-key gigantic, no cap." Beside him, our boy just chillaxed and asked, totally confused, "Wait, why are there so many people crowding the entrance? What's the holdup?" In front of them, a bunch of freshmen are grimacing, when suddenly, some poor dude gets sent flying into the air while people are screaming, "Yo, watch out, get the heck out of the way." Lindsay and Lu Sheng look up, totally lost, like, "Wait, what?" Next second, the flying dude slams hard onto the concrete, groaning in pure agony. Everyone around them is shaking and bugging out. Then, some slow clapping starts up from above, and this super cocky dude struts out, bragging, not bad at all. You're Xu Xiaoming, the top martial arts scorer from Nanjiang province this year, right?" Meanwhile, the beaten-up guy is still surrounded by the crowd, gritting his teeth and trying to push himself up. Then this blonde-haired clown clenches his fist, puts his other hand on his hip, flexing his knuckles with a smug smirk, and chuckles. "You're pretty tough, I'll give you that. You're the only freshman who's managed to take 2 hits from me." Then he condescendingly adds, "Keep grinding, kid. Level up a bit more and maybe you'll actually be allowed to live here." Right by the door, some long-haired dude is leaning against the frame, casually sipping bubble tea while enjoying the free drama, looking down at the crowd with a smirk. Down below, a green-haired kid is stressing out, looking at his buddy and asking, "Yo, Huodong, what's the play? You think you can take this guy?" The guy just stares up in dead silence. All the other students are clenching their fists and gritting their teeth, absolutely livid about this whole setup. Huodong looks up with a scowl and mutters, "Not a chance, bro." Meet Huodong, the 3rd-place finisher of Jingdu province in the 5th National Martial Arts exam. He sighs, totally defeated. "I just hit level 5, but that monster up there is likely at peak level 5, and his aura is already semi-manifested." Meanwhile, the blonde dude is standing there with his arms crossed, flexing his killer aura. Huo Dong adds, "Honestly, I probably wouldn't even last 3 hits. I'd end up face down just like Xu Xiaoming." Huo Dong closes his eyes, shaking his head in sheer frustration as he continues. "If my elemental control was at level 3, maybe I'd stand a chance. But right now, no way." Hearing this, his green-haired buddy loses his mind and shrieks, "Wait, seriously? Even you can't take him? Bro, what if we run his pockets in a gang fight? If we team up and jump him to drain his stamina, we gotta have a shot, right?" Huo Dong opens his eyes and immediately shoots down the idea. "Nah, that ain't gonna work, bro," he explains. A peak level 5 warrior's blood Q stat is almost 1,000, plus they've got aura coating. Their stamina is on a whole different level. Then, he glances at the other guy who is currently glaring at his bubble tea because a boba pearl is stuck in his straw, annoyed as hell while stirring it, and says, "And honestly, that other dude who's just chilling is way more dangerous. He's low-key a level 6 quasi-grandmaster already." The crowd completely loses their minds when they hear that. A brown-haired kid in the back shrieks, "Yo, level 6! Is this dude even a student or what?" The green-haired guy is waving his hands around, completely freaking out. "Bro, local martial arts association presidents are only level 6. This is straight-up bullying, no cap." Hearing them whisper, Chi Ching up there just bursts out laughing. "Ha ha." Everyone immediately looks up at him, totally shook. Then he smugly looks down at them and says, "Do you clueless kids even know where you're standing right now?" He smirks, flashing 3 fingers at them to lay down the house rules. "Rules are simple, kids. Survive 3 hits from me and you get in. Survive 5, and you can actually bring your bags with you." He gestures at the crowd below, talking down to them like they're nothing. "I get it. You guys think you're hotshot geniuses, the chosen ones of your generation." The crowd just stares back, absolutely terrified. Chi Ching sneers, "But in this place, all those little trophies and achievements you're flexing, they ain't worth squat." His face goes dark as he glares down at them, clutching a handful of nameplates and spits out, "If you want something here, you gotta fight for it with your own 2 hands. Might makes right. And if you're weak," Chi Ching slowly lets the ID card slip through his fingers. "You're straight up trash. You're just a nobody." He takes his trash talking to the next level. "Hell, you're not even a dog. You're just a pathetic little bug." The freshmen stare at the cards on the floor, then look up at Chi Ching, completely terrified. Laughing like a psycho, he raises his hands as his bloodlust explodes. "So, as your beloved senior here at the 7 Holy Martial Arts Academy, I'm gonna teach you newbies in your very first lesson." The crowd is dead silent, nobody daring to breathe as the tension gets insanely thick. The freshmen are absolutely fuming, gritting their teeth in pure frustration. Our main character just scowls, totally annoyed, and laughs to himself. "Seriously? This cliché trope again? Ain't nobody tired of this trash?" He lets out a heavy sigh, thinking, "Why is there always some annoying clown everywhere I go, spouting all this deep philosophical jungle law nonsense when they're actually weak as hell? Seriously, where do they get the nerve?" Suddenly, Lin Zi clenches his fists, looks down, and whispers, "Yo, this is straight up fire." Our boy looks at him like he's lost his mind, but Lin Zi just bursts out laughing, jumping up and down with stars in his eyes as he shouts, "This is so dope." He hyped up adds, "This is literally my favorite trope. Some arrogant senior acting all high and mighty, stepping on everyone, living for the shock and terror in their eyes." He grins. "A 3-hit challenge, huh?" He tosses his bags over to Lu Sheng, hyped up to fight. "Time for daddy to teach you some manners, punk." Lu Sheng catches the bags, completely dumbfounded by this dude's crazy energy as he watches him charge forward. Next, this dude points straight to his own face, releasing some serious bad vibe energy, clenching his fist, and glares at him, dropping this, "Yo homie, forgot to mention." Then he flexes further. "I'm this year's martial arts champ of Sichuan province, and straight up ranked number 9 in the whole country." Right after, Lindsay can't take it anymore, springs up, balms his hand into a fist, and grins like a maniac, shouting, "What kind of trash rule is this? It's just a dorm entry, and you're dragging your feet? Let your granddaddy teach you a lesson." The crowd looks up, totally stunned, while our guy just stands there holding his bag, completely dazed. Unsurprisingly, Lindsay gets blasted right back, howling in pain. "Arg, oof." He goes rolling on the ground, leaving the whole crowd and our boy straight up speechless as they watch him fail. Right after, holding his bag, our boy squats down, looks at him and asks, "Yo, you good?" Lindsay scratches his head, sitting up and coughing like crazy, before muttering, "Damn, I slipped up. Didn't expect that punk to be so jacked. He's even got hard aura going on." Meanwhile, that other jerk drops his leg, his whole body still oozing a thick golden aura. He's got his hands shoved in his pockets, grinning like a smug bastard at them. Our boy quickly pats Lindsay's shoulder, smiling to cheer him up. "Haha, chill out, you did great, man." Lindsay is still holding his head, closing his eyes all depressed. But our boy? He just steps up with total confidence. The crowd splits right open to let him pass. Lu Sheng calls out, "Watch and learn, homie." Meanwhile, Lindsay is just sitting on the ground, utterly dazed, staring at our boy's back as he walks up. He steps right up to Chi Ching, who's still wearing that smug-ass smirk, and thinks to himself, "Yeah, I should have known. When some annoying trash gets in your face, you gotta take care of business right away." He rubs his wrist with his other hand, face going dark. With a cold smile and eyes closed, he steps forward, letting loose some terrifying killing intent, thinking, when noisy-ass flies buzz around, you just swat 'em dead. He chills out, clenches his fist, while his other hand grips his backpack strap. Looking up at Chi Ching with a totally bored face, he says, "Bring it on." Around them, the other students start whispering like crazy. Suddenly, Chi Ching throws his hand up, barking, "Hold up," leaving everyone scratching their heads. Chi Ching's face drops. He points a finger right at our boy, squinting his eyes hard. "You seriously think you're gonna take 3 hits from me just standing like that?" Hearing this, Lu Sheng realizes something, looks at his backpack, and lets out a casual, "Oh." He drops the bag to the ground. Then, crossing his arms, he looks at Chi Ching, cocks his head, and asks, "We good now?" Hearing this, Huodong's face goes pale, totally freaking out. He scowls, staring at our boy, muttering under his breath, "This kid is straight up suicidal. That guy's a hard aura martial artist, and this punk is still acting so damn cocky." Beside him, the blue-haired dude is sweating bullets, frowning and worrying. Man, if he pisses them off, is he gonna get his legs snapped? Little bro, better start praying. No cap. Seeing how much our boy is disrespecting him, Chi Ching narrows his eyes, his body flaring with yellow killing intent. He licks his lips and snarls, "I'm gonna show you." He cuts himself off, lifts one leg, spreads his arms wide as a crazy thick aura explodes around him. Glaring with a furious look, he screams, what real pain feels like. He swings a massive kick, sending a blazing red shockwave ripping straight towards Lu Sheng. The crowd goes wild, staring at the incoming blast, shouting in shock, "Holy crap, that power!" Their eyes are popping out of their heads. Whoa, but our boy? He just stands there, chill as the blast rushes right at his face, completely unfazed, not even blinking. Then, boom, he launches himself straight at Chi Ching, catching the guy totally off guard. In a flash, Lu Sheng grabs him by the throat, squeezing so hard Chi Ching loses his balance and gets slammed back, his face twisting in agony as he screams. "Ack! Let go of me!" he screeches. But nope, our boy slams his body face first into the dirt, cratering the ground and shattering the concrete around him. The crowd goes absolutely mental. Huodong's face is pure white, his eyes bulging out as he backs up, sweating bullets and screaming. What the hell? A peak level 5 martial artist with master level aura got wrecked that easily? His blue-haired buddy is trembling, totally shocked, stammering. And it happened in a split second. Finally, our boy stands up, lets go of Chi Ching's neck, and shakes out his wrist, staring down at him coldly. The dude is curled up like a shrimp, head literally buried in the dirt amidst a cloud of dust. In the back, Lindsay is shaking, eyes wide as saucers as he looks at our boy. "Bro, did you just crush his aura with your bare hands?" Then he adds, "Looks like the boss inside is about to step up." The crowd goes into overdrive, gossiping like crazy. Our boy walks right up to the guy sipping boba. The guy's face is dark, crushing his boba cup with one hand while keeping the other in his pocket. Passing right by him, our boy gives him a cold glare, asking, "We done here? Can I go now?" The guy spits out the straw, squeezing the crushed cup, and mutters, "Yeah." Our boy casually slips his hands into his pockets and walks into the dorm, scanning the lobby. He slides his room card for room number 1 in, then glances at the other vacant cards next to it, thinking, so they were trying to block everyone from getting these. Huh. He grabs card number 17, thinking, might as well grab one for the big guy. He walks back to the door and tosses the card to Lin Zi, who catches it out of the air. Lu Sheng calls out, "Yo, big guy, let's roll." Meanwhile, Chi Ching drags his dizzy, broken self to sit on the steps. Outside, Lin Zi waves the card, grabbing our boys' bags with a massive grin, yelling, "Hell yeah, I'm on my way," then adds, "Thanks, homie." Around them, the crowd goes wild, whispering, "Damn, I need to get on this guy's good side too." The whole crowd is just frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Lin Zi, grinning like a fool, adds, "Hee hee, let me carry your backpack for you, bro." Everyone watches Lin Zi, totally flabbergasted. The blue-haired dude grimaces and stammers. They just walked right in like that? Huodong rubs his chin, staring at the second gatekeeper, and mutters, "Even that long-haired dude didn't make a move." He adds, "Did he realize he stood absolutely no chance against him?" With that, Lin Zi and Lu Sheng walk straight into the dorm. Behind them, the long-haired guy whips out his phone, watching our boy walk away. Frowning, he mutters into the phone, "Yo, boss, we got a situation. Looks like a real monster just enrolled this year." At the dorms, the sun is blazing down on this massive building. Lu Sheng standing right out front, squinting and smirking. One hand on his hip, the other gripping his backpack strap, he grins and mutters to himself, "So, this is the place, huh? Yo, this dorm setup is way cleaner than I expected." Right next to him, Lindsay squints, shading his eyes with his hand as he looks around. Then he glances over at a nearby house, crosses his arms, and goes, "Damn, looks like I scored a whole-ass detached house to myself. It's a bit smaller than my old crib, but the best part, absolutely free, no cap." Hearing that, Lindsay, standing behind him, immediately loses his mind. His finger is literally shaking as he points at him, eyes popped out, and yells, "Bro, that place is strictly for the grand champion of the martial arts exam." Then he turns to Lu Sheng to make sure he heard right. "Dude, are you actually Lu Sheng?" Immediately, his eyes light up as he stares at him and screams, "Oh my god, no way." Seeing him freak out, Lu Sheng just glances over, eyebrows raised, and asks, "What? I don't look the part?" Hearing this, Lindsay rushes over with a huge, goofy grin. He throws up a thumbs up, nodding like crazy. "Nah, you look exactly like the real deal." Then he adds, "Back when we were lost earlier, I already knew you weren't some average dude, but I didn't know you were this cracked." He closes his eyes, sighs, wipes away a fake tear from the corner of his eye, and whines. "I actually thought I was hot stuff being a provincial champion, but the moment I step foot in here, I run straight into a monster like you." He continues, "I literally came all the way to Seven Saints Martial Academy just so I wouldn't have to deal with freakish geniuses like you." He scratches his head, scowling with his eyes shut tight, and groans, "I was sure you'd go to one of those elite sacred martial academies. Why the hell would a powerhouse like you end up here at Seven Saints?" Lu Sheng squints, looking at Lindsay in total confusion, and asks, "What's that supposed to mean? Is Seven Saints really that trash?" Hearing this, Lindsay scowls and tries to break it down. "That's just what my family told me. I mean, why else would it be called Seven Saints? All the top-tier grand champions from previous years signed up for those other big-shot academies." He thinks back to the massive gap between the schools and gives his 2 cents. "I looked up the National Student Tournament, and Seven Saints always gets utterly wrecked in the rankings. They're basically bottom tier." He sighs, remembering how their school is stuck at the absolute bottom of the food chain, sitting at rank number 7. Hearing this, Lu Sheng just shrugs, shoving his hands into his pockets as he walks. Gripping his backpack strap, he smirks back at Lindsay, thinking, "Honestly, trash or not, they've got the legacy of the martial saint. That's more than enough for me to level up." Then he waves him off, saying, "All right, I've got things to handle. Catch you later." Lindsay is left standing there, completely stunned, as Lu Sheng steps inside and slams the door shut. From outside, Lindsay yells, "Yo, bro, hit me up on WeChat first." Lu Sheng totally ignores his shouting, plops down on the living room couch, drops his bag, and takes a look around. He thinks to himself, "Damn, this interior is pretty sick. Even the couch is made of actual monster hide. They really didn't skimp on anything." Then, he spots a device sitting on the table, points at it, and frowns, wondering, "What's this thing?" Suddenly, the holographic TV screen blares to life, and a voice starts droning. Up next, some pro tips on how to clear floor number 13 of the Marshall St. Tower. Giga Chad's tearing apart level 5 monsters, barehanded viewer discretion is advised. Also, checking out the most influential players on this month's Seven Saints leaderboard. He looks up, kind of curious. "Oh, the top rank, huh?" Then, he glances at the stream feed showing some live stats. Chen Yuchuan going head-to-head with Xiaolan. Full footage of the top-ranked upperclassmen fight at Seven Saints Martial Academy. Staring at the screen, he is slightly impressed. No way, they've got their own school for him? This place is packed with juicy intel. He thinks, according to the comments section, these two are the absolute strongest upperclassmen still at Seven Saints. He smirks, let's see if they're actually cracked or just all talk. He hits play. On the screen, two dudes, one wielding a sword and the other a saber, face off. The hype commentary screams, the legend of Chu faces off against the undying Phoenix. The fight gets insanely heated, and finally, their weapons clash with a massive explosion of sparks. Suddenly, a pop-up cuts the stream short. Your 15-second free trial is up. Please sign up and pay points to unlock the full video. Staring at the paywall, Lu Sheng's face darkens. He scoffs and groans. Are you kidding me? Of course the internet in this world is just as scummy as back home. I don't even know my own student ID yet, so I can't even sign up anyway. Lu Sheng stands up, puts his hands on his hips, and looks out the window. Whatever, I'll deal with it later. Since I've got time to kill, might as well grind some great sun visualization. He checks out the open-air rooftop and decides it's perfect. He unzips his bag, looks at the rows of glowing gold vials, and thinks, I managed to brew 30 vials of golden dragon saliva before coming here. That should be plenty to power up. He downs them immediately, and a dense, heavy aura instantly wraps around his body. Cracking his knuckles, he thinks, oh yeah, this stuff is the real deal. Let's see how much I can push my limits. But before he can even start, a loud, obnoxious banging on his front door completely ruins his vibe. His face goes completely dark, his eyes turning cold and pissed off. He glares at the door and barks, "Who the hell is that?" No one answers, but the banging gets even louder and more aggressive. Bam! 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 Annoyed as hell, he stomps over and yanks the door open, snapping at the crowd outside. Who the hell is banging on my door? Standing there is some red-haired punk and his sidekicks, looking all smug. The leader sneers. "I am. What of it?" He glares at him, his face going dark. "You're Lu Sheng, right?" Before the punk can even finish, Lu Sheng's eyes narrow with pure rage, his fists clench, his legs tense up, and with an explosion of raw energy, he drives a brutal kick straight into the leader's gut. The dude goes flying, slamming hard into the wall like a rag doll. The two lackeys are literally sweating bullets. One of them squeezes out a terrified, awkward smile, while the other just stands there completely frozen. In the background, their leader is face down in the dirt, groaning in a cloud of dust, disgusted. Lu Sheng glares down at them, his eyes cold and menacing. Letting his raw, suffocating aura loose, he growls a warning. "Go back and learn how to knock like a civilized person before you come looking for me." The dude coughed his lungs out as he stumbled up from the dust. "Cough, cough!" His little lackeys finally snapped out of it and looked over at their boss, while he just stood there, dead silent, staring them down. The boss clutched his chest, face twisted in pain, gasping for air while screaming inside, "Damn it!" He was losing his mind, wondering, ain't this Lu Sheng kid a total newbie? How the hell is he this freaking strong? Before they could even process what was happening, Lu Sheng pressed them. "So, what's your game here? Don't tell me you just came to start some petty drama. Who's next?" Hearing that, the other two dudes' eyes went wide as saucers, their lips trembling in pure panic. Instantly, they whipped out a student ID card and a box of stuff, plastering fake, goofy smiles on their faces as they frantically shook their heads. "No, no way, man. Total misunderstanding. We're just the registration crew, seriously. Here's your student ID. We already linked it to your villa's key card." The guy in the back holding the box quickly chimed in, "And, we also brought you this welcome box with all your daily essentials." The guy in front holding the ID card added, "With this card, you can use any tech or gear in the 7 Holy Martial Academy. Plus, you get a bottle of level 4 abnormal blood every single month." Lu Sheng took the card, staring at it with a frown as he thought to himself, "A vial of level 4 abnormal blood every month, huh?" He thought, man, the perks at this academy are seriously insane. Then, he glanced over at the dude who had just been sent flying. The guy dragged himself up, glaring at Lu Sheng through the dust with a twisted face. Lu Sheng scoffed internally, "But if they're trying to say they came all this way just to deliver some mail, I ain't buying it." Judging by that nasty glare, this clown was probably some student council officer trying to flex on the new guy to show who's boss. With that thought, he let his killer aura bleed out, tilting his head with a cold glare. "What's the holdup? You guys waiting for an apology or something?" The three of them flinched hard, totally freaked out. The dude on the floor shook like a leaf and squealed, "No way! No need! We're leaving right now!" Before they could utter another word, Lu Sheng slammed the door shut, tossing out a final line. "Got my stuff. Thanks for the delivery. Now beat it." The two lackeys outside closed their eyes and let out a massive sigh of relief. They rushed over to pull their boss up, who was shaking with pure rage, gritting his teeth. "Ugh, what a goddamn joke," the guy in the green shirt muttered. "To think an upperclassman got totally wrecked like this by some random freshman." Hearing that, the guy in the orange shirt glanced at their leader and added, "So what now? If you're planning on getting payback, count me out, man." The beaten leader grimaced, clutching his chest and wheezing, "Payback my ass. Last time I fought a level 6 beast on a mission, I didn't even get trashed this hard." Then he grumbled, "But we can't just let this slide." Next time, before he could even finish his sentence, Lu Sheng cracked the door open, staring them down with killer eyes. "Oh, still here?" Hearing his voice, the guys shook like leaves and looked over in pure terror. His icy eyes locked onto them through the crack as he asked, "Did you forget something?" "Senior," he emphasized. The guy in the green shirt completely lost his cool, his eyes bugging out as he squealed, Nope, not at all." The beaten leader practically jumped out of his skin, flashing a super awkward, panicked smile. "Ah, right. We, forgot to fix your door." The other guy's brain went into overdrive. Sweating bullets, he shoved his phone to his ear and yelled frantically, "Hello, maintenance, we got an emergency here. Send someone as soon as possible." "It's a matter of life and death, man," he blurted out. Lu Sheng just ignored their drama, walking back inside to chill on the couch in front of the TV. Grabbing the remote, he mumbled, "Now that I got the card, I should be able to keep watching the video." Right on cue, the screen started playing again. Lu Sheng grinned. "Hey, it actually works." On screen, there was Chen Yixuan, looking sharp in a suit, holding a rapier in one hand while his other hand was politely tucked behind his back, eyes closed. The comment section on the screen was blowing up with stuff like, Bro, Yuxuan is number 1. Do you guys even get how crazy it is to be top of the senior leaderboard? Staring at him, Lu Sheng thought, so this is the dude sitting at the very top of the 7 Holy Martial Academy right now? He couldn't help but chuckle internally. Bro really wears a whole suit to a fight. Just then, the screen cut to a jacked dude with massive muscles, carrying a huge broadsword on his shoulder. Lu Sheng instantly recognized him. That's Xiao Lan. He thought to himself, these two basically represent the absolute peak of martial arts geniuses. In the top-tier martial arts sanctuary of the Dragon Kingdom, no less, he muttered under his breath, wonder how strong they actually are. Suddenly, the screen flashed, and Lu Sheng's eyes widened in surprise as he watched. On screen, Xiaolan bent low, swinging his massive blade wrapped in a golden aura straight at Chen Yuxuan. Yuxuan dashed forward with a blue aura, rapier in hand. The camera cut to Xiaolan swinging his blade from the ground, the impact literally cracking and sinking the floor beneath him. Up above, Chen Yuxuan brought his rapier down in a flash. Their strikes clashed at lightning speed with a sharp shh. Xiaolan was struggling to push his blade against Yuxuan's rapier, veins bulging all over his face. But Yuxuan just smirked, staring Xiaolan down while effortlessly holding his ground. Watching the fight, Lu Sheng's jaw dropped. He thought in disbelief, damn, these guys are freaking beasts. He stared blankly at his own hands and thought, if I didn't have the Grandmaster's will, I guess. He paused for a second, doing some quick mental math. I'd probably need like 60%, actually maybe 50% of my power to take them down. He shook off the thought and focused back on the wild battle on screen. Honestly, that's already pretty crazy. With my chi at minor mastery, even a casual punch of mine can easily clock in at over 2 million. So 50% of my power would definitely be over 1 million. On the screen, Chen Yuxuan stood there, smiling and waving to the crowd. He sheathed his sword after securing the win, and the crowd went absolutely wild. Lu Sheng realized, so these two aren't even Grandmasters yet, but they're already putting out Grandmaster-level power. Insane. Folding his hands and closing his eyes, he chuckled softly. And this is just the 7 Holy Academy and their local leaderboard. Guess the world is packed with monsters. I gotta grind way harder if I want to stay ahead. Right after, the video on the screen cuts to the freshman showdown blocking the dorm entrance. Seeing himself and Lindsay on screen, he just grunts, totally dazed. In the background, the commentary blasts, the strongest freshman in the history of the 7th Sacred Martial Academy, day 1 of school, and he already trashed a top 3 to 100 upperclassmen. Next up is a clip of him lunging at Qi Qing, awkwardly asking, is this the dorm area? Realizing he was being recorded, the video instantly cuts to Lu Sheng choking the guy and slamming him face first into the dirt, looking savage as hell. Watching his own clip, he can't help but judge himself a bit. Guess I was a little too brutal there. Suddenly, a warning screen pops up, making him go, wait, what's this? As he reads, up next is some straight-up animalistic, savage violence. He grabs Qi Qing by the neck and repeatedly face-plants him into the floor, leaving him zero room to fight back. The screen lights up with comments flying by. El Mao, this is too funny. This freshman is a beast. For real, don't mess with a Denglong. Seeing their comments, he can only give a wry laugh. Finally, he scratches his face, squinting with a bit of guilt, and says, damn, guess that guy won't be showing his face around campus for a while. Feeling a tiny bit bad for him. Right on cue, his stomach growls. Rubbing his belly, Lu Sheng mutters, man, I'm starving. Better grab some food first. He decides to go check out the cafeteria while he's at it. Cut to the bustling cafeteria, packed to the brim with students chatting and making a racket. Lindsay walks back over carrying a mountain of food, looking totally embarrassed as he gives a shy smile. Heh, Brother Sheng, don't laugh at me, alright? He then explains that he eats like a horse, otherwise he won't have any juice left for martial arts training. But the second he spots the literal mountain of food on Lu Sheng's table, his eyes pop and he almost spits his drink. Meanwhile, our boy is stretching his jaw wide to take a massive bite out of a 10-layer hamburger. Seeing this, Lindsay awkwardly sets his tray down, leaning in with a forced chuckle. Brother Sheng, you're a beast. You really are on another level. Hearing that, he just keeps chewing like a maniac, looking at the guy across from him with pure confusion. Nearby, a group of girls starts whispering loudly about Lu Sheng. Yo, is that Lu Sheng, the strongest freshman? He's actually kind of a hottie, right? Her friend sneaks a glance at him, whispering behind her hand. But don't let that polite, clean-cut look fool you. Mess with him and he goes absolutely feral. Honestly, I kinda dig it. Hearing them, Lindsay turns around to look. While Lu Sheng looks elegant to the girls, the guys just see him wolfing down food like a starving beast. Their faces darken as they glare at him, muttering, wait, Qi Qing got trashed by that kid? He's almost rank 6, you know. The guy next to him snorts. Probably just caught him off guard. Another guy chimes in. Honestly, I want to test the waters with this strongest Denglong kid myself. Haha, same here. Hearing the chatter, Lindsay glances around, eyes wide. Whoa, Brother Sheng, you hear that? First day of school and you're already a campus legend. Then he sighs wistfully. Man, if only I was as cracked as you. Across the table, Lu Sheng grabs his drink, closing his eyes to take a sip. Trust me, it's not all it's cracked up to be. Right on cue, trouble knocks. A hand slams onto their table as a voice says, "Excuse me." He glances up, still holding a piece of meat in one hand and his cup in the other. A crowd surrounds their table. The leader reaches out, smirking at him. "You're Lu Sheng, right?" He adds, "Let's be friends." He sticks his hand out with a smug face, while our boy just stares up at him in dead silence. Cocking his head, he puts on a friendly smile and introduces himself. "I'm Wu Fan, this year's runner-up in Yuhui province, ranked 7th nationwide." But before he can even finish, Lu Sheng shoves a forkful of noodles into his mouth, eyes closed, completely ignoring him as he cuts him off. "So?" he adds. "Did you come all this way just to read me your resume?" Wu Fan's hand freezes midair. Next to him, a bald dude gets triggered by his cocky attitude, gritting his teeth and swearing under his breath. He steps forward to flex, but Wu Fan quickly smiles, putting a hand out to hold him back. Then, he leans down, bracing his hands on the table. Wu Fan says, "Look, Lu Sheng, I know you're cracked. I'm no match for you," he adds. "But this isn't high school anymore. Networking is everything here." He smirks at him and goes on. "The room is totally packed right now, so you should." But before he can finish, Lu Sheng leans forward, cutting him off. "If you already know you can't beat me, why the hell are you trying to push my buttons?" The guys opposite them look totally awkward. Sliding his empty plate to the side, Lu Sheng gives them a cold warning. "You know damn well there are lines you shouldn't cross, and people you shouldn't mess with, yet you still want to play tough. Tell me." He slams his hands on the table, standing up to glare at them. "Are you actually stupid or what?" Wu Fan and his crew take a step back, totally spooked by his vibe. Feeling humiliated, Wu Fan's face darkens, eyes bulging with rage. He screams, "Die!" as he throws a wild punch, his face twisted in fury, but Lu Sheng just casually bats his hand away, stopping Wu Fan's fist dead in its tracks. Instantly, Lu Sheng grabs him by the face. The guy's eyes widen in sheer panic as his brain screams, "Crap!" Then he realizes this feels way too familiar. "Oh, right, it's just like the video." But before he can even process the thought, he slammed face first into the table, plates and bowls shattering everywhere. Pulling his head up from the dented table, Lu Sheng growls, "I literally just told you." The guy is completely dazed, unable to even react. He slams him face first again, making the entire cafeteria shiver in terror. Lu Sheng roars, "Not to," before pulling his head up once more. Tears are streaming down Wu Fan's face in absolute despair. Lu Sheng roars his final warning, "Mess with me." The crowd goes wild, some pulling out their phones to record, others just staring with their jaws dropped. Lindsay clenches his fists in pure hype, his eyes sparkling as he screams internally, "Oh boy, the beast is back!" Grabbing a napkin, Lu Sheng wipes the tears and snot off his hands while Wu Fan lies completely wrecked on the floor. Right after that, he looked down and tried wiping his hands, but they just wouldn't get clean, so he closed his eyes in annoyance and clicked his tongue. On the floor, Wu Fan was knocked out cold amidst the wreckage. The table split clean in half with food grease dripping all over his face. Then, he stuffed a crumpled paper towel right into Wu Fan's gaping mouth, leaving the dude looking absolutely pathetic and totally out of it. Boiling with rage, he spat out every single word. "In my entire life, I hate two things the most." Pausing for a second, Lu Sheng pointed his thumb at himself, his eyes flashing cold and his whole body oozing killer vibes as he tilted his head and added, "First is when some punk interrupts my training." Then he pointed straight at Wu Fan, who was still passed out like trash on the floor, and declared, "And second is having to look at annoying flies buzzing around me while I'm trying to eat." Wu Fan's two sidekicks were shaking like leaves, huddling together right in front of him. Then he glared and warned them, "So next time, don't you dare mess with me during these 2 times." He pointed at the 2 shrinking cowards, his eyes burning with anger as he knit his brows and growled, "Got it?" The 2 lackeys instantly bowed their heads in sheer panic, begging and crying out, "Yes, sir, we get it, we totally get it." The other guy, pale as a ghost, frantically chimed in, "We won't ever show our faces in front of you again, bro." Hearing that, Lu Sheng cooled down a bit and muttered, "Good. When that clown wakes up, tell him he's paying for the damn table." He turned to leave, tossing a glance over to Lindsay and calling him over, "Let's go, Lindsay." Hearing this, Lindsay got super hyped, grinning from ear to ear as he ran after him, shouting, "Hell yeah, Brother Sheng!" They walked away, leaving a storm of whispers and gossip behind them. As they walked, Lindsay pumped his fist, shaking with pure excitement as he squealed, "Oh my god, Brother Sheng, you were just, man, you were." He lost his words for a second, then yelled, "So freaking badass. Damn right, that's how a real man handles business. If they got beef, just throw hands." While Lin Zi kept babbling on, Lu Sheng noticed some sharp, hostile glares drilling into his back. Those eyes were practically screaming that they were dying to test him. But Lu Sheng just thought to himself, martial arts is a dog-eat-dog path anyway. Especially here at the Seven Holy Martial Arts Academy, where the country's ultimate prodigies are gathered. The crowd behind them still glared with scowling faces. Lu Sheng thought, the one thing this place is definitely not lacking is hard-headed idiots like that last guy. Another bunch was sneering and spitting, giving him the side-eye. Lu Sheng sighed internally. They're just like annoying flies, buzzing around and never giving you a break. He then pictured Wu Fan as a literal, slimy fly, rubbing his hands together with a creepy grin and buzzing all around him. Lu Sheng realized, the real issue is, they aren't scared enough yet. He narrowed his eyes at the crowd behind him, letting out a faint wave of killing intent as he thought, if a grandmaster were standing right in front of them, would they still act this cocky? No way in hell they'd dare. Then he added, so what I gotta do is make them absolutely terrified. Once they're scared shitless, those annoying flies will disappear on their own. He pumped himself up, thinking, I just need to find the perfect chance. He visualized his own massive, towering shadow looming over those terrified, wide-eyed punks, roaring in his mind, beat them to a pulp, slice their heads off. He'd turn into a giant demon and crush them under his heel. Surrounded by raging fire and smoke, Lu Sheng stood tall, looking down on them like ants, thinking, make them fear me like a god, dread me like a demon. Shirtless, his ripped muscles on full display, raising his hand with a dark look, a divine halo appearing behind him as golden light exploded all around. Suddenly, snapping back to reality, an angry, roaring voice blasted him out of his thoughts. Lu Sheng! Lu Sheng! The guy quickly marched up to him, fists clenched tight, oozing crazy amounts of raw power. Lu Sheng felt the pressure, looking back with a straight face. His body instinctively let out a bit of his own pressure, and he thought, this guy is insanely strong, but he kept his cool. But then, the man suddenly smiled, reaching out his hand friendly-like to introduce himself. You're Lu Sheng, right? I'm the vice principal, Zhao Tian, he added. I've got a little favor to ask. Tomorrow, you're going up on stage to give a speech as the freshman representative. Hearing this, Lin Zi's eyes went wide as saucers as he gasped. A speech on stage? Lu Sheng, standing in front, crossed his arms and squinted at Zhao Tian in confusion. Seeing Lin Zi's reaction, the vice principal looked at Lu Sheng and explained, honestly, just a few quick words is fine, nothing too crazy. Hearing that, Lu Sheng's face relaxed and he grinned, saying, all right, I'll get ready. Next to him, Lin Zi's eyes popped out again as he nudged him. Oh my god, bro, this is massive. It's your chance to flex in front of all the newbies. Then he hyped him up, screaming, Brother Sheng, you better kill it up there. Lu Sheng looked back at him, completely chill, and smirked. Flex in front of all the freshmen? Then he thought, you're damn right, I definitely have to put on a good show. The next day, a huge crowd gathered inside the massive open-air auditorium. The stage was still empty, but the students were already packing the seats. Above the red curtains on stage hung a banner, the 57th freshman matriculation ceremony of the Seven Holy Martial Arts Academy. Suddenly, the crowd whipped their heads around, staring with wide eyes and whispering, Yo, that's Lu Sheng. Isn't he the dude who knocked Wu Fan cold yesterday? Lu Sheng sat down next to Lin Zi. Hostile glares were stabbing at him from all directions, but he just kept looking straight ahead, cool as a cucumber. He had a total poker face. Behind him, Lin Zi was feeling the heat, nervously looking around. The green-haired dude from the dorms on orientation day scowled, nudging his buddy. Yo, Huo Dong, Lu Sheng's here. Then he added, I heard he's giving the stage speech today. Next to him, Huo Dong tilted his head, squinting curiously at Lu Sheng. The green-haired guy whispered, looks like Tu Jianfei is planning to make a move to take Lu Sheng down. What do you think? Huo Dong rested his chin on his hand, furrowing his brow as he thought. Tu Jianfei. I think he was ranked in the top 20 nationwide. He looked over at Tu Jianfei, who was glaring at Lu Sheng with arms crossed, looking incredibly cocky and annoyed. Lu Sheng noticed the gaze and turned his head to look back at him. Up in the stands, everyone had their arms crossed, waiting for a show. Behind them, Huo Dong muttered, Take down Lu Sheng? Has that guy already become the big bad boss in the eyes of all these freshmen? As for Lu Sheng, he slides out of his seat and struts up to the stage, head held high, one hand in his pocket, looking cool as hell. Seeing him exude that crazy aura, Huo Dong's face goes totally dark. He's sweating bullets, squinting as he sizes him up. He knows Lu Sheng isn't someone you can just mess with. His fighter's gut is screaming at him to stay the hell away from this guy. Climbing onto the stage, Lu Sheng bites his lip and throws a cold-ass glare at the crowd behind him, his brow furrowed, radiating pure menace. Right then, Zhao Tian steps up to the mic, welcoming everyone to the Seven Saints Martial Arts University. The crowd goes quiet, but then the old man starts yapping forever. And honestly, the students are already nodding off and falling asleep. As Zhao Taiyan keeps droning on about how hard the students have to grind, Lu Sheng stands there literally plugging his ears, looking disgusted as he rolls his eyes and thinks to himself, "Bro, no matter what universe you're in, school principals all yap about the exact same stuff." Then Zhao Taiyan hypes it up, smiling and gesturing toward him. "And now, let's welcome this year's freshman representative." He yells into the mic, "The Dragon Ascending martial arts champion, Lu Sheng, will now speak on behalf of the freshmen. Let's hear it for him." Our boy steps right up to the podium, leans down over the mic, resting his hands on the stand, and stares down the crowd. Beside him, Zhao Taiyan just stands there smiling like a proud dad. Down below, Xu Jianfei squints, cupping his hands around his mouth to mock him, shouting, "Yo, yo, yo." The rest of the students jump in, talking smack and jeering. Lu Sheng cuts his eyes over to him, looking completely unbothered but definitely annoyed. Zhao Taiyan tries to quiet the crowd down, then turns back to him with a warm smile, asking, "You ready to go, Lu Sheng?" He just looks back at the old man, totally chill, and smiles. "Yep, been prepping all day. We're good to go." Zhao Taiyan blinks, completely confused. Prepping all day? He thinks to himself, "Wow, I didn't think he'd care this much about a speech. He's really showing me some respect here." He adds to himself, "Guess he's not one of those stuck-up prodigies who don't care about anything but fighting." But then, Lu Sheng just stares down at the mic, gripping the edges of the podium, dead, silent. Then he squints, looking at the crowd with a smug smirk as his killing intent starts leaking out. Down in the crowd, some bald guy glares up at him, annoyed as hell, and grunts. "What's this punk about to say?" Right next to him, Xu Jianfei glares at Lu Sheng, gritting his teeth as he chimes in. "Yeah, whatever trash comes out of his mouth, we boo him off the stage and clown him." Meanwhile, Lu Sheng just smiles down at them, cool as ice, and starts his speech. "I'm Lu Sheng, and I know a lot of you here think I'm Cap." The next second, he points his finger at the crowd, his face going dead serious as he drops a bomb. "So today, I'm giving all of you a chance." Hearing that, the crowd, including the bald guy, go completely wide-eyed. Whispers break out everywhere. Xu Jianfei narrows his eyes, gritting his teeth as he mutters, "A chance?" Lu Sheng glares down, his face darkening as he yells into the mic, throwing down the gauntlet. "Challenge me, right here, right now." Then he spreads his arms wide and adds, "Oh, and I'll even let you guys." Hearing this, Zhao Taiyan literally stumbles back, completely shook. With a menacing twisted grin, Lu Sheng unleashes a wave of pure pressure over the crowd and roars, "Fight me all at once." Looking down on them with absolute disdain, he smirks and waves them over, his energy flaring. "Don't keep me waiting, you bunch of absolute flies." Hearing that, the bald guy cracks his knuckles, scowling hard at him. Xu Jianfei isn't doing any better, his face twisted in pure rage as he glares up at the stage. Zhao Taiyan is standing there completely lost, looking like he's about to cry. His brain is literally short-circuiting as he mutters, "Wait, what?" He tries to play it cool, adjusting his glasses with a strained smile. But inside he's screaming, "Are you serious? This is what you prepped all day for?" Meanwhile, Lu Sheng is still standing there with his arms wide open, staring down the crowd. Zhao Taiyan screams internally, four sentences, and he still chose violence. Down below, everyone's jaws hit the floor. Especially Lin Zi, his hand is literally shaking as he gives a thumbs up, totally awestruck. That's my boy Lu Sheng, absolute goat. Up on stage, Lu Sheng tilts his head, squinting with a punchable smug-ass grin as he disses the crowd. "What's wrong? Nobody's got the guts to step up?" He mocks them. "Are all of you flies just straight up trash?" That does it. The students jump up from their seats, fuming. Xu Jianfei slams his hand on the table, cursing, "Screw this!" The bald guy next to him flinches, totally shocked. Xu Jianfei just snaps, yelling in pure rage, "You've got some nerve, Lu Sheng." He stands up, his armor manifesting all over his body. He beats his chest, his aura flaring as he stares him down, laughing as he challenges, "I, Xu Jianfei, am about to shut your mouth." The crowd behind him starts talking smack too, shouting, "Does this guy seriously think he's invincible? For real?" Xu Jianfei cracks his knuckles, looking up at Lu Sheng with a dirty smirk. The bald guy next to him glares at Lu Sheng, hands in his pockets, and scoffs. "It's been a minute since anyone had the balls to talk that much game to my face." Then, a girl stands up, twirling her long white hair with one hand, the other on her hip, looking amused as she says, "Honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing for myself just what this dragon ascending champion is actually made of." The guy next to her just stares, his jaw on the floor. Seeing the chaos, Huodong bites his lip, panicking inside. "Shoot, this is getting out of hand," he thinks, his gut telling him that jumping in right now is a terrible idea. The green-haired kid next to him notices his hesitation, squinting as he watches him fidget. When another student stands up nearby, Huodong groans inwardly. "But if I just sit here and do nothing, everyone's gonna think I'm scared of Lu Sheng." Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes, getting up with pure determination as he stared at him and muttered. Instantly, the whole squad behind him stood up, hyped as hell. Hao Dong was like, "Show us what you got, top scholar." The rest of the class stood up, giving him the death stare, ready to throw hands. Next thing you know, the whole hall is staring right at him on the stage. A massive wave of energy surged from the crowd, shaping into a roaring dragon aiming straight at his face. The mob rushed him, screaming, "Class is in session! Show us your moves!" Seeing this, another teacher in the back stared wide-eyed at Zhao Kongtai, panicking as he asked, "What the heck? What's going on, Vice Principal?" His face went dark as he gestured to hold on. Then, looking cool as a cucumber like he was watching a movie, he stared at him, raising an eyebrow and saying, "No rush, let's see how this plays out first." Only Lin Zi stood his ground below, glaring at the crowd, clenching his fists. Ready to ride or die for him, he yelled, "You guys seriously ganging up on him? That's cheap. Come at me if you got the guts." Up on stage, he glanced down, kinda surprised by this guy's loyalty. Meanwhile, Lin Zi was screaming inside, "Crap, I'm either getting my butt kicked or we're both getting absolutely trashed." He reasoned, even if Boss Sheng is a beast, he can't take on this entire mob alone. No way I'm letting my bro lose face here. Down below, the giant energy dragon was still glaring at him, but Lu Sheng just stepped right up to the podium and spoke up. Hearing that, Lin Zi whipped his head around to look at him. Lu Sheng smirked. "Seriously, does a pile of literal trash think it can actually pressure me?" Then, his face darkened, his eyes turning blood red and leaking pure, terrifying bloodlust as he muttered, "Perfect timing. Let's see what you guys are made of." He cut them off, throwing his arms out to unleash a demonic aura that made the energy dragon freeze. He roared, "You trash! What makes you think you're even worthy of standing in the same room as me?" In a blink, he dashed forward so fast he was just a blur. Reaching Shu Jianfei, he raised his fist and declared, "You're first, bud." The guy couldn't even react. Eyes wide, his face crumpled as he took the punch dead on, even with his armor active. Blocking with his arms, he tried to hold his ground, coughing up blood. Ag, cough, but with just one punch, he flew back 8 meters, crashing straight into the back wall. The surrounding students stared at him, totally shook. Right then, another kid tried to sneak in a kick at him, but Lu Sheng grabbed the kick mid-air. Holding the guy's foot, he narrowed his eyes and leaked cold bloodlust, scoffing, "You're the weakest one here," before adding, "and the loudest." With that, he landed back on the ground. He casually slammed the guy into the floor with just enough force, keeping his other hand in his pocket like a total boss. Suddenly, he glanced back to see a massive fireball hurtling right at him. Lu Sheng paused. Some crazy dude was trying to blast him with a huge flamethrower from his hands, stepping on chairs and ignoring the other kids scrambling to get out of the way. Laughing like a maniac, he focused his energy and yelled, "Haha, I don't care how tough you think you are, let's see you survive this fire, bro." Out of nowhere, a hand cut straight through the flames. Lu Sheng grabbed the guy by the face, completely catching him off guard. The fire died down, replaced by sharp, crackling sparks pointed right at him. Stunned by how fast Lu Sheng was, the dude could only stare, completely speechless and terrified. The remaining embers on his body faded. Lu Sheng looked down at his singed clothes, sighing a little as he checked the damage. "Figures," he muttered. "My shield wasn't fully up and now my clothes are slightly ruined." Right after that, he darted his eyes to the side, frowning. A flash of lightning shot toward his arm. Lu Sheng pulled back, his face darkening as he looked down, while the lightning kid tumbled backward. Immediately, a volley of energy beams came raining down on him, but Lu Sheng just bent his body and dodged them effortlessly. A white-haired girl, moving fast as the wind with a blade in hand, smirked as she thought to herself, "So you got crazy power and insane defense, huh? Fine, let's see you try to block my speed when I slice you to pieces." But before she could even react, Lu Sheng was already behind her. Using his wind breath, he grabbed her ankle, leaving her completely shocked as she gasped in terror. "Huh?" she squealed as her body was swept off balance. In a flash, he tossed her straight toward the ceiling, landing back on the ground with a cool, low crouch. While he was busy dealing with the crowd in front of him, another girl behind him started trembling, her body radiating an unstable aura as she muttered, I can't control my power anymore." Suddenly, a hail of sharp arrows shot out from her body toward him. She clenched her fists and screamed, "Don't blame me for this." Thud, thud, thud. The projectiles slammed right into his back. Lu Sheng, caught off guard, spun around, his eyes widening slightly. Seeing his clothes torn and blood dripping, she pumped her fist in excitement, yelling, "Yes, I actually got him! I did it! I took down Lu Sheng!" But he just casually glanced back at her, unfazed, and used his telekinesis to pluck the projectiles right out of his back. Frowning with annoyance, he extended his hand, taking control of the floating needles. Turning around to face her, he asked, "Who said you could scratch my back for me, huh?" Horrified by the sight, she shrank back, holding her hands up in defense. With eyes that could literally kill, he glared at her. Controlling the floating needles with both hands, his face was pure fury, making her scream in absolute panic. No way. How are you a telekinetic too? With a flick of his wrist, the needles flew, pinning her flat against the wall. She went pale as a ghost, screaming at the top of her lungs in sheer terror. The crowd, led by Hao Dong, lost their minds and rushed him. Screw this! Everyone, jump him together! In an instant, the mob charged from behind with weapons drawn, but Lu Sheng just calmly turned his head to look at them. Staring at them with pure disgust, he thrust his hand forward, his eyes narrowing in irritation. Boom! A massive shockwave blasted the entire charging mob back, sending them flying. Seeing how pathetic they were, he stomped his foot down, looking at the terrified, beaten-up crowd before muttering his final judgment. Called it. Trash is trash at the end of the day. You bunch them up, and they're still just a steaming pile of garbage. Then he clenches his fist, aura oozing out of him as he stomps on a sword stuck in the dirt. Standing there in the dust, looking completely let down, he sighs. Sigh, I actually expected something from you guys. My bad. Meanwhile, that teacher who tried to stop the fight earlier is losing his mind, pushing up his glasses and yelling, "This is seriously." Right next to him, Zhao Taiyan is completely frozen, eyes wide and jaw dropped as he stares. But he quickly locks in, squinting with a smirk, thinking, this kid is definitely the real deal. He watches the guy casually dusting himself off, his clothes and body auto-healing. The dude's just looking around totally chill, making the old man think. Tomorrow, when the folks from the other 6 sacred martial arts academies lay eyes on Lu Sheng, they're gonna absolutely lose their minds. He Dong and his crew, who didn't even have time to back up their boy, are standing there shook, faces pale. He's shaking, completely clueless, asking, "Bruh, how did this even happen?" The crowd behind them is totally paralyzed. He Dong mumbles, "I was literally just debating whether we should jump in to help, and it's already over?" Then, our boy straight up steps on some knocked out student's face as he walks off. He Dong's eyes go dead, totally traumatized, trembling as he realizes the crusade of the heroes has officially flopped. All he can picture is that terrifying, murderous look on Lu Sheng's face, staring down at those students like they were literal garbage. To He Dong, this is the dawn of the Dark Lord's eternal reign. In his head, he envisions legendary warriors kneeling, planting their swords, and bowing in absolute terror. Snap back to reality, and Lu Sheng is standing right in his face, looking confused as he waves his hand. "Yo, you there?" He Dong snaps out of it, but his whole body is stiff as a board. Lu Sheng stares at him, thinking, why is this guy acting like a statue? It's giving major anime villain vibes right now. He looks at He Dong and asks, "Yo, didn't you stand up to fight earlier too?" He Dong's face goes instant ghost white. Shaking like a leaf, his eyes pop out as he shakes his head so fast he almost snaps his own neck. "No way. Not me." He looks back, sees his chair is a few feet away, and panics. He pulls off the most awkward laugh, quickly grabs the chair, slides it under his butt, and pleads for his life. "No cap, I didn't. Look, I'm literally sitting right here. See?" Lu Sheng just deadpans him. Nice try, but nobody gets a free pass today. He reaches out and chops him right on the head, making He Dong yelp, "Ow!" Looking around the wrecked hall, where literally not a single soul dares to step up anymore, he sighs. "I gave you guys a chance, but you blew it. Pathetic." Then he points straight at the floor, squinting down at the defeated mob with total authority. "Once these clowns wake up, tell them to keep my name out of their mouths and stay out of my sight. Got it?" The remaining bystanders aggressively nod like bobbleheads, sweating bullets. "We get it, loud and clear." They keep nodding like crazy. He casually turns around, flashing a chill smile. "Yo, Vice Principal, that wraps up my freshman speech, right?" Zhao Taiyan is absolutely loving it. He spreads his arms, beaming with a proud smile, and yells, "Awesome!" Then he shouts out, "All right, a few of you stay back to clean up this mess. The rest of you, drag these bruised bodies to the infirmary. Everyone else, scram!" And just like that, the 57th freshman opening ceremony at the 7 Sacred Martial Arts Academy comes to a wild, successful end. Cue the crazy media montage. The strongest freshman in history, single-handedly wiping out 100 opponents to dominate the rankings. They're depicting him as a straight-up raid boss tearing through weak mobs. The commentators are losing their minds, hyping up the absolute dominance of the Dragon Scholar champion, Lu Sheng. His stats are off the charts. The narrator throws shade at all the upperclassmen currently sleeping on him, giving them a savage wake-up call. Day 2 on campus, and he's already coming for the upperclassmen's throne. If you guys are still slacking off, you better start grinding right now. Suddenly, a breakdown of his cheat code stats pops up on screen. A level 6 martial artist stacked with level 3 spiritual telekinesis. A full breakdown of the absolute unit, Lu Sheng. The news anchor drops the final bomb. The deadliest new prodigy of the 7 Sacred Martial Arts Academy has officially arrived. And just like that, Lu Sheng didn't just make waves, he threw a massive boulder into a dead silent pond, completely shattering the piece. Cut to Lu Sheng sipping some water and flipping through TV channels, cringing. All these clickbait headlines are making me look like a final boss trolling a starter town. He mumbles, "Am I really that bad?" He looks up, getting a bit philosophical. Then again, I guess I have been getting kind of trigger happy lately. I'm straight up choosing violence for everything now. Is it because my power's scaling way too fast? Yeah, that's probably part of it. He sighs, realizing the real issue. But honestly, the main reason is just everyone else is weak sauce. Fighting those newbies didn't even put a dent in him. It felt like playing a hack-and-slash game on easy mode. He pictures himself casually pushing a lawnmower, shredding those students like weeds. Being weak isn't a crime, but being weak and totally oblivious? That's just a skill issue. He squints coldly at the cheering crowd on the TV screen, raising his glass. And if you're trash and still try to catch hands, that's just begging for a beatdown. He smirks. Violence might not solve everything, but it sure as hell solves most of my problems. He clenches his fist, completely crushing the glass in his hand. He squints with a savage grin, feeling totally enlightened. God Shine Mingwang Sutra, stellar body tempering art, natural breathing method. He proudly yells in his head that he originally just wanted to show off a little to quickly unlock higher clearance in the Fireseed resource database. He pauses, staring wide-eyed at his hand as red and blue auras swirl together. He thinks, wait, hold up. I was just trying to flex a little, but because of that trigger, the grand sun in my mind cracked open. My martial will actually just leveled up. A dark grin spreads across his face. Well, looks like it's time to send someone packing. Inside his head, this frozen battle is going absolutely mental. Lu Sheng grimaces, grinding his teeth and screaming as he clashes. Next thing you know, he's charging straight at Zhao Lengshuan, who's turtling behind her shield on the ice, digging his feet in to brace with his weapon. Then she starts spamming thrusts at him, but Lu Sheng slickly dodges every single one and keeps pushing forward. He throws a massive punch, and she gets her shield up to block it from below. But he slams down another beast of a punch, completely shattering her spear to pieces. Zhao Lengshuan takes the hit right to the chin, but her spear tip is already aiming straight for his throat. Lu Sheng's face goes dead silent, completely expressionless. Finally, he taps into light speed and wind breathing to slide right behind Zhao Lengshuan, dodging her attack. Then, he whips his arm out to throw his weapon, sharp as hell, screaming with everything he's got. Using the Divine Reflection Wisdom, King Sutra, his mental power spikes 10 times over thanks to the crystal visualization method, and his weapon shoots straight at her like a freaking missile. Zhao Lengshuan gets slashed right in the shoulder, letting out a painful scream. Meanwhile, he's hyping himself up, yelling, "Yes, I finally won!" Her arm gets chopped right off, and ice starts oozing out of the wound. She's grinding her teeth, sweating bullets. But then, a massive chunk of ice starts growing out where her arm used to be. Zhao Lengshuan drops to her knees on the ice in pure agony. She's tearing up, trembling as she looks up. Seeing this, he squints, his face totally freaking out as he screams, "Are you freaking kidding me? Is that even legal?" Zhao Lengshuan's arm literally regenerates into this jacked-up steel ice arm. She props herself up to stand, giving him a cocky smirk. Immediately, her razor-sharp arm slams into the ground, shattering it. Then, she lifts this colossal glacier right out of the earth, like 100 times bigger than her own body. Holding that massive chunk of ice high above her head with one hand, she looks dead at him. Next thing, she merges right into the sharp glacier and spreads her arms, while he's standing down there looking up, unable to stop himself from cursing. Holy shit! He stumbles back in absolute panic, screaming at her. Damn it, I've never seen her pull this move before. Is this her Phase 2 ultimate? Like some crazy boss mechanic when her health bar drops? Right above him, this massive ice phoenix made of pure magic is staring down at him, and Lu Sheng just looks up, totally dazed. Instantly, he scowls, eyes wide open. As a blazing golden aura bursts from his body, he's unleashing his Grandmaster's will. He clasps 2 fingers together and roars, "Blade control wheel." Suddenly, his weapon splits apart, and Lu Sheng starts floating, pointing straight at that massive bird above him. His weapons spin around his body like a crazy vortex. Lu Sheng roars his ultimate move, Infinite Rebirth, and it rockets straight towards that giant icebird right in front of him. With a magic circle glowing behind her, Zhao Lengshuan is up there giving him this hyped-up smile, while he just glares back, grinding his teeth. Eyes wide open, they both roar together. "Let's go!" Right after the head-on clash, he collapses onto the cold ground, his body covered in frostbite as he hangs his head, coughing like crazy. Cough, cough! His face is totally spent. Staring at his frozen solid hand, he chuckles to himself. "Haha, did I seriously take another L?" Then he mutters, "Martial arts divine ability. God damn, now this is what a real divine ability looks like." Right in front of him, Zhao Lengshuan points her weapon straight at his face, with a jagged wall of ice looming behind her and a sheet of frozen ice beneath their feet. Kneeling on the ground, he looks up at her, finally closing his eyes with a heavy, tired sigh. Guess I still can't beat you, huh? She opens her mouth to say something, but the words just won't come out. Snow keeps drifting down all around them. Then, she smiles as her mask begins to crack and shatter, giving him this incredibly tender look. Slowly, her body turns into ice and starts fading away. Lu Sheng's eyes go wide in total shock as Zhao Lengshuan starts to collapse. Her hand slips off her weapon as it clatters to the ground. Suddenly, his body starts glowing, absorbing these weird black streams of light. Lu Sheng is too stunned to even react, muttering, "Wait, what? Are these her memories?" Next thing he knows, he sees a young Zhao Lengshuan looking super shy, her eyebrows knit together as she clutches the hem of her skirt, too scared to look up. Beside her, someone reaches out a hand to introduce her, saying, "Master, I've brought her. Her name is Zhao Lengshuan." The old man just grunts. He's busy carving a little iceberg with a small knife, mumbling, "Not bad. She's got potential." Then, he squints and turns around with a warm, gentle look on his face. "From this day on, child, you are a core disciple of my glacier martial arts sect." Then comes the brutal training. Zhao Lengshuan is sitting inside a freezing block of ice, curled up and shivering as she hugs herself, her face scrunched up as she weeps. Sob. Sob. Standing outside, Shi Ling crosses his arms and asks, "Tell me, what is it you want to learn?" Hearing that, she scowls and looks up, still hugging her knees as she yells, "The spear!" Then she adds, "I want to learn your spear technique, master." Zhao Lengshuan explains, "Because that's what you're best at, master. You're the only powerhouse in base 1359 who has mastered the 5th realm of the spear." Hearing this, Shi Ling just listens and chuckles. Fast forward, and Zhao Lengshuan is all grown up. She's standing on a stage holding her spear, while the crowd below is going absolutely wild, chanting, "Grandmaster!" Zhao Lengshuan actually broke through to Grandmaster. A 17-year-old Grandmaster. She's definitely hitting level 10 in this lifetime. Base 1359 has officially birthed another absolute genius. Feeling herself, she smiles and excitedly calls out to him, "Master." But Shi Linghe just closes his eyes, folds his arms, and shakes his head, saying, "You're still way off, kid." Then, he turns around and waves her off, reminding her, "Your frost spirit breath hasn't even scraped the surface of the glacier yet." Hearing that, Zhao Lengshuan grips her weapon tight, watching him walk away. Later, at a house, someone weakly pushes the door open. Inside, Zhao Lengshuan is kneeling and meditating when she hears the noise, turning toward the door. "Who's there?" The guy outside is leaning heavily against the wall, his face scrunched up in pain. His body is covered in bloody wounds, and he clutches his arm with a bitter laugh, calling out to Zhao Lengshuan before breaking the news. "The entire base city has been wiped out, and you're still sitting here grinding? Is the blood in your veins made of ice or what?" Outside, everything is just straight up ruins. Hearing that, Zhao Lengshuan snaps. She leaps to her feet, screaming in total shock, "What? Where's Master?" Hearing that, the other guy drags himself up toward her, bowing with a bitter laugh as he confirms, "Master is dead." Then he grumbles about how the Master was a total lunatic, and that before he kicked the bucket, he straight up told everyone to leave her the hell alone. Hearing that, she doesn't even flinch. She just casually steps outside and goes, "Oh, really?" The other dude's jaw straight up drops at how chill she is. Next, Zhao Lengshuan grabs her blindfold, slips it on, and with eyes full of regret, she sighs. "Since Master is gone, I guess I'm checking out too." Clutching her spear, she faces the beast outside that's tearing everything to shreds, and mutters, "Too bad. I never got to tell him." Right after that, she charges straight in, her frost energy exploding all over as she drives her spear right into the beast's skull, whispering, "Cold Spirit Sparrow." Just as he snaps back to reality after unlocking Glacier, Lu Sheng grabs his head, squeezing his eyes shut as he screams in pure agony, "Arg! Ah, damn it!" But the next second, he exhales a sharp breath, letting out a wild laugh. On his knees, gritting his teeth with one eye open, he watches the dark aura fade away and mutters, "Spear techniques. The way of the spear. I've never absorbed memories like this before. This batch is almost entirely about the spear." Clenching his fist, his eyes widen in shock. He grits his teeth, thinking, "Holy crap. Zhao Lengshuan's martial treasure just gave me a massive level up. My spear play was already at the micro realm, but after absorbing a martial memory like Glacier, I've straight up bypassed the control realm. I've hit a whole new level, the 4th realm of spear technique." Right after that, fragmented images of Zhao Lengshuan's insane moves flood his mind. Lu Sheng stands up, watching the visions unfold, and thinks, "Damn, there really are levels to this Grandmaster stuff. If Shi Shengning's memory is like a dirty, messy ball, then Zhao Lengshuan's is a piece of crystal clear ice." Even though Zhao Langshuan was only level 7 when she died, she was 100% a purebred martial prodigy. She could probably take on level 8s and wipe the floor with Shi Shengning easily. Looking around with wide, startled eyes, he reaches out toward an image floating in front of him. Even a guy like Shi Shengning left behind a core grandmaster technique. Zhao Langshuan is 10 times stronger than him, and her martial will is way more beastly. There's no way she didn't leave behind a core grandmaster technique. Lu Sheng finally looks up at a glowing orb of ice, a massive grin spreading across his face as he cheers. Found it! This is Zhao Langshuan's core memory, her leftover grandmaster will. As he reaches for the orb, it cracks open, unleashing a brilliant light. Before Lu Sheng can even process it, the energy rushes straight into his body, leaving him completely stunned. His eyes light up like he just unlocked the secrets of the universe, and he screams in his head, "So that's how it is. Is this the cold spirit sparrow?" Sweeping his arm out, a phantom spear materializes, reflecting Zhao Langshuan's image right behind him. He mimics her every move, swinging the spear in perfect sync with her shadow. Suddenly, a massive ice bird is summoned, opening its eyes to look right at him. Lu Sheng's mind literally explodes with excitement. This spear technique is called... He pauses. Then, remembering the memory of Zhao Langshuan absolutely freezing a whole horde of monsters, he shouts in his heart, "Hanji Sparrow Hell Spear." He thinks to himself, this move can straight up slay a grandmaster. Cut to the dreamscape the next day, he's leaning against a wall, staring at a bunch of red system screens. His hand scrolls through the data, looking for something. He skims the profiles of the dreamscape's dead experts and mutters, Shi Ling, a level 10 martial artist, master of the profound way of the spear, creator of the Hanji Sparrow Hell Spear, killed in the Battle of Base 1359. Zhao Lengwan, level 7 martial artist, spear prodigy, disciple of Zhi Linghe, also died in the Battle of Base 1359. Seeing their stats, Lu Sheng grins wildly, clenching his fist. No way, that old guy was actually a level 10 powerhouse. How is a god-tier move like the Hanji Sparrow Hell Spear not part of the Tinder project? Getting more hyped the more he reads, he shouts, if the way of the spear was in the Tinder project, it would be absolutely broken. Then, something suddenly clicks, and his eyes go wide. Wait. Hold on, I'm practicing 3 level 11 techniques at the same time. My energy is already hitting its absolute limit. Squeezing his eyes shut, he grits his teeth as sweat pours down his face. Honestly, my natural martial talent isn't even all that. I only got this far because of 10,000 years of future knowledge. He thinks back to how he easily absorbed Zhao Langshuan's spear technique and realizes something. Basic cultivation has to be done step by step, no shortcuts. But martial skills? I can totally bypass that. This dreamscape is low-key the ultimate cheat code for me. All I gotta do is hunt down these high-level zombies and swipe their ultimate skills, just like I did with Zhao Langshuan. Staring at Shi Linghe's name on the screen, he smirks. Alright, next target. Let's take down Shi Linghe. Looking at a massive skyscraper radiating a dark, creepy aura, he hesitates. Actually, that might be way too hard. His martial memories would definitely be god tier, but Shi Linghe is deep inside the main base center, and I can already feel it. There are so many insane presences over there, vibes so strong they're literally making me shiver. It's too crazy right now. I've still got a long way to go. Suddenly, his head spins, his eyes popping as he clutches his chest, screaming in pain. Arg, ah, it hurts. He curls up, weird white spots breaking out across his skin as he groans through gritted teeth. Shoot, my Grandmaster wills are clashing. His body starts burning and freezing at the exact same time. Wincing, he shuts his eyes and yells, "What the hell is happening?" No time to waste. I need to use the crystal meditation method. He dives deep into his own mind. On one side, a freezing ice orb is swirling violently, while on the other, a blazing fire avatar is trying to seize control of his body. Floating in the void, he stares at this crazy clash in shock. He winces, his eyes darting anxiously between the two conflicting elements, and panics. Zhao Langshuan's Grandmaster will is ice, but Shi Shengning's eternal Grandmaster will is fire. Ice and fire don't mix. If I don't fix this right now, my body is gonna straight up blow apart. What do I do? Suddenly, the dormant fire avatar cracks open from the head down, blasting out a blinding light. Instantly, the ice energy gets sucked inside, while his core absorbs the fire into his chest. After taking it all in, his dormant body flashes a deep purple, and a flame suddenly ignites on his forehead. As new techniques rapidly unfold before him, his eyes go wide with shock, and he screams in his head. Yo, so this is the obsidian form recorded in the visualization crystal, and it can actually absorb a Grandmaster's will? No cap, this is literally a lifesaver. If I can completely build this whole obsidian dude, how many Grandmaster wills can I squeeze into this body? Guess the more, the merrier, right? Then his eyes pop wide open and he yells, "Hold up!" Right after, all these crazy silhouettes of those wills start showing up. He's totally tripping, thinking, wait, isn't my Grandmaster's will literally just a mashup of a bunch of powerhouse wills fused into one ultimate force? His body starts glowing, fists clenched, frowning hard with one hand on his chest and the other reaching out. His face goes dead serious as he screams internally, "The perfect martial way is leveling up," hitting peak perfection. And those will seals start glowing like crazy. Next morning on campus, Lin Zi runs up behind him, hyping him up. "Yo, Brother Sheng, you're literally a superstar right now. Everyone's literally begging to put you on the alumni wall of fame, but our guy just walks with his arms crossed, cool as ice, like, just some minor clout, whatever." Hearing that, the dude just grins ear to ear, elbowing him like, "Yeah, right? Like this ain't even a big deal to you, huh? Oh, and by the way, today's the day we gotta lock in our main melee weapon. So, what are you gonna pick? I'm literally just gonna copy whatever you choose." He just gives him a blank side eye, shakes his head, and keeps walking. Lin Zi's just standing there, eyes wide open, totally left on read, dying for an answer. Lu Sheng strokes his chin, looking dead serious, and says, "Honestly, probably gonna go with a spear." Hearing that, the guy claps his hands, totally hyped, and yells, "For real? No way, the spear was my first choice too. Swords and blades feel like weak-ass fly swatters anyway." Then he sucks up. Nothing beats a spear for that absolute boss energy. Seeing this, our boy just keeps walking, hands casually shoved in his pockets, and asks, "Look, if you want to copy my spear style, go ahead. But don't expect to see me around much." Lin Zi's totally thrown off, whips his head around, and goes, "Wait, what? What do you mean by that?" Cut to the martial arts class. The classroom is packed with students sitting straight, staring at the projector. Lu Sheng just strolls in, squinting lazily with his hands in his pockets, while Lin Zi tags along behind him, still grinning like an idiot. The whole class, including He Dong, goes dead silent, looking up at him with pure terror written all over their pale faces. Inside, He Dong is like, "Ever since that day, I literally can't breathe." Meanwhile, Lu Sheng just casually takes a seat in the front row. The poor dude is shaking like a leaf, face totally white, keeping his head down because he's too chicken to look our boy in the eye. He Dong completely spirals into pure despair, feeling that total, helpless dread when you just can't fight back. He feels like a tiny bug tossed into a massive glass of water, struggling for dear life. It's gotten so bad that he's literally having nightmares about being trapped in a glass of water, sinking into the deep end with absolutely no way to break the surface. He's suffocating, face all twisted up as he punches the glass in absolute panic, totally useless, his brain screaming in pure desperation, "I can't do anything." Just drowning and getting eaten alive by this freezing, hopeless void, before finally snapping awake. Every single night, he wakes up in a cold sweat from that terrifying nightmare, eyes bugging out, hyperventilating. After dealing with this same loop over and over, he's like, "Is the Dragon Ascension really that freaking terrifying?" He keeps questioning himself. Then, he looks over at Lu Sheng with these dead, soul-crushed eyes, and it finally clicks. No, the real monster isn't the Dragon Ascension champion title, it's him. He mutters the name under his breath, Lu Sheng, staring at our boy's back in sheer terror. Right then, at the door, this lady with long orange hair walks in, holding a pointer, hand on her hip, ready to lay down the law. "I'm Professor Shu, specialist in monster research, Shu Xuetan." Then she adds, "Before you guys start your 4-year grind in martial arts, I'm here to teach you a quick lesson." She stands behind the podium, staring down at the class, and starts dropping facts. First off, let's address why we're still swinging swords and spears when we've literally got high-tech guns and heavy artillery. She slaps her hand on her hip and whips her pointer against the board, snapping. "Look at this." Suddenly, some war footage of soldiers popping off rounds pops up on the screen. You see soldiers spraying bullets like crazy. On the other side, these deformed, gnarly-looking monsters are screaming and roaring right back at them. But as the bullets fly towards the beasts, they literally just bounce off some weird force field shield. Professor Su's voice cuts through. "That's because human guns don't do jack squat to these monsters." The whole class is shook, eyes popping as they start whispering. "Wait, but why though?" Lin Zi squints at the screen, totally confused. "Bro, my dad always said only martial arts works against these beasts, but he never mentioned this crazy detail. Like, why?" Lu Sheng sits next to him, arms crossed, keeping his mouth shut. But his sharp, intense eyes show he already knows exactly what's up. In his head, Lu Sheng is like, "Because of the laws of physics." Meanwhile, the professor retracts her pointer, tapping it against her hand as she scans the class. The screen goes black as she explains, "It's all about the laws of the universe. Humans have been fighting these beasts for over 300 years, and we still haven't stopped digging into where they actually came from. Even though we don't have all the answers, one thing is absolutely certain about these creatures." She pauses for dramatic effect, then drops the bomb. "They come from another dimension, that massive rift in the sky where they just keep pouring out." Professor Su points her stick right at her chest, hand on hip, explaining to the kids, So it's not like we chose martial arts. Martial arts literally chose us. To survive this monster invasion, martial arts is our only option. Hearing this, a girl in the class raises her hand, totally confused. Professor Shu, so our guns are nerfed by their world's laws? But then, does that mean those beasts are still insanely OP even after crossing over into our world? Like, they don't get nerfed at all? The professor steps forward, hands on hips, and smirks. Awesome question. Too bad I don't have the answer for you. Honestly, I'd love to know too. Or maybe the truth is waiting for us out there, as long as we're brave enough to face it. The class gets even more lost, shouting out in unison, "Wait, what? What's that supposed to mean?" Meanwhile, our guy just keeps his arms crossed, cool as a cucumber, watching the teacher prepare to explain. Because those beasts are already buffed by the rules they were originally, Lu Sheng cuts them off. The other kids stare at him, completely mind-blown, while he just casually drops. Way more busted than that. Hearing his answer, Shu Shuiden's eyes go wide, totally taken aback by this guy. Then, she puts a hand on her hip, adjusts her glasses with the other, and stares at him with a smirk, hyping Lu Sheng up. So you actually figured it out, huh? Not bad, kid. Not bad. But hey, that's just my theory. Hearing that, the rest of the class goes into absolute panic, whispering, "No freaking way, that's straight up unfair." The teacher just tilts her head, looking at them casually, and shrugs. Yep, it's straight up unfair. She crosses her arms, lecturing them. But in this world, there are too many things that are simply never going to be fair. With that, Shu Shuitan turns around to leave and says, "And that's today's lesson, guys. Peace out, class dismissed." Up front, Lin Zi is losing his mind, clutching his head with his eyes wide in frustration, scowling and whining. Bruh, this is garbage. Those beasts were already stupidly strong, and now they're getting buffed by the rules too? Aren't humans straight up cooked then? Lu Sheng just glances at him, staying dead silent as his expression goes dark, sinking deep into his thoughts. The future of humanity 10,000 years later is straight up doomed. Lin Zi is face down on the floor, absolutely traumatized, still clutching his head. Lu Sheng just gets up from his seat and walks down the steps, with everyone's eyes locked on him. Lu Sheng casually slips his hands into his pockets, thinking, even with the Spark resource database, there's no way I can solo these beasts at the current year 300 martial arts level. Thinking about those monstrous beasts out there, he screams in his mind, the road ahead is dead-ass hopeless. But then, his eyes lock with pure grit, his face turning dead serious. All I can do is keep grinding, get ridiculously strong, and carve out a path, step by step. Outside the class, the teacher, holding some papers, hands him a form and tells him, "Get this form back to me in 3 days." He just nods and takes it. Lin Zi watches them, and the teacher adds, "You guys can head over to whatever weapon training room you vibe with now." He smirks, glancing back at Lin Zi. "Let's bounce." To the spear hall, Lin Zi pumps his fist, grinning ear to ear. "Hell yeah, boss." Right then, some kid in the crowd cups his hands and points right at him, yelling to everyone, "Yo, I heard that. He's going spear." Lu Sheng picked the spear. "Guys, heads up, do not main the spear. I repeat, do not main the spear." "Seriously, don't do it." The rest of the crowd looks pale as ghosts. One kid goes totally white, stuttering, "Wait, what? I gotta change weapons fast. There's no way I'm competing with Lu Sheng." Below him, another guy's jaw drops, looking just as shocked. Inside the spear training hall, some students are practicing when Lu Sheng and Lin Zi walk in. One guy spots them, his face instantly souring as he mutters, "No way, it's Lu Sheng. Didn't expect him to pick the spear." Someone else asks, "Who's Lu Sheng anyway?" And gets hit with, "Bruh, have you been living under a rock? Did you not see the school forum video? He's this year's Dragon Martial champion, the strongest freshman, FR. Up on the platform, a red-haired girl is leaning on her spear, hand on her hip, looking over the crowd. All right, you guys are good to go. Stay in practice if you want, or just get lost." Suddenly, she senses something, squints her eyes, glares over, and lets out a snort, before pointing straight at Lu Sheng and Lin Zi. "You two, front and center." She rests a hand on her hip, clutching her spear, her scarred eye closed as she looks them over. "The name's Lu Ruxing. I run the spear courses here from year 1 to 3. Can't believe only 2 of you showed up today." She stares down at them from the platform. "All right, grab some spears and come at me. Let me see what you're made of." Lu Sheng squints, stepping forward with a serious look as he analyzes her. This lady's energy is insane. She's definitely a peak level 6 master. Behind him, Lin Zi just stands there, totally clueless. Lu Ruxing stares him down, thinking, "So this is the Lu Sheng kid everyone's talking about?" Suddenly, she spins her spear and hurls it straight at him. His eyes widen as he reaches out and snatches the spear right as it grazes his shoulder, then whips it around with absolute ease, landing in a rock-solid stance. Lu Ruxing puts both hands on her hips, impressed. "Not bad." He smirks, locking eyes with her. "Then I won't hold back. Watch yourself, teach." Seeing this, Lu Sheng cracks her neck with a cocky grin, grabbing another spear and finding it hilarious that he's telling her to watch out. She thinks to herself, I might not be a grandmaster yet, but I've been grinding the spear for over 10 years. Even against a grandmaster, I wouldn't back down. She glares at him, thinking a freshman who just got here a few days ago is telling her to watch out. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng wastes no time, using Zhao Lengquan's technique as he charges straight at Lu Sheng. As his freezing aura hits her, her face pales, absolutely stunned. Her pupils shrink in sheer terror as she screams in her mind, this feeling is straight up death. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng charges forward with an excited smirk, narrowing his eyes. Lu Sheng panics, shouting, he's too damn strong. She desperately spins her spear into a defensive shield, barely blocking his relentless assault, getting pushed back from the sheer impact. Gritting her teeth, she struggles to block his spear tip with her shaft, yelling in utter disbelief. How the hell is his spear style this savage? With one brutal swipe from Lu Sheng, the spear is instantly knocked clean out of her hands, leaving her completely stunned. Off the platform, the students stare with their jaws on the floor, faces pale as they shriek. No way! Even Coach Lu got clapped that easily. Whispers started blowing up. Bro, he's actually insane, did you record that? Meanwhile, his sharp spear tip was deadlocked on Shu Shuetian's neck. She gulped, tilting her head back, looking at him with pure shock in her eyes, while the spear didn't budge a single inch, threatening her throat. Right after, Lu Sheng called it out. My bad, didn't mean to overstep. Finally, he smirked and pulled his spear back while looking at her. That's when Shu Shuetian got a clear look at his face, and her eyes went completely wide with shock. Lu Sheng leaned on his spear, his aura constantly oozing out of him. The instructor was losing her mind, thinking, micro-realm. His spear technique is literally at the micro-realm. Then she admitted out loud that she couldn't even take 3 hits before her weapon got disarmed. Meanwhile, he was still locking eyes with her, looking totally on guard, his body bursting with a crazy powerful aura. But then Shu Shutian doubted herself, thinking, no way. Looking at how chill he is, there's no way he's just at the micro-realm. She paused, wondering, could this dude actually be in the control realm? Trying to play it cool, she composed herself, crossed her arms, and looked at him, unable to hold back her praise. No cap, I didn't expect you to be this cracked at spear play. Having this kind of insane skill at your age, honestly, you've basically graduated from this cold weapons class already. Right away, the crowd went wild. Bruh, graduating on day 1? I'm actually dead. Another kid was recording the whole thing, laughing his head off and hyping up the drama. Bro, I got the whole thing on video. Posting this on the school forum is gonna break the internet. But next to him, a girl complained, totally salty. No way, I can't even accept this. Another student was pulling his hair out, face completely dark and panicking as he yelled, holy crap, this is literally too unreal. Pointing her finger at him, she looked him dead in the eye and said, your spear play is basically maxed out. All you're missing now is real combat experience. Then she added, I can literally smell it. You don't have that scent of blood on you yet. So Shu Shutian made a suggestion. How about this? Go hit up the mission center to grind some credits. And you'll also get access to the Marshal St. Tower and the cold weapons training room. With that, he slammed his spear straight into the ground, cracking the floor, then cupped his hands, closed his eyes, and bowed slightly, saying chill as ever. Appreciate the tips, Instructor Shu. Hearing that, she frowned a bit, turning to leave while keeping her eyes on him, adding, other than that, I've got nothing left to teach you. Inside, her mind was absolutely screaming. Graduating on the literal first day of class? I've been teaching spear play for years, and this is my first time running into a straight-up cheat code monster like you. She looked at herself and felt completely defeated, thinking that compared to this kid, she'd have to grind like a dog for the rest of her life just to keep up. Behind him, Lin Zi's eyes went wide with pure worship, giving him 2 big thumbs up and fanboying hard. Shenge! So when you said I wouldn't want to see you pull out a spear, you literally meant this? Then he hyped him up, shouting, that was too cracked, bro. Seeing that he finally got it, Lu Sheng just smiled and glanced back at him. Right after, he patted him on the shoulder, smirking as he said, all right, I'm heading over to the mission center first. You stay here and keep grinding, okay? Then Lu Sheng hyped him up, keep it up, I'll slide by and check on you when I'm free. In the distance, Shu Shuetian stood among the students watching him go, while Lin Zi just stared blankly at his back, screaming in his head. This guy is literally a god walking among NPCs, man. Meanwhile, the mission hall was buzzing with people gossiping like crazy. Rank A, Rank B needs 1 more. Rank B needs a psychic. A guy carrying a backpack was walking with a girl, explaining the details to her. Bandages, hemostatics, medicine, dry rations, and stuff like that. We gotta pack a bit of everything, just in case we get caught lacking. The girl with her hair tied to one side looked at him, listening seriously. Then she frowned, looking a bit worried as she tried to double check. Is all that really necessary? It's not like we're even going out of bounds for this mission. Seeing that, the guy frowned, his eyes going wide as he warned her. What if that target randomly bails into some deep forest in the mountains? Don't come crying to me when that happens. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng had finally made it there. His eyes scanned the room, hands chilling in his pockets as he thought to himself, damn, this is pretty sick. Let's see what kind of missions they got. He checked the mission board showing Rank A mission. Capture a level 5 martial artist, wanted fugitive with a body count, kill on sight if necessary. Right below it were 2 other Rank B and Rank C missions. He frowned, feeling a bit let down as he mumbled, bruh, why is it only bounty hunting fugitives? Where are all the beast hunts at? Hearing that, the clerk nearby glanced at him, smiling as he stacked some papers. First time here, huh? The morning slot is strictly for bounty hunting. Beast hunts drop in the afternoon, and the other stuff comes out at night. Then he asked, you a first-year freshman who just got here? Getting the lowdown, he rested his hands on the counter, looking at the board as it clicked for him. Oh, so that's how it works. In that case, Lu Sheng paused, then pointed his finger. I'll just grab this one for now. Right after, a purple mission slip flew right into his hand, and he just stared at it, reading it with a blank face. Seeing this, the clerk's eyes went wide, pointing at the slip in his hand. Completely freezing up in shock, he yelled, a purple mission slip! That's a Rank A mission. You sure you're ready for that? Looking at his chill reaction, the guy rested his chin on his hand, pouting and squinting his eyes, totally doubting him. Does this kid even know how crazy hard this is? Once he figures it out, he better apologize for grabbing the wrong one. Hearing that, he rubbed his chin, nodding as he read the slip. Yeah, maybe this mission isn't really cut out for me, he mumbled, looking completely unfazed. The clerk smirked, resting his chin on his hand and giggling, thinking, told you so. But right after, a whole stack of purple slips flew straight to Lu Sheng, leaving the clerk completely shook as his eyes locked onto them. Placing them on the counter, he looked down at them, totally disappointed as he asked, yo, do you guys have anything higher than rank AA? The purple slips just kept flying toward him one after another, making the clerk's jaw drop. Finally, he stood straight up, glaring with a furious frown as he yelled, hey, I'm warning you, if you're just here to troll me, I will literally report you and get your credits docked. Hearing that, Lu Sheng looked around, totally confused as he frowned and asked, wait, what? Isn't this literally the counter to get missions? The clerk squinted at him, keeping his hand on the stack of purple slips. Then he chillaxed back into his chair, frowning as he waved his hand and started to explain. If you want to score an A-rank mission or higher, your cold weapon credits gotta be maxed out, plus you need some serious, beastly, real combat skills. Then this dude's like, does a green rookie who just rolled in like you even have what it takes? Man, what a total pain in the ass. Seeing the guy doubting him, Lu Sheng kept it totally chill, just flicking his 6-star badge right at him. The thing bounced once and landed clean in the instructor's hand. The dude scowled, catching it like a total clueless idiot. But a second later, his eyes shot wide open, and he started freaking out, his whole body literally shaking as he gripped the badge and screamed, this is a level 6 martial artist badge. Sweating bullets, he squeezed out a fake laugh, his hand trembling as he held it up to double check. Is this actually yours? Seeing the dude still in denial, Lu Sheng squinted, getting super ticked off. He clenched his fist, looking ready to throw down, and dropped a threat. How about I throw a punch at you to see if it's real or cap? Hearing that, the guy quickly set the badge down, staring in absolute terror at Lu Sheng standing there with his arms crossed. He stammered out the other catch, saying the mission still requires enough cold weapon credits. At that, Lu Sheng pointed a finger right at him, dripping with killer intent as he threatened, an hour ago, teacher Lu Sheng from the spear class already let me graduate. The system will update any second now, or you can just go look it up yourself, bro. Seeing that, the dude was too shook to even look him in the eye, shaking like crazy as he reached his hand out. Well, just hand over your student ID and I'll get you signed up. Then, he nervously looked up, giving a super awkward laugh as he took the ID, stuttering. A-rank missions or higher gotta get approved by the school board. You can't just snatch them whenever you want. But then, the guy glanced down at the ID, and his eyes popped wide open in absolute shock. He literally slipped right off his chair, looking up at Lu Sheng with wide, panicked eyes, screaming, You're Lu Sheng. Seeing him dragging his feet like this, Lu Sheng squinted, totally pissed off, his whole body oozing killer intent as he threatened him. How much longer are you gonna keep dragging this out, huh? Want me to report your ass? Feeling Lu Sheng's rage creeping over him, the dude totally panicked inside. How the hell is his aura this freaking intense? Shaking all over, with tears practically welling up, he sweated bullets, holding the ID awkwardly and squealing. Once the approval goes through, I'll hit you up immediately. Then, totally embarrassed, he closed his eyes, bowed his head, and handed the ID and badge back to him, screaming, please take back your ID and badge. Seeing that, Lu Sheng just scoffed and turned away, grumbling in his mind, what a slowpoke. Behind him, the instructor awkwardly waved with a fake smile. Come back soon. But Lu Sheng just brushed it off, thinking to himself, it's almost lunchtime. I'll hit up the Martial Sage Tower this afternoon. Meanwhile, Huo Dong was spinning around with his dual blades, unleashing some crazy aura. Right after, the teacher glanced at him and clasped his hands, saying, excellent. To think someone who's never trained in blade techniques before could master the basics so quickly. Hearing the praise, Huo Dong gave an embarrassed smile and replied, thank you for the compliment, teacher. Behind them, the other students frowned, whispering to each other. He definitely practiced in secret, right? Must be nice having an influential family. Next to him, another guy frowned, pointing his finger and saying, cut the crap. If he'd practiced before, do you really think the teacher wouldn't notice? He then added, look, Huo Dong doesn't even have a single callus on his hands. The other guy quickly replied, then he really is a beast. Hearing them chatter, Huo Dong smugly grabbed the flaming blade, thinking to himself, they probably don't know that my elemental talent is metal, so of course I have a natural affinity for cold weapons. Every martial artist with a metal elemental talent is a genius when it comes to cold weapons. No exceptions. Then, Huo Dong grinned, bringing the blade up to his face and thinking, I can literally feel the blade in my hand breathing. So what if Lu Sheng is strong? He's not even here, and I don't believe he could be better than me at this. Suddenly, a green-haired classmate stared at his phone and screamed in panic, holy crap, he's cracked. Seriously cracked. Everyone, hurry up and check the school website. The classmates nearby also widened their eyes, pointing at the phone screen and yelling, what? No way. Seeing them like that, Huo Dong looked over, startled while still holding his blade. One of them gasped, Lu Sheng, that guy's not even human. The phone screen showed Lu Sheng's profile with the headline, the most monstrous genius in history, graduated in 20 minutes, setting a new record for the 7th St. Martial University, defeated the cold weapon instructor in just 3 moves. Just how strong is Lu Sheng's spear technique? Next was a photo of him pointing his spear at Lu Rushing, with the text, Micro Realm Spear Technique, Control Realm Spear Technique, Full Analysis of Lu Sheng's Strength, version 2.0. Hearing that, Huo Dong collapsed to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he passed out. Seeing this, the teacher knelt down in a panic, calling out anxiously, Huo Dong, what's wrong? With tears welling up in his eyes, he wailed in agony, teacher, I want to switch classes. At another training field, Chen Yixuan was practicing his swordsmanship, sweat dripping down his strained face as he swung his sword. Next, he calmly closed his eyes and sheathed his sword, as a boulder behind him instantly shattered into pieces. Nearby, a girl clapped her hands and smiled warmly. That was amazing, Yixuan. She then commented, the power of your clear autumn slash has grown so much stronger than before. Meanwhile, Chen Yixuan stood quietly, holding his sword. Leaning against the wall, the girl smiled and crossed her arms, saying, even if that Xiaolan comes to challenge you again, he'd probably get beaten by you within 100 moves. Chen Yixuan then took a glass of water, closed his eyes to drink, and remarked, Xiaolan is nothing but a loser. Holding his sword, he added, he's long gone from my radar. The girl then quickly handed Chen Yixuan a towel. Then, determination flashed in his eyes as he frowned, confirming his goal was those names in the top 10 of the 7 Saints list, finally adding, only they are worthy of being my opponents. Hearing this, she tilted her head and crossed her arms, smiling at Chen Yixuan as she remarked, with your strength, you should be able to make it into the top 10 of the 7 Saints list by now, right? Listening to her question, Chen Yixuan raised his sword, frowned, and replied, no can do, bro. You haven't even forged your own martial will yet, she added, so yeah, you ain't got a shot. Hearing that, the pigtail girl could only sigh with a weak-ass laugh, waving her hands to explain things to Chen Yixuan. That gap between level 6 and level 7 is a straight-up wall that traps hella people. Even the craziest prodigies waste forever trying to find themselves and unlock their inner zen. Becoming a grandmaster ain't no walk in the park. Honestly, it's less about talent and way more about pure luck. Hearing this, Chen Yixuan's face totally fell. At her words, he gripped his sword even tighter, shutting his eyes with a frown. You ain't wrong. Guess my luck hasn't hit yet. Suddenly, she remembered something and shoved her phone in his face, hyping something up. Oh yeah, I found this crazy interesting freshman today. Check this out, bro. Chen Yixuan wiped his sweaty face and glanced at the phone. The pigtail girl broke it down. This is the dude. His name is Lu Sheng, freshman who just got here a few days ago, supposedly this year's top-tier Dragon Rise scholar. Showing Lu Sheng's pic, she added, first day in elective weapons class, he literally clapped Teacher Liu. Teacher Liu must have been sleeping on him. Chen Yixuan snatched the phone, his eyes wide. Teacher Liu's spear game is at the mid-micro level. She's actually a beast among the instructors. He added, even if she slipped up, the results shouldn't have changed like that. The pigtail girl squealed, that's what I'm saying. This Lu Sheng kid is insanely cracked. His spear play is at least high micro, maybe even peak. Hell, he might be touching the master level already. Chen Yuxuan stared at the screen, squinting hard. She bent over, hand on her hip, giggling behind her hand to tease him. Hey, you're the #1 rank on the senior leaderboard. Seeing a junior this cracked, you sweating yet? Feeling the heat? Chen Yuxuan just stood there, holding his sword and phone, locked onto Lu Sheng on the screen. He smirked, tossing the phone back to her. She fumbled to catch it as he chuckled. Ha, you think I've just been slacking off for 4 years at 7 Holy? Theory is theory, but real deal fighting is different. Not just any random is qualified to stand in the ring with Chen Yuxuan. But then his expression got serious, his mind racing. Though this Lu Sheng kid is a straight-up monster, guess we'll be crossing paths pretty soon. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was strolling through campus, hands in pockets, when someone called out to him. Yo, you Mr. Lu Sheng? The delivery guys asked while unloading a massive box. We're here to drop this off for Director Xia. The guy held out some paperwork, gesturing to the heavy cargo. Mind signing for this, sir? Seeing them sweat, Lu Sheng smirked and used his mind power to lift the heavy-ass load. Yep, that's me. Appreciate the hustle, guys. The delivery guys let go, completely freaking out, Lu Sheng thought. So this is the Dragon Rise gift from Xia Pingnan. He popped the lid, and a blazing spear floated straight out. The delivery guys stood frozen as Lu Sheng levitated the box and the weapon effortlessly. He reached up and snatched the flaming spear, staring at it with a hyped-up grin. The delivery guy smiled and explained, the shaft of this spear is forged with tons of white liquid and red iron, mixed with some super rare gold. He added, the tip is crafted from fire flame crystal. It's a special steel alloy mixed with white liquid, red iron, and a hint of gold. This is a Grandmaster tier weapon, a level 7 standard spear, the Red Star Dragon Vein spear. Lu Sheng was hyped. He gripped the spear and gave it a few test swings. His eyes lit up as he grinned. Man, this thing looks flashy as hell, like a +12 weapon from a game. He placed a hand over his chest and smiled at the delivery guy. Planting the spear on the ground, he said, Director Xia really went all out with this gift. Do me a favor and let him know. I freaking love it. The delivery guy nodded. Understood. We'll head out then. They hopped in their truck and drove off, leaving him standing there leaning on his spear, watching them go. He stared at the weapon and smirked. With this Red Star Dragon Vein spear, my combat power is shooting up by at least 30%. And best of all, when I combine this with my elemental control and natural breathing, I can totally throw down with a Grandmaster. He spun the spear, unleashing a shower of sparks. Now, I just gotta get used to this beast as fast as possible. Then he remembered what Zhao Lengquan's memories said about it. Bonding with your spear births a spirit weapon, which is 100 times stronger than any regular blade. Swiping the spear around, he realized the way to do it was actually simple as hell. He slammed the butt of the spear down, shattering the ground beneath him as he made up his mind. Practice 24/7 and baptize it in blood. Gripping the spear with both hands, his eyes glowed gold, a holy aura bursting around him as he channeled his god-mode fire breathing. Lu Sheng felt a fierce surge of will. And not just any random blood, it's gotta be the blood of absolute monsters. Only real life or death battles, feeding on their flesh, souls, and wills, can turn this thing into a god-tier weapon. But a moment later, his face fell and he sighed, totally drained. Wait, what? A line? Staring at the massive crowd of students packed in front of the tower, he held his gear and muttered, Students at 7 Holy actually gotta wait in line and get a notification just to enter the Marshall St. Tower? Lu Sheng thought, totally baffled. Seeing how clueless he was, the receptionist filed her nails and scoffed. Duh, you think you're special? You have any idea how many people try to get into the Marshall St. Tower daily? At least over 10,000 people, bro. Lu Sheng could only turn and stare at her, completely speechless. Next, this chick is painting her nails, squinting her eyes all judgy-like, and gives me this totally dismissive rundown. She's like, the Marshall Sage Tower has 30 rooms in total, and only 30 people can get in at a time. Since you're a student at Shengwu University, you already get some perks, she adds. Those random martial artists outside have to beg the Martial Arts Association just to stand in line here. Getting in once a year is like winning the lottery for them. Hearing that, he turns to her and asks, so how long do I have to wait before I can actually get in? The guide just shrugs, closes her eyes, and goes, well, that depends on how long the folks inside can hang in there. Then she drops the bomb that there are over 200 students ahead of him. If things move fast, it'll take about 3 days, she says. He just closes his eyes and lets out a miserable sigh. Sigh, fine. He finally gives in and asks for a favor. Just hit me up when my turn comes, all right? Seeing him all down, the guide rests her chin on her hand, leans on the desk, and waves him off with a smirk. Since you're a cutie, I'll give you a heads up early, she says, before dropping another reminder. But you'd better get your butt here within 10 minutes of getting the text, or else you're getting bumped back 30 spots. He just turns away, clutching his gear, and gives her a look. Walking away, Lu Sheng stares at the tower with a gloomy face and mumbles. No wonder this place is packed. He confirms to himself that the martial will inside this tower is on a whole different level. He can literally feel this massive, monstrous power he's never sensed before. The tower in front of him flashes with a golden light, and he just zones out, totally absorbed by it. Lu Sheng notes that it's a vast and solid will, just like the soaring heaven sword. Compared to this beastly will, the Grandmaster will in his own head is like a tiny firefly trying to flex against the freaking moon, totally outclassed. Snapping back to reality, he frowns, squints up at the tower, and screams inside his head. Is the gap between a level 7 Grandmaster and a level 9 Martial Sage really this damn massive? But then he shrugs it off, turns around, and walks away calmly. Whatever. No need to rush this, he decides. The rarer the loot, the more people are gonna fight over it. Makes sense. Guess I'll head to the cold weapons training room to get used to my new toy today. But the receptionist at the desk just smiles, tilts her head, and gives him the bad news. Super sorry, dude, but every single room is totally packed right now. Lu Sheng is straight up speechless, looking like he just stepped in dog crap. He literally collapses flat on the floor, face down, screaming in his head. Are you kidding me? Murphy's Law is hitting me hard today. Talk about trash luck. The receptionist freaks out and jumps up, shouting, "Hey, are you okay?" But he's still in his own world, whining in his head. Since when does Seven Sages University have this many damn students? Didn't they flex that we get like 100 acres per person? Finally, he gives up, drags himself up, and mumbles gloomily as he turns to leave. Alright, guess today's just a bad luck day. The girl watches his sad-looking back and calls out to remind him, "Hey, try to get here before 7 next time." But then, she glances at the computer screen and gasps. She literally bolts out of the reception booth, holds up a card, grabs his wrist, and yells, "Wait up, Lu Sheng!" He stops, turns around, and squints at her like she's lost her mind. The receptionist goes, "Yo, someone just checked out. I'll get you in right now. Hurry up and go." Blown away by her energy, he blinks in total confusion and asks, do I know you though?" She just grins ear to ear, flashes the card, and giggles. "Duh, who doesn't know you? Your fight video on the school site is practically viral right now." He takes the card, clutching his gear, and gives her a polite nod. "Well, thanks for the save." She lets go of his arm, waves her hand with a big smile, and says, "No biggie, get in there and crush it. Oh, and training room number 8 is the 4th door on your left," she adds. As soon as Lu Sheng walks away, she looks at his back and smiles. People online keep calling him a terrifying demon lord, but he actually seems pretty chill and polite to me. She rubs her chin, watching him leave with pure curiosity. I wonder if his power is actually as insane as the rumors say. Guess we'll see. Once inside the room, he cracks open his suitcase and looks at his disassembled spear, thinking to himself, "First time trying out this room. Let's see how much I can push myself today." With that, he starts clicking the spear parts back together. Gripping the spear tightly, he gives it a clean spin and points the tip to the ground, getting into a totally badass stance. Standing outside room number 8, he looks up at the massive door, suitcase in hand. Is this the spot? The door slides open, and he steps inside, taking a look around the place. Looking around with a curious face, he murmurs, "This place is a dead ringer for the movement training room back at the Genius Camp. Looks like the setup is pretty much the same too." He then spots a device mounted on the wall. He reaches over and taps the console. It lets out a beep, and a virtual training field instantly boots up around him. The system's robotic voice chimes in. Phase 1 of cold weapon training starting now. Please prepare. Seeing the electromagnetic waves swirling around him, he gets a bit surprised. He spins his assembled spear, and it suddenly bursts into flames. Flame patterns wrap around his body as he swings the spear back, pointing the tip down, locked onto the target device. Suddenly, a bunch of metal balls shoot out from the holes in the walls. They rocket straight toward him. He stays dead still, totally chill. Then, his eyes flash with pure killer intent as he tracks the incoming targets. Moving so fast, he literally leaves after images. He swings his spear and slices those balls clean in half. His swings leave golden streaks in the air before he sticks a badass landing, swinging his spear as metal scraps rain down around him. He looks up, frowning in utter disbelief. Wait, that's it? Is this joke seriously that easy? The system then chimes in, announcing the training session is over. Hearing that, he clenched his fist, gripped his spear with the other hand, and looked up, totally caught off guard. Right after, the system buzzed with another alert. Stage 1 of training completed at 20%. Seeing the notification pop up, Lu Sheng's eyes went wide. He knit his brows in disbelief, let out a snort, and screamed in his head, completely lost. Wait, why does this feel like a total fail? What's the deal with this? As he stood there scratching his head, the system didn't hesitate to spit out another notification. During training, using anything other than pure muscle power is strictly off limits. That includes your chi, elemental power, and all that junk. He looked up at the screen to read it. Finally, Lu Sheng stood up straight, keeping his eyes on the system as he swung his spear, pointing the tip down behind him, and shouted a solid got it in his head. Ah, makes sense. If I could just use chi alongside weapons to sweep the whole area, this training would be completely pointless. Then he added, to polish your skills, you gotta rely on pure muscle power, duh. Right after, he yelled at the system with determination. Run it back. Hearing Lu Sheng's command, the system immediately spat out another batch of round balls while he quickly crouched and readied his spear. Next, Lu Sheng whipped his spear around, slicing those balls clean in half using nothing but raw muscle, pulling off all kinds of crazy angles and stances. Finally, he stuck the landing, striking a super dope pose with one hand on the ground as the shattered pieces of the balls rained down around him. Right after, he looked up, squinting, wiped the sweat off his face, and assessed the situation. Damn, didn't think just using raw muscle would make me sweat like this. Looks like wave 1 is in the bag. But reality had other plans. Another batch of balls shot right out again. Seeing them come at him so fast, he grit his teeth and glared at the incoming balls, yelling in frustration. Again? Just like before? Next, he swung his spear, totally bewildered, staring at the balls flying in with absolutely no pattern, screaming in his head, "Wait, this isn't right!" Next thing he knew, he watched the balls zoom past him and went wide-eyed. These weren't the heavy beads from earlier, they were super light and easily blown away by the wind. They were wooden beads. He quickly whipped his spear around, keeping his feet firmly planted, and shouted in his mind, "No wonder! A warrior's technique really needs to be forged in this weapon training room. You gotta master handling and controlling your weapon." Swirling the tip of his spear in a vortex, he gently redirected those wind-sensitive balls, thinking to himself, switching from iron to wood, looks like the speed and impact are way weaker now. Did the difficulty just drop? But honestly, it was the exact opposite. The lighter the beads, the more they got thrown off by the slightest airflow. He quickly realized, before I can even touch them, the wind from my spear might blow them away, and even if they don't fly off, their trajectory becomes totally chaotic. Then, Lu Sheng closed his eyes, sensing the vibe with a smirk. Now, finally, the tip of his spear nicked a wooden bead. Lu Sheng thought, plucking flowers, flying leaves, drawing a blade to slice water. Meanwhile, the other balls kept buzzing around him aimlessly. Finally, he muttered, "What's next? Huh?" Lu Sheng wondered as he slashed all over the place. First it was plastic balls, then they started shooting out random stuff like popcorn. Next up were tiny, super fragile feathers drifting around with zero direction. He paused for a split second, holding his spear, and looked up. His eyes went wide as he rushed forward, kinda taken aback. Lu Sheng yelled, "Are you kidding me? Feathers now?" The feathers curled and drifted all over the place. He mapped out their movements clearly in his mind, then his eyes narrowed with pure killing intent as he grunted, "Oh, I see how it is." Right after, he thrust his spear toward the feathers, glaring with furrowed brows, and lunged right after them. But those damn feathers immediately scattered from the wind. He spun his spear, trying to snag one drifting in midair, but when he missed, his face darkened. He yanked his spear back and swung again, super pissed. Frowning and gritting his teeth, he was mad as hell that he missed. The feathers just kept floating mockingly through the dust. With his aura blazing, he gripped his spear tight, eyes locked onto those feathers with pure determination. His face went serious as he tightened his grip, analyzing the situation. Just a few short hours in this weapon training room, and my connection with the Red Star Dragon Spear is absolutely skyrocketing. If I keep this up, I'll master spear sense in no time and smoothly move on to the next phase. Soul nourishing. His body was still radiating heat. He slammed the butt of his spear onto the ground, looked around and muttered, "Man, this training room is legit mind-blowing." Going from heavy beads to wooden ones, then plastic balls, water balls, popcorn, bubbles, and finally feathers. That's absolutely wild. He stared at the holes in the wall and muttered, "This isn't just about weapon control anymore. You can't use a single drop of martial energy, and you gotta micromanage your muscle control perfectly. Honestly, normal people would need decades of hard grinding to pull this off." He knit his brows, let out a smirk and a sigh, and clenched his fist. Even for a guy like me, who's got level 4 spear mastery and inherited the memories of 2 grandmasters, I almost choked a few times. Lu Sheng pictured his body engulfed in flames and thought, this training basically ironed out every single weak spot in my body. My muscle fibers are totally jacked, and my foundation feels 3 times more solid. The bottleneck of the micro realm is finally starting to give. The second state of the perfect martial Tao is practically calling my name. Clad in flames, he stood in the quiet space. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open as if he just realized something. He looked up, let out a huh, and muttered in confusion. Wait, why hasn't the next stage kicked off yet? In response to his confusion, an orange system box popped up with an alert. Stage 5 of the training room is fully completed. Standing in the dust, he raised his spear and looked up to read it. He stared at it in disbelief, shouting, "Wait, what? but he quickly sucked it up. Fine, I guess that's all for today. With that, he packed his spear back into the case. Then, he casually strolled toward the exit, thinking, I'm gonna hit this place once a day from now on. I'll keep grinding until it does absolutely nothing for me. Then I'll figure out what's next. Outside, this red-haired chick is completely losing her mind, screaming at the receptionist. Full again? Seriously? I've come here 3 days in a row and it's always packed. Are you trippin'? Hearing the attitude in her voice, the receptionist girl just smiles and reminds her calmly, Yelling at me won't do anything, girl. There are only a few training rooms here anyway. Why don't you take it up with the school board and ask them to build some more? Hearing that, the red-haired chick crosses her arms, scowling as she mumbles helplessly. If I had that kind of clout, why would I even need to come here? Right after that, her eyes light up as she spots him stepping out, her eyes going wide. Yo, someone's coming out right there. The receptionist smiles, waving her in. Damn, you're lucky. Someone just finished. Get in there quick. Oh, training room number 8. The red-haired girl watches him walk away while listening to the receptionist, then beams with joy, pumping her fist and shouting, Hell yeah! She skips over to room number 8, practically squealing with excitement. This is awesome! Perfect timing. Someone just finished. That is so clutch. Then she casually steps inside. But as soon as she sees the state of the room, her jaw drops and she screams, Oh my god, what the hell? The inside of the room is just a wrecked, dusty mess. The girl stands frozen at the door, muttering under her breath. Is this a literal dumpster fire? She tries to get a grip, walking into the mess while complaining loudly. Geez, this place is straight up a garbage dump. Then she shuts her eyes, grits her teeth, and clenches her fists. Furious, she slams her hand on the control panel, yelling, That guy looks so clean and handsome, but he's actually a total slob. Just then, a noise clicks, and a door on a nearby wall slides open. Out rolls a cleaning bot, announcing in a robotic voice, Cleaning protocol activated. It extends its vacuum attachment, and the little robot quickly gets to work doing its thing. The red-haired girl rolls her eyes, looking at the cleaning bot with sheer pity. Man, I actually feel bad for this little guy. How does someone make this much of a mess in such a tiny-ass training room? Pointing at the garbage, she mutters, What even is this? Popcorn? And feathers? She suddenly loses it and yells, What the actual hell? Was he camping and watching movies in here? She imagines him chilling on some hillside, roasting a chicken and throwing a whole barbecue party. Realizing something, she gasps, her eyes popping out as she screams internally. Wait up, he made all this trash in such a short amount of time? She thinks to herself, then realizes, You're literally not allowed to bring anything into these rooms besides cold weapons. Not even water is allowed. Unless this trash was actually created during his training. She suddenly panics. She rushes over to the control panel, slamming it while screaming internally, No way! She yells out a voice command, System, display the last training progress. Instantly, the screen flashes his stats and progress, and the red-haired girl completely loses her mind, shouting, What? Stage 5? And he cleared the whole thing, staring at the stats. She stands there jaw-dropped, sweating bullets, screaming in her head. How is this even possible? Out of all 9 Marshall Sage universities, the highest anyone has ever reached in history is only Stage 3. And Stage 3 is already a level only those in the micro-realm can touch. Isn't Stage 5, way higher than the control realm? The red-haired girl is so shocked by her own theory that her eyes bug out. She stammers in disbelief. Wait, no way. Am I stupid or what? That dude is literally my age. How could he possibly be on the level of a grandmaster or great-grandmaster? Deciding she needs to double-check, she hits the control panel hard. Instantly, it glitches out, flashing blinding lights and emitting a high-pitched screech. She winces, covering her face and groaning. Pulling her hand back from the glitched panel, she stares at it wide-eyed, completely panicked and shaking. Wait, did I just break it? Right after, the room door shuts, and everything is instantly cleaned up squeaky clean. She looks around, totally doubting herself. Wait, was I just dreaming? Meanwhile, back with Lu Sheng, he chugs down a vial of potion. As he finishes, a massive wave of energy surges through his body. He spreads his arms, letting out a heavy breath, and looks at the empty vial. Man, chugging down a dragon spine injection right after training makes the absorption way better than before. Right after, he throws a punch and shifts into a martial stance. He frowns, extending his hands to activate the stellar body refining art, then gathers his energy back into his dantian. With a sharp breath, his body starts glowing. Seeing this, Lu Sheng is stunned, staring at his hands as he yells in his head. This is insane! The training efficiency for Stage 2 of the Immortal Golden Body is twice as fast as usual. I can clearly feel that so many tiny neglected spots in my body that never got trained before are actually waking up and joining the grind this time. Lu Sheng smiles, clenching his fist with pure satisfaction. At this rate, completing Stage 2 of the Immortal Golden Body will probably take half the time I expected. I might even fully master it before reaching Grandmaster. Over the next few days, as soon as the sun comes up, Lu Sheng is already meditating on the rooftop, basking in the morning light. His routine is incredibly simple and disciplined. Every morning, he practices the Grand Master Path, the Stellar Body Refining Art, and the Great Sun Visualization Method. Then he heads to class, sitting at his desk and taking detailed notes on mutated beasts. After that, he heads right back to the Martial Sage Tower. The receptionist there looks at him holding his spear case, shrugs, and shakes her head, leaving him looking totally bummed out. After grabbing some lunch, he goes to check the queue at the Martial Sage Tower. So, he goes straight to the cold weapon training room. Training all the way from stage 1 to stage 5 again, he goes absolutely wild inside the tower with his spear. Once he gets back at night, he trains with the Stellar Body Refining Art, natural breathing techniques, and the Crystal Visualization Method. He grinds until he's completely exhausted, then enters the Dream Realm to fight. Finally, a week later, Lu Sheng steps out of the training room amidst a cloud of dust as the system chimes. Stage 5 training fully completed. He smirks, staring down at his 5 fingers as he thinks to himself. It's only been a week, but my blood chi stats already shot up like 3 times over the last few days. And get this, throwing a casual punch now packs like 5 times more power than before. I'm feeling every single micro-muscle in my body way better now. If the cold weapon training room didn't show me the ropes, I wouldn't even have realized my martial arts style was so full of holes, gaps, and sloppy weak spots. Then he just turns away, chuckles, and grins to himself. Like, sure, these little flaws seem tiny and stupid now, but they'll definitely bite me in the ass later. If I wait till I'm level 7 or level 8 to fix them, it's game over, no way I can patch them up then. Just then, this red-haired chick pops her head out from behind the wall, squinting as she watches him leave to check out what's up. Then she looks back at her squad, all serious and super cautious, waving them over with her hand. He's gone, hustle up, get in here. She takes the lead, grinning like crazy and hyping everyone up. See? Told you guys I wasn't capping. See for yourselves. The rest of the crew instantly loses their minds, jaws dropping to the floor as they stare into his training room. They literally clutch their heads. The system ping goes off. Cold weapon training, stage 5, totally cleared. Looking at the absolute wreck of dust and rubble, one guy grabs his head and screams, "Holy crap, it really is stage 5. Then the gang rushes in to check it out. 2 guys run over to the control panel and yell, "Holy shit, this is absolutely insane, stage 5 training." Right? Like, who even knew cold weapon training had a stage 5? Then, this dude starts digging through the dust, shaking like a leaf, and picks up a feather and a popcorn kernel. Popcorn and a feather? How do you even hit stuff like this? Wait, snap a pic and post it on the school forum right now. This is gonna cause a level 15 earthquake, no cap. Meanwhile, the red-haired chick is standing right in the middle, arms crossed, looking smug as hell. Hearing them freak out, she just closes her eyes and acts all chill. Don't bother, I already posted it. Everyone just called cap and said it was photoshopped. I tried arguing with them and got my account banned. Hearing that, all 3 of them spin around to stare at her, totally shocked. The redhead adds, "I literally told you guys Lu Sheng beat stage 5 of the cold weapon room, but you wouldn't believe me. And it's not just a one-time fluke either. He clears it every single day." Hearing that, this bald guy in the dust quickly grabs a feather, totally shaking and freaking out. Yo, you guys think Lu Sheng might actually be stronger than Chen Yuxuan, like the #1 senior on the leaderboard? The red-haired chick just smirks, rolling her eyes like they're idiots. "Ha, you guys literally have no clue what stage 5 even means, do you?" She adds. His cold weapon mastery is probably already at the control realm. The guy holding the feather completely freezes up, eyes wide open, just hanging on her every word. Finally, she gestures to the shook crew. For anyone below Grandmaster, fighting above their rank is as easy as breathing for him. Calling him undefeated among his peers is honestly an understatement. She pauses, trailing off as she remembers how cold and badass he looked holding that spear. Forget about the top 10 seniors. Even the top 10 on the Seven Saints leaderboard probably can't touch him. Hearing this, one of the guys grabs his head and screams, "Holy Mother of God!" Then he frowns, looking super bummed. "So, we came all this way for nothing? We know this crazy secret now, but what are we even supposed to do with it?" Another girl next to them clutches her head in frustration. Ugh. Finding out a massive secret like this but not being able to tell anyone is literally driving me insane. The redhead rubs her chin, looking down as she plots. For now, we just pretend we don't know anything. Knowing Lu Sheng, he's not the type to keep his real power hidden for long anyway. She looks up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I've got a feeling he's just cooking something up and he's gonna drop a total bombshell soon. Cut to Lu Sheng squinting at his phone, carrying his spear on his shoulder. He sighs and mumbles, "Phew, waited a whole week, and it's finally my turn." A notification pops up on his screen. "Your turn to enter the Martial Saint Tower is up. Please arrive within 10 minutes, or your spot will be pushed back." He thinks to himself, 10 minutes is plenty of time to shower, change, and head over. But then another ping goes off with a new message. "Student Lu Sheng, your rank A mission has been approved. Since it's super urgent, please report to the mission center immediately. Lu Sheng's jaw drops and he groans in pure annoyance. Are you kidding me? Of all times, it had to be right now. He crosses his arms, biting his lip as he tries to weigh his options. Man, this sucks. Sure, students at the Sacred Martial University get special perks for the Martial Saint Tower, letting us get a slot within a week. But AA rank credit missions don't just drop every day. If I skip this, who knows how long I'll have to wait for another approval. He tosses his spear into his suitcase, and it clicks apart into pieces. He grabs his jacket with a smirk and says, well, mission it is, off to the mission center. All 7 of the Sacred Martial Universities have their very own Martial Saint Tower. Outside, students are chilling and walking around campus in the bright sun. Whenever a student uses their own university's tower, they get insane benefits. That's the big flex of going to a Sacred Martial University. It's their absolute pride and joy. Just then, some dude walks up, watching the students pass by while gossiping. But get this, students from other Sacred Martial schools can actually roll up to a rival campus and challenge their tower. If a challenger breaks the record on the top floor, the losing school loses the right to use their own tower for an entire year. Talk about high stakes. The receptionist is casually checking her logs, then looks up and asks the guy who just walked in, got an appointment? She slides a pen and paper over. Sign here, please. This is the 4th Sacred Martial University. The receptionist squints at the signed paper, her face completely twisting up as she shrieks in shock. The 4th Sacred Martial. Standing right in front of her is this massive dude radiating pure murder vibes, his eyes totally bloodshot, making her shake as she gasps. Miao Renxiang. The guy puts his hands on his hips, smirking down at her with a smug look. Hey, damn right. I'm Miao Renxiang, rank 6 on the 7 Saints leaderboard, and I'm here to hijack your tower. Meanwhile, at a bustling, brightly lit riverside joint packed with people, Lu Sheng is busy shoving a massive, multi-layered burger into his mouth, opening as wide as he can. His eyes go wide as he tries to stuff his face and chew that huge bite. Still stuffing his face with one hand while holding the mission sheet with the other flanked by a mountain of other snacks, he mutters a quick confirmation. Gotta get moving, but first, let's grab some grub. Eating always comes first. Duh. Right then, Lu Sheng flashes back to that smiling receptionist chick handing him the mission slip with a big fat grin on her face. Inside's the lowdown on this gig. Burn it after reading, and seriously, don't go dying out there. Make sure you come back in one piece. Screwing up the mission is fine, but you only get one life. Good luck. He keeps munching away as he unfolds the paper to read the deets. Suddenly, his eyes go wide and he loses his cool, shouting, Wait, what? The freaking syndicates? He thinks to himself, these guys are serial offenders with a crazy bounty of 20 billion on their heads. Then he visualizes some edgy masked thug with a knife backing them up. They've iced over 50 people, including more than 30 cops. Total psychopaths. Next, he imagines some badass dude wiping a blade with a cold, killer stare, grinning as he calculates, bust or kill one of these punks. And that's 10 million cash plus 10 academic credits. And bagging the boss, Ma Guayun, that bounty goes 10 times higher. Back to reality, Lu Sheng stares at the paper, totally hyped. If I ace missions like this, I'll max out my credits in no time. He lifts the paper up, and something slips out from behind it. Lu Sheng spots them, frowning at the colored cards. He snorts, picking up both ID badges showing 2 other faces and their stats. Great, I've got sidekicks? Whatever. First up, some chick named Xu Mengjiao. 4th year at 3 Saints Martial Uni, level 6 martial artist. Dual wields blades, with a 67% success rate. Next is this guy, Meng Yanfei. Also a 4th year at 3 Saints, level 6, specializes in spears, with a 70% success rate. He stares intensely at the files and photos before they burst into flames, burning to ash right in his hand. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng is still stuffing his face with a burger, mumbling, Man, I just hope these 2 don't get in my way. That night, under a star-filled sky, someone's whining on top of a massive building. Where the hell is this guy? Xu Mengjiao complains, crossing her arms and scowling. Seriously, she snaps. Does he even know how to read a clock? Cough, cough. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke hits her. Xu Mengjiao, super annoyed, covers her nose and coughs. Across from her, the other guy is stubbing his cigarette out on the ground, sending smoke everywhere. Meng Yanfei is squatting there, surrounded by a mountain of cigarette butts. Still puffing away, he scrolls on his phone and tries to chill her out. Chill. We still got a few minutes. He'll show. This just pisses her off more. She glares, grabs him by the collar, and growls every single word. Can you put out that damn cigarette? I'm freaking choking here. Are you blind? Faced with her rage, Meng Yanfei can only sweat, offering a weak, shaky smile. Haha, my bad. Just got bored waiting. You know how it is a level 6 martial artist can kill a whole smoke in one drag. Xu Mengjiao rolls her eyes, crossing her arms as she looks up at the sky. If he's not here in a minute, we're leaving without him. It's not like some newbie's gonna be any help anyway. Meng Yanfei looks up, slightly worried, and tries to stop her. Come on, that's harsh. Teammates stick together. The dude traveled all this way. We can't just ditch him and make it a wasted trip. Hearing this, she bites her nails, pacing around with a pissed-off look. Teammate? More like a total liability. Did you even read his file? He's a literal freshman with a 0% success rate. It's obviously his first day on the job. The kid's a complete rookie who probably faints at the sight of blood. I seriously don't get what those Seven Saints higher-ups were smoking when they cleared him for this. Are they trying to get us killed? Hearing this, Meng Yanfei dusts off his pants and stands up, smirking as he glances at her. Hey, he's still a level 6, and I've actually heard of this guy. Lu Sheng, this year's top martial champion. To be that strong at his age, the kid's a certified prodigy. Xu Mengjiao scoffs, turning on her heel to leave. Oh, please, no wonder. He's just some hotshot trying to flex. Seven Saints is hilarious. They want to baby their golden boy on a real mission, but if they want to babysit, why didn't they send their own guys? Why dump him on us? Behind her, Meng Yanfei reaches out to stop her. Whoa, hold on a sec. But Xu Mengjiao is totally done. Hell no, I'm not babysitting some wet behind the ears kid. This is a life or death gig. Let's move. Suddenly, Meng Yanfei spots something and points. Yo, look over there. Isn't that him? In the dark, a sleek, shiny suitcase comes rolling up. Lu Sheng stops, looking at them with a serious expression. Evening. Next thing you know, Lu Sheng sits in the back, leaning his chin on his hand and staring out the window, looking totally bored. Up front, Xu Mengjiao glares at him through the rearview mirror while driving. You got your weapons ready, kid? He just grunts a, yeah, and pats the case next to him. Meng Yanfei looks back at him, totally skeptical. Xu Mengjiao tries to play nice, glancing back. All right, since we're stuck together on this, here's the game plan. According to our intel, the target Ma Guayun is holed up here. He's a peak level 6 martial artist. We don't know how many goons he has, so the main goal is to size them up first. She smirks, adding, but if we can swing it, we make sure they don't see tomorrow. They pull up to an old factory and park. Xu Mengjiao says, we're here. Still behind the wheel, she spins around to look at Lu Sheng, giving him a cold stare. Let me make one thing crystal clear. This is a real deal raid, not some video game you can just play for fun. People actually die out here. She barks at him. Back out now if you're scared, but if you screw up and get in our way, don't say I didn't warn you. Feeling her attitude, he narrows his eyes and gives her a cold stare back. Got it. Seeing his reaction, Xu Mengjiao tilts her head, squinting back at him. Hope you actually get it, dude. Next up, they camouflage their ride with some weeds, and as they walk away, Xu Mengjiao's like, all right, that'll do. The wheels are hidden, let's roll. Up front, Meng Yanfei nods along, glancing back to confirm. As for him, he grabs his suitcase, gives Meng Yanfei a look, and they start picking up the pace. Before you know it, the three of them are scaling the walls like freaking geckos, leaping across the ledges and moving forward. Finally, they're hunkered down on a rooftop, totally on guard as they scout ahead with furrowed brows. The neighboring rooftop looks super shady, with 3 figures standing there, whispering about something. Meng Yanfei looks up to keep watch, keeping low as he warns Lu Sheng and Xu Mengjiao to watch out above. Hearing this, the two of them look up as well. The 3 of them watch from the back, perched on top of a building further away. Up front, Ma Guayun has his hands behind his back, seriously gesturing to his goons, looking super paranoid. Next, Meng Yanfei sneaks a tense look up and mutters, we're too far back, can't even tell how strong these guys really are. Next to him, Xu Mengjiao frowns, straining to whisper, if only we could get a bit closer. Suddenly she stops herself and calls out, Lu Sheng! Lu Sheng, you listening? But our guy just keeps his eyes closed, wrapped in this thick purple aura, completely ignoring her. Lu Sheng frowns and activates his mental energy. Instantly, a mental map of the enemy territory pops up. He realizes, so there are over 10 more guys inside the building. Need to scan them more thoroughly. Suddenly, Xu Mengjiao taps his shoulder and asks with a frown, Lu Sheng, what are you spacing out for? Catching him off guard, he gasps, snaps his eyes open, and grunts through gritted teeth. Right after, Lu Sheng snaps, unleashing this terrifying, deadly vibe. He glares at Xu Mengjiao, making her flinch and back off in pure terror. Finally, she pulls herself together, stands up to leave, and throws them a look, saying, you guys just go ahead. The other two just watch him walk away, too shook to say a word. Lu Sheng thinks to himself, man, I should have just done this mission solo. What a total drag. Squinting his eyes, he frowns and thinks, working alone is way more chill anyway. Meanwhile, Xu Mengjiao finally snaps out of it. She pulls her hand back, still trembling, and wonders, what the heck was that? That vibe just now was absolutely terrifying. Then, she tries to rationalize it. Wait, could it be because of that? Is it because this is my first AA rank mission, plus I'm babysitting rookies so my nerves are just totally shot? She then glances at Meng Yanfei next to her and says seriously, Meng Yanfei, let's move. Feeling awkward, he gets up and follows right behind her. Okay. With that, they head their separate ways, but Lu Sheng still glances back at them, frowning with a hint of annoyance. Next, Meng Yanfei and Xu Mengjiao quickly crawl up the enemy's building, peeking inside through a ventilation duct. Clinging to the wall like a gecko, Xu Mengjiao looks up, grips the surface, and smirks, whispering, "If we slowly creep closer, we can easily gauge their strength." Suddenly, Meng Yanfei stops crawling. Xu Mengjiao looks up at him and asks, "What's wrong?" Hearing her, Meng Yanfei pulls his head back from the vent, his eyes wide with fear as he trembles and answers. There are tons of martial artists inside. The room is packed with a bunch of shady, faceless killers. Inside, a beefy guy closes his eyes, slams his fist on the table in frustration, and barks, "What the hell? Ma Guayun, what's your deal? So many of us are putting in the work, so why the hell do you get to hog 3 shares all to yourself? Just because you're a peak level 6 martial artist? Or because of those brainless lackeys of yours who aren't afraid to kick the bucket?" Hearing that, Ma Guayun calmly sips his tea, smirking as he replies, "I handled all the prep work. The plan and even this guy's name were my idea, and I'm the one who captured him." Then, he holds up 3 fingers, puts down his teacup, and squints at the guy opposite him with a smug smile to remind him, "All you guys did was take out a few people." Ma Guayun adds, "So tell me, don't I deserve my 3 shares?" Right after, the beefy guy storms over to Ma Guayun in front of everyone and yells, "3 shares is way too much. 2 shares, max. The rest belongs to us, or else our little partnership is officially over." The crowd below quickly raises their hands, shouting in protest. "Yeah, exactly. Without us putting in the sweat, you'd be absolutely nothing." Inside, the shouting matches continue. "Don't get too greedy." Outside, Meng Yanfei and Xu Mengjiao cling to the wall, trembling as they peek inside, their eyes wide with shock as they exchange glances. She mutters, "There are at least 8 level 6 martial artists in there, plus a whole bunch of level 4s and level 5s. There's no way we can take them down on our own." Then, they peer inside again as the tension in the room goes through the roof. Beside her, Meng Yanfei watches them and chimes in,